An unbelievable thing has happened. Where should I begin? Perhaps, from the beginning my school days. Like many boys back then, I was obsessed with games. They weren't just entertainment, they were a way of life. We bonded over them, competed through them, and sometimes even judged each other's worth based on who beat what. Among the many titles we played, one stood out not because it was good, but because it was unbeatable. Chronicles of Asars. A brutal medieval fantasy game with nobles, monsters, swords, and magic. You picked from over 100 playable characters, formed a party, and tried to clear an ever-evolving scenario where each character had their own storyline. The rest of the cast continued on their own through a dynamic AI system, creating a living, breathing world. The twist? If your character died, your entire save file was wiped. Gone. Just like that. This cruel mechanic made it both infamous and irresistible. We tried everything. Every character. Every strategy. But no one, not even our cockiest friend, could beat it. Out of pride, I made a bet, I'd be the one to clear it. I didn't. Months of sleepless nights, and I still failed. The bet faded away like most teenage promises. Time passed. 8 years later, I was working in cybersecurity at an IT firm. The pay was decent. The job? Soul-crushing. Endless bug reports, late nights, and no spark of joy. I had once dreamed of making games. But reality hit hard. The Korean package game industry had crumbled, and dreams don't pay rent. Then, during a boring morning commute, I got a message about a class reunion. And just like that, I remembered the bet. What if I finally cleared Chronicles of Asars before the reunion? A fun story, a cool callback, something to break the awkward silence. Motivated, I gave it another shot. Week 1, dead halfway through. Week 2, died just before the final scenario. Fed up, I gave in to temptation. I decided to cheat. Hack the game. But it wasn't easy. For a decade-old title, Asars had remarkably tough security. Still, fueled by obsession, I kept going. Coding during breaks at work, refining scripts at home, barely sleeping. Eventually, I broke through and created a simple but powerful cheat, invincibility. Not infinite, though. My skills were limited, and all I could manage was a 1-second invincibility trait. Just 1 second. Still, in Chronicles of Asars, that made me a god among mortals. No character in the original game had that trait. I was ready. Not to boast about my skill, but to share the story and finally put the old bet to rest. With a smile on my face, I entered the final scenario. And then I woke up inside the game. Not in front of my PC, not in my room, but in a lavish, unfamiliar chamber. My reflection showed a tall, handsome man with golden hair. I had transmigrated into Chronicles of Asars. Punishment? Retribution? Divine glitch? No idea. But the trait window floating before my eyes confirmed it. Embers of noble blood. Enhances dignity before others. Exudes noble charisma. Not important. This is what matters. 1 second invincibility. Negates all threats for 1 second. Cooldown, 60 seconds. No offensive skills. Just pure defense. It's like someone said, here, cheat, but survive the other 59 seconds on your own. Why am I here? Simple. I cheated. This trait is punishment, poetic justice for breaking the rules of a game designed to punish arrogance. Still, not all hope is lost. After all, I've possessed the body of the eldest son of one of the Empire's greatest noble families. How bad could things really get, right? When I opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was the scent. It wasn't the familiar, soft fragrance of downy I was used to at home. This was more rustic, like old candles and expensive oils. The candle had burned down overnight, leaving behind its smoky trail in the air. Still not quite used to this scent, I muttered. They say certain aromas have calming effects. I guess it's not so bad. I kicked off the silk blanket so slippery a fly might slide off it and walked over to the mirror. A towering frame, golden blonde hair, and a sharp, western jawline stared back at me. This is me. Not my original body. Of course this one was far more elegant, chiseled, and ethereal. I had seen this face yesterday too, so the shock had dulled. What lingered was only one honest thought. Damn, I'm good looking. This world, Chronicles of Asars, was a medieval fantasy game infamous for its brutality. Somehow, I had hacked it, and then transmigrated inside it. Now I was a noble. And not just any noble. Everything in the room screamed wealth: velvet curtains, marble tiles, gold embossed wood furniture. This wasn't just a room, it was a royal suite. I pulled up the status window. Hercel Ben Tenist. Blessing, none. Traits. The noble blood's embers. 1 second invincibility. That's right. No blessings. No combat skills. No rare talents. In a game where most major characters had unique blessings ranging from elemental mastery to divine favor, this guy had nothing. But he did have the name Tenist, one of the greatest noble families in Asars. According to the servant gossip I overheard yesterday, I had landed in the body of the eldest son of the family. Jackpot. Still, something was odd. For such a prominent household, the name Hercel didn't ring any bells. I'd played the game for months back in school. Surely I would have remembered this guy? A new hidden character? A vessel created just for transmigration? The mystery would have to wait. My stomach growled. I hadn't eaten since yesterday. A knock came at the door, followed by a sweet voice. Young master, you've been inside all day. Would you like to eat? It was the petite maid from yesterday, Selly. I rang the silver bell beside the table. Jingle. The door creaked open, and in walked a girl who barely reached the doorknob. Her maid uniform was slightly oversized, her eyes bright and clear. She bowed politely. Is there anything you wish for? Bring me something to eat. The words slipped out instinctively, in a voice that wasn't quite mine, deeper, nobler, more refined. I wasn't used to this regal tone, but I knew the reason. The noble blood's embers. Enhances dignity before others. Exudes noble charisma. Alters tone and manner of speech automatically. This passive trait meant I could accidentally insult someone and still sound like royalty doing it. Yes, young master. I'll notify the kitchen right away. Time passed. Then came another knock. A different maid entered with a cart carrying covered silver dishes. The main dish is veal steak, accompanied by garden vegetables and your favored wine. As the lids were lifted, savory aromas filled the room, yet oddly, I wasn't hungry. Greasy meat after a day of fasting felt overwhelming. I made a mistake, I said. I should have mentioned what I wanted earlier. You don't like it? She asked gently. My stomach's unsettled. Do you have any soup? The maid's eyes widened slightly, but her smile returned. I'll bring something more suitable at once. She gathered the plates and departed with grace. When she returned, the warm aroma of broth replaced the heavy scent of steak. The soup was light but flavorful, neither too salty nor too bland. It was comforting, a far cry from the instant noodles I was used to. As I finished my meal, she offered me wine. No need. It's daytime. And wine with soup isn't really my thing. She paused, nodded, and left quietly. Now that I'd eaten, it was time to investigate. First goal, understand who I am. I stepped into the corridor, where Selly was already waiting with a radiant smile. Young master, where are you off to? I want to see the family tree. Can you take me there? She tilted her head, slightly puzzled, then smiled. Yes, of course. I'll guide you through the scenic route. Is it far? No, I just want to make it pleasant. That response carried meaning. As we walked, staff bowed and greeted me along the way. Good morning, young master. Beautiful day for a walk. The mansion buzzed with friendly, respectful energy. I returned their greetings with a nod, thinking, living like this wouldn't be so bad. But I knew this world wasn't just tea parties and flower beds. Beyond the estate walls lay demon realms and hostile factions. With no blessings and only a 1-second invincibility trait, my options were limited. Until I understood more about this world, staying safe and hidden was my best bet. After a peaceful stroll, we arrived at the ancestral room, a long chamber adorned with portraits and engraved plagues. I sat down and scanned the Tennist lineage. Then, my heart sank. Lizine Ben Tennist, 767-09-11-789-08-17. My mother. Died young. Right beside her name was another. Ahila Ben Tennist, herself stepmother. And beneath her, a list of half-siblings. I clenched my fists. In any story, stepmothers and half-siblings meant trouble, especially in nobility, where power struggles were tradition. So I'm not just the eldest son. I'm also the biggest threat. Selly, standing nearby, gave me a worried look. Young master, are you unwell? I'm fine. Maybe I just need some fresh air. Then let me take you to my favorite spot. It has a beautiful view. And don't worry, I'll protect you with my life. She placed her small fist to her chest like a knight. It was oddly charming. All right, I said, smiling. Lead the way. Meanwhile, back in the hallway, the maid who'd served the uneaten steak rolled her cart away. She passed 2 other maids in hushed conversation. A rat in the storage. Yes, holes in the flour sacks. I heard squeaking last night. Don't worry, said the maid with a calm smile. I have some good poison. I'll handle it. Her name was Myre. The head maid nodded approvingly. You've already started, haven't you? Myre traced the lid of the silver plate. Yes, but he didn't eat it. Now it's Selly's turn. The head maid chuckled. Shame if it ends so soon. It won't, Myre murmured. He knew something. He asked for soup, and the silver spoon. More laughter followed as a young butler approached with a box. What's inside? The head maid asked sweetly. A venomous spider, the boy replied cheerfully. Don't worry, I'll use it just once. They all smiled softly, politely, and dangerously. It wasn't just a household. It was a festival of killers. And I was the main event.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
People look as small as fingernails. Even from this distance, it's possible to infer what's happening. It's currently sunset. Judging by the occasional fluttering of cloth, they're probably taking down the laundry before it gets dark. From the cliff, I looked down at one of the villagers and was amazed. This is fascinating. In the game, such distant objects weren't even rendered. This is a common trick used by game developers to conserve PC resources. This level of detail is almost indistinguishable from reality. Even if I, the observer, am not consciously aware of it, someone somewhere is living in the same moment. After a brief observation, I enjoyed the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. This place is truly a spot that purifies the heart. This is nice. As I immersed myself in the view, Selly beside me smiled sweetly. Isn't it? This is the secret place I often visited with my mother. Your mother? Yes, you might not remember, but my mother worked here in the mansion from long ago. She found this place around the time I was born and would always come here to find peace. I see, it certainly does put one at ease. The little girl's story melted my heart. Is this a sense of kinship? Both she and I must be thinking of our mothers. We stood silently for a few seconds, a cool breeze blowing. I shivered slightly. Was it because of the wind, or because Selly's voice came from slightly behind me this time? But young master. Her tone was quite cold. It's getting a bit chilly as the sun sets. Did she feel the cold? Have you decided on your last words? Oh, last words. That thing you say before you die. It's normal to think about it once in a while in life, so it's not strange to have one. Although it's vague and unclear, I can't say it definitively. Let's see. I vaguely remember thinking about that folder on my hard drive that shouldn't be opened. Wait. What did she just say? I turned my head and looked at Sally blankly. Why do you look so surprised? Don't you understand why I'm doing this? Suddenly, my body twitched. When our eyes met, I felt a chill down to my core. Despite the bright sunset, her pupils were filled with shadows with no hint of light. My mother devoted her life to the Tenest family. She fell ill and retired. What are you trying to say? I've heard that your mother, Lady Ryam, was very kind. But you never treated me that way, did you? Do you understand now? There was a glint in the girl's eyes. I involuntarily clenched my fists defensively. Why am I feeling intimidated by a girl who barely reaches my chest? It's probably because of this. The backdrop of the cliff behind me amplifies my fear. Surely, it's not what I'm thinking, right? Like dragging me here for revenge and pushing me off the cliff. But then again, what could she possibly do? She's just a small girl. If I grab her by the cheeks, I can easily subdue her. A good scolding would be enough to stop her from playing such pranks again. That's what I thought until a dagger appeared in her hand. Oh no, a knife is cheating. A chill ran down my spine. You might think it's easy to handle a small girl with a dagger, but I know from watching videos on YouTube, even a professional fighter, vastly superior in size, can end up with countless knife wounds against an ordinary person wielding a fake knife. Besides, I'm an honor student who's never been in a fight. Meanwhile, the opponent was playing with the dagger as if it were a fidget spinner. My instincts warned me that I'd get stabbed if I rushed in. I gulped. That little brat was licking the side of the knife like a crazed killer. The small monster in front of me grasped the dagger firmly and advanced towards me, fully aware of my fear. I decided to try to resolve this through conversation, keeping my composure. What do you want to say to me? I asked again in a gentle manner, but the noble blood's embers trait unintentionally made me come across as arrogant. Sally, seemingly amused by my bravado even in this situation, let out a scornful laugh. Huh? You still don't get it? Well, you always looked at me like I was a bug, so it's no wonder. I didn't know what crime warranted being killed by the girl in front of me, but she was targeting the wrong person. This was her cell's fault, not mine. You're about to kill an innocent person? That day, when I begged to go home because of an urgent matter, I even knelt and cried, begging to go home. I get it, just stop. It wasn't me. Wait. Stop right there. My sick mother died that day. It was our last moment together. I wanted to hold her hand one last time, but because of you. The girl's nose was wrinkled in anger, her teeth gritted hard enough to crack, and her eyes were filled with malice. I realized I had to do something to defuse the situation and said the first thing that came to mind. It seems like there's been some misunderstanding. Was that chore so important that it mattered more than my mother's deathbed? This isn't working. There's no sign of dialogue even being possible. And no wonder. From what she's saying, she missed her mother's final moments because of her cell. This was a line crossed way beyond forgiveness. Not even a seasoned animal trainer could calm this beast. So, what should I do? There must be some way out. That's right, I had 2 bodyguards. I should quickly get them to knock out this brat. I looked towards the guards, who were supposed to be keeping watch nearby, but I blinked in disbelief at their incredible behavior. I saw a glint of metal between the bushes. Even in this life-threatening situation, they were just silently observing with bated breath. And they were smiling broadly, showing their white teeth. As my mind went blank for a moment, Sally responded with a sneer. Idiot. You still don't get it. It was all ordered by the mistress. I just joined in because it was a great opportunity, and I even got paid for it. Isn't that great? The mistress? Money? So, my stepmother put a bounty on my head. Judging by the way they're smirking, they've agreed to share it amongst themselves? Anger boiled within me. No matter the reason, I won't die just to make them happy. In this situation, I need to fight to the death. I won't die alone, I'll take them with me. Not just the mistress. Everyone in the mansion wants you dead. I should have realized this sooner. Before I could even steel myself, Sally's hand was already in motion. The dagger was a fake. Distracted by it, I didn't notice her other hand approaching. That damned brat looked ecstatic, as if she had achieved her life's goal, smiling with a face of serene satisfaction. Goodbye, you piece of trash. Thud. I felt the palm of her hand against my chest. Like a small domino toppling a larger one, my body was pushed off the cliff by that tiny hand. I watched the cold sweat on my cheek as it flew upward, fixating on the existence of her cell. How did he live such a reckless life to end up like this? I'm dying to know. Who knows, maybe he's someone I've forgotten. The eldest son of the Tenest family. Trash. A person doomed to die from a grudge. In the extreme fear, my brain strained. The lines of dialogue from over 100 player characters flashed by in an instant. I fixed a few of their conversation logs in my mind like photographs. Arisil? I know him well. He was forced into an engagement he didn't want because of the family's position. I hated it. Why does he tell girls to wear dresses instead of armor? That's not all. He always reeked of alcohol. No manners, no effort, and constantly annoying the servants. Once during a meal, he threw a plate out the window because he didn't like the food, telling us to feed it to the pigeons. I went to his funeral once, and it was the same. The mansion servants were secretly grinning. Of course, I laughed with them. I went there to do just that. He once poured wine on my head at a ball, calling me a short idiot from the countryside. This is all karma, pure and simple. Arisil was by no means an impromptu character. He existed from the start. However, he was a character who died before the game's storyline even began. It's natural that I had forgotten about him. The important thing is that the body I possess is known among the playable characters and NPCs as a delinquent and a scoundrel. Realizing this, my heart sank. Even so, my face didn't show any hideous expressions, probably due to the trait. I merely narrowed my eyes, watching Selly grow distant. As the distance increased, the noble blood's embers deactivated, and my face contorted with genuine emotion. Damn. A completely useless, trashy ability. What should I do? There is one thing I can rely on, but I've never used the 1-second invincibility before. This means I don't know how to activate it. Ah! A pure scream that belonged to me, not Arisil, burst from my throat. The barrier of air slapped against my skin. The cliff felt much higher than it looked. In the unexpectedly prolonged fall, my brain struggled to find a way to survive. 1-second invincibility. Nullifies any threat for 1 second. Cooldown, 60 seconds. An ability that makes me invincible for only 1 second. In that case, I need to use it just before hitting the ground. There's no keyboard here, and I don't know the activation conditions even if I wanted to. Should I shout the skill name like a childish anime character? It's embarrassing, but I have no other choice. I gulped and glared at the ground as I fell. Not yet. The cooldown for the 1-second invincibility is 60 seconds. If I miss the timing even slightly, I might die instantly. At the critical moment. Finally, the expected height arrived. Trembling with tension, I opened my lips. 1 second. Bang! The main gate of the tennis estate. Today's guards on duty were the 2 soldiers who had been escorting Arisil. Normally, this wasn't their job, but they volunteered to discuss their dirty plans. They stood in front of the main gate, talking about what happened today. Jack, I feel a bit bad about this. If we write the report like that, he'll be dead. Come on, what's there to feel bad about? That brat wanted to take 80% of the reward for himself. They had recorded Arisil's death as a murder, not an accident. They planned to send this report to the Mistress at dawn. The young soldier, feeling a tinge of guilt and uncertain fear, confirmed again. Are you sure about this? I asked the Mistress myself. If the person who killed him dies, who gets the reward? She said it goes to the other contributors. So, all the money will be ours. Well, that's true, but what if we get in trouble for failing to protect him? Though it was a festival hosted by the Mistress, it still involved killing a noble. Not just any noble, but the eldest son of the Tenist family. Even though nobles often kill each other over power struggles, the Tenist family was not an ordinary family. This would inevitably draw public attention. Don't worry. The Mistress will be pleased. Even if the Mistress used her power to cover up the truth, an official cause of death would still be necessary. Accident or suicide, something that doesn't involve foul play. So Selly had conspired with them to stage an accidental fall. But by writing the report as a murder motivated by revenge, the story changes. If the report reaches the chief magistrate, Selly will be executed. The fact that Arisil's death was murder isn't the problem. Arisil was despised by everyone in the mansion. Considering the Mistress's temperament, she would likely welcome this conclusion. Eliminating the perpetrator would reduce future risks, and the official reason would be flawless. The scenario of the most hated scoundrel in the mansion being killed by a close servant's grudge was convincing enough. The dead can't speak. Even if she blabbers about the Mistress ordering it before her execution, it'll be ignored. We just need to take care of our own futures. I just hope everything goes well. At worst, they might get dismissed for dereliction of duty, but they'd have all the money. By the way, Jack. You know, right? 50-50. 50-50. The young soldier's face, which had been excited a moment ago, quickly turned pale. It wasn't Jack's voice beside him. It was a familiar voice, but it shouldn't have been heard. The voice of a dead man. Turning his head, he saw Jack sweating profusely, and then his gaze locked onto a tall man with disheveled hair and covered in dust. Despite his disheveled appearance, there was an undeniable air of dignity about him. The 2 soldiers trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? The cliff was smooth with no branches sticking out. There was nothing to grab onto, not even a ledge to briefly support a body. And the ground below was so distant it appeared hazy. Falling from such a place and coming back alive seemed impossible, sending chills down their spines. While their minds were paralyzed with shock, his lips moved. Which one of you wants the first 50? I thought I was dead when I fell off the cliff. My sense of rhythm was paralyzed by the fear of the fall, causing me to react half a beat too late. Yet, the reason I survived was incredibly simple. 1 second invincible. Bang! Impact detected. 1 second invincibility trait activated. Cooldown for 1 second invincibility, 59 seconds. Seriously, if it's a passive trait, they should at least mention it. Anyway, I didn't want to stay in that eerie thicket, so I struggled to find my way up. My destination was that house swarming with the people who tried to kill me. It might seem crazy to walk there on my own, but I had no choice. Could the dangers of the mansion compare to those outside? If I left with this body, I wouldn't last long before starving to death or being sold at a slave market. With only 1 second of invincibility, I wouldn't survive long enough to find any means of livelihood. Even if I learned swordsmanship and became a mercenary or explored the demon realm, I'd die quickly. If they discovered I was alive, the mistress would have me killed since my survival would keep the succession rights intact. Thus, returning to the mansion was the best way to reduce my chances of dying. With the information I gained from conquering hundreds of characters and my 1 second of invincibility, I could manage somehow. With this thought in mind, I arrived at the front gate late at night. But what's this? The dead don't speak. Even if you babble that the mistress ordered it before your execution, it'll be ignored. We just need to look after our own interests. I just hope it works out. The despicable guys who watched when I was pushed off the cliff were now the gatekeepers. But, Mr. Jack, you know, right? It's 50-50. Hearing this and the mention of 50-50, I got a hunch. They were planning to betray the kid and pocket the money. Thud-thud, click-clack, click-clack. I approached with a weary gait. Just then, the noble blood's embers activated, causing my back to straighten gradually, and I began walking with the characteristic stride of a noble. 50-50, huh. As I arrogantly raised my chin and muttered, the faces of the two men turned ghostly pale as they looked at me. Which one of you wants the first 50? I asked the two detestable men irritably. The young man still couldn't utter a sound, frozen stiff like a mute who'd eaten honey, but the middle-aged man was different. His complexion returned to normal as if nothing had happened, and he emanated a killing intent. He reached for the long sword at his waist. Damn. Of course, they wouldn't let me live. This is right in front of the mansion. I foolishly thought they wouldn't kill me here because if I screamed, the servants would rush out. That's why the middle-aged man hurried to slit my throat. If he finished me off quickly, there would be no time for my screams to escape. Ping! Before I could grasp the situation, a flash of light appeared. In an instant, his sword was at my neck. Clang! Physical attack detected. The trait activates. 1 second invincibility, cooldown, 59 seconds. Naturally, the passive trait activated, so I wasn't hurt. Instead, my body was so tough that it broke his sword. As his strike failed, the middle-aged man's face filled with shock. What is this? I straightened my chest as if nothing had happened. Although my heart was pounding, I tried to appear composed. Wow, that really scared me. Even with 1 second of invincibility, who wouldn't be terrified of a sword coming at their neck? By the way, this guy is scary. No matter how flea-like her Sal is, not even seeing him draw his sword is astonishing. He must be no ordinary person to be chosen as a guard for the Tenest family. But now is not the time to be dazed. If I don't do something quickly, a follow-up attack will come. In my urgency, I blurted out some bravado that came to mind. Swinging a sword without warning. At times like this, it's necessary to raise your defenses high enough that no one dares to touch you. As I leisurely approached, his eyebrows twitched. I prayed inwardly that he wouldn't attack. Click-clack, thud. As I stopped right in front of him, the middle-aged man's shoulders twitched. He seemed quite scared. Surviving a cliff fall and breaking his sword with my body, approaching nonchalantly, anyone would be terrified. Seizing the moment, I decided to use my momentum and spoke while intensifying the noble blood's embers to the maximum. There's still half a sword left. Why not try swinging it again? I've already given you 2 chances, one at the cliff and one here. You should brace yourself for the third. Seeing him drop the broken sword and staring blankly at the ground, it seemed he had no intention of attacking further. Things were looking good. Although the text on my retina still signaled danger. 1 second invincibility, cooldown, 32 seconds. Thank goodness for my quick talk. If he had attacked again during the cooldown, what would I have done? Now, there was only the young man who had fallen on his butt in surprise. Even if one sword was broken, his sword was still intact. Hoping desperately that he wouldn't do anything, I glared at him. What about you? Heck. He shrieked and backed away. As I continued to glare at him, he pressed his sword to the ground and hurriedly bowed his head. I've committed a grave sin, young master. Good. It seemed he also had no will to fight. I took my gaze off him and placed my hand on the shoulder of the middle-aged man, as if dealing with a subordinate. He flinched slightly, and I felt him stiffen like a wooden puppet. I twisted my lips into a sardonic smile. Now I could finally say what I hadn't been able to do to the surprise attack from the beginning. Do you know why I arrived so late at night? I could have easily caught up with you. What do you mean, sir? I stopped by the village on the way here. Of course, this was a lie. I was sweating bullets just to get here, and I didn't even know the way to the village. Even so, the lie had a clear effect, as the middle-aged man's face twisted in fear. See, could it be? Did you report our actions? The middle-aged man's face turned pale as if he were on the brink of death. No wonder he was scared. Killing a noble means execution, and aiding and abetting carries the same penalty. If this fact leaked out, it would go to the chief magistrate who enforces the law, and they wouldn't escape execution. Do you understand if I say it's a will? He would understand with just that. I stopped by the village and wrote about today's events in a will, but it hasn't been disclosed yet. It will be revealed the moment I die. That's what a will is. And the moment it's revealed, we all die. You, me, him, and Selly. Of course, it's all a lie. Do you expect us to believe that? Well, do you? The middle-aged guard's expression grew complicated. I looked at him steadily and gave him a deliberately meaningful smile. As if I had someone backing me up. As if I had plotted some scheme in the village. The soldiers' expressions grew complicated. They must be imagining all sorts of scenarios in their heads. Of course, as I said before, it's all a bluff. Let's leave it at that. If anything happens to me again, your lives will not remain intact. Upon driving the point home, the middle-aged soldier let out a heavy sigh. This lessened the chances of them assassinating me. I had also instilled a sense of shared fate, which might help in the future. So, are you saying you'll spare us for now? In my heart, I wanted to send them to hell. But yes, I'll spare them. And me. Even if they fought me with one hand, I'd get beaten. Wow, look at those forearms. They look like they could crush watermelons with a headlock. I imagined my head being squeezed by those forearms. My temples throbbed. I hurriedly walked towards the dark garden path, not looking back, and said, "Are your lives worth me taking with my own hands?" Anyway, with this, the crisis was averted. As the noble blood's embers effect faded, a wave of relief and embarrassment washed over me, making me squirm for a while. Look at these lines. Ugh, my hands and feet. Jack sat down, reflecting on the unknown phenomenon. They had thoroughly checked the bottom of the cliff beforehand. It was a sheer cliff with no branches to grab or footholds. Before he could even think about how he survived, he quickly drew his sword, but the mystery was soon solved. It must have been one day in his youth. After finishing his mercenary work, he entered a tavern. An old veteran, who had taught him many things, was always there, downing strong liquor and babbling. There is an extreme level. The level where one can cut through even the hardest diamond stone in the world, and the level where one can block all attacks with their bare body. A swordsman of this level can split the ocean, and a warrior of this level can withstand a storm of arrows without spilling a drop of blood. So that's what it was. Jack had to admit it. He had made a mistake in thinking Hercel was just an ordinary scoundrel. Outwardly, Hercel had only spent his time in debauchery, but he must have been secretly training. Jack clicked his tongue, thinking life was unfair. The person who had achieved the level he had longed for was a madman who spent 2/3 of his day drinking, sleeping, and tormenting the people in the mansion. Indeed, he must have inherited that talent too. He must have had such a different quality of talent that what took others 100 hours of effort, he could achieve in just one. Even if he spent most of his life meaninglessly, he could still reach the level of invincibility. And when he brought up the will, it made Jack question if this was the same empty-headed fool he had known. Historically, many of the strongest people of their time had died from poisons or diseases. Hercel knew this and used the will to block any assassination attempts from various angles. Living with such skills hidden, who will be the first to kill Hercel and claim the reward? He had thought it was a simple game about who would do it first. But now it wasn't. The festival, which he thought would go smoothly, was now experiencing a terrifying upheaval. This is so damn scary. As I pass through the garden path, the night guards keep glancing at me. They won't try to kill me like that middle-aged guy earlier, right? I pretended to be calm and headed toward my lodgings. I was getting closer to a familiar building, glancing at the first-floor windows as I walked by. There it is. I stopped in front of one of the windows that didn't have the curtains drawn. Thanks to my height, I could see the face of that wretched kid sound asleep on the bed. Thud. I pressed my fingers against the window so hard that my fingerprints were left behind. Hugging a big doll, she looked just like an innocent kid, but it was all an act. No matter how much you hold a grudge, do you push someone off a cliff? How can she sleep so soundly after doing that? Doesn't she feel any guilt? She's definitely a psychopath. She's so infuriating. I want to barge in and give her a piece of my mind right now, but it's not the right time. I want to see her face twist in utter despair when she thinks she's hit the jackpot the next day, only for me to show up and drag her to the depths of hell. Just like how rice tastes best when you let it steam for a while. And right now, I just want a drink and a shower. My sweaty, damp back from getting here felt unpleasant. I quietly entered the building and approached a maid on night duty. I want to bathe right away. Prepare some water. Oh, and bring me something to drink too. Eek. Her eyes widened in shock. Part of it must have been due to my filthy appearance, but it seems that brat Sally had been bragging about killing me. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. My apologies, sir. I'll prepare the bathwater immediately. Should I bring the drink you usually enjoy? A drink? I don't usually drink, but today was a terrible day. Just for today, it should be fine. I nodded. One more thing. Yes? Yes. What is it, sir? I raised my index finger to my lips. Smiling gently, I signaled to her. SHH, make sure Sally doesn't know I'm here. Yes, sir. IILL, keep it a secret even if I die. I was trying to appear friendly, but why is she trembling so much? Is it because it's chilly at night? As I walked through the mansion, I repeated the same smile and words to each night staff member I encountered. Each time, they reacted with surprise and fear, their bodies trembling. Then, standing in front of a window with a clear reflection, I realized why. The smile I was wearing looked like the smile of a devilishly handsome villain. Combined with my refined demeanor, I looked like a high-level boss. They say if you live badly, your face follows suit. I should avoid smiling like this for a while. It looks too suspicious. As soon as I sank into the bath, a sigh escaped my lips. The scenes from before vividly played out on the water's surface, and the words Sally had spoken before pushing me off the cliff echoed in my ears, pitch perfect. It's all the mistress's doing. I just thought it was a good opportunity and joined in. Thanks to that, I even got paid. Isn't that great? It seems my stepmother had placed a bounty on my head. I wanted to report her to the guards, but I had no allies. Even if I had, someone as powerful as the mistress of the Tenest family could easily deny everything and get away with it. Not just the mistress. Everyone in the mansion wants you dead, young master. What troubled me most was the deep-seated resentment directed at herself that permeated the mansion. Financial motives and past grievances. It was no surprise that there were numerous people who wanted me dead. Remembering this again sent chills down my spine. Instinctively, my eyes darted to the bathroom entrance. Could there be some danger I hadn't noticed? I scanned my surroundings nervously. These assassination attempts would continue. I couldn't even spare a thought for the scenario of a game meant to preserve the world. Dealing with the imminent threat of death was my priority. With only the meager traits of 1 second of invincibility and noble blood's ember, I had to make do somehow. The first thing I must do. As soon as dawn breaks, I must report Sally's treachery to the mistress. Though I wanted to resolve it immediately, it was too late. The mansion was silent enough to hear the chirping of crickets in the middle of the night. They would likely try to disguise my death as an accident, but with so few people awake at this hour, they might attempt to handle it quietly if I showed myself. The guards had already tried to kill me earlier. Additionally, entering the tiger's den without punishment was a kind of warning. A warning that I knew who was after my life. Even if mentioning a will had minimal effect, it would make it harder for them to act openly. It might even buy me some more time. My head felt dizzy, whether from the multitude of thoughts or the bath's heat. I finished bathing and returned to my quarters. As I was drying off and enjoying the pleasant coolness, I noticed the bottle of alcohol on the table. It seemed to be the one the attendant mentioned preparing earlier. The condensation on the bottle reminded me of a commercial I'd seen on TV. 1 glass should be fine, right? Today has truly been hell. *****. Early morning. Sally made her way to see the mistress. Her face was pale, and she looked uneasy. Perhaps she had seen a hallucination in her sleep, but she thought she had seen Hersel's eyes gleaming at her from the window, covered in dirt. When she got up and inspected the window, there were even deep fingerprints there. Damn ghost. Come at me if you dare. I'll sprinkle holy water all over you. Shaking off the uneasy feeling, she arrived at the mistress's mansion. The headmaid opened the door for her. It must be true if you're here. Has the rumor spread already? In a place full of gossipy maids, how could it not? She had only given a hint to 1 or 2 people, yet someone must have spread it. But Sally, the headmaid said. Yes, headmaid. Are you sure about this? Of course. Sally suddenly recalled the hallucination from earlier. It's certain. That cliff is so high. If Sally says so, it must be true. I was just worried. Old age brings needless worries. Sally tried to shake off her uneasiness as she followed the headmaid up the lobby stairs. Just then, a man blocked their path. A young face, barely past adolescence, with sharp eyes. It was Arisil, the 3rd son of the Tenest family. Good day, young master Arisil, Sally greeted. Arisil did not respond. He just looked at the headmaid and tilted his head. Is this the one spreading nonsense? Yes, that's her. As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a sharp sound. Slap. Blood trickled from the corner of Sally's mouth. Arisil had slapped her with his palm. Sally blinked in shock and looked at the headmaid, who remained calm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sally quickly bowed her head. Young master Arisil, I'm sorry, but why are you doing this? Don't play dumb. I heard clearly that you've been spreading rumors about my brother's accidental death. Was it because she had spoken lightly? Was it because she hadn't reported immediately? The only thing clear was that groveling and sticking to the truth was her only chance of survival. Yes, it's true. Young master herself fell off the cliff. Do dead men drink? The steward said he emptied several bottles of that strong liquor yesterday. Herself is alive? Something had gone terribly wrong. Sally shivered with confusion. What were you thinking, spreading such lies? Lies that are easily uncovered. No, young master Arisil? Young master herself fell off the cliff? I swear, on the mistress's orders. Orders? Ugh. Sally realized she had misspoken. The festival hosted by the mistress was an open secret. Arisil's anger grew more intense. You are to be executed immediately. The charges, deceiving and insulting a noble. Shing. Arisil's eyes gleamed as he drew his sword from his waist. Sally thought as she looked at Arisil's raised sword. Herself couldn't be alive. There's no way he came back and drank like before. As death approached with each second, Sally's body shook. Just as Arisil was about to bring down the sword, there was a loud bang. The door burst open behind them. Sally reflexively turned her head. Click-clack, click-clack. The man who entered had a flushed face, reeking of alcohol even from a distance. Still groggy from the liquor, he staggered toward them. The closer he got, the more Sally's legs gave way until she collapsed to the floor. It was someone who should not be there. What are you doing to my servant, Arisil? A low, resonant voice filled the hall. It was Herself. Ugh, my head. I grabbed my throbbing head as I got out of bed. The floor was littered with empty bottles. I had forgotten that Herself was an incorrigible alcoholic. 1 drink, and I had lost all control. Never drinking again. Since it wasn't too late, I quickly dressed and headed to the mistress's mansion. What I saw there shocked me. Selly, with one cheek swollen and bleeding from her mouth, stood before Arisil, the third son, holding a sword. This wasn't a welcome situation. My plan was to report the mistress and Selly before they could come up with a countermeasure. But here we were. These people have no manners, always resorting to swords. I spoke to grasp the situation. What are you doing to my servant, Arisil? Herself. I asked what you're doing. I'm executing her on the spot. She insulted and deceived a noble, your worthless servant. But why is he speaking informally to me? He's of lower rank. So rude. Watch your tone. My remark caused a twitch in Arisil's face, more fearful than hateful. He seemed a bit scared. Just the right atmosphere. I invoked noble blood's ember and walked toward Arisil. Click-clack, click-clack. With each step, Arisil broke out in a cold sweat and stepped back. His reaction, he's definitely scared of me. Maybe a childhood trauma? Given my reputation, he probably didn't treat his half-brother too kindly. Right now, I'd lose in a fight, but he must have had plenty of beatings growing up. By deception, you mean? I asked. What deception? Well, you see, she was spreading lies about your death. What is he saying? Decide between formal and informal language already. Regardless, I got the gist. They failed the assassination, so they wanted to cut ties. Selly, who had pushed me off the cliff, could become my only ally now. Might as well use her. I looked at the bewildered Selly, then back at Arisil, smiling as if with a hidden agenda. It was my order. What? Are you deaf? I told her to spread the rumor that I had died. Arisil's face showed utter confusion. Why would you do that? Why? Didn't it make people happy to hear I was dead? I heard there were many who would rejoice. He flinched. Realizing I knew about the stepmother's assassination attempts must have unnerved him. Feigning innocence, I smiled at the trembling Arisil. Judging by your expression, you didn't like it. Surely, no brother would be happy to hear about his sibling's death. Right. I approached Arisil. Though I got closer to his sword, I remained unconcerned. I still had 1 second of invincibility if things went south. Patting Arisil's stiff shoulder, I concluded the matter. It was just a childish prank from an older brother. Please forgive me, Arisil. Framed as a prank, he wouldn't pursue it further. The servant was just following orders. All responsibility was mine. He could accuse me if he wished, but could he punish someone of higher rank? TCH. Arisil lowered his sword completely, possibly out of fear or because of my unexpected behavior. Leaving the now speechless Arisil behind, I turned to Selly. Let's go back, Selly. Yes, young master herself. She stood up quickly, realizing my intentions and moving accordingly. Click-clack, click-clack. As we left the mansion, Selly asked, what will you do with me? Shouldn't you apologize or thank me first? An apology for pushing me off the cliff. A thanks for saving her from Arisil. Though I didn't elaborate, she seemed to understand. Thank you for earlier, but you should apologize, young master. Her eyes were filled with resentment, no longer hidden. No flexibility, this one. Sighing, I said. There's something I need to tell you. I stopped and turned to face Selly. I understand your resentment regarding your mother, but I feel no guilt or sorrow over that. Selly's expression turned to one of scornful disbelief. That's not my doing. Her face showed confusion. I delivered the final blow. I'm not herself. I'm not herself. Is this really possible? In most games or web novels, the moment someone talks about regression or possession, a fourth wall appears to filter the conversation and prevent such statements. I can't explain it in detail, but I was originally someone else. Somehow, I ended up in this body. So, you mean someone else is inhabiting the young master's body right now? Exactly. I see. But why are you saying this all of a sudden? It's simple. I need your cooperation. At this point, the scenario hasn't even started. Not knowing the world before the game is frustrating enough, but everyone in the mansion is insane and trying to kill me. It's like being dropped in the middle of a dark forest without a lantern. I desperately needed even a small light, like a firefly, to illuminate my surroundings. Cooperation. So, in an attempt to improve our relationship, I grabbed at straws. As expected, Selly's gaze turned icy, her lips drooping, and her entire complexion seemed to wilt. How much have you drunk? Of course. If I were in her shoes, I would also think it was the ramblings of a madman. Damn it, was the fact that I could even make such a statement proof that I had no one to trust, allowing me to speak freely? Well, never mind. You don't have to believe me. You'll end up helping me anyway. Do you think I will? Just continue doing your job. It's only a matter of time. Selly bit her lower lip. Her eyes, filled with suspicion, bore into me as if trying to decipher my intentions. You're not punishing me or kicking me out. You just want me to continue serving you, even though I might try to kill you again. Have I died yet? Selly looked bewildered. She scrutinized my body, inspecting it like a buyer checking for scratches on a second-hand item. How can you be completely unscathed? You fell off a cliff. There's a secret. A secret to not dying. Only for a second, though. What nonsense is that? I've said all I wanted to say. If you have no business, you can leave. I was planning to anyway. Oh, wait. Before you go, what now? After pushing me off a cliff, she thinks she can just leave? She should be punished for her crime. I gave her a good flick on the forehead. Ow. Selly teared up, clutching her head. Seeing her like that, I felt a sense of relief. Ah, refreshing. All right. You can go. Sally turned and stormed off, fuming. I chuckled at her retreating figure. The rest would be resolved with time, I just had to wait. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 days passed. Sally couldn't shake the tension from the change in atmosphere. My laundry is missing? Is that what you're saying? Yes. What can I do, Sally? The maid responded with a stiff posture and a blank face, showing no hint of remorse. Her attitude was more infuriating than the mistake, but Sally couldn't say anything more. It didn't help that the other servants stopped to watch, their faces devoid of any emotion, just blankly staring. Why is this happening? Since yesterday, something felt off. The mansion was busy as usual, but no one gave her any tasks. The usual friendly greetings were gone, replaced by cold indifference. The faces that once smiled warmly now looked as lifeless as a burned-out field. Sally. Hearing her name, Sally turned reflexively. Head maid. Are you busy right now? No, I'm free. What's the matter? The mistress wants to see you. Sally's eyes widened. It was rare for the mistress to summon a servant who wasn't directly under her. She wanted to ask why, but the expressionless gazes around her kept her silent. She followed the head maid without a word. Click-clack, click-clack. They arrived at a sunlit terrace. There, a woman sat, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, sipping tea gracefully. Mistress, I brought Sally. Thank you, Elma. The high-pitched, yet elegant voice added to Sally's nervousness. As the head maid left, Sally composed herself and greeted respectfully. Sally Daleton. It is an honor to meet you, Mistress. Achille von Tenest. This woman before her was the true power. With the Duke away, she ruled the mansion and had hosted the festival to hunt her cell. Sally couldn't help but feel tense. What does she want? Trying to read her expression was useless, hidden as it was by the hat's wide brim. All Sally could see was the lipstick stain on the teacup. The mistress took a sip and spoke. I heard you've been working here a long time. I thought it polite to meet you in person. Polite? Sally's face asked the question, but the mistress simply waved a hand, signaling there was nothing more. Good work. You may go. Confused, Sally bowed and prepared to leave. It was an honor to meet you, mistress. I'll take my leave. Click-clack, click-clack. As Sally walked away with the head maid, she tried to speak, but the head maid spoke first. Sally, I thought you were smart. Why did you make such a choice? Excuse me. With wide eyes, Sally was stunned into silence as the head maid slapped her. The slap was hard enough to make her head turn, and her cheek, already bandaged, bled again. Don't play dumb. Rumors say you sided with the hunted. The head maid's shout snapped her back to reality. Sided with her cell? Why would the head maid think that? Could it be because of that encounter with Arisil? It dawned on her. During her confrontation with Arisil, her cell had defended her, claiming he had ordered it. Though she had genuinely pushed her cell off the cliff, to others, it must have looked different. Despite being ordered, falsely reporting her cell's death could be seen as an insult to the mistress. Yet, she obeyed her cell's suicidal command, appearing loyal in the eyes of others. Wait a moment. Sally tried to explain, but the head maid was already leaving. She reached out, then let her hand fall. Even if she ran after her now, would she be believed? She genuinely pushed her cell, but he didn't die and even saved her. Who would believe such a story? Not even she could fully believe it yet. Realizing the futility of her situation, Sally's face turned pale. The changing attitudes of others were the least of her problems, her life was in danger. The mistress would never let someone perceived as siding with her cell live. Good work. You may go. The mistress's parting words sent chills down her spine. Was it a farewell? Could she, just a maid, survive the mistress's wrath? Her face lost more color. Then, her cell's words came to mind. Never mind. You don't have to believe me. You'll end up helping me anyway. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I was reading by candlelight with the curtains drawn. The book in my hands was filled with fanciful ancient tales. Splitting a mountain? Seriously. The exaggerated stories were laughable. No one would believe tales of creating planes with a single sword strike. Even with maxed out character stats, it would be impossible. As I turned the page to read another tale, the door suddenly opened. Young master. I put down the book as Sally entered without knocking. Her rudeness irked me, but her appearance stopped me from scolding her. Why don't you wipe the blood from your mouth first? I handed her a handkerchief. Even such a small gesture was met with wary acceptance. Why is the room so dark? And a candle in broad daylight. There's a reason. Things are really strange lately. Why don't you get to the point? Sally hesitated, then cautiously spoke. Did you know this would happen? Of course. It was inevitable. I had essentially declared her as my ally naturally, the others wouldn't take kindly to it. So her only remaining option was me. So, what do you want? Well, that is. Sally clenched her fists and looked down. Finally, she spoke, squeezing out the words. I'll accept your offer. I will help you. Why was it so hard for her to say that? It must have felt like making a pact with the devil to her. Still, this was crucial. Speak clearly. Otherwise, leave. She shut her eyes and shouted. I'll accept your offer, young master. She should have done that from the start. Is that so? Too bad, I've changed my mind. Her eyes widened. Why? You haven't even thanked me or apologized yet. I pointed to the floor and spoke calmly. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize properly. Then I'll accept. Sally's eyes trembled. Asking for forgiveness was humiliating, but what choice did she have? She had to swallow her pride to survive. Or leave and die. I pushed her harshly. Slowly, her head bowed. I'm sorry for pushing you off the cliff. I won't do it again. Please, forgive me, young master. Eventually, her forehead touched the floor. I considered giving her another flick on the forehead but stopped when I heard her sobbing. I waited until she calmed down, continuing to read. 10 minutes later, she seemed composed, so I asked. All right. First, I need information. You said everyone in the mansion wants me dead. Yes. You've made a lot of enemies. If that were the only reason, I would have died long ago. The bounty the mistress placed on my head. Is that why everyone is after me now? Yes. The mistress promised a huge reward for your assassination in front of everyone in the mansion. Publicly ordering the death of a noble family's heir? She was either crazy or had enough power to lose nothing from such an act. Definitely the latter. They'll try to disguise it as an accident, right? Preferably. She warned that obvious methods wouldn't be protected, as killing a noble is a serious crime. No blatant attacks, then. This was crucial information. The worst-case scenario was continuous assassination attempts, which even my 1-second invincibility couldn't handle. Do you think I can survive? You'll likely die. Her answer was bleak. She must have come to me, seeing a 1% chance as better than certain death. But if you can hold out until the Duke returns, it might be possible. The mistress's deadline is then. That piqued my interest. The Duke was Hersel's father, Aol von Tenest. The mistress must be acting while he's away. When is he returning? He's on an expedition to subdue a demon territory. It should take just over 2 months. An expedition. If he returns, this situation will end. I have a condition if I'm to help you until the Duke returns. A condition. When you leave, take me with you. Where to? If I stay here alone, I can't guarantee my life. If you can't agree, then forget this conversation. Take you where? I stared at her. She narrowed her eyes. You promised the Duke you would go to the academy. The academy? A headache began to form. The academy was where the stories of 30 playable characters unfolded, a perilous place. Great. Never mind. I'll deal with it later. Fine. You can come. She didn't seem reassured. Do you have a plan to survive until then? Of course. Just as I was about to explain, the candle burned out. The room's only light source gone, I moved to the window and threw open the curtains. Bright sunlight flooded the room, revealing the scenery outside. Maids cleaning windows, gardeners tending trees, and butlers bustling about. All eyes seemed to be on my room. They quickly averted their gazes. That's why you kept the curtains closed. The attention is overwhelming. I handed Sally an illustrated book. What's this? The Arrogant Immortal? A myth. This was why I was reading ancient tales. I found a story that suited my 1-second invincibility, the tale of a half-human, half-god who couldn't die. In Asaray's world, religion was pervasive, with firm beliefs in divine retribution and myths. I planned to use the guise of a mythical figure. I am the reincarnation of the Arrogant Immortal. My voice, combined with noble blood's ember, was solemn. Sally looked at me with a mix of awe and disbelief. Crazy bastard, we're doomed. The dissolute young master had been hiding in his room for 2 days. The restless servants in the mansion thought to themselves that Sally, who had sided with him, must have told him everything about the festival. Thus, unless Hercel had gone mad, he would not come out. For those who had been preparing for the festival, this was truly a troublesome matter. However, just when the talk of changing their plans to a locked room murder was circulating, something unexpected happened. He walked out of his fortress on his own 2 feet. Is everyone ready? In the 3-story high main hall, mainly used for entertaining guests, a maid asked. The butlers mopping the floor and the maids sweeping it nodded simultaneously. He'll be here soon. By now, the bait must have been thrown to Hercel, and he would have taken it in no time. The bait, of course, was the rare liquor brought into the main hall. Hercel was infamous throughout the territory, known even to 3-year-olds, for being a drunkard. But will he really come? If he's been holed up in his room all this time, he might have figured something out. A sparrow can't pass by a mill without stopping. No more dissenting voices were heard. They shook their heads, recalling the madness the alcoholic often showed when it came to liquor, but the servants had smiles blooming on their lips. They all looked up at the ceiling as if on cue. The chandelier sparkled with crystals. We agreed to split the prize, right? Yes, equally. Their laughter didn't last long because the door opened at that moment. SHH, here he comes. Act normal, everyone. Screech clack, clack, echoed the sound of neat shoe steps. A maid approached the elegant man, exuding noble grace, with a bright smile. Young master, what brings you to the main hall? As expected, despite his noble appearance, his words were far from refined. I heard that Bolram's liquor has arrived. Yes, it arrived just last evening. Then bring it to me, will you? I'll bring it right away. Please wait a moment, young master. The maid turned around and winked with one eye. The butler, having received the signal, approached Hercel with a chair for distinguished guests. Young master, please have a seat. Thank you. The butler was slightly dazed by the unfamiliar gratitude that came from his mouth. Yes? Oh, yes. You're welcome. Hercel sat in the chair without any suspicion. The butler quickly regained his composure and, fearing he might notice something, diverted his attention with his usual eloquence. How do you find it? Even without a theater, there's plenty to see, isn't there? The butler guided his gaze to the sculptures by famous stonemasons and paintings by great artists displayed in the main hall. Hercel followed his hand gestures with his eyes. Indeed. Then, he suddenly looked up. Especially that chandelier is truly beautiful. At his words, the servants swallowed their saliva in unison. They were nervous, thinking he might have figured it out, but he soon lowered his gaze and only looked at the paintings. The butler, who had been entertaining him, started to back away with a superficial smile. Haha, there are many new artworks, so I'd love to explain more, but it's unfortunate that I have an errand from the mistress to attend to. This was a signal. The maid, who had been repeatedly cleaning the already spotless railing on the third floor, glanced down. As the butler moved to a safe distance, she pulled a thin wire tightly. Click. The metallic sound of a latch on the ceiling disappeared, and the chandelier began to fall to the floor. Because of the densely attached crystals, it looked as if a shower of glass was pouring down only where Hercel stood. With a diameter of 5 meters, weighing as much as 2 sacks of flour, and hanging from a ceiling higher than 3 stories, being crushed under this siege weapon-like menace would turn even a bull into mush. A mere human would be unrecognizable. Boom! A heavy crash resounded. Dust rose, obscuring any sight of blood, but one thing was certain. Hercel, who had been staring at the paintings, hadn't noticed the falling chandelier. He couldn't have reacted or evaded it and would have died instantly. Yet, an unexpected anomaly reached their ears. Clack, clack. The sound of shoe steps and a restrained cough that shouldn't be heard echoed. Ahem. The servants doubted their ears and rubbed their eyes as if seeing an illusion. Emerging through the dust was the man, walking nonchalantly, brushing off the debris on him. He reached the maid, who was trembling as if she might collapse, holding the liquor meant to be poured over his corpse at the festival finale. But you know, as Hercel snatched the liquor, the servants snapped back to their senses with a chill. The unbelievable events were not over. I recently quit drinking. The liquor, which they expected him to gulp down, only trickled out drop by drop until it wet the floor. Why would you mention alcohol to someone like me, who's trying to quit, instead of helping? The empty bottle rolled on the floor. Hercel began to examine the faces of the servants in the hall. Why the long faces? Hercel smiled wryly. It might have been a light-hearted laugh to him, but to others, it was a visage reminiscent of a demon king. Is there any law that says I can't quit drinking? After this whimsical remark, Hercel left. The servants, gripped by an unknown fear and the impossible anomaly, couldn't utter a sound for a while. Only the small muttering of the maid who handed him the liquor echoed in the silent hall. What on earth just happened? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A middle-aged man escorted Hercel to the riding arena. His position was that of a horse trainer. The bait to lure Hercel this time was a warhorse that no man could refuse. It was a famous and precious horse from the north, so rare that even young masters of wealthy families couldn't easily ride it. However, Hercel's reaction was somehow unsatisfactory, making the trainer scratch his head. This guy used to jump for joy at the mention of a warhorse, so why the expression? Anyway, the trainer, who had briefly wondered, fixed his gaze ahead and smirked. Well, it doesn't matter since he's going to die soon. He had trained the warhorse to go wild the moment anyone put their foot in the stirrup. Additionally, he had taught it to kick at the chest with its muscular hind legs repeatedly. As a high-quality warhorse, one kick could dent even armor. Soon, the two men arrived at the riding arena, and the trainer brought out the muscular horse, stopping it in front of Hercel. Please, give it a try. Its endurance might be low, but its speed is truly phenomenal. Could you give me a demonstration? Sorry. It's been a while since I've ridden, so I might be a bit rusty. A challenge arose. Did he notice something? In the trainer's memory, Hercel was good at riding to the extent that he could ride a horse even after getting drunk. Haha, what a funny joke. Please, go ahead. If you have any difficulties, I'll gladly assist with some advice. The trainer averted the crisis with his skilled speech. Hercel, watching him with a meaningful look, opened his lips. Well, since you're prepared, it's only polite to give you a chance. Sorry? What do you mean? You know what I mean. The trainer broke into a cold sweat at Hercel's ominous remark but ignored it as Hercel placed his foot in the stirrup. At that moment, the horse, breathing heavily, reared up on its hind legs. Hercel, who hadn't even mounted yet, fell to the ground. The horse's forelegs stomped down, followed by a powerful kick from its muscular hind legs. With a loud crack, the trainer smiled satisfactorily, convinced that the broken rib must have pierced his lung. At least, that's what he thought. Poh. What is this? The one presumed dead, Hercel, was unscathed. Rather, it was the horse, with its hind leg bent at an awkward angle, screaming in pain. While the trainer shuddered at the bizarre phenomenon, Hercel dusted himself off and stood up. Why, did you think I would die from just this? The trainer, realizing the situation, quickly bowed his head to the ground. Even if he couldn't be tied to an assassination attempt, the rogue Hercel would show no mercy. He would use the excuse of improper training to have his head cut off. I apologize. It was my mistake to train the horse poorly. Please, spare my life. Knowing it wouldn't work, the trainer pleaded for a miracle, crying out. He already predicted his fate, imagining himself in a coffin. As expected, an eerie remark came from Hercel. Since its leg is broken, should I put it down humanely? The trainer knew nobles loved to speak in roundabout ways. Hercel, who enjoyed tormenting people, was no exception. So, putting down surely meant his own life. And no, if we treat it, it can live. So please, don't put it down. Praying for mercy, he pleaded, rubbing his trembling hands together. Herself, glancing at the horse, said something that made the trainer doubt his ears. It's a pity. If it can be saved, treat it well. There was a god. That day, the trainer experienced a miracle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I opened the notebook in my pocket. It contained information I had written down based on rumors about those who had been preparing for my assassination for a long time. The chandelier falling and the horse trainer plotting to kill me had all been detailed. This is indeed helpful. The informant Selly was in the same predicament as me, so with communication cut off, there would be no recent information for a while, but it would suffice for now. Suddenly, my body began to feel heavy. This business was quite tiring. As I stepped into the mansion to take a short rest, my foot slipped as if butter had been spread on the floor. I started seeing the ceiling, and a sensation transmitted from the back of my head as my hair touched the ground. Normally, I would hear the sound of my skull shattering, but I was different. What I heard was the crushing sound of a stone floor. Thud. Impact detected? 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. These bastards. More than that, how should I interpret this? It was dangerous, but it seemed too ambiguous to be an assassination attempt. Well, many people have died slipping in the bathtub. I steadied myself and stood up. A maid, carrying a feather duster, was about to clean a nearby window. Hold on. Why yes. Could you tidy up my clothes? The maid approached me hesitantly. However, her movements were unnatural. She had wasted several steps to avoid the spot where I had slipped. Clearly, she was the culprit. Look at her hands are even trembling. The floor was slippery. Why yes? What do you mean by that? Seeing her feigning ignorance, I gave her a stern look. The maid, startled, flinched and slipped on the same slippery spot, ending up falling on her buttocks. She seemed to know it was slippery, as she managed only to fall lightly. Isn't that right? I am sorry, young master. Please, spare me. Look at her jumping to conclusions. Anyone would think I'm about to devour her. I had no such intention. Seeing them huddled together, expanding their imaginations, was exactly what I wanted. That's why I hadn't punished them for previous attempts either. Just make sure to clean it up so no one else gets hurt. With that, I turned away. Clack, clack. I walked down the corridor without any particular destination. I repeated to myself that this was how I should act, waiting for other assassination attempts. Even if I fell off a sheer cliff, even if a sharp blade cut my neck, even if a chandelier fell from a 3-story height, even if a 1-ton warhorse kicked me, even if I slipped. Was that one too mundane? Anyway, no matter what I went through, I didn't die. They might chalk it up to luck once or twice. But if this kept happening, could they comprehend a situation where I don't die despite countless attempts to kill me? Humans fear the inexplicable. It's well known that ancient people thought thunder, which is just a weather phenomenon, was the anger of gods. By facing these assassination attempts head-on and becoming a legend, I aimed to make them give up on trying to kill me. That was the survival strategy one chose. Clack. I had just reached the end of the stairs when a neat-looking butler greeted me. You don't look well. I have some skill in medicine. Would you allow me the honor of serving you? I smiled at him. Their attempts would be my nourishment. I would devour it and sever the chains that bound me. Sure. There was no reason to refuse. Did you hear? The butler on that side failed as well. The candle flames flickered. Several servants were whispering in the dimly lit break room. They had gathered to discuss why their methods had failed and to talk about their failed assassination attempts. The servants who had dropped the chandelier were the first to express doubt. Could it have missed? Right, that's the only explanation. Must be, he's one lucky bastard. The trainer joined the conversation, his face showing unease. Is that really it? It's hard to say it was just luck. Why? Do you have any clues? Maybe there's something we're missing. He took a direct hit to the chest from the horse's hind legs and was unscathed. Oh, come on, wasn't it a baby donkey? The maid laughed, misunderstanding it as a joke, but the trainer furrowed his brows in frustration. Ugh, it was a warhorse. And the only thing that broke wasn't Hersel's ribs but the horse's leg. If you don't believe me, come to the stables. I'll show you. The listener's eyes widened. It seemed unbelievable, but his serious expression carried a strange conviction. Maybe he was hit by the chandelier, or did he use some kind of trick? Did he put something like a thick iron plate under his clothes? Would that be enough? Even armored, it would have been dented. Right. A horse's hind kick can't be stopped by mere armor. There must be something else. They had no way of figuring out what that something else was. The only plausible thought was that Hercel might be some higher-order knight who had transcended human limits. This speculation seemed like the most natural thought process they could muster. It was absurd. The butler shook his head. Judging Hercel as a powerful being just because he inherited the blood of the revered warrior AOL was baseless. Hercel had spent his days drinking and idling rather than training. In reality, he had a body that looked so frail it seemed like even a common soldier could easily knock him down. Come to think of it, that's not the only strange thing. He's been doing uncharacteristic things lately. Haven't you all noticed? Everyone nodded in agreement with the butler's words. Yes. Suddenly, he declares he's quit drinking, even though he would drink regardless of a prohibition. He hasn't thrown any dishes either. And, believe it or not, he actually thanked someone. Although it was common for nobles to be well-mannered, refraining from excessive drinking, and not breaking dishes or furniture unless something really bad happened, and expressing gratitude to their servants, the fact that Hercel had adhered to these basics was too significant to ignore. Maybe he's had a change of heart. The maid voiced her thought, making the listeners puff their cheeks and suppress laughter. That's unlikely, isn't it? Probably ate something bad or is trying to get in good with the gods before he dies. That's more likely, right? Let's stop with the useless talk. So, who's going to try next? After a few more rounds of conversation, the break room emptied out. As silence fell, the cabinet under the shelf cautiously opened. Inside, squeezed tightly, was Selly. Ouch, my back. There was a sad story behind her hiding in the cabinet. Her cell was wary of poison. As he said, the safest food was the kind that even the servants could eat. While fetching such food, Selly had hidden in a hurry when the servants suddenly entered. Did he really do that? Unable to communicate with people after being marked by the mistress, Selly hadn't even heard rumors. The unintended eavesdropping on their conversation left her mind in turmoil. Seeing her cell wandering the mansion unscathed amidst attempts on his life made her wonder if perhaps his earlier claim wasn't just a self-absorbed delusion. I am the reincarnation of an arrogant immortal. Though what the others said might have been a misunderstanding, she herself had seen it. Her cell, who had fallen from a sheer cliff, came back unscathed. The more she thought about his claim of being an immortal, the more it started to make sense. I was exhausted from wandering around the mansion and surviving assassination attempts. Whether it was the accumulated fatigue or something else, I quickly fell asleep. But I had to wake up soon. Physical attack detected. 1 second invincibility activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. What? Hastily, I lit a candle and jumped out of bed, pulling the blanket away. I couldn't believe my eyes. 2 spiders, each the size of an adult male's palm, were crawling around. Their color was a foreboding purple, clearly venomous. Crazy. One spider seemed to be missing a fang, possibly broken from biting earlier. The other, driven by an aggressive instinct, continued to approach me. Cold sweat ran down my back. Originally, I had a near-phobic fear of spiders rather than mere disgust. When working overtime once, I had a dark moment when I begged a female colleague to remove a tiny spider that had crawled onto my shoulder like a scared puppy. Stay calm. There's no Ms. Miron here to catch cockroaches with her bare hands. I looked around for something that could be used as a weapon and spotted a shining piece of metal. Quickly, I grabbed the bell from the table and shook it with all my might. Then I hid in the closet. My frame was large, but not so much that I couldn't fit into the closet. To be safe, I used my pajamas to block the gaps. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps and the rough opening of the door was heard. Why are you ringing the bell in the middle of the night? The high-pitched voice, sharp and rude, didn't irritate me. Selly would soon become my Ms. Miron, ending the current situation. What's going on? Where are you? Here. I quickly opened the door a little to reveal myself. Hiding in the closet, I must have looked ridiculous. Maybe the embers of noble blood was unwilling to acknowledge my shameful appearance, or perhaps I was too aware of others' gazes. Either way, I started to burn with shame. There are 2 bugs in this room. It's only right that a servant like you should handle it. My voice, unnecessarily noble, sounded even more foolish. Selly's cold eyes seemed to agree, looking at me as if I were an idiot. 1 on the floor, 1 on the bed. Sighing, Selly grabbed 2 pens from the desk. The fountain pens turned into daggers, piercing the spiders' bodies. 1 stuck to the floor, and the other to the white bed, oozing thick fluid from their bellies. These sheets were cleaned just recently. That's your fault. Clean that up and bring new sheets. Selly's fist trembled. It made sense. Accumulating work in the middle of the night would make anyone angry. She looked like she was ready to hit someone, but in a world where rank is power, all she could do was glare and grumble under her breath. You can't even catch a spider, so much for the arrogant immortal. Hurry up. I'm tired. Sigh. As Selly went to fetch new sheets, I fell into thought, staring at the disgusting spider corpses. Venomous spiders. What if I had been bitten? No, that's a moot point. Fangs themselves count as damage. My curiosity, which I had suppressed in favor of eating safe food, resurfaced. What would happen if I were exposed to poison through ingestion? Though 1 second invincibility was supposed to nullify any threat for 1 second, cliff falls and single attacks like sword strikes were proven ineffective through experience. Let's think further. What about persistent and delayed damage? I pulled out my notebook filled with assassination plans. Poisoning was a frequent method. I intended to avoid it as much as possible, but I was reaching my limit. I hadn't had a proper meal in days, surviving on crumbs. The immediate stress of it was almost deadly. Should I test how I react to poison? Determined, I tore a sheet from the notepad and started listing the necessary items from my memory. Time passed, and the paper was filled with scribbles. Now, all I needed was someone to fetch the items. But the person supposed to receive my orders was late. I tapped my foot impatiently, glaring at the clock. Is she making the sheets herself? A woman was busy in the kitchen. Noticing the sudden request for a special meal from the young master, who had been skipping meals for a while, she sensed something suspicious. The menu was elaborate and time-consuming, oily steak and various dishes she excelled at, minus the wine. Despite the hard work, Myra felt slightly elated. After all, the pinch of powder she added would work its magic. The colorless, odorless, and tasteless powder would cause a heart attack upon ingestion, sprinkled liberally on the steak. It wasn't uncommon for nobles to die of heart attacks. It would easily be accepted. The mistress only seemed to care about obvious murders, so there was no problem. After carefully inspecting the plating and closing the dish covers, Myre moved the cart to Hersel's room. Dinner is ready, young master. Come in. After a brief greeting, Myre placed the dishes on the table without a trace of hesitation. Although Hersel's expression didn't show hunger, his gaze fixed on the meat indicated his craving. If he knew what was in it, his thoughts would surely change. My stomach feels a bit heavy. I think it's better to start with something refreshing. Hercel grabbed a fork and chose the salad first. Next were the fried dishes and seafood. He didn't touch the main course, the steak, as if deliberately avoiding it. Myre glanced at him, her face betraying her confusion. She met his blue eyes. Could he possibly know? But as if mocking her thoughts, Hercel picked up the knife and sliced the steak like a piece of cake. Myre internally wiped her sweat. As a piece of meat entered his mouth, her eyes stayed glued to his throat. He chewed and then, seemingly parched, took a sip from his glass. Myre closely observed Hersel's reactions, but he appeared perfectly normal. Time passed, and still, there was no change. It can't be. By now, he should be writhing in pain from his stomach burning. The only odd thing was that he took his time, spacing his bites about a minute apart. In the end, only a small piece of steak remained. It melts in the mouth. How long does it take to make something like this? Despite the ominous look in his eyes, Myre maintained her composure. The aging process takes 14 days. We have plenty of extras prepared, so you can have it anytime. It's delicious. Especially the tangy taste is superb. Did you use some secret seasoning? His knowing comment made Myre flinch slightly. Hercel, giving her a sidelong glance, deliberately put the last piece in his mouth. Poison detected. Type, untouchable poison. 1 second invincibility activated. 1 second invincibility nullifies any threat for 1 second. Hercel had sought various slightly toxic herbs based on his game knowledge to test the limits of this ability. Through experiments with prolonged and delayed toxins, he discovered it could nullify any damage or status effect as long as it lasted a second. After all, in games, you rarely see invincibility that doesn't nullify ongoing effects. However, this invincibility only applied to his body's internal damage, not to continuous external damage like standing in a damaging zone, which it could only block for a second. This was concluded by burning his finger with a candle. It only stayed cool for 1 second. Despite that, it changed the situation considerably. Further tests for the utility of his invincibility were lined up, but those could wait. For now, Hercel wanted to savor the look of shock on Myre's face for as long as possible. They say humans are creatures of adaptation. It was about the time when repeated assassinations started to feel like part of my daily routine. I set foot in the Mistress's mansion. If you ask why I was doing something so crazy, it's because no matter how much you hear about the enemy, it's just an inference formed from others' evaluations. I needed to see it for myself. Master, may I ask what brings you here? The butler, who was opening the door, was startled and bowed his head. His severe trembling was evident in his voice as well. It's mealtime, so I came. Why, is it so strange for a family to eat together? Pardon. The original Hercel would have eaten alone, holed up in his room. It was hard to imagine a brat who would dine merrily with his family. Moreover, no matter how clueless he was, he must have known that the mistress and his half-siblings disliked him. It's no wonder the butler was surprised that such a person suddenly showed up talking about family meals. Is there a problem? Surely there's enough time to set another place at the table. Why yes, of course. The reactions of the other servants were the same. Those I passed whispered behind their covered mouths as I walked. They were clearly agitated, which worked in my favor. It would be hard for them to decide whether to attempt an assassination here and now. They couldn't have anticipated such a sudden, unexpected move. Of course, there are exceptions for those who are thoroughly prepared. Greetings, master. Your seat is always prepared. She was the head maid. I'll help you get ready for dinner. The head maid glanced at a nearby maid. The maid approached with a graceful step and greeted me. The head maid then quietly left the scene as if it wasn't her concern. This way, please. I will guide you to the bath. It was obvious what they intended to do, so I decided to play along for a bit. Is it really necessary? I've already freshened up before coming. This is the mistress's mansion. You must follow the rules. Not only you, Master Hercel, but the other family members also adhere to these rules. The maid showed no intention of backing down. Since both the mistress and the half-siblings insisted on bathing before meals, there was nothing more to say. I'll bathe alone. Don't even think about assigning anyone to me. Nothing happened until I immersed myself in the bath. However, I was amazed by the mansion. While wandering the corridors, I noticed that there were a lot of doors, and from the scent of soap wafting through the gaps, it was clear there were many bathrooms. With no particular thoughts, I finished my bath and moved on. Dressing alone was impossible. I wasn't familiar with the order of putting on the clothes, nor the location of the buttons. Is it too tight? It's fine. The maid finished fastening the belt and then brought out a box of appropriate size. When the lid was opened, simple cosmetics were revealed. I could tell that this was just the beginning. This lotion is excellent for moisturizing. No need to explain every little thing. As I felt the damp cotton on my skin, a system window appeared. Poison detected. Type, deadly venom of killer frog. 1 second invincibility trait activated. Just as Selly had informed me, the lotion was laced with poison. Poisoning right from the first step. I hesitated because of this. It's very effective. My skin feels rejuvenated. Is that so? Seeing my calm reaction, the maid's eyes trembled slightly. Feeling a bit mischievous, I wiped my face with a towel and said, "Would you like to try it? It's really good." It wasn't much to say this to a woman who tried to kill me. "Thank you, but this is a premium product. It does not suit someone lowly like me. Your skin is too good to be called lowly. Should I apply it for you?" As I grabbed the cotton pad with a kind smile, the maid's face turned pale, and she burst into tears. She crouched on the floor, her shoulders shaking violently. I glanced at the mirror. The reflection in the dressing room mirror showed a bully tormenting a powerless woman. Even though she was the one at fault, why did it feel like I was the bad guy? Regardless, I had to offer her a handkerchief. "Stop crying. It was just a joke." However, she seemed confused by the white color, identical to the cotton pad, and in her panic, she screamed and eventually fainted. She probably couldn't distinguish objects due to her tear-filled eyes. Voices whispered beyond the door. "There was a scream just now. What happened? Why hasn't Emil come out yet?" She went in with him. Could it be? It seemed there were some absurd misunderstandings. It was urgent to clarify the situation. I opened the door and, with a concerned expression, said lightly as if nothing serious had happened, "She suddenly fainted. She seemed unwell. Can someone take her to the infirmary?" Seeing their shocked faces, I realized my mistake. Now that I think about it, would this notorious rascal really show a concerned face? I didn't lay a finger on her. "Why yes. Of course. I believe you, master. Indeed. Emil has always been a frail child." "Yes, that's right. But why are you avoiding my gaze?" "You understood." "Understood. No, it's just. I meant to say that the master's words are correct, but I was so startled that I misspoke." The more I tried to explain, the more it seemed to complicate things. It would settle once the maid woke up. While pondering who to ask for directions in place of the fallen maid, the dressing room door at the end of the corridor opened. I saw the back of a silver-haired man. A maid was whispering something in his ear. His shoulder shook and he shouted loudly, "He's invaded? And not only that, he harassed someone? Is he declaring war against our mother?" I quietly approached him from behind. The maid noticed and stepped back in surprise, but the furious Arisil kept grumbling. "There seems to be a very nasty fellow here. Who is it? I will help deal with him." "Of course, it is." He turned around. His eyes widened like a goldfish when he saw me. I put my hand on his shoulder and enjoyed his trembling. "Perfect. I needed someone to guide me. You'll do." "Well, I'm also busy. Trying to run away? I know you're going to eat. I thought it'd be nice to have a family meal together after so long. Won't you join me?" He tried to back away. Each step he took backward, I matched by stepping forward. Arisil was sweating profusely, his eyes shaking like there was an earthquake. "Do you want to talk to me face to face while walking backward? It's touching, but be careful not to fall. Unless you have eyes on the back of your head." I couldn't let him escape. Right now, in front of me was a free pass ticket that would guide me to the dining room, bypassing all future assassination attempts. As expected, there were all sorts of threats like poisoned darts and collapsing statues, but the servants must have hesitated, fearing that the attached Arisil might get caught instead. Thanks to that, I reached the dining table without incident. "Why are you here?" Arisil, who was seated opposite me, asked. "I already told you. To eat." "No, I mean, you must have some ulterior motive." "What is it?" I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of people they were. But that wasn't an appropriate answer. "It's been a while, hasn't it? I thought I'd come by before I completely forgot the faces of my family." Making a vague excuse, I stared at Arisil like an artist drawing a portrait. He gritted his teeth and muttered, not liking my brazen attitude. "Do you expect me to believe that? Don't you have any conscience?" "What did you say?" "And nothing." I pouted as I looked at the large table. It was time, but only Arisil and I were present. "They're late." "It's rude. That's because you came early to drive them out." "What did you say?" "And nothing." With nothing else to say, I closed my mouth, and an awkward silence fell. It was Arisil who first broke the long silence. "If you were going to release them, you should have done it at your mansion. Why come here? Even though they are servants, they belong to our mother. Are you declaring war?" It was unfair, but explaining would only deepen the misunderstanding, just like with the servants. "You'll find out later." With a simple answer, Arisil frowned. But I couldn't focus on him anymore because the closed door had opened. "Long time no see, eldest brother." A man with a scholarly appearance and quite a handsome face entered. He also had silver hair, and though the foundation was similar to Arisil, his voice, devoid of tension, gave a sense of being a superior version. Judging from the portrait and the family tree, his name was undoubtedly dead.A. "You're late for the meal. I always arrive at the designated time. It will be served soon. Please wait." "Is that so? But why haven't the other siblings arrived yet?" "They have engagements outside. It's unfortunate you came for a family meal and they couldn't join." His manner was businesslike, revealing no emotion. Like a well-sealed perfume bottle that doesn't reveal its scent until opened, his true feelings were inscrutable. He made Arisil seem less wary in comparison. "It's a lonely setting. In fact, I've prepared some entertainment for your visit, eldest brother. How about it?" "Entertainment? Do you remember the game we used to play with our father when we were young?" He snapped his fingers. A butler carefully brought a cushion with a single orb on it. I knew exactly what this orb was without asking. The Eye of the Abyss. It was an orb that measured the power level of whoever touched it. Only the largest guilds, which employed monster hunters, possessed such expensive items. Using this as a toy? Truly a wealthy family. To bring back memories, why don't we enjoy it after a long time? How about you, Arisil? And no, you too enjoy it. I turned my gaze from the shaking Arisil and looked closely at dead.A. His intention was clear to understand why I was still alive. Just as I came to understand them, our objectives matched. It was inevitable. They must be desperate to know why a worm like me hadn't died. dead.A probably suspected it was due to some physical enhancement. Then I'll go first. dead.A placed his hand on the orb. 5 colors swirled in a mysterious light. The strength indicator had 5 colors, and dead.A displayed the second strongest, a golden light. As expected, I'm still far from being like our father. The top tier was an immeasurable black. It was a status reached only in the mid to late stages of the scenario. Despite his young age, dead.A had achieved the level just below, showing his prowess. Now it's your turn, eldest brother. With the untrained body of the worm herself, the lowest tier, brown, was expected. I couldn't help but laugh. The weaker I appeared, the more they would let their guard down. The assassination attempts would remain at beginner level. Even if they found out I was weak, they wouldn't understand the concept of 1-second invincibility. I had nothing to lose. Alright. I placed my hand on the orb. But then, the damn system window popped up. Could this power measurement be considered a threat? Magic detected. Type, insight. 1-second invincibility trait activated. The result was so shocking that Arisil almost fell off his chair. Be black. Suddenly, hard mode opened. This really is a crappy game. What a lousy game. Hardcore mode can also be quite an enjoyable challenge. In games, if you get a game over, you just restart from the save point. But this is reality. If you're willing to choose a perilous path where your life is at stake, you're simply a madman. I quickly placed my hand back on the orb. Now that the 1-second invincibility cooldown was active, a proper evaluation would appear. Why don't you check it again? Fortunately, the orb emitted the lowest tier, a brown light. Well, now it shows that, but just a moment ago. It's easy to confuse the colors. Black and brown can look quite similar. I interrupted Arisil's rebuttal with shameless logic. Suspicion remained on his face but soon faded. The idea that the usually drunk Hercel was actually an immeasurable powerhouse was far less plausible. Even dead.A seemed to nod slightly, not considering the recent event significant. Sometimes the color can appear different depending on the angle or intensity of the light. Or perhaps it was just a misperception due to one's condition that day. He added an explanation to my insistent reasoning. It would have been fine if he had stopped there. But it's a bit surprising. Like Arisil, I too saw a glimpse of black for a moment. He viewed this situation as quite troublesome. A slight tension arose. Was I about to face a balance patch? Just then, dead.A placed the orb back on the cushion held by the butler. The orb must have malfunctioned temporarily. A sense of relief washed over me. But I couldn't let my guard down. The person who stood to gain the most from my death was right in front of me. I had to stay constantly alert. dead.A Bentenist, the second in line for succession. According to what Selly told me, his evaluation within the mansion was respectable, his martial prowess exceptional, and there were rumors that he was secretly receiving air training. Trained and educated from a young age, with careful image management, dead.A required my death to secure his position as head of the family. I had to resist to prevent that from happening. Tap tap. The sound of heels made my ears twitch. It came from beyond the door. The mistress's entrance was imminent. Both dead.A and Arisil stood up as if trained, watching the door open. Out of respect for a superior, I also stood. A woman, dressed neither too flashy nor too plain, appeared. When I looked at her face, I doubted my eyes. The mistress's face retained the exact appearance from her portrait. Despite the early childbearing age in this world, she had 2 almost grown sons. Her appearance made it impossible to believe she was a middle-aged woman who had given birth to 4 children. It's been a while, Hercel. How have you been? The mistress greeted me, but I couldn't think of an appropriate title to call her. Selly, who thought of me as crazy, said that even the delinquent Hercel wouldn't call her an old lady or a stray cat bitch to her face. I've been well. So this was all I could say. I'm so glad you visited. Family should see each other often, and you look well, which is fortunate. Her tone and expression were as kind as if she were welcoming a precious guest. Anyone else watching wouldn't believe she was a woman trying to kill me. I felt a slight chill at the facade that didn't seem like a facade at all. If someone asked who was good and who was evil, the world would probably side with her. She was a noble woman renowned for her kindness and elegance, while I was known as the scoundrel Hercel. Tap tap. Dishes were placed on the table one by one. But in front of me was a particularly elaborate dish, its meat looking especially vibrant. The mistress gestured for me to eat with a warm smile. I asked the chef to put extra care into the dish, knowing you would come, Hercel. I wondered if it was poisoned, but no system window appeared. My slight disappointment was replaced by the high-quality flavor of the meat and the tang of the tomato-infused sauce. The mistress's eyes crinkled in delight as she watched me eat the meat. Does it suit your taste? It's a breed that can't be raised here, so it's quite difficult to get it fresh. Her words felt thorny. She referred to me as a breed and implied that now, before the festival ended, was the fresh period. I decided to play along. Looking directly at her face, I replied, it does taste different from other meats. Really? That's a relief. It would have been nicer if the Duke could join us. Liar. If AOL returned, the festival would end. Unlike this liar, I spoke sincerely. I also wish father would come soon, so we can enjoy a family meal together. Even this small exchange seemed like a battle of nerves. It wasn't advantageous for me to provoke them, but I couldn't just sit quietly either. Acting like the loud-mouthed scoundrel they knew was the right approach. So I played the part of the impudent young master. But, I wonder if that day will come. Lately, I've seen flocks of crows pecking at corpses often. It's a bad omen. When father returns, I intend to suggest bringing hunters. Crows pecking at corpses meant you and your servants. Really? I haven't seen a single bird lately. The mistress's skillful, seemingly innocent response was audacious. Her composure, even if she stood next to a bloodied corpse with a knife, declaring, "It wasn't me," would be believable for at least 3 seconds. A small flame flickered in my chest. Ah, the feeling of blood boiling. The look that seeks to demean everything, the arrogant chin rising of its own accord. The trait embers of noble blood seemed to recognize the mistress's provocation as fuel. To appear more like herself, I let go of the reins I had firmly gripped with my willpower. Thus emerged a haughty yet dignified brat. We're among ourselves here, so speak freely. My disrespect ended the pretense of a warm family gathering in an instant. Arisil, recalling ingrained fears, broke into a cold sweat but soon scowled fiercely. Adele, who had been silently eating, glared at me with unprecedented ferocity. The mistress calmed her 2 sons with a mere gesture. After a few seconds, the mistress spoke. Do you want an honest answer? Even if you die, no one will be sad. Because no one loves you. So just step aside and die. Is that the answer you wanted? There was no hint of agitation. Her expression revealed nothing, and her tone was extremely elegant. This woman was extraordinary. What else would Hercel want to hear? I can't think of anything. Would you tell me? Mother is asking. Hercel, what else do you want to hear? When the mistress looked into my eyes, the atmosphere changed. The source of this unsettling fear seemed to stem from her eyes, which seemed to look deep within. Despite this, I had to keep staring into her hawk-like eyes that seemed to prey on rabbits. Instinct read one clear signal. This woman. If she deems you insignificant, she'll tear out your throat anytime, even now. Haven't there always been opportunities to kill me? In hindsight, yes. There had been plenty of chances long before now to strangle the young Hercel. The fact that she hadn't taken those chances only supported my theory that she saw it as amusement. The mistress smiled gently at my question. My suspicion was correct. Since I married the Duke. And even now, a chill ran down my spine. My senses screamed that if I wanted to survive, I had to maintain her interest. Of course, that meant not appearing weak. You asked what I want to hear? Not something I can tell you now. I smiled to stay alive. Then I stood up. The words forgive me will come from your mouth later. My heart pounded furiously. Time to get out of here. The mistress let Hercel go. He had come this far because he was confident he could leave. Besides, she didn't really want to stop him. Interesting. She sat in her office, enjoying a lemon tea. He wasn't intimidated even in front of Adele. The mistress found this peculiar. From childhood, Adele had thoroughly beaten Hercel in sword training, yet how could he? She had ensured Adele instilled fear so deeply that Hercel would lay down his sword early, recognizing his brother as an object of terror. How could this change? There were many other mysteries. When Hercel ate the meat, why didn't he show any distaste? The mistress had served him a special dish with a tomato-based sauce, yet he ate it with apparent enjoyment. This was the same Hercel who, in the past, openly expressed his hatred for tomatoes, even in front of the family head. Elma. The mistress called for the headmaid. You're still recording what he eats, aren't you? Yes, mistress. Myre has documented everything. I'll bring it right away. The report handed over by the headmaid showed no mention of tomatoes. It was too short a time to assume his tastes had changed. These accumulating facts brought forth one thought: the being inside that shell might not be the chick they knew. It seemed like the same appearance and atmosphere, but the core had changed entirely. Could it be some kind of enchantment? If so, it would explain why he survived until now. The mistress stored this suspicion deep in her heart. She put down her teacup and looked at the headmaid, who seemed to have something to say. Is there something you want to say? Is it really all right to have them move? There are many with dubious backgrounds. I'm worried something might go wrong. The mistress responded with a faint smile. Do you know the saying, the longer the tail, the more likely it is to be stepped on? Yes, I know it. But their tails were too long. If it weren't for one stroke of bad luck, they would have kept their tails well hidden for who knows how long. The headmaid stopped speaking. Seeing the faint smile, she knew the mistress would not suffer any harm even if things went awry. Historically, such incidents were common in noble families. Those who seemed fine would quickly turn insane, fall into deep depression, commit suicide, or go missing. These were common tragic human affairs. However, some people made it look that way. Those people were now occupying the old warehouse of the mansion. In the dilapidated building, dust rose with every card played on the table. The dust swirled around the conversation between a maid and a middle-aged butler. I was starting to like this life. But it's ending now. It's a shame. There were many kind people here. If I'd grown up in such an environment, I might have lived a proper life. Maybe. But who cares? Once the job's done, we get paid and no longer live as fugitives. Look, I won this round. The maid's face filled with delight as she saw her cards. However, the butler's revealed hand showed a straight flush, higher than hers. I won again. He swiftly collected the money from the table. The maid, having lost her entire month's salary, twiddled her fingers and pouted. But when this job's done, how about we blackmail the mistress for more money? If we threaten to expose her, she'll pay whatever we ask. You don't know her well. She's not someone to mess with. Even the slightest provocation could make you disappear without a trace. His serious tone made the maid scoff. To her, it sounded like a ridiculous joke. What? Assassins? We do the killing, not the other way around. What nonsense. Then try it. Too bad you'll be giving up more money. The butler's unwavering attitude slightly diminished her confident grin. He wasn't joking. The man shaving beside them with a dagger soaked in the smell of blood was the same. Despite having killed countless nobles, why did he treat the mistress differently? There must be a reason. The maid organized her thoughts and asked. So, who's going first to kill that guy? I'll go. The man with the clean-shaven face raised his hand. It's been a while since I've played with someone. The carriage began to move away from the residential area. Herself, lying back in the rear seat, was draped in an old robe, the kind a monk might wear. Apparently, one should dress accordingly when receiving punishment. Such was the tradition of the Tenist family. As Hersel's eyelids began to droop, Sally, who was sitting opposite, opened her eyes halfway and asked, "Why are you taking me along?" Usually, you don't take anyone besides a couple of guards. Sally was puzzled. Whenever Hersel visited the mines, he took only the minimum number of guards. Despite the servants' objections, he insisted on going alone, which made everyone in the mansion suspicious. After thinking for a moment, Hersel responded indifferently, "If you don't want to come, get off." "No. If I stay here alone, I won't see anything good, so I'll go with you." After the brief conversation, there was a moment of silence. Hersel, in a languid, sleepy tone, said, "I'm a bit sleepy." With those words, he fell completely asleep, and Sally shook her head as she watched him. The reality that this man was the only one she could trust made her feel pathetic. Even when she needed to be alert, Hersel had become somewhat lax after returning from the armory. However, there was nothing particularly dangerous. The road to the mine was well maintained, and it was a safe area with rare monster sightings. Besides, they had an escort. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Jack, who had been scouting ahead, appeared, kicking up a bit of dust. He rode his horse alongside the carriage and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I found some bandits hiding up ahead. But when they saw the crest on our armor, they ran off in fear." Jack thumped his chest, showing the Tenist crest on his armor. It was understandable. The Tenist family was one of the most renowned in the Empire, and this area was directly under their control. Rodel, who was sitting at the back of the carriage, chuckled. "Idiots. How many were there?" "About a dozen or so. If they hadn't been so cautious, it would have been quite the spectacle." "Indeed. I would have liked to see the young master's skills in action." "Yeah, it's a pity. Seeing him handle it would have spread good rumors and boosted the people's morale. When the young master becomes the head of the family, there would be fewer complaints, right? Of course, the higher the people's favor, the better for us." Although Hersel had personally chosen these men as trustworthy guards, Sally was incredulous listening to their conversation. Hersel, who couldn't even catch a spider, showing his skills against a dozen bandits? She could only imagine his face being pummeled. They were clearly chosen for their flattering words. Not wanting to be part of this sycophantic contest, Sally moved to the coachman's seat for a new conversation partner. "So, your name is Rendell, right? It's my first time working with you." Sally squeezed herself into the coachman's seat and spoke to the middle-aged coachman holding the reins, but he remained silent. Sally felt uncomfortable with the silence. She had heard that Rendell was a man of few words, even though she had only seen him a few times. However, Hersel had insisted on bringing the longest-serving coachman from the mansion, so she had no choice but to include him. "Here, have some." Sally took some snacks from her bag and offered them to the coachman, trying to break the silence. But the coachman didn't turn his head, he just glanced at the jerky Sally was offering. She wondered if he was avoiding her because of that incident. "Thanks." One of the hands holding the reins reached for the jerky. Just as Sally's face brightened slightly. "Slow down, I can't sleep with all this shaking." Hersel suddenly stuck his head out towards the coachman's seat. His appearance made the coachman's hand awkwardly stop in midair, and Hersel's gaze fixed on the scene. After a moment of awkward silence, Hersel spoke. "Do only you have a mouth? Bring that over here." Sally snorted at Hersel's arrogant attitude, handed the jerky to Rendell, and returned to her seat. As she rummaged through her bag to check for anything damaged, Hersel spoke. "That coachman, you said he's been around a long time." "Yes? Oh, yes. He's been here since I first arrived at the mansion. I heard he had already served Tenist for over 20 years back then." From then on, Hersel didn't attempt to sleep again. The carriage slowly made its way to the mine. Outside, there were buildings like dormitories or annexes for the workers, but this place wasn't for working on the outskirts of the quarry. We had to enter like moles into a tunnel. Thud, thud. The uneven stones pricked at my soles. The sharp fragments of the quarried rocks seemed ready to draw blood if I were barefoot. Entering the mine's entrance with the group, dusty air swirled around. The temperature was uncomfortably high, and the sticky humidity quickly clung to the skin. Holding my breath against the thick air, I glanced around to see small tunnels branching out from within the cave. What am I supposed to do here? I've never done physical labor before. Just as my temples began to throb, Jack grinned slyly. Well, as usual, we'll act like we know nothing. Rodel, the young master is busy. Let's go. Yeah, it's been a while since we had a good drink. Huh? What do they mean by act like we know nothing and have a good drink? Sally looked at me with suspicious eyes. What are those men talking about? I have no idea. I wanted to question Jack, but a middle-aged man running towards us interrupted. He forced a smile. Haha, young master, we've been waiting for you. How have you been? I gave a simple nod and nudged Sally's shoulder, whispering quietly. Who is he? Judging by his attire, he seems to be the person in charge here. His clean appearance, unlike the workers, made it clear. Just as I was about to ask for an easy job, he said something unexpected. We've prepared plenty of liquor for the guards' quarters. They'll drink until they can't remember a thing, so don't worry. As expected. I suspected it, but those two guards had really left to drink. Young master, this way. I thought about bringing some serving girls, but it was hard to find anyone willing to come here. Serving girls? I stared blankly at him, feeling slightly dazed. The person in charge fidgeted, gauging my reaction as if he had made a mistake. I am sorry, young master, but we have plenty of fine liquor, so please don't be angry. It was absurd. Even though Hercel came here to receive punishment, he was enjoying indulgence instead of reflecting. The person in charge was both catering to and covering up for him. Sally looked at me with disgust, as if staring at something revolting. No wonder there were strange rumors. Is this why you always came alone? Really, there seemed to be no end to the tales of this character. Having no excuse, I shifted the conversation to the person in charge. Forget the liquor. I'm here for punishment, so let's get to work. What do I need to do? Work, you say? The person in charge looked surprised for a moment, then his face brightened. You arrived early, and someone has been waiting for you. The young lady also mentioned she wants to finish quickly, so this is perfect. What is he talking about? Young lady? Sally sighed in frustration. A young lady. Should I just leave her here after the work is done? Following the person in charge, we arrived at the annex outside the mine. This way, please. As we entered the annex, the creaking hallway revealed a man leaning against the wall by a door. Long black hair reaching his waist was his distinguishing feature. Is that? No, it must just be someone who looks similar. What are the chances he'd be here? As I walked closer, the more certain I became that I wasn't mistaken. He looked at me with a blank expression. His head turned, revealing his pale face. It's been a while, young master. The young lady is inside. His lazy demeanor shattered my disbelief, sending a slight chill down my spine. His long hair wasn't a fashion statement but simply neglected out of laziness. This extremely negligent man was unmistakably a playable character. Ashen Delurger, one of the hardest difficulty characters in the game, rated as a very difficult storyline. He always ranked high in player performance tier lists on the Asars community due to his strength. But did he just say it's been a while? Did he have a connection with Hercel? Even though playable character scenarios start at different times, Hercel was always dead before any scenario started, so it was understandable that I wouldn't know. Anyway, if this is Delurger, the young lady inside must be. Creak. Entering the room, a woman sat at a table. Her pale blonde hair tied back shimmered. It's unusual to see you not drenched in liquor. Her noble appearance and jade-colored eyes matched the figure I had in mind. One of the major NPCs of Asars, the merchant's daughter, Arya del Orbala. According to the settings, she was served by Delurger, so it was easy to guess even before opening the door. But the surprise didn't fade. Why was such a woman waiting for Hercel as if they had an appointment? Oh, come to think of it. In one of Delurger and Arya's conversation logs, Hercel's name was mentioned once. When Arya bought a sword for Delurger, you bought all this, miss. You must have a lot of money. I bought it with the money I made by hoarding before the announcement. It's all thanks to that young master. Yes, I ripped off that fool Hercel quite a bit. Remembering Hercel's name was unusual for players since it was rarely mentioned. Hercel, is something wrong? Arya asked as I remained silent, organizing my thoughts. How should I respond? Despite merchants being looked down upon in this era, Orbala was a noble family. In the past, they became nobles by lending a huge sum to the emperor during a financial crisis. Later, they even married into the royal family, so their descendants carried royal blood. Their status matched mine, and in this world, the idea of ladies first was deeply ingrained. According to etiquette, I should also use honorifics. But I'm a scoundrel. No, nothing in particular. Well, that's good. We can finish quickly. Her casual response indicated it was the right answer. Arya smiled and handed over a document. The terms remain the same. It was a contract. The terms were simple. The Orbala Merchant Guild would purchase byproducts from the mine. Accepting that Hercel, who was exiled, would be involved in such a contract was one thing. It wasn't a significant matter, just a contract for handling byproducts. The payment was made to the Tenist mansion, not Hercel, indicating it wasn't done arbitrarily. But something felt off. I didn't know the market price or value of byproducts to judge if this deal was fair. Arya, whom I knew, wouldn't engage in a scrap-dealing business. And I doubted Hercel would conduct a legitimate transaction. Yes, I ripped off that fool Hercel quite a bit. Recalling that conversation log reinforced my suspicion. To uncover the truth of this contract, I decided to probe Arya. The terms are lacking. I pushed the contract back. Arya looked slightly flustered. What do you mean? The terms are no different from last month. The contract itself is fine. I want to talk about the between the lines. The spaces between the lines. In the game, Arya often referred to hidden, secretive deals in contracts as between the lines. Arya flinched slightly, then sighed deeply. This is a continuation of that previous conversation. As I said then, the end of the war between Antor and Citadel has caused iron ore prices to drop steadily. Recently, new minerals discovered in the southern continent are expected to completely replace iron ore. I can't offer you a higher price. Talking about iron ore out of nowhere during a discussion about byproducts? Okay, noted. Now, what should I say next? Let's just say something and see what happens. Still, this seems like a pretty poor deal. If you need money, the only way is to increase the transaction volume. But that carries risks for you too. The contract stated all byproducts were to be traded. The term transaction volume wasn't appropriate here. And what risks are there in a byproduct deal? I pieced it together. Hercel and Arya had been trading iron ore, not byproducts. Hercel had no right to sell ore, and Arya's contract didn't include buying ore. It was a secretive deal, hence the risk. Let's dig deeper into what kind of deal they had. What's the point of business if you're afraid of risks? Let's increase the volume. Then you'll need additional personnel to transport the ore besides the manager. What's the big deal? Just hire more people. The more ears listening, the more mouths to keep shut. So that's how it was. I finally understood the nature of Hercel and Arya's contract. Hercel, conspiring with the manager, secretly diverted a portion of the ore, treating it as byproducts. And Arya bought this ore, disguised as byproducts, at a low price. Hercel would then receive kickbacks from Arya. I felt a headache coming on. Hercel, even in exile, was siphoning off the family's assets. Oh, seriously. Hercel. You damn. Excuse me? Damn. This deal is garbage. I let out a long sigh and said, no more games. I've changed my mind about this deal. It's off. What? No, what are you saying? Continuing this deal would eventually be discovered, leading to assassination attempts, and putting my life at risk. It would give my enemies a perfect excuse to target me. Arya, squinting her eyes, reluctantly spoke. Fine. I can't agree to increase the volume, but I can increase your share, Hercel. But, you misunderstand. As I said, this deal is off. From now on, there's no deal. Realizing my firm stance, Arya's face turned blank. Then she suddenly smiled meaningfully. Trying to back out now? You don't hold the initiative in this deal. I do. Feigning confidence, she looked at her nails and continued. Oh, what should I do? If the Duke finds out, he'll be furious, the people's morale will plummet, and you might even lose your inheritance rights. Her sudden threat felt almost amusing. Not doing the deal was fine, but treating me like a fool was laughable. I twisted my lips into a smile. Go ahead, try it. Let's show her what happens when you mess with someone who knows a lot. Go ahead, give it a try. Arya blinked at the spiteful words. Huh. I said give it a try. I'm curious to see what happens. No, really. I just told you. The Duke won't let you off. You'll lose your inheritance rights. Don't you understand that? Will you even be able to say anything? Arya clamped her mouth shut, as if daring him to speak more. Your family's secret might leak, you know. Even though the current timeline couldn't be seen by a player, I knew Arya's weak spot. Why was she making dangerous deals with someone like Hercel to secretly buy iron ore? There was a line in Arya's previous dialogue log that went like this. I bought it with the money I earned by hoarding before the announcement. Aren't you hiding something? Like the dungeon tower. The dungeon tower, which, once discovered, brings prosperity to the surrounding area. According to the timeline, it will be publicly announced a year from now. The lore of Delurgur started from the bustling dungeon tower, just like an amusement park that had just opened. Currently, they were hiding the existence of the dungeon tower discovered in the barren land of their territory. Once announced, adventurers would flock there, and the demand for weapons and armor would surge, causing the price of iron ore to skyrocket several times over. Orbula, who had a keen nose for money, wouldn't stay idle. She would have seized this opportunity to stockpile iron ore at current prices and sell it at high prices a year later for immense profit. If I start blabbing, wouldn't it be difficult for you to hoard? If it became known that a noble woman from a trading family like Arya was secretly buying up iron ore, wouldn't the leeches smell it and swarm? This was why Arya had chosen an easy-to-handle fool like Hercel and was secretly hoarding a large quantity of iron ore. I looked into Arya's eyes and ignited the noble blood's embers to the maximum. Go ahead, speak up. It might be fun to die together. Arya was in a similar predicament. If the secret leaked, her position within the family would be greatly shaken. Or should I speak for you? Arya bit her lip hard. Just as he said, the family was hoarding iron ore. Quietly buying it up below the surface, waiting for demand to spike, and then selling it at the right time would generate massive profits. If the demand was due to the dungeon tower, the financial value would be immeasurable. How did he know? Was there a clue in what I said? It might just be a guess. He had simply attached a plausible reason to the unnatural purchase of iron ore, and it happened to be correct. But for that drunken fool to come up with such a deduction, it was like discovering that the town idiot was actually a genius and that everything had been an act. That was exactly how Arya felt. You're making wild assumptions. How could something as big as a dungeon tower be hidden? That's not possible. She brought up realistic grounds to deny Hersel's conjecture, but his smile didn't fade. It's possible if it's in a barren area. Isn't there an abandoned mountain range in the southwest of Orbila's territory? Arya's eyes wavered. As Hercel said, the dungeon tower had appeared in a worthless mountain range with no usable resources and shrouded in thick fog where people seldom went. She had to admit that the man in front of her knew everything. So, it wasn't a guess. The location is even precise. Where did he get the information from? Questions could come later. The important point was that the other side held the upper hand. If the secret was exposed, Hercel might be pushed down the succession line, but he would still retain his noble status. However, Arya would lose everything. She had complex circumstances. Just so you know, I'm not trying to gain the upper hand in negotiations or extort something from you. I genuinely want to end this deal. Arya sighed deeply, sounding as if she had given up. It seems you've gathered all the money you needed. Fine. This deal is over. Whoosh. Arya burned the contract with a candle. It was a pity, but she could find another route. More urgently, she had to silence him. But you must answer one thing. Where did you get the information about the dungeon tower? You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. What kind of answer is that? Let me ask you something. How did you know I was gathering money? What do you mean? As Arya tilted her head, Hercel hesitantly spoke with an embarrassed face. Well, I mean the money from the rebates. Isn't it common to think that a scoundrel like me would spend it all frivolously instead of saving it? You have quite a clear view of yourself. Shut up and answer. For Arya, it was an unpleasant question. Who does he think he's treating like a fool? You received gold bars. If you intended to spend it immediately, you would have taken notes instead. Insisting on high-value gold with low volume clearly indicated it was meant for hoarding. It was an obvious deduction and answer, but Hercel seemed to be lost in thought after hearing it. Finally, Hercel spoke. Arya, how long are you planning to stay here? I planned to leave as soon as the deal was done, but it would be a shame to leave empty-handed, right? Wait until tomorrow morning. Let's make a new deal. Scrape. The sound of the chair being pushed as Hercel stood up. Wait a minute. You have to answer about the dungeon tower. Where are you going? Arya called out urgently as he exited the room, but Hercel only left a brief remark. To find treasure. I went straight to the person in charge. In the cafeteria of the dormitory where the workers stayed, he was leisurely drinking alone, likely because it was working hours. The person in charge greeted me with a displeased face as I approached. Welcome, young master. Did the deal go smoothly? Where is it? The abrupt question left him bewildered, but I didn't care. The place where I hid my slush fund. You must know it. What? Oh, my, young master. What are you talking about? My share is enough for me. It was a simple question, but the person in charge kept bowing and trembling, seemingly afraid I suspected him of coveting my slush fund. But he didn't deny knowing. Shall I push a bit further? I put on a fierce expression and twisted my face. I let the embers flare up as well. I felt a bit sorry but grabbed the overseer by the collar. Stop pretending and tell me. Do you think it makes sense that the person in charge here wouldn't know? No, not at all. I know the young master visits the abandoned mine every night, but I never had such thoughts. The abandoned mine. I warned the miners to stay away from it because it's dangerous. It's true. As expected, Hercel hid his slush fund in the abandoned mine. He wouldn't have been able to bring the hidden money to the mansion. But why did a rich young master like him gather a slush fund? He solved his needs for alcohol and women with family money, so what was his purpose? Though it was likely for something nefarious, I couldn't guess it at the moment. I let go of the overseer's collar and wiped my face to clear my mind. The slush fund was a physical evidence and a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Yes, a bomb that could kill me. I couldn't calm down. What choice did I have? Luckily, Arya, my bomb disposal squad, was here. I had to find it quickly and use it beneficially. Though I genuinely disliked using slush funds as a decent member of society, I had no choice. Did something good happen? Sally asked, looking appalled. Was I smiling without realizing it? Nothing. I need to look around the mine a bit. Where are the guards? Those two? They're already drunk and wobbling around. They left their posts not long ago, and they're already drunk? I felt a headache coming on. And the coachman? He went straight to his room, but when I went to give him a snack, he wasn't there. Not good. Who knows what dangers lurk in the abandoned mine, and my guards are drunk. I can't bring this little girl to such a secluded place. What should I do? Is the treasure hunt over? Arya's voice came from behind. She must have been searching for me, as her forehead was sweaty. This is more of a hide-and-seek than a treasure hunt. She mumbled as if it were bothersome. Arya suddenly grabbed my sleeve. Whatever the deal is, I'm not letting go until you explain. Oh, then so be it. There wasn't any proper lighting in the mine, but we each had lamps, so moving wasn't an issue. Only the sound of 4 people's footsteps echoed through the mine when Arya grumbled. Why did you come in here? There was a no entry sign. You're the one who insisted on following. I said I'd leave once you tell me how you knew. That's not happening. Even if she didn't believe it, I couldn't leave after showing everything. This was more about Delurgur than Arya. Young master, the lady is quite stubborn. Just answer her. It'll be better for both of you. Delurgur yawned lazily as he spoke. His expression showed he wasn't loyal but merely wanted convenience for himself. I knew his character from the game, but meeting him in reality was peculiar. Delurgur blessing. King of laziness Atopate's blessing. The quicker you finish, the more you can rest. Stats grow at twice the speed. He always falls into a languid state for 10 hours daily. Traits. Crescent slash. Cat's footsteps. Killing intent detection. There were bizarre blessings from lunatics like Atopate, who only gave peculiar blessings. Delurger, whose personality was also affected by such blessings, was one of those victims. Due to his unique growth background, he starts as a fully developed character from the beginning of the scenario. He wasn't a preferred character in the game due to his many behavioral restrictions, but at this moment, he was a reliable ally. As we passed a large cave and reached a fork, I saw a wooden box among the piled materials. Could it be? No, it's too obvious. I approached and opened the box to find something wrapped in paper. Unwrapping the paper, I found several fist-sized spherical objects. Arya came up behind me and spoke. It looks like blasting explosives. What are these for? Explosives? Are they used to expand the mine? It wasn't the slush fund I was looking for, but I had a good idea. How do we set this off? Arya picked up a fuse from inside the box. Attach it here and light it up, and it will explode. You didn't bring me here for some weird hobby of yours, did you? Did she think I was some mad bomber? Well, this wasn't the first time Selly treated me like this, so I ignored her and stood up. I noticed Delurger looking back towards the entrance we came from. There was no light, but his dark eyes were quietly staring at something. He murmured softly. A treasure hunt, you say? He must have sensed something with his killing intent detection. Without answering, I quickened my pace, and Delurger whispered in my ear. If you think about using me, don't. I don't like troublesome things. His sinister voice sent chills down my spine. But it didn't matter. Delurger's presence was enough to exert pressure. Besides, if push comes to shove, I had a trump card to use this lazy guy as my defense. I just shrugged in response. We walked through several paths, encountering dead ends and returning to forks to choose different paths. Eventually, Selly, leading the way, spoke. Young master, this path is blocked. Instead of a dead end, we found a tunnel blocked by planks. It looked like it was blocked for a reason, but I approached and peeked inside. Though empty, there was a suspicious-looking blanket spread on the floor. Hercel, you hid it in such a crude place. What should I do now? I couldn't let the mistress discover the slush fund, so I needed to distract her. But Delurger seemed to be on guard, showing no sign of revealing himself. I have to take some risks. I have a trump card that can be used now. I turned and spoke to the group. Let's return to the quarters. What? After dragging us here, I'll explain the source of the information tomorrow morning. Let's go back now. Though dissatisfied, Arya clicked her tongue and turned away, knowing it was pointless to argue. Delurger. I called Delurger, who was about to follow, and whispered something in his ear. Who are you? His always sleepy eyes widened like lanterns. His dark eyes were devoid of laziness. Hope you're not joking, young master. Late at night, I returned to the abandoned mine to continue the operation, carefully tying the explosives with rope, attaching them to the concave walls, and placing the charges. Slowly, carefully, I muttered as if hypnotizing myself, and Donaton asked, What are you doing, Hercel? I must have inadvertently spoken to him. After the contract, I could differentiate between monologues and conversations through practice, but I still made mistakes occasionally. Setting traps. Why? Want to help. I refuse to sully my honor with such trivial tasks. Why interfere then? You can't help anyway. Though not a time-consuming task, I hurried and ended up sweating. After finishing, I waited for a while. Step, step. I heard heavy footsteps, likely from an adult man. I brought the lamp forward and saw a familiar middle-aged man walking slowly toward me. Finally alone? I made sure to be alone. You don't seem surprised. The coachman took out some jerky and chewed on it naturally, as if having a snack while doing chores. I saw it when Selly handed over that thing. Your hands were too clean for holding reins. It seems my disguise was a bit sloppy. I'll keep that in mind for next time. He brought his hand to his chin and peeled off his face, revealing another face underneath. It was expected, so I wasn't surprised. Will there even be a next time? I tightened my grip on the lamp. As the assassin turned towards me, I threw the lamp and sprinted back. The lamp struck one of the explosive charges, scattering fragments and igniting a flame. Since I had already soaked the area with lamp oil, the fire quickly spread to the explosives, and a deafening explosion echoed through the cave. Boom! The explosion engulfed the assassin. There were still 2 more charges planted. Being close enough to the first blast, they triggered a chain reaction. Even if I got caught in the blast, I calculated that I would be fine. 1 second invincibility, usable. Perhaps it was because I retreated just in case. Though 1 second invincibility did not need to be activated. However, there was one miscalculation. Step. The assassin, who should have become a ghost, was approaching me, holding up a staff. A mage? Huh. A barrier surrounded the assassin, causing the rocks piled on it to slide off. My heart shrank at the appearance of a formidable enemy. To defeat a mage, the minimum requirement was aura that could cut through magic. This wasn't fair. Shouldn't there be a proper sequence? The second assassin should be about 40% stronger at most. If he could survive the explosion, he would have had plenty of chances from the beginning. Attacking now was simply strange. With that level of skill, you could have attacked while we were in the carriage. The mine is a more advantageous location. The tip of his staff became a pen, drawing geometric shapes in the air. I have thoroughly prepared to kill the young master known as the immortal. Rumble. The cave began to shake as if an earthquake had struck. I wondered if he was trying to bury me alive, but that wasn't it. The floating spells in the air attracted rocks like a magnet. Thud. The rock masses slowly began to take the shape of a human figure, like clay being molded. It was a golem. Not a simple summoning spell, but a high-level creation spell. Did he think I would just let him do that? He was currently focused on creating the golem and couldn't cast other spells simultaneously. This was the chance. I pulled out the dagger from my pocket and spoke to Donaton. Can I really trust your former master's dagger skills? He could cut through rocks with a blade of grass. But this guy's boastfulness made me uneasy. I've never fought for real before, so I wasn't sure. Buzz. Electric currents stimulated my muscles. As I relaxed, my hands and limbs moved into a form independent of my will. Following Donaton's guidance, a plausible stance was achieved. As I held out the dagger, the assassin narrowed his eyes. You've never learned swordsmanship, but your stance is flawless. I charged at the mage, aiming for close combat, his greatest weakness. Once within his range, I executed the precise and deadly dagger techniques according to Donaton's instructions. Clang. The swiftly swung staff blocked the first attack. The second strike aimed at his neck, and the third attack intended to stab his spine, all met the same fate. Each time the dagger was deflected, my wrist tingled painfully. Was I doing this right? The only swordsmanship I knew was from watching game characters' motions. I knew nothing about real swordsmanship. Even to me, these dagger techniques seemed just fancy. Better than my pure skill, but look at the results. The mage, who wasn't even a swordsmanship master, easily deflected my attacks. Clearly, Donaton's former master was no genuine sword saint. I took a step back and retreated. The mage, looking puzzled, spoke. Your movements show achievement, but why aren't you using aura? It was irritating. Was he taunting me? The mage felt a chill run down his spine. The dagger techniques he barely managed to fend off were unsettling. It's like he reads my moves half a beat ahead. Precise and fluid, the movements were devoid of unnecessary flourishes. Even as he twisted mid-swing to create new variables, the attacks accurately targeted vital points, making it feel like he had been cut. If he hadn't had experience assassinating knights or cast a protective spell on his staff, he wouldn't have been able to block them. The mage found this even more terrifying. If he had used aura, my head would have been, why isn't he using aura? He briefly doubted if he couldn't use aura, but it was a foolish question. Mastering one's skills also involved developing other abilities. Someone who could execute such swordsmanship surely had learned aura. Was this just a warm-up before fighting the golem? If he intended to kill, he would have done so already. If he was toying with close combat, then he was simply passing time until the golem was ready. The mage, thinking he had prepared well from the start, swallowed hard. I was unsure at first, but this explains why he survived at the mansion all this time. Gripping his staff tightly, the mage spoke. I will attack with all my might. I hope you are satisfied even when you close your eyes. Hearing his sincerity, Hercel glared sharply. I stared blankly at the mage, surprised. Blocking all my attacks with just a staff? This guy was definitely a crazy mage without mercy. I glanced at the golem. It was still about the size of a child. The golem's formation was still in progress. It would take a bit more time. Meanwhile, what should he do? The mage created a giant spear from the rocks. It flew towards me with terrifying speed. Ping. Donaton shouted a warning. I couldn't even react. Don't just stand there, move. Hercel. Boom. A loud noise echoed through the cave. The rock arrow shattered into pieces and scattered into the air. Physical attack detected. 1 second invincibility activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown. 58 seconds. Dust covered the surroundings. Donaton wailed. I silently listened. Damn, am I to spend the rest of my life trapped here? To die in such a place, you wretched worm? This was getting noisy. Who said I was dead? What? How are you still alive? I didn't respond to Donaton. Light was leaking from the pile of rocks blocking the explosion. Shing. Each time the aura-coated sword cut through the rocks, it left a trail. It was the familiar effect of crescent/scene every time I played as Delurger. That lazy bastard finally showed up. The mage frowned as Delurger appeared. Are you here to interfere? The mage swung his staff to create another giant spear and shot it towards Delurger like an arrow, but it was cut down effortlessly by Delurger's aura-coated sword. Click. That depends on the young master's answer. Delurger said to the mage, then swiftly sheathed his sword. Realizing Delurger's skill, the mage lowered his staff, thinking it was better to wait and see than to provoke him. I stared at Delurger in disbelief. Now that I think about it, I guess I should listen to it first. What? You never know. After working hard, what if the young master doesn't tell me anything? Or maybe that's all you know. I understood his suspicion. The information I whispered to provoke him was extremely limited. Clues about those who ruined Grey Knights. Come back if you hear an explosion. Thanks to that, Delurger had come here as intended, but he didn't seem willing to act according to my plan. If you don't want to talk, I'll just leave. After all, this is overtime. Delurger yawned lazily, but I knew he was faking it. I spoke irritably. If everything is so bothersome, give up on revenge. The traitors are living well. If you stay quiet, everyone will be happy. Delurger glared at me as if he wanted to kill me. It was natural. I had brutally ripped open a painful memory. You think you know anything? I know it all. The one who deceived Ryam and led him to his death. The one who poisoned Ryam's drink. The one who stabbed Ryam's corpse. All those who ruined the Grey Knights. The Grey Knights. A mercenary group composed of knights from a fallen empire. Ryam, their leader, had raised de'A, who was abandoned as a baby, as his own son. When de'A became an adult, Ryam was brutally killed by traitors bought by those who feared the Grey Knights. The mercenary group, losing its leader, scattered and fell apart. de'A, having lost his family and home, swore to find and punish the traitors. Only Arya, who knew this background and had a contract with de'A to help with his revenge, should have known this. Thus, de'A's eyes were filled with confusion. Who are you? Here's a hint. If you don't hear anything from me, one of them will die before your sword reaches him. I threatened, and de'A's pupils shook. Choose wisely. I could easily handle someone like him, but I'm giving you the chance because I pity you. de'A narrowed his eyes and observed me for a moment. Ryam. As if to steady himself, he muttered the name like a sigh. When he opened his eyes again, they were cold. Shing. de'A drew his sword roughly. As he closed in, the mage narrowed his eyes. You're making a foolish choice. If you meddle, you'll pay dearly. The word dearly almost made me laugh. The mage was strong by my standards, but could he even scratch de'A? One of the top-tier playable characters. He had grown up in harsh conditions, wielding a sword from a young age. This meant his foundation was solid from the start of the scenario. The mage fired spells with his staff. Rocks flew towards de'A's entire body. dead.A. Instead of dodging, de'A charged forward, creating numerous afterimages. The mage's attacks only cut through the afterimages created by Cat's footsteps. As he fired rock after rock like a machine gun, the mage created a giant spear with his free hand. The same attack that almost pierced my stomach earlier. Whoosh! The giant rock spear shot towards de'A with a tearing sound. But de'A, without breaking his stride, simply tilted his head to avoid it. His long black hair fluttered in the wake of the spear. Damn! As de'A closed in, the mage hastily raised his staff like a shield, a bluish aura enveloping it. It had been an excellent defense against my dagger, but it was useless against de'A. With a swift slash, de'A cut the mage and his staff. The aura-coated crescent slash drew a red line on the mage's neck, faster than sound. Shing! de'A effortlessly dispatched the mage. This had gone according to plan, but now what? I had boasted too much. Giving too much information could complicate the narrative, but saying nothing might get me killed. Why did it suddenly feel darker? Young master? Above. At de'A's urgent shout, I looked up. The ceiling seemed to be falling on me. To be precise, a giant golem's fist was descending towards me. Did the golem finish while I was distracted? It was too late to dodge. 1 second invincibility, usable. Well, no problem. Do you want to see something interesting? Young master. It was a clear mistake. In his focus on dealing with the mage, he had failed to notice the completion of the golem summoning spell. Though visibility was poor due to the dust, it was clear that he would have been crushed to death. The impact was enough to cause an earthquake, and even with aura protection, he wasn't sure if he could have withstood such a blow. A young master without any noticeable aura wouldn't have survived that attack. At that moment, a strange sound pricked de'A's ears. Crack. The sound of rock splitting. The noise came from the golem's fist, which was now cracking. The cracks spread from the fist up to the chest, like tree roots. A faint light emanated from the golem's chest. The light, moving as if alive, was undoubtedly a spell embedded in the body. In the reflected light through the dust, the silhouette of a man standing firmly became visible. de'A rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. The deep voice that echoed was undeniably his. This dust will pour out when I wash my hair. At his nonchalant remark, de'A shuddered as if struck by lightning. The words Herself had said earlier echoed vividly in his mind. Choose wisely. I can easily handle someone like him, but I'm giving you the chance out of pity. Perhaps, what he had said was indeed true. Surviving that blow without a scratch despite not emitting any aura indicated a level far beyond ordinary. The way he handles aura is different. It reminded de'A of a story about when the former leader of the Grey Knights, Ryam, had challenged a certain man to a duel. Renowned as one of the most skilled knights of his time, Ryam had been utterly defeated by that man. The man, who had turned Ryam into a humiliated figure, had left these words as a lesson while talking about the fun of the duel. Aura is not something to be released but to be contained. He had demonstrated by driving a real sword into his skin, breaking the blade, leaving a lasting impression. The more you accumulate and compress it, the harder it becomes than steel. True to his words, the man had a peculiar characteristic. He never released even a trace of aura, appearing to be an ordinary strong person on the surface. Like father, like son, it seemed. The man before him was the same. So, this is a case of the apple not falling far from the tree. But why did he ask for help then? de'A was curious but could infer the reason from Hersel's next words. I wanted to avoid making things messy. It seemed that he had shared this task simply to keep busy. There was no other explanation that came to mind. Thud. The golem, now missing one arm, began to stir again, and Hersel locked eyes with de'A. His expression was unreadable. de'A hesitated, thinking of helping, but worried it might be rude. The golem's weak spot was the spell. It was akin to exposing a human heart outside the body. Interfering would be like stealing prey someone else had caught. Besides, it was a hassle. Whoosh! The golem's remaining arm swept through the air in a wide arc simultaneously. The dagger in Hersel's hand flew like a deadly missile, stabbing precisely into the exposed spell on the golem's chest. Crunch! The golem's fist stopped short of Hersel and, like a house of cards, its body crumbled. Rocks tumbled to the ground. It felt like watching a stone tower collapse at an archaeological site during a school trip. My heart still hadn't calmed down. Seeing the golem's fist up close made me think I was really going to die. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 43 seconds. I managed to destroy the spell through a narrow gap. If I hadn't thrown the dagger precisely as Donaton guided, I would have surely met my end. Despite being uneasy about the alleged skill of Donaton's former master, his throwing technique seemed impressive, like hitting an apple on someone's head with a knife. And that damn guy, despite my hints, he did nothing but watch. I almost cursed out loud at Delurger's negligence. But where was he looking now? Delurger was closely examining the wall. Curious, I picked up a fallen lamp and approached him. Between the rocks, a wooden wall was visible. The rocks torn away by the golem revealed it. It was the barricaded tunnel I had seen during the preliminary survey. Clear this. Yes, sir. Delurger slashed the boards with his sword. Inside, removing the blanket on the floor revealed a large hole filled with neatly stacked gold bars, enough to cover a double bed. Sweat trickled down my back at the unexpected quantity, and I felt my lips quiver. Even Delurger's black eyes glinted gold. Covering his eyes with his hand, he spoke. These are the same as what we gave you. But why did you come here during the day? I forgot where I put it. Delurger tilted his head in confusion but seemed to accept it. After pondering my intentions, he muttered, alcoholic dementia, and spoke to me. It doesn't matter. I hope you haven't forgotten the information you promised to share. Of course. Now, it was time to handle the slush fund. Before these beautiful gold bars disappeared, I gazed at them longingly. I smelled and felt the touch of real gold. It was genuine. And there was a lot. Feeling like I had won the best reward in a random box, I couldn't help but grin. He. From now on, I would cast a spell. A spell to turn this time bomb into the grand prize. After the commotion settled, in the annex, Arya, gesturing, caused the negotiation table to shake slightly. With eyes wide as saucers, she spoke with dissatisfaction. You're saying you want to buy that? Given the nature of what I wanted, her reaction was understandable. The recommendation letter I have. As a child of Orbula, she always carried it like a talisman given by her father. Its value was such that it had ensured her release when captured by bandits. Furthermore, whenever she visited other prominent territories, their lords would beg to have their children's names added to the recommendation letter, treating her as an honored guest. This is why I was willing to trade all the gold bars here for a mere piece of paper. Do you realize what kind of person you're seen as in noble circles? I didn't need to answer that. If the head of the Orbula family's most cherished daughter added the name Hersel, how would people perceive it? Even if I agree to add your name, do you think it will be accepted? Do you know what my father is like? Ordinarily, he would probably tear up the recommendation letter at the sight of my name. If not, it would be a miracle. The Edelclays Club, known as the Club of Nobles above Nobles. Gaining membership was notoriously difficult, and so was the rejection of recommendation letters. Its members included royals, heads of prestigious families, and individuals with remarkable achievements. These days, if you apply without a recommendation, you're lucky not to be laughed at. A scoundrel like me would be immediately rejected by the head of Orbula. But there was a way. I had made 2/3 of the playable characters in the game join Edelclays. That meant I had done it for all characters except those the developers had explicitly blocked. In the game, I had to meet and build a certain level of trust with the Orbula child who would write the recommendation letter. Having achieved the requirements of meeting and showing sincerity, money, I smiled broadly. Your recommendation is different, right? True, but don't smile like that. You look like you're plotting something. Looking in the mirror on the wall, I realized Hersel's smile resembled a scheming boss's smile. Not good for building trust. I wiped my face, returning to my usual expression. Arya cleared her throat and looked at me sharply. But let's be clear. I'm here to find out how you learned about the dungeon tower's secret, not to talk about the recommendation letter. There was a slight anxiety in Arya's voice. If the business failed, the head of Orbula would not remain idle, so it made sense. There must be others who know this, right? You wouldn't have personally set foot on that land to investigate. To alleviate her concerns, I put on the rogue's mask. Of course there were. But not anymore. Not anymore. The fewer people who know, the more the profit is mine. Adding Hersel's trademark wicked smile made Arya inhale sharply. She probably had some wild thoughts. Don't worry. I've silenced all the mouths that needed to be shut. I wouldn't want this deal to go wrong after planning it for so long. I nodded toward the gold bars. Arya's eyes widened. Did you start this deal with me just to buy the recommendation letter from the beginning? Even the dust-covered gold bars at the bottom were there, suggesting that every penny from the rebates had been meticulously saved. Though I still didn't know what Hersel was planning with this money, it didn't matter. I became the scheming villain, and such a villain saying everything is going according to plan made Arya trust my previous statements. No wonder. Even if you're known as an ignorant young master, it was strange that you stayed still despite being swindled. It seems we were the ones caught in the trap. Her additional remark was a bonus. Arya sighed as she glared at me. Fine. Let's talk seriously about the recommendation letter. Let's do that. If it's my recommendation, there's a high chance you'll be accepted. She said it casually. It might seem arrogant to others, but I understood her confidence. Currently, Arya was the most cherished child of the head of the Orbula family. The Orbula family adhered strictly to meritocracy. The head of the family had publicly declared that the next head would be the descendant who brought the most wealth, regardless of rank or succession order. At this point, Arya was the legitimate daughter leading the competition, outpacing her other siblings. That means, if you persuade me, it's possible. Arya glanced at the gold bars again as she spoke. This seems insufficient. Even if my influence is strong and my father agrees, adding your name could damage my reputation. It might even be recorded as a stain. Arya clasped her hands, a gesture she often showed when expecting something. She seemed quite intrigued by the situation. You need to provide more value for the trust I'll lose. Value? I'm curious about the price you think my credibility is worth. As the awaited moment arrived, I gazed deeply into Arya's eyes. Her pupils slowly dilated, indicating that she sensed my confidence. I have an offer you can't refuse. A proposal that would persuade your father even if it came from another sibling. As mentioned earlier, I had made all the playable characters join Adele clays, except for those blocked by the developers. It was possible because of a near-cheat strategy. Aren't you searching for it? The ledger recorded by your ancestors. Arya's eyebrows twitched. It was no surprise. Revealing the secret of the dungeon tower was one thing, but this was another level. The lost family heirloom that even Orbula's descendants couldn't find, coming from an outsider like me. Her voice grew urgent. Be specific. Are you referring to the ledger left by my family's ancestors? The ancestors' ledger. In the game, it was an item obtained through a hidden quest, requiring players to navigate a maze that changed each playthrough. But this was reality. Freedom of speech and choice was abundant. Just mentioning the location was as good as delivering it. I'll tell you the location in exchange for adding my name. How about that? Won't this increase your reputation rather than decrease it? Arya's smile stretched to her ears. Birds join the race the moment they break out of their eggs. To receive the food from their mother's crop, they push their beaks in and cry out loudly. There's no sharing. The brutal truth of survival of the fittest pushes any thought of defying this instinct to the back. If there are 2 siblings, they cry louder. If there are 3, they push each other. If there are 4, they peck each other. If there are 5, they drop one to the ground. The competition among siblings continues until their feathers fully grow, though it eventually comes to an end. Humans, however, never graduate from the competition of the nestling birds even after becoming adults. Because people leave behind wealth even after death. Both Hercel and Arya were like that. The difference being, Arya had 9 more half-siblings, and her father was someone who would bequeath his assets based on their value. I looked at Arya, the greediest among the nestlings and the most loved among the siblings. She waved her hand and got on the carriage. I responded with a simple nod and ended the meeting. The deal was safely concluded for now. Really? You will tell me where the ancestors' ledger is buried. If you don't want it, never mind. Oh, no, who said I didn't want it? Even though she tried to hide it with a fake cough until the end, Arya couldn't manage her expression. The reaction would be the same if I gave the ancestors' ledger, an heirloom lost to one of the Orbula's children, to someone else. It was rare to find an item that could grab the mother's attention so strongly. Recommending Hercel's name on the recommendation letter was a risk worth taking. Anyway, securing a membership was a foregone conclusion. And Adele clays. Honestly, I didn't really want to join. The place was filled with the upper crust of society, with an older age group, making it feel like a young person visiting an old dance hall. The reluctance to step into the elegant interactions of nobles, seen only in movies by a modern person like me, was just an added bonus. Nonetheless, the reason I aimed for membership was due to benefits incomparable to card or telecom discounts. Among them, the one I coveted the most was the entrance privilege to the VIP auction house owned by the Orbula family, a place where relics that couldn't be compared to market goods were put up for auction. To supplement my lacking specs, I needed to snatch up something useful before someone else did. And as promised, I gave Delurger a clue about the trader. I worked hard to deduce clues that would have minimal impact, avoiding information related to the main storyline quests. Shires is in Adley's eastern region, Hayoak Village. Nonsense. That guy is already dead by my hand. Well, you're free to be mistaken. Mistaken. Shires, the insignificant trader. Although he was one of the people who drove Grey Knights to despair, he was merely an errand boy. The main figures were elsewhere. He was just a prop to show what kind of narrative Delurger had and his desire to punish the traitor. By now, it should be completed. If you trace the recently opened orphanage, you can find him easily. Shires had been running an orphanage for quite some time after his betrayal, so its location would be accurate now. Of course, it was a fake orphanage for human trafficking or money laundering, a worthless scum. When encountered during Delurger's playthrough, there were options to either kill him or just cut off his limbs. Whatever the choice, it only triggered a few cutscenes, having little impact, so it didn't matter if he died early. Delurger seemed to guess, easily accepting. The Shires he recalled always blabbed about how orphanages were the best for money laundering, adding credibility. He probably didn't realize the guy's true nature then. And Delurger took care of the assassin's body well. I don't know how, though. I didn't watch because it seemed too revolting. Next was the explanation about the disturbance in the mine. The explosion heard at night was explained as a precautionary measure to remove falling rocks. The young master personally did it for your safety. Please keep this in mind and avoid accidents in the future, considering his kind heart. Still, the murmurs didn't subside easily. It was natural they couldn't believe her cell did it. But the manager's next words shut them up. If you want a more accurate explanation, please write a request and deliver it to the young master. He has agreed to review it himself, so please, don't hesitate to put it in the suggestion box. Mikdal, your voice was the loudest, why not try suggesting right now? And no, it wasn't me. My throat is sore, so I can't speak loudly. Ahem. My throat is still. The workers turned pale and the situation quickly ended. Later, I privately called the manager to talk about the secret deals. As he was also a co-conspirator, he needed to be gagged and informed about the end of the transactions. There will be no more transactions mixed with byproducts from now on. The manager accepted without difficulty. He was quite an honest and simple man. I have mouths to feed too. I need to buy land, look after a horse, and I was looking at a 5-story house. If you suddenly say this, what do you want me to do? His conscience button was so large it could easily be pressed with a finger. You've eaten so much that your belly is bulging. Gasp. With a humble heart, a single threat was enough to end it. If you don't want to cough up what you swallowed, do as I say. Lastly, Jack and Rodel were punished for dereliction of duty, having gotten drunk when they should have been guarding me. Get your knees off the ground. Straighten up. With their hands behind their backs and heads bowed to the ground, they were being punished. This wasn't satisfying enough. Thinking something was missing, I looked at Selly, who was snickering beside me. You, get on there. Get on, there. Sometimes you need to breathe high air too. Oh. Selly jumped up excitedly, placing a foot on each of Jack and Rodel's backs. Growing about 40 centimeters taller, her smile didn't fade. Hey, lift your backs higher. When they didn't move, Selly started bouncing in place. Ugh, stop it. My back's breaking, kid. Come to think of it, those two. They tried to pocket the money and hit this little kid when I fell off the cliff. Selly, unaware, was now taking partial revenge. Indeed, those who commit sins must be punished somehow. Why young master? We weren't just playing around. Jack squeezed out, his voice trembling as he gritted his teeth. What are you saying? Kneel and speak properly. Rodel, take a break. You can get down now. Selly, with a disappointed look, hopped to the ground. Rodel trembled as if paralyzed, and Jack rubbed his reddened forehead, tears welling up. Young master, we weren't just fooling around. A grown man whining was uncomfortable, but any hint of pity quickly vanished. It was probably because his sensitivity heightened due to lingering intoxication. The smell of alcohol is overwhelming, yet you say you weren't playing around. You sure talk nonsense well. We weren't just fooling around. Huff. Jack pulled out a handkerchief and blew his nose. Disgusting. Fine, go ahead. But if it's nothing significant, you know you will be back to the original position. Jack, showing his experience, immediately turned serious. We were exchanging drinks with the locals, gathering information. Isn't that important for someone like you, young master? Not wrong. As the family's successor, understanding the people's sentiments and international situation was crucial. I gestured for him to continue. We heard some ominous rumors. Rumors. Yes, rumors. Recently, the Grand Duke had some territorial disputes with another family, leading to talks of possible war. A territorial dispute among families, but did such an event occur in tennis? Even though it was in the past, as someone who played all the characters, I had never heard of such an incident, suggesting it might not be significant. Could the family head go hunting in the demon realm amidst such talks? In this situation, he left for a hunt in the demon realm. Does he have something to rely on? That I don't know. Fine, I heard enough. I gestured to Jack and Rodel. They stared blankly at me. What are you doing? Bow your heads to the ground. Why young master? Isn't this useful information? Not at all. It had nothing to do with me. As a player, if I didn't know about it, it meant it was either an inconsequential event or resolved inconspicuously. Perhaps my existence could change things, but that would be a delusional self-awareness. If something happened, I could think about it then. For now, it was hard enough managing myself. Whoosh. A cool breeze blew. I wanted to close the open window but lacked strength. The view from the highlands of the mine was breathtaking without any glass. The lush greenery and the lake, bathed in the sunset light, were mesmerizing. It felt like a reward for finishing my work here. I picked up the telescope near the window. A swan floated gracefully in the middle of the lake. Thinking about the rough paddling under the water in contrast to the calm appearance made me empathize. I probably looked like that to others too, amusingly enough. Desperately struggling to survive beneath the surface. The swan caught a big fish. When the mistress stirred her spoon, a storm brewed in the teacup. Seeing a slightly tilted picture frame, the maids adjusted it to be level. The news was still unclear. Considering the assassin sent to the mine, it could be concluded as a failure. Thus, the festival days began to decrease one by one. The mistress grasped the letter on the desk. The wax seal bore the eagle emblem of the Schwick family, with whom there had been recent territorial disputes. As she read the letter, her grip tightened. The maid in charge stood still, not moving until the mistress spoke. He's really cruel, leaving this matter unattended. Leaving the task to her. It wasn't a difficult job, and it was for the family's safety, so she could gladly handle it. The only regret was giving up the plan to personally kill her cell. The mistress was irritated by AOL's clear intentions. The timing was intentional, no doubt. He must have meddled to prevent direct involvement. With her eyes blazing with anger, she burned the letter. With the festival approaching, I don't have time for this. The maid swallowed hard, remaining expressionless. But that changed when she saw the circle marked on the calendar. The twins sent to her parents' house would return soon. Mercul and Nissil must have departed by now, right? The maid replied naturally, swallowing a sigh of relief. Yes, madam. They requested to stay a few more days, but we politely declined. Father is so. He promised to keep the date. Of course, seeing Master Mercul's talent, how could he want to let him go? A mother's smile spread across her face. The maid thought it fortunate to have Mercul. For the mistress, the youngest son was a tranquilizer, quickly calming her no matter how angry she got. The mistress slowly shook her head. I should love all my children equally, but it's not easy. The maid silently agreed. Why do I get so excited just thinking about Mercul? Is this how he feels? At this time, deep in the northeastern demon realm, poisonous air spread through the valley beneath the sheer cliffs. Splurt. In the dense purple mist, a muscular man twisted his sword. Not much of a challenge. Calm, echoing voice. The knights watching swallowed hard. He was standing on the head of a giant lizard the size of a 3-story house. The bizarre beast, which couldn't be caught even by a group of the strongest hunters, was now dead in silence. He took it down alone. Even as a Grand Duke, I doubted it. I'm ashamed of my caution. A skinny old man in light armor pushed through the frozen crowd. Jumping in place, he quickly reached the man sheathing his sword in the mist. Laughing heartily, the old man opened his wrinkled mouth. By now, Master Mercul must have returned. How time flies. I wish he would grow up quickly to join us. That's something you can achieve by living long. I'm about to die soon, envious of you, Grand Duke. The old man chuckled, stepping on the lizard, and spoke about the cherished other son. You seemed in a hurry, Grand Duke. Just boring, so I finished quickly. Tisk, not honest at all. The old man swallowed his words about the bet with the mistress. He couldn't say such things casually in front of the knights, but the man before him would understand from just these few words. As expected, the man spoke. If he fails, his fate ends there. If he can't prove his worth, he can't take my place. Haha, it's just that for you. But for the young master, it isn't. Is that why you left such a task for the madam? If I delay, the madam might finish her homework and go out to play. The man's eyebrow twitched at the whispered words. The old man skillfully soothed his sharp gaze. Oh, my back. Suddenly hurts. Actually, Grand Duke, I'm so sick I want to go back quickly. Can we return now that we've caught this nuisance? No choice. The old man swallowed his playful remark about returning alone. He'd get really mad if I said that, right? While the old man lamented inwardly, the man stepped off the lizard and ordered the knights. Let's go back. To the mansion. After a good rest, it was more travel fatigue than labor fatigue. It didn't take long to regain my energy. I could sit leisurely at a garden table, enjoying the scenery and savoring delicious tea and snacks. I hate to admit it, but the mistress did a great job with the garden. If this well-maintained stone path and flower arrangement were moved to the modern world, it might become a tourist attraction. It would probably cause a stir on social media. There's a lot of talk these days. I wonder if everything's all right. As I added sugar to my cup, I overheard the maids gossiping in the distance. One maid met my gaze. Well, it seems there's going to be a meeting with the Schwick family, so if it goes well, everything should be fine. My ears perked up. It seemed to be a continuation of the story Jack had mentioned at the mine. The family was in a cold war with the Schwick family, and it appeared a meeting was being held to resolve the situation. I wanted to hear more, so I waited for the maids to continue talking. Then, one of them noticed me. Ahem. Let's take another path. The maids, sweating nervously, quickly turned their backs and walked away briskly. In the past, they used to approach me awkwardly to attempt assassination. But ever since someone died in my quarters and I was exiled to the mine, their visits had stopped. Now, whenever we met, they would flee as if they had seen a ghost. Thanks to this, I could enjoy tea in the garden safely, but it still hurt. After all, who would want to approach me? I had built such an image of terror that it was only natural for them to be scared. Yet, there was someone. A girl who looked about 10 years old. The girl, clutching a bundle of papers, limped towards me. It wasn't the first time I had seen her. It was around the time I returned to the mansion yesterday. I had heard that the twins who had been at their maternal grandparents' place had returned while I was at the mine. The girl with light beige hair and green eyes was the youngest daughter of this family. She had waved from a distance. How did I react then? I had thought she was greeting the nearby servants and ignored her. She was the mistress's daughter, after all. I didn't think she would greet a scoundrel like me. But now, she was walking towards me. Her gait was odd, clearly dragging one leg. This girl's name was Nissil. She finally reached me and pointed at the cookies on the plate. Without saying a word, she gestured that she wanted some. Seeing her smiling face, I answered bluntly, "Eat." Nissil pulled out a pen and started writing on the paper she brought. Scribble scribble. Thank you. Unsure of how to respond, I paused, but then I heard Donaton's voice. This child seems unable to speak and is also lame? I see. Born into such a family is fortunate. Had she been born into a commoner household, she wouldn't even be treated as a human. She must have grown up receiving a lot of love, as she doesn't have a single wrinkle of resentment. That, I'm not so sure. Even though she's the daughter of a prestigious family, having a physical disability would not have made her life all sunshine and rainbows. Even in our advanced, civilized modern times, discrimination against those different from oneself persists. It goes without saying for this place with its medieval mindset. I couldn't understand why Nissil was approaching me so casually. I couldn't picture herself getting along with this little girl. Scribble scribble. But my doubts quickly faded with Nissil's new note. Big brother, last time you said to go to the ball and do that thing. Teach me again. You know, the thing. When you see a handsome man, you drink and act coquettishly. Was it like this? Nissil loosened her grip on her hand, letting only her pinky finger extend slightly, then mimicked a delicate, drunken woman. Oh, my. It seems alcohol doesn't agree with me. What was next? Oh, right. You said to lay my head on a handsome man's chest. That's what a woman should do at a ball. Herself suddenly felt like an absolute scumbag. From what I had gathered living in this body, Herself was not your average rogue. He had a natural talent for ruining people's lives. Even if she was a half-sibling with only half the blood relation and the daughter of the estranged mistress, she was still just a child. A pure, innocent girl at an age where she should only be learning good things. Herself had poisoned this girl's pristine heart with such venom, undoubtedly aiming to ruin her life with his serpentine tongue. As someone who grew up understanding the value of children in a low birth rate country, I had to step in to rectify this. It was my duty as a proper adult. Everything I said was a joke, so don't do such things. Just forget everything I told you. Nissil's eyelids drooped as if she was losing interest. To this girl, Herself's presence seemed to be like a cheap, yet strangely stimulating junk food. If you're bored, why don't you ask your real brothers to play with you? There are plenty of snacks in the mansion too. After all, she was the mistress's child. My inner discomfort showed, and she looked dejected. Oh well. What did she do wrong? Never mind. Do as you please. There's too much for me to eat alone anyway. Nissil's face lit up. Crunch crunch. She started eating the cookies without saying a word. She ate them really well. I was worried she might choke. I poured tea into the empty cup. Nissil eagerly brought the cup to her lips and gulped it down. Then, she planted her head on the table. For a moment, I suspected poison, but it was tea from the same pot. That couldn't be. What are you doing? Pretending to be drunk. She's completely corrupted. By Herself's poison. Dassel wiped his thigh with a handkerchief as soon as he sat on the living room sofa. His pants were spotless, but he felt as if they were dirty. Damn it. It happened while he was walking through the corridor to get here. When he encountered his limping half-wit younger sister, he pretended she didn't exist and tried to walk past without even glancing at her. But Nissil tripped and bumped into his knee. He could have helped her up, but he didn't out of disgust. Instead, he strengthened his knee, causing her to fall. Since there were onlookers, he made sure it was subtle. As Nissil struggled to get up on her own, Dassel helped her up while muttering under his breath to vent a little of his anger. Wouldn't it be better if you couldn't use your other leg too? Then you'd never bump into me again. Recalling this, Dassel looked at the hand that had touched Nissil's arm. He pulled out a new handkerchief and vigorously wiped it, frowning. I can't accept it. Such a blemish on our noble bloodline. What's the matter, Dassel? Did you get something dirty on you? Dassel turned his head at the voice behind him. A boy who looked almost exactly like Nissil, but with shorter hair, was glaring at him. It was Mercul, Nissil's fraternal twin brother. Dassel forced a smile and tried to greet Mercul warmly. Long time no see. Have a seat. You did it on purpose to Nissil, didn't you? But the face of his much younger brother's continuous disrespect twisted his composure. Dassel retorted sharply. I told you to respect your elders, didn't I? And I told you, if you keep bullying Nissil, I won't let it slide. Bang. Mercul took a step forward. Simultaneously, Dassel felt a prickling sensation all over his body, like needles piercing him. It was a terrifying aura, strong enough to paralyze. He suddenly realized again that this boy, at an age where he should be playing with wooden swords, was a monster beyond imagination. Despite the murderous intent, Dassel managed to speak. Let's stop. It's a rare occasion for brothers to reunite, and it would make mother sad to see us quarreling. Oh, how touching, Dassel, that you care so much about your mother. Fortunately, their mother appeared behind Mercul to prevent it from escalating to sword fighting. She smiled warmly at the two. Have you two caught up? Mercul, come here. I want to hug you after so long. Mom, I'm 10 now. That's double digits. Mercul grumbled, speaking childishly, while Dassel bit his tongue in silence. He resented Mercul for being so free to talk casually with their mother. Sometimes he even resented their mother for indulging Mercul's whims. Mercul had an exceptional talent for swordsmanship, surpassing even their father. Would his position remain secure when Mercul grew old enough to take the head's position? It was an anxiety he had harbored for a long time. The suspicion that perhaps the head's seat was meant for Mercul, and he was just a placeholder, seemed evident from their mother's favoritism. Leaving the picture-perfect reunion of mother and son behind, Dassel left the room. Having finally escaped from his mother, Mercul walked down the corridor, trying to calm his anger. Since long ago, Dassel had been cold towards him, as if wanting to freeze him to death. He had a foolish second brother, Arisil, who followed Dassel. Even though they were blood brothers, Mercul could tolerate their hostility. However, he could not accept their cruelty towards Nissil. And sometimes, even his mother. You must walk on your own 2 feet, Nissil. If you can't even do that, you'll live a life stuck in one place. He understood she wanted to raise her strong, but she could have been a little more considerate. There were times when her strictness seemed to be effective. Whenever faced with unfair treatment, Nissil would stand firm. But Mercul knew very well that it was all an act of pretending to be okay. Every night she cries alone, locked in her room. It's so noisy from the room next to mine. Despite that, Nissil was different. She was considerate and respectful towards others. That made Mercul wonder if his own bad personality might have caused Nissil's condition back when they were in the womb together. With a headache-inducing thought, Mercul searched for Nissil. Through the window, he spotted her blonde head. She was following her cell uncomfortably close behind him in the garden. Damn it. I told her not to get close to him. Mercul narrowed his eyes as he watched. Yes, there's another one. A snake teaching only vile things. Just then, a butler passed by. Mercul called out to him. You there, bring me 2 wooden swords. Pardon? Wooden swords. Yes, sturdy ones. I'll fetch them right away, young master. The butler's eyes shone as if honored. As he walked away briskly, Mercul pondered. Why is that guy still alive? Hadn't there been talk of a festival or something? Suddenly recalling, Mercul tilted his head in puzzlement. Well, never mind. Let's go help Mother. In RPG games, there's always an NPC who plays a significant role by accompanying the player through important story arcs or by giving frequent and bothersome tasks. Think of Tyrael from Diablo or someone like Nara in Mabanaji. In Asars, Mercul Tenist played a similar role. Known as the Sword Saint, he was crucial in introducing the player to the Tenist family. However, Mercul's significant role in the game came in the later stages when he was an adult, making him quite different from the young version I knew from the game's illustrations. Brother, your cute little brother is asking for a favor. Play with me just once, okay? He never spoke in such a cutesy manner. Although I had expected to encounter him eventually since seeing the family tree, I didn't anticipate him making such a request right off the bat, which left me slightly flustered. Playing sword fights with a little kid might not seem like a big deal, but Mercul was practically a monster. Mercul ben Tenist. Blessing. Sword Saint, reincarnation of the demon sword Eculus. There is only one thing I cannot cut. Everything else can be sliced through. He can learn all swordsmanship except for those requiring a bloodline succession. Attributes. Body of the martial god. Lethal trajectory. Perception beyond recognition. Blessings are usually something you're born with, so this little boy probably has all the ones I remember. In this situation, it felt like an ordinary adult facing the junior world boxing champion. If I didn't end up as a punching bag, I'd consider myself lucky. While I was lost in thought, staring at the wooden sword Mercul handed me, Donaton's laughter echoed in my mind. Pohahahaha, Hercel, are you scared of that little kid? Your master is clearly a pseudo-sword saint. How dare you? If I were to fight that child, I could cut him down in a second. I don't expect that, but you could at least buy me some time. With my resolve firmed, I took the wooden sword Mercul offered. All right, let's see if I can act like an older brother for a change. Mercul made a peculiar expression, probably not expecting me to accept so easily. Usually, I would have run away, but Donaton could be useful as long as I didn't have to win. Moreover, this monster's reputation within the mansion would help build the image I was aiming for. Despite being a future sword saint, he's still a child now. Plus, with wooden swords, what could possibly go wrong? However, Mercul's words to Nissil were odd. Nissil, stay here. Why? Can't I follow? Yeah, there might be a lot of blood. Was this a mistake? So, we arrived at the training ground. Given the circumstances, I would have preferred a larger audience, but only a few soldiers training and some passing servants were present. Of course, once Mercul and I stepped onto the training ground, all eyes were on us. Mercul and I faced each other on the training ground. Standing a good distance away, Mercul held his wooden sword with both hands, assuming a stance. I pondered how to make my stance look convincing before deciding to let my hand holding the wooden sword hang loosely. I'll let you go first. I added a relaxed comment, but internally, I was jittery. Are you ready, Donaton? I always give my best, no matter who the opponent is, even if it's a 10-year-old child. Well, that's not exactly reassuring, but let's hope for the best this time. Here I come, brother. Tap. Mercul stomped the ground fiercely. At that moment, his figure disappeared from my sight. As I tried to track his movements with my eyes, his wooden sword was already at my neck. Thud. The wooden swords collided with a dull sound right in front of my nose. Despite Donaton's fluid movements, my wrist felt numb. But it wasn't time to relax. Mercul's sword was immediately aimed at my crown. Swish. I barely twisted my body to avoid it as Mercul's wooden sword sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. Mercul's relentless assault continued. Luckily, Donaton dodged or deflected all the attacks by a hair's breadth, but watching this close-up was a terrifying experience. Ouch. Do it right, you fake sword saint. It's because of your rotten body? Up, up. Our silent cries echoed in my head. Mercul was confused by a strange sense of unease. What is this guy? Neither his arms nor hands were particularly fast. There were gaps due to the speed difference, yet they were invisible. Every time he aimed, Hercel's sword was already there to intercept it. Thud. It was as if he could foresee every move. It was unbelievable. He had heard Hercel was an amateur with no knowledge of swordsmanship. Frustrated, Mercul swung his sword with all his might again. Thwack. Perhaps because it was an emotion-driven strike, it wasn't red this time. Mercul's attack finally hit Hercel. Hercel managed to block it with his wooden sword but couldn't deflect it like before. Feeling the solid impact on his fingertips, Mercul grinned inwardly while watching Hercel's reaction. However, Hercel remained motionless. Instead, his expressionless face was so cold it sent chills down his spine. While Mercul hesitated about whether to continue his attack, Hercel yawned widely. Tap. Mercul instinctively leaped back at the strange behavior. Yawn. This is boring. But it was just a yawn. Hercel held the wooden sword in one hand, covering his mouth as he yawned lazily. Pop. Mercul felt a vein pop on his forehead. Trying to calm his boiling emotions, Mercul heard Hercel speak again. There's no need to drag this out. Clunk. Hercel's wooden sword fell to the ground. He then raised a finger towards the bewildered Mercul. One hit. I'll take your best shot head on. Hercel stood defenseless, without any protective stance. His tall but slender frame looked frail without any armor. It was obvious that landing a significant blow on him would be fatal. But Mercul's determination didn't waver. In training duels, accidents were common. Even if it wasn't during the festival, it could end as a tragic accident between brothers. Mercul's eyes gleamed with a different kind of resolve. Retrieving his wooden sword, he lowered his stance and spoke. Don't regret it, brother. Wait. The weather is so nice, isn't it? Hercel looked up at the sky, and Mercul followed suit. Indeed, it was a clear, sunny day without a cloud in the sky. But what did that have to do with anything? It's too nice a day to waste on two men sweating over wooden swords. There could be more fun things to do. Hercel took a deep breath as if savoring the natural ambience. It sounded like he was counting something. Finally, Hercel refocused his gaze and said, all right. Come on now. Though puzzled by Hercel's behavior, Mercul refocused. Whether it was for Nissil, to assist his mother, or any other excuse, the truth was, he realized he couldn't win without a killer instinct. Tap tap. Mercul rushed towards Hercel. His speed increased with every step, transforming him into a streak of lightning shooting straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, and static electricity crackled from his hand, flowing through the wooden sword, uniting the weapon and his arm in one fluid motion. The most powerful move Mercul could currently perform, Thunder Draw, was unleashed towards Hercel. Ping! A horizontal slash aimed at his neck. As the silver line drew near, Mercul saw it. Eyes unshaken, devoid of any disturbance. A chilling sensation ran through him, slightly halting his wrist. The strong warning signal spread through his body, and as the wooden sword's surface touched Hercel's downy hair, Mercul was certain. He had to let go of the sword. Bang! The wooden sword didn't just break but exploded, scattering in all directions. Mercul gasped for breath, struggling with the backlash of his aura. Huff. Huff. Manipulating the aura that flowed through his arm had caused a strain on his veins. It was fortunate it ended there. If he had held on to the sword, his wrist would have broken along with it. More pressing, however, was the consequence of revealing his intent to kill. Hercel must have noticed his intent to kill with that technique. As Hercel approached the kneeling Mercul, he couldn't move and closed his eyes tightly. Tap. He felt a light touch on his hair. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Hercel's dark silhouette and gleaming blue eyes, exuding an overwhelmingly arrogant gaze. See? It's not that fun, right? If you want to play, I'll always play with you. But let's do something more age-appropriate. Mercul watched in a daze as Hercel walked away, without even wiping his sweat. His pride was severely wounded, but he eventually accepted the outcome. It also made sense why Hercel was still alive. There was no way the servants could kill such a monster. As one question was resolved, another arose. But, didn't d'A say he was a worthless worm? Was everything he showed just a facade? Why would he act like a scoundrel with such skill? If his intentions were ill, it could endanger not only Nissil but everyone. Even more so if he aimed to become the head of the family. Mercul swallowed hard. If you want to play, I'll always play with you, but with something age-appropriate. Play? If there was such a gap between them, a different approach was necessary. I need to find out what he's planning. Mercul thought, deciding to observe and probe with an innocent guise. The next morning, on the ground of the garden path, a large moth was being devoured by a swarm of ants. As I watched it silently, I felt even more miserable myself. The moth's wings, disguised with the fierce eyes of a predator, seemed to symbolize me. Yesterday, I was just a moth pretending to be tough, cowering in front of a mere child. But at least I wasn't dead. If I had failed, I would have ended up like that moth. Deciding to live a long and thin life rather than a short and thick one made me feel somewhat better. Why are you sitting there with such a pitiful look, Hercel? Shut up, you fake. At my retort, the defeated Donaton sighed bitterly. Gore. Donaton, who is all talk, must be feeling like death right now. After boasting that he could easily beat a kid, he was utterly humiliated. It's only natural to feel ashamed. What did you say? Nothing. I was just talking to myself. You bastard? Huff. Donaton, who had been grinding his teeth, suddenly swallowed hard. Hercel, be on guard. That damned kid is here again? It seemed he had developed a trauma from his defeat. In any case, a shadow was cast over the moth that had lost its life to the ants. Clack. Was he here for revenge? Or perhaps he had realized that I was no big deal. Narrowing my eyes, I spoke. What do you want? But Mercul's reaction was somewhat unexpected. His eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth lifted, making him look like an innocent child. What? Didn't you say Big Brother would play with me anytime? Did you already forget? It seemed like he had taken my words literally when I was trying to naturally flee. Despite his monstrous skills, he was still just a child. So, what should I do? Should I actually play with him? While I was conflicted, Mercul blinked his eyes. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I'm playing with a sibling. Given their personalities, it made sense. They probably found this kid, who shone like a pearl, annoying. Those mama's boys probably want to play with their mom. Mama's boy? What's that? It means a fool who, despite being grown up, is still mentally immature and still looks for his mother's milk. Pfft. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. There's a rumor that Big Brother is the only one who knows how to play properly. Isn't it that they said I'm always playing rather than knowing how to play properly? Anyway, Mercul seemed to take it for granted that I would play with him. Well, I guess it's not a big deal. I'm also curious about the expression of the mistress. But what should we play? While rummaging through the storage of childhood memories, Nissil approached with a difficult gait. She had a bundle of papers like yesterday, but today she also had a book. Read me the fairy tale book brother gave me. The maids won't read it even if I ask. A book. Yes. The book you lent me before going to our maternal house. Nissil handed me the book as if she was pushing it onto me. Why don't you read it yourself? There are too many difficult words, so I can't read it. A fairy tale book with difficult words? Curious, I opened the book. This is. I immediately closed the book. I had only read the first page, but the sentences were vivid in my mind. Blushing. Juicy like a peach. Her waist bent like a bow. These sentences were blatantly written on the first page. It was a book for adults with a courtesan as the main character. No wonder the maids wouldn't read it to her. Giving such a thing to a child. Herself, you crazy bastard. Brother, aren't you going to read it? You can read this later when you grow up. As I slipped the book into my pocket, the kids pestered me. What is it that you can't read it? What is it? I need to give them some suitable plaything to quiet them down. But having spent my childhood playing games, I had no idea about kids' games. There was a time when I played physical games instead of video games. I joined a club named Classic Arcade Club, attracted by the idea of playing with 8-bit and 16-bit consoles, only to end up playing traditional games like spinning tops and hacky sack after school. I'll teach you a game more fun than this boring book. No experience is ever useless. I chose kite flying. I wanted to do it again after a long time, and I made a kite shaped like a stingray with materials collected by the servants. Mercul looked at me with suspicious eyes. This isn't the shape used by the army. There were kites here too. In ancient Rome, kites were flown for weather forecasting and military position identification. The only difference was the shape, being Korean style. However, the problem was, hey, what is this? It doesn't fly. Big Brother tricked us. It's because there's no wind. This place is annoyingly calm. We had no choice but to move. I crouched down and assumed a piggyback position. Get on. It's going to be quite a walk, and it would be hard with her uncomfortable legs. Nissil timidly got on my back. As I stood up, Mercul looked at me with a strange expression. You walk on your own. No, it's nothing. Outside the mansion, I also brought Jack and Adele with us midway. We arrived at a place that held bitter memories for me. With a beautiful sunset, a cool breeze, and a view of the commoners' homes, it was the cliff where that psychopath Sully had tried to push me to my death. Keep a close watch. As you know, this place is quite dangerous. Yes, sir. Understood, young master. Though I had no intention of going near the cliff, it was different for the two kids. Jack and Adele, who probably thought I was mocking them by mentioning the previous incident, nodded stiffly with rigid faces. I let the kite go in the wind. As the string unraveled and the kite floated into the air, the four of us gaped. It's really flying. Mine is still not flying. I also flew Nissil's kite and handed her the string. Mercul, determined to do it himself, kept throwing his kite towards the cliff. Each time he pulled the string and retrieved it, the play turned into something else. Is he fishing or something? Shut up. He's good with a sword but terrible at this? No, if he had good senses, he should easily be able to feel the direction of the wind. Observing Mercul closely, I noticed his hands were trembling. It seemed his wrist was damaged when he tried to cut my neck the other day. Though I wanted to help, seeing his sweaty and earnest face, I decided to just watch. Oh, this time, the kite lifted a bit. Mercul's lips trembled slightly, tasting joy, and he became more absorbed. After a few more tries, adjusting to the wind, Mercul's kite flew the highest among the three. Jack and Adele, who were watching, cheered loudly. Wow, it looks strange, but it flies well. But I couldn't remain carefree. While the others were focused on the kites, Nissil had gotten dangerously close to the cliff. Damn it. It seemed she was distracted by the kite flying and moved unconsciously. With her uncomfortable legs, her body kept swaying precariously. Approaching her slowly to avoid startling her, I reached out just as she fell. I grabbed her by the neckline and pulled her back. But my body, propelled by inertia, lurched forward. Oh, brother. You, young master. Noticing the commotion, Mercul and the guards looked our way with wide eyes. I glared fiercely at Jack and Adele. You two, we'll see about this. That was the last thing I saw as I braced myself. Seeing my hair flailing upwards like seaweed, this was my second fall off a cliff. Are you two really just going to sit there leisurely in this situation? Mercul, looking at the trembling Jack and Adele, couldn't believe it. Their response was even more absurd. You don't need to worry about young Master Arisil. He'll be back soon. He'll be back. Falling off a sheer cliff and surviving, is he even human? Mercul thought the guards must be insane, looking at them curled up and whining like that. Last time it took 3 hours, right? Rodel, you'd better beg for forgiveness when he returns. He might knock 30 minutes off your punishment. Eventually, Mercul decided to go himself. TCH, you two watch Nissil. I'll go check it out myself. Mercul ran down the steep slope but halted suddenly. But why should I check if he's alive or not? Thinking about it, it was odd. Shouldn't it be a relief if he's dead? Arisil was a snake that slyly approached Nissil. Regardless of who becomes the head of the house, the treatment won't change, right? It's the same even if young Master dead.A becomes the head. Indeed, who would take care of her? At best, they'd lock her in the basement out of sight. Some months ago, while passing by, Mercul overheard such gossip. He wanted to scold the maids, but Nissil stopped him. However, an outsider was different. So noisy. Why make a fuss about a mute? Isn't it enough that a woman knows how to lie in bed? Young Master Arisil. It's actually better if she's quiet, don't you think? The vocal cords can be ruined even after birth, right? Sorry. It won't happen again. Clearly not defending her, Arisil's outburst seemed like a fit of unnecessary anger. But Nissil started following him since that day. Mercul repeatedly warned her to stay away, but she didn't listen. He ended up personally warning Arisil. You really are ignorant, kid. What? Do you think any man would take a half-wit? Maybe some fool would if she could act cute. It's better to sell a burden if you can. After hearing those harsh words, Mercul was sure. This guy was an irredeemable piece of trash. However, watching Arisil up close, his actions were completely different from his harsh words. He willingly made time to play with her, carried her on his back when no one else would touch her for fear of bad luck, and treated her well in general. He even read her fairy tales, although he didn't know the content. Most importantly, he risked his own safety and jumped off a cliff to save her. So, Mercul started to think. Maybe he got angry because someone insulted his sister. Maybe those harsh words were because he was embarrassed that his true feelings were revealed. Perhaps he was just someone very bad at expressing himself. Thud thud. His pace quickened again. Mercul ran faster, his speed increasing. He saw a wagon in the distance. It was a supply wagon heading to the mansion. Mercul ignored it and was about to pass by when a familiar voice stopped him. Hold on, stop the wagon. Yes. My little brother is here to greet me. Creak. The wagon stopped. Sitting in the open back of the wagon was Arisil. What are you doing? Get on. Mercul looked at his face. Covered in some dust but not a scratch on his skin. Are you walking back? Arisil patted the seat next to him. Mercul, bewildered, sat beside him. Even up close, Arisil had no injuries. Brother, you're not hurt anywhere. Well, no injuries but it's unpleasant. Even the second time, I can't get used to it. Second time? Has this happened before? Arisil nodded. Mercul now understood why Jack and Rodel had said those things. No wonder I couldn't cut him. He's so tough, how could I? Clip clop clip clop. The wagon moved again. For a while, only the sound of hooves and wheels filled the air. Yet the atmosphere wasn't cold. Sitting in the wagon, staring at the scenery, and feeling the cool wind made the skin tingle. The weather is nice. At Arisil's words, Mercul looked up at the sky. It was sunset. The warmth of the sunset's glow seeped into the skin, making his chest feel warm. In the intense crimson light, Mercul blinked. Brother, will you play with me again? No, it's late today. Not today, but tomorrow. But let's not fly kites, it's dangerous. It was a trivial conversation that siblings might have. Mercul hoped such conversations would continue, but Arisil suddenly crossed his arms and frowned. Then, Arisil spoke. Let's play with spinning tops. A smile spread across Mercul's face. The faint sound of clattering dishes echoed. The mistress, surveying her children at the silent dining table, spoke. Is it because it's been a month and a half since we've been together? It's too quiet. Dead.A paused his fork and cleared his throat. I was lost in thought. Thought. You must know as well, mother. Dead.A glared sharply at Mercul. Mercul quickly chewed and swallowed the meat in his mouth. What are you looking at? Why did you follow that guy around all day? I was just curious why he's still alive and wanted to investigate. Investigate. Mercul tapped his neck with the edge of his hand. But now I understand. I tried my best to break his neck, but the wooden sword broke instead. If I had kept holding it, my wrist would have been severed. Dead.A's eyelids twitched. Arisil, flustered, asked in surprise. Did the sword break? Did you use aura? I said I tried my best, don't make me repeat myself. Dead.A was at a loss for words. It was unbelievable. The kid was only 10 years old but had the skills to face an imperial knight. Even with his golden aura, Dead.A couldn't be sure he could match him. And yet, Mercul was defeated so completely? Looking at the caviar on his plate, Dead.A briefly recalled Arisil creating a black aura with his sword. No, it couldn't be. He had shown a brown aura soon after. Even if he's a genius swordsman, he's still just a child. It's probably just exaggeration, typical for his age. He must have hit the wrong spot and the sword broke. Trying to dismiss his unease, Dead.A forced himself to relax. Mercul, having finished the last piece of meat, showed his empty plate to their mother. Mother, I've finished eating. May I be excused? Yes, you ate well. Nissil, you've finished too? Let's go together. Nissil nodded, wiping her mouth with a napkin. As Mercul passed by, the mistress called out in a slightly stern voice. Mercul, did you say you followed him to investigate? Her tone was somewhat sharp. Mercul nonchalantly nodded. Yes. And what? I told you I was curious why Big Brother was still alive. Big Brother. Realizing his slip, Mercul covered his mouth with his hand. The mistress masked her expression. Mercul, too, slowly removed his surprised look, meeting her icy gaze with his own cold eyes. The atmosphere turned as cold as ice. Nissil and Arisil broke into a cold sweat, while d'A watched with keen interest. I wanted to know what you think of him, seeing him up close. I haven't figured it out yet. Mercul replied bluntly, and the mistress raised her hand. In the breathless silence, her children's eyes followed her hand, which reached toward Mercul's face. Swoosh. She gently stroked Mercul's soft cheek and smiled faintly. Mercul's eyes sparkled with life, returning to his innocent child's expression. All right, go ahead. You need to sleep early to grow tall. Yes. Mercul led Nissil out. The tension evaporated. The mistress looked at her two sons with a slightly displeased expression. It must not sit well with you that I didn't scold him. Honestly, I do have a bit of favoritism. But know that my concern is greater. d'A spoke with a slightly emotional voice. If he shows defiance, I won't stand idly by. You're approaching it the wrong way, d'A. The mistress scolded him before giving both sons a deep look. When I spoke of concern, it wasn't about Mercul. d'A swallowed his saliva silently. Mercul is a child you should embrace, not alienate. Remember that, d'A. The mistress resumed her meal, indicating the conversation was over. Maintaining a harmonious relationship rather than making enemies was her wish, considering Mercul's talent. The more he grows, the more my position is threatened. d'A had no intention of leaving his rival alone. The mistress picked up the last letter on her desk. The wax seal bore an eagle emblem. She hesitated, remembering Mercul's words calling her cell Big Brother. Big Brother. A boy difficult to control, how did he manage to win him over? It was indeed a troubling matter. In time, d'A would also have no choice but to embrace Mercul. Even if he disliked it, circumstances would force it, hence she hadn't pushed for improving their relationship. This isn't good. People who attract others are always troublesome. Putting that aside for now, she opened the letter. It was from the Schwick family, with whom there had been recent territorial disputes. The letter contained formalities and details of the meeting's location and time. The one-sided notification made the mistress sneer. Elma. When she rang the bell, the head maid approached nervously, sensing her displeasure. You called, madam. Tomorrow, I have an outing. We need to make preparations. The priority was to protect the family's safety. Her cell's matter had to be set aside. That was the duty of an adult. The sound of birds chirping was unusually pleasant. Perhaps because I don't usually hear them well. The evil, nasty cat having left, they probably sensed peace and returned. I picked up the half-finished spinning top. Selly stood beside me holding the toolbox. Hammer number 2. What is this? Can't you see? I'm making a spinning top. But why, are you only putting an iron core in your top, young master? Selly looked at me disapprovingly. I ignored her and hammered the iron core into the center of the top. Sometimes, even a child needs to taste the bitterness of life. It had been a while since I last made one, so quite some time had passed. The weak light filtering through the window indicated it was already nearing evening. I looked out the window and my eyes gleamed. There was a carriage at the main gate. I carefully observed the carriage with a telescope from the table and confirmed the scale emblem of Orbula. Finally, they arrived. But why is d'A greeting them? Did that guy also apply for Adele membership? d'A? Of course. He applied a year ago. Why? When a man got out of the carriage and d'A smiled broadly, I couldn't help but smile too. That guy, his stomach will soon be burning. The Orbula family is expecting a guest to visit. Upon the butler's report, a gleam appeared in d'A's eyes. There was only one reason for a sudden message from Orbula on the day of their visit. d'A suppressed the blooming joy within him and calmly took a sip of tea. I thought it would take quite a while because of the long waiting list, but it's faster than I expected. Being a strong candidate for the next head of the family and having built up a decent career, he met all the qualifications. However, many unqualified people had also applied, which prolonged the time it took for the review results to come out. But to think that the membership of Adele, known as the Nobles, would be issued in just a year. Even his butler was understandably excited. The time is 6 p.m. 6 p.m. They must have sent someone urgently. They seem to think highly of you, Master d'A. Ignoring the butler's flattery, d'A checked the time. There wasn't much left. The air was rather chilly. It was around sunset. Hearing the news of the carriage's arrival, d'A quickened his steps to the main gate. The carriage door opened, and a middle-aged man in a neat outfit stepped onto the ground. Clack. On his chest hung a badge with a finely crafted scale emblem. He introduced himself briefly with a bow. Greetings. I am Alka from Orbula. I am d'A Ben Tenist. Pleasure to meet you, Sir Alka. The man looked around the mansion grounds and expressed his admiration. Ho, as beautiful as they say. Thank you for the compliment. But d'A, with a hint of regret, showed a wry smile. If you had informed us earlier, we would have prepared properly. I apologize for the hasty reception. Haha, your words are more than enough. However, there's no need for Master d'A to worry. We are here to urgently deliver the membership card and then leave immediately. The man smiled kindly and took out an elegant box, looking around. Soon, his eyebrows furrowed slightly in confusion. But where is Master Herself? The unexpected name made D.A blink. The man bowed his head apologetically. Actually, the recipient must collect it in person. Though I greatly appreciate Master D.A coming out, it's against the rules to have a proxy receive it. What does he mean? At that moment, the man's eyes sparkled as he looked into the distance. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard. D.A also followed his gaze. Click-clack, click-clack. With a haughty lifted chin and blue eyes looking down, exuding elegance in his walk, D.A felt a chilling sensation as if all the warmth was draining from his body. Tap. Herself, with a crescent moon smile, placed his hand on D.A shoulder. Thanks for coming out to greet him, D.A. After patting his shoulder twice, Hersel's hand left, sending a shiver down D.A.'s skin. No way. That no way was correct. As Herself approached, the man bowed respectfully and greeted him. Greetings, Master Herself. Congratulations on becoming an honored member of Adele. Nice to see you. But you're late, aren't you? Excuse me? No. This issuance is actually extraordinarily fast. The man's hands holding the box were trembling nervously. Herself, noticing this, scoffed casually. Weren't you boasting about time being money? Of course, time is money. But there was a lot of internal discussion regarding this. Why? Did seeing my name give them a stroke? Ahem. No, of course not. That would never happen. Let's stop the teasing. Is that mine? Herself snatched the box. A subtle red light seeped out from the gap in the box. Click. Inside was a card finely crafted from metal. D.A.'s eyes widened gradually. It was unmistakably the Adele's membership card he had only seen in his parents' possession. Oh, it's even more radiant in person. Thanks for your effort. You can go now. Waving his hand as if the matter was settled, Herself dismissed the man. The man, bewildered, gave his farewells and got back on the carriage. Ignoring D.A, Herself walked past him. D.A grabbed Hersel's shoulder. What did you do? How could someone like you get into Adele? D.A, narrowing his eyes in disbelief, was met with Hersel's smug grin. Think about it on your own. Watching him leave with a smirk, D.A ground his teeth so hard it made a noise. The indescribable humiliation of being overtaken by someone he had considered a mere bug was unbearable. Found you, brother? Over here. To make matters worse, another infuriating figure appeared. Mercul ran up to Herself and glanced at D.A. Brother, that guy is glaring at you like he wants to kill you. Mercul, at times like this, you should pretend not to notice. Why? Did something happen? I can't even begin to describe how pitiful it is. As he watched the two who grated his nerves from top to bottom, D.A suppressed something within him. A vicious intent that seemed ready to spill out at any moment if he let his guard down. Thud. A spinning top bounced out of the mortar, and Mercul, frustrated, panted heavily. It's strange, why won't brother's top get pushed? There's a trick to it. Can't we switch tops this time? Who was it that insisted on competing with what we made ourselves? Seeing no hope, Mercul sighed deeply, as if the ground would cave in. Feeling it was about time to tell him, I handed over the top. Pick it up. Mercul, dumbfounded, grabbed his own top with one hand and compared the weight. Brother, don't tell me. Yep, I put a bit of iron in mine. Seeing Mercul puffing in frustration made me feel a bit nostalgic. Playing with kids wasn't so bad after all. The feeling I had when playing with my nieces and nephews seemed to raise my self-esteem as an adult. It made me feel my position as an adult. Like this. Isn't this kind of cheating, brother? With one eyebrow twitching, Mercul drooped his lips, and I imparted the lesson of adulthood. The world will cruelly stab at you with hidden blades like this. If you want to survive this harsh world, remember this, Mercul. I see. Mercul looked dazed, as if he had just realized a great truth. A person like me, who puts a bulletproof vest on children's tender hearts to protect them from the harsh realities of life. Now that we've played enough, it's time to leave. As I turned to leave, I felt my collar being tugged. It was Nissil. When did she get here? Brother, since Nissil is here, let's go test our courage. We decided to do that today. Test our courage. Yeah, in the basement, where Dad keeps his treasures. I was intrigued. If it was AOL's trophies, they must be very valuable. If I could sneak one or two, it would be great. But a test of courage? Suddenly, I felt a chill. Something came to mind. Don't tell me, you mean that place? Yes, where Dad keeps the heads of the monsters he's captured. Mercul grinned mischievously. This little brat must have held a grudge for the prank with the spinning tops. This was definitely revenge. You'd better be prepared. There's still some that are alive and moving. I refuse. Come on, let's go. Okay, let's go together. Ignoring them and walking away, Mercul and Nissil tugged on my collar. How could these little kids be so strong that I couldn't shake them off? Stop it. My clothes are stretching. Sigh. Suddenly, I remembered my uncle and sighed. Come to think of it, I used to pester my uncle every holiday by following him around and annoying him. I would press the power button on his computer and run away, behead the figures he cherished and leave them on his desk, screen his hidden CDs as his treasure in front of the family. Damn it. I was really a bad kid. Maybe I'm receiving my punishment now for tormenting my uncle as if he were a toy. Lead the way. A life full of sins. Today, I'll atone for those sins. A musty smell emanated from the lower floor. The damp bricks exuded the feeling of abasement. As I descended the stairs, the heat from the lamps on the walls brushed my cheeks. The eerie atmosphere transmitted Nissil's trembling to my back. Gruar. The sound of a grotesque creature's wail added to the feeling of entering a dungeon. Despite this, Mercul was smiling as if enjoying the situation. How is it? Isn't the atmosphere chilling? Nissil, you should get off brother now. Nissil shook her head vigorously. Even so, I gently put the frightened child on the ground. She looked at me with resentful eyes. Understand, if you wet yourself, my back will get soaked. Nissil held out her hand. Although there was no paper, the phrase hold my hand then seemed to float in the air. Do as you like. We held hands. Nissil's expression softened a little. But what is it? Mercul kept glancing back at me, which bothered me. What? Do you want me to hold your hand too? No, I'm not a child. Mercul turned his head away with a pout. I followed his lead and walked down the corridor. Clink. Nissil's grip tightened as a metallic sound came from ahead. Ah, Arisil, what brings you here? It was Jack and Adele. The previous noise seemed to come from their armor. What are you doing here? Well, we are on duty today, so we're guarding this place. They were short-staffed because AOL had taken many knights to the demon realm. Mercul pointed at the exhibition hall door. Open that door for us. Jack and Adele scratched their heads, looking troubled. Well, the thing is, young Master Mercul, it's a bit difficult. If the mistress finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Mercul pouted and asked. But you let us in last time, didn't you? That's because the Grand Duke was with you. You know how dangerous it is beyond this door. Jack said in a coaxing tone. For once, these two guys seemed likable. It would be great if we turned back now. There was a very troublesome monster related to the scenario sealed here. Although the incident where the seal was broken wasn't due yet, there's no benefit in poking around. It's also scary. However, Mercul looked at me with expectant eyes. It's not dangerous. Brother is here too. Damn it. I desperately hoped Jack and Adele would stick to the rules, but they nodded, pursing their lips. Oh, that's true. If young Master Arisil is with you, there's nothing to worry about. If you keep it a secret from the mistress. Click. Thinking they had done well, they giggled and opened the door with the key. Mercul took the lamp and led the way. Holding Nissil's hand, I glared at Jack and Adele as we entered the exhibition hall. Adele, did we make a mistake? I'm not sure. Useless guys. After the Orbula carriage left, the mansion was in an uproar. Really, it wasn't Master Dassel but that brat. I told you, the man from Orbula was extremely polite to him. I clearly saw him receiving the card. The servants were astonished that Arisil had gained membership in Adele. Such sensational news spread like wildfire. Ahem, but what's with calling him a brat? You should say Master Arisil. Ahem. Are you already lining up? What if the mistress hears you? In the midst of their chatter, the butler urgently turned his head. Those gossiping about Arisil did the same. Quiet. The headmaid is passing by. Given the mansion's atmosphere, the headmaid sighed deeply. The mistress will be here soon. How should I report this? A meeting was scheduled soon. It was hard to inform about this ahead of such an important event. But it couldn't be hidden. While she was fretting, a carriage arrived at the main gate. The headmaid bowed and greeted the returning mistress. How was your outing? Any good news? Everything went well. But it's tiring, meeting people after a long time. Walking along the garden path, the mistress spoke, and the headmaid followed. The servants, realizing who the real master of the mansion was, bowed their heads politely. Alma, could you tell the children to attend this meeting too? The young masters. Yes, I thought I'd let them observe. Such opportunities are rare. The headmaid shuddered slightly. Does that mean? Yes, the head of the family himself is coming. The headmaid tried to calm her surprise. It was natural to worry as a servant when Heinrich, the head of the hostile family, was personally coming. At that moment, they reached the main hall. Voices of the maids gossiping seeped through the still-closed door. Arisil really joined Adele. Yes, just now, someone from Orbula came and... Ultimately, the maid's chatter reached the mistress's ears. The mistress asked in a gentle tone, Alma, could you tell me in detail what they are talking about? Well, that's... The headmaid cautiously explained the entire situation. I see. Interesting news. That place isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. Do you think he used the money he stole from the mine to buy his way in? The mistress was already aware that Arisil had smuggled goods from the mine and maintained dubious dealings with Orbula's young lady. Well, I don't think Orbula would be swayed by such money. Our eldest son must have some skills I haven't grasped. It wouldn't be bad to see for myself. See for yourself. With an intrigued look, the mistress smiled softly. I'm thinking of letting him participate in the meeting. Not as an observer, but as a representative. Click-clack, click-clack. As soon as we entered AOL's trophy room, the split face of a monster greeted us. Various monster heads were mounted and displayed on wooden plagues. I was once again reminded of the eccentricities of the rich. Brother, let's go all the way to the end of the hallway. I've never been that far, Mercul said excitedly. On the other hand, Nissil looked utterly terrified. Following Mercul, we walked down the hallway. The deeper we went, the more the stuffed monsters glared or flicked their tongues. Clack, clack, clack. Ah, geez. What is this thing? Mercul stumbled back as a giant snake skull snapped its jaws in front of him. It's a grommer. Judging by the bones, it must have been burned to death. Oh, brother, you know quite a lot. I muttered absent-mindedly, having recognized the monster from the lore book, and Mercul looked at me with admiring eyes. Meanwhile, Nissil, clinging to my side, trembled even more. Using this as an excuse, I asked Mercul, should we turn back? Realizing my concern, Mercul scolded Nissil. What's so scary about this? It's just a bit further. Nissil shook her head, clearly unable to go any further. Fine, then wait here. Brother, let's go on our own. Despite his confident tone, Mercul's steps were slightly cautious. Wanting to get it over with quickly, I took a step forward. Then my collar stretched. Grab. Seeing Nissil's tearful, trembling face softened my heart. Leaving a child here alone didn't seem right. Then hop on. I prayed the disaster I had thought of earlier wouldn't happen as I hoisted Nissil onto my back. Passing between the monsters' heads, a sudden flash of 3 glowing eyes appeared at the dark end of the hallway. Every hair on my body stood on end. A dreadful feeling that seeped into my very bones. Mercul's steps halted, and his shoulders slightly trembled. I could even hear him gulp, showing he was extremely cautious. But it seemed he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Firmly gripping the lamp handle, Mercul approached cautiously. Then, a bizarre scream echoed through the basement, mixing various animal cries into one. Screech! With black feathers and 3 eyes, a beak lined with fangs that showed whenever it opened its mouth, and chained and locked even though it was just a head, it was undoubtedly the blackbird of resentment. The beast shrieked and struggled as if trying to escape its decorative plaque. Screech! Thud! Like a wild animal, Mercul swiftly hid behind my back. I had noticed his heightened tension earlier, he must have sensed it before me due to his good instincts. Brother, how can you stay calm after feeling that? It wasn't that I wasn't afraid, it was just that the noble blood's ember prevented me from outwardly expressing fear. My mind was still screaming at me to run away. I knew well what kind of disaster would ensue if those chains broke. The blackbird of resentment. A demon beast sealed within the Tenest family's mansion for a long time. The seal would be broken later due to the machinations of secret societies wishing for the world's end. It's a boss monster appearing in the scenario where the playable character teams up with AOL to reseal it after arriving at a mansion turned into a scene of hell. The subjugation difficulty is extreme. Destroyed buildings, blazing flames, pools of blood, and countless corpses strewn about. I had seen numerous playable characters ripped apart by the beast's maw. Did you know, brother? This monster has killed thousands of people. That's a lot, wasn't it? Subjugated in the demon realm. Having only seen the scenario where the seal was broken, I didn't know the details of how it was sealed, so I asked. Yes. This monster rampaged through the village of Melbra, and it was dealt with alongside the Schwick family. Sweat beaded on Mercul's temples as he glared at the blackbird, not wanting to be outdone. It was a 2-night battle. Many subjugation squad members died or were maimed, and even a high-ranking member of the Schwick family was gravely injured. In the end, Dad slit its throat, and here it is. Screech! Perhaps recalling the memories, the blackbird shrieked more savagely, and Mercul clung tighter to my back, startled. Let's go back. Mercul no longer insisted. Instead, he clung to my hand with a frightened face. The fact that such a monster was under the mansion where I stayed was unsettling, but the secret society would only swap the seal's key with a fake and break it in the mid-scenario event. By then, I would surely escape this cursed mansion. I trudged back, thinking of this, despite the blackbird's cries sounding increasingly vivid as we moved away. Calming my pounding heart, I sent the twins back and was heading to my building. Reaching my doorstep, I saw someone sitting at a garden table. A woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat deeply and a few servants attending her. It was the mistress. Where are you going after coming all this way, Hercel? I tried to turn back naturally, but I was caught by the mistress. Sighing inwardly, I walked over to the table. It was the middle of the day in the garden, so she couldn't do anything rash. Running away wouldn't solve anything either. What do you want? I have something to discuss, so sit down first. At her gesture, a servant pulled out a chair across from her. I have nothing to discuss. Don't be like that. It's not bad news. There was a peculiar persuasion in her smile. Given that she was straightforward enough to say she wanted to kill me to my face, it didn't seem like she was hiding any ill intentions. Sitting down, a servant poured tea. Seeing me staring at the tea, the lady gestured as if urging me to drink. I took a sip of the tea, and there was no system message. As expected, she hadn't prepared any shallow tricks like that now. How is it? It was specially prepared. Well, it's fine. Relaxing a bit, I spoke kindly, and the lady smiled. You've changed a lot, Hercel. You used to have fits if it was chamomile. The hand holding the teacup flinched. It was a moment that reminded me that this seat was no different from a tiger's den. The lady leisurely sipped her tea and continued. People say one doesn't change, but I don't believe that. Especially with men, they say they change remarkably even if you don't see them for 3 days. Compared to that, eating tomatoes or changing your tea preference is a trivial change. It seemed the lady assumed that a series of events had caused some changes in me. Of course, she wouldn't have the means to understand the nature of those changes. It's not trivial but rather something you don't care about. My succession rank remains the same. Despite my sharp words, the lady just smiled and changed the subject. Have you heard the news about the meeting with the Schwick family? If you didn't want me to hear, you should have told the servants to keep quiet. Hehe, that's not what I meant. Anyway, in 2 days, there will be a public meeting about the territorial dispute. The location is Arisil. Arisil was the midpoint between Tenest and Schwick. The Empire will only provide a venue for the meeting, and the two families will resolve the issue themselves. The problem is that it's a public meeting. A servant refilled the empty cup, and the lady spoke as she watched the yellow tea pour. At a public meeting, families related to the issue or their subordinate families are allowed to attend. Of course, they don't have voting or speaking rights, but the Schwick family will surely bring all their subordinate families. Since they can't stop their mouths, they'll use rumors to sway public opinion. Exactly. It would be good for us to bring our subordinate families too, but with the Grand Duke absent, it's difficult to move them. So, this mother is in a bit of a bind. You're dragging out the introduction. Get to the point. Attend the meeting, Herself, as one of Tenest's representatives. Does she want to borrow even a baby's hand? Or is she testing me? Whatever the reason, it wasn't a pleasant proposal, so I narrowed my eyes. You said it would be good news for me. Oh my, what could be better than an opportunity to serve and dedicate yourself to the family? Scrape? I pretended to be annoyed, scraping the chair as I stood up. I was about to turn my back and leave when the lady's words stopped me. Fine. I'll grant one of Herself's requests. As long as it's within my power. Within her power. Of course, she wouldn't grant something like stick your face in that tea and die or I'll be a good son, so please spare me. While pondering what I could extract from this cunning woman, I eventually thought of something and spoke. Rather than a request, I have something to ask. Let's go with that then. What is it? How much longer until father returns? Knowing when this farce would end was what I needed most right now. Knowing or not knowing when an extreme situation will end has a significant impact on survival. The lady hesitated for a moment before speaking. A carrier pigeon arrived recently. He said he had defeated the target monster. It also included the expected date of arrival at the mansion. Though it's just an expected date, she added, pulling out a letter with the Tenest seal from her pocket and placing it on the table. When I reached out, she pulled it back towards her. If you arrive at Arisil, I'll hand this letter to you. How about it? As expected, she wasn't going to make it easy. The next day, the public meeting venue in Arisil. On the stage were the meeting seats divided into two sides, and above it were observer seats that could hold about 200 people. Soon, the doors of the meeting hall opened, and the observers began to enter first. The observer seats were simply for observation, unlike the meeting seats, so they weren't divided into factions, but the visitors naturally sat closer to the side they belonged to. As the start approached, the Schwick side seats were packed with nearly 100 heads of subordinate families and their representatives, while the Tenest side looked empty, with only a few nobles involved in the territorial dispute or seeking gossip. With the Grand Duke absent, their side is sparse too. We never had the numbers to begin with. The prestige of Tenest has fallen. Naturally, such whispers arose. Time passed, the secretary took his seat, and the imperial mediator stood in the center, looking up at the observers. As the atmosphere quieted, the meeting seats began to fill. First to appear was Heinrich von Schwick, a middle-aged man with neatly trimmed facial hair and sharp eyes. He sat at the table with his representatives. The observers gulped, waiting for the Tenest representatives to appear. When the Mistress, Adele, appeared, accompanied by two young men and a small child, the observers couldn't help but snicker. Huh? Does Tenest have no one better? Haha. And what's with that kid? Do they think this is a joke? Hey, isn't that the crazy dog of Tenest? Thud, thud. As the sneers grew louder, the mediator pounded his gavel with an embarrassed face. Despite the signal to be quiet, the mockery didn't subside until Heinrich scanned the observers. Silence quickly followed. Ahem. Apologies for the disturbance. His voice, thick and muddy, echoed through the hall. We didn't call for a public meeting to mock you. Heinrich eyed the Tenest representatives. But you must understand. One looks decent, but did you bring that little one here to nurse him? And what about that brat? Here to cause trouble. Occasional chuckles erupted around him. Yet the Mistress remained composed and greeted him gracefully. Hello, Count Heinrich. How is your health? It seemed like a simple greeting, but Heinrich's face twisted, and he sat without a word. Thud, thud, thud. Once both sides were seated, the mediator announced the opening of the meeting with a gavel and began his opening statement. As the mediator's voice echoed quietly, Herself glanced at Adele beside him. Adele pulled a small envelope from her pocket and handed it to Herself. It wasn't a noticeable action. Those who saw it assumed it was a document related to the meeting and didn't react. Only Herself, who opened the envelope and read its contents, curled one corner of his mouth into a smile. Now, Schwick side, briefly state your claims before the meeting begins. As the mediator finished his opening statement, Heinrich raised his voice. The Schwick family asserts the following: according to the Empire's revered and merciful laws, Grendel rightfully belongs to our family. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from the Schwick side, but it was inappropriate for a dispute meeting, so the mediator pounded his gavel again to stop it. Next, the Tenest side. Herself. When it was Tenest's turn, the Mistress quietly called his name. Herself whispered in a low voice only she could hear. You made a mistake. You should never let go of the reins until the end. Bang! Herself slammed his feet onto the table with a loud noise. Almost reclining in his chair, he raised his head high and spoke in a deep voice. Is that so, with all your grumbling? If you're so unhappy, stop whining and come at us. The hall fell dead silent. Herself looked around at the stunned audience. Aren't you going to clap for me? The unbridled brat's chaos had begun. The first to break the silence was Adele. To act like a beast even in such a setting, it seems our elder brother needs to be re-educated in manners. His voice was sharp and mocking. For him, the current situation must be satisfying. The words I had spoken in front of Tenist's retainers clearly revealed my childish behavior. But did I have any image left to tarnish? Looking down at Dassal, I retorted. Is it your idea of manners to stand idly by while your kin is insulted to their face? Pathetic. He remained silent, like a mute who had swallowed his tongue. It was amusing, given how he had glared at me as if to kill when I disrespected the mistress. Now, he remained silent. Realizing the situation, loud voices erupted from the observer seats. How dare he act like this in public? I've heard rumors, but this is too much. What a rascal. The outbursts reminded me of a chaotic marketplace. Amidst the noise, one of Schwick's representatives shouted at me. Even if you are the Grand Duke's son, this rudeness cannot be tolerated. Apologize immediately. I half opened my eyes and answered bluntly. Weren't you the ones who first showed disrespect by calling us brats and ruffians? That was not from our side, but from the observers. Ridiculous. You brought them all here. The loud outbursts subsided a bit. They must not have expected someone to point out their manipulation so directly. I glanced at our side. Dassel's face was twisted with anger, Mercul was covering his grinning mouth with his hand, and the mistress. She had turned her head and her shoulders were slightly shaking, as if stifling laughter. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Heinrich slammed his heavy fist on the table. You are indeed an arrogant wretch. You are just like your father. His voice was calm yet filled with anger. Heinrich's weighty gaze fell on me. I raised my chin arrogantly and spoke. Sorry, but this is not a family trait. It's a natural inclination. That's why my family doesn't like me. Don't think that the prestige of being the Grand Duke's son will carry outside the mansion, boy. Likewise, Count, don't think you can act high and mighty just because my father isn't here. My prestige is right here. When I didn't back down, Heinrich's face twisted with fury. After a moment of controlling his anger, he leaned back in his chair, as if refusing to engage further. The mistress then spoke with a warm smile. Hercel, you should start taking this seriously. Just when it was getting interesting, I guess it's time to stop. The mediator furiously pounded his gavel, and once the commotion subsided a bit, I got to the point. Our stance is firm. We cannot cede Grendel. The gist of the meeting's dispute, as I roughly understood it, was this. Grendel was geographically within Tenist territory, but technically, it wasn't part of Tenist's domain. It had been granted to the Grendel family by one of Tenist's ancestors long ago, but the current owner had recently died of a sudden heart attack, leaving behind a massive debt to the Schwick family. Since he died owing me money, Grendel's ownership falls to Schwick. With no heirs and no other assets to repay the debt, Schwick's claim to the land seemed reasonable. It's a generous offer to repay the principal and interest. There's no reason for Tenist to take on that debt. They might change their tune later. The Grand Duke is known for flipping his stance. The issue was that Grendel had originally been granted by Tenist, and despite our offer to repay the debt, Schwick insisted on the land. Even though the land could be rendered useless to them, the moment it falls into your hands, it might lose all its value. Ho, let's hear it. Since it's not part of our territory, it's only natural to impose trade tariffs. We might even raise tariffs specifically for Grendel. There were murmurs from the observer seats, but I continued. Not to mention droughts or floods could occur. The reservoir is on our side. Of course, it wouldn't be intentional, we would just be adjusting the water levels during the agricultural season. As my threats ended, there were mixed reactions from the observers. He's not as foolish as the rumors say. Do you think those ideas came from him? That woman must have coached him. They acted as if what I had said was something extraordinary, seeing me as nothing more than a talking monkey. I had hoped that pointing out such weaknesses would change the dynamics, but Heinrich merely sneered. Such vile thoughts are indeed worthy of the Grand Duke's son. But do you know this? People are people because they serve the law. Those who try to seize everything by force, like you, are no better than beasts. He implied that the law was on their side. Heinrich looked around the observer seats. I have the right to choose. I have the authority to reject Tenist's offer. His speech continued in a grandiose manner, but there was no need to delve deep into it. In summary, they were here to show the absurdity of the situation, to emphasize that inaction had consequences, and to rally against the tyranny of power. Yes, it was propaganda. Their claims were valid, but the people here had also risen to power by imposing injustice on others. Their speech continued without substance. No matter what we offered, they refused to consider it, sticking to their stance. My resolve is firm. Even if you pile up wealth like a mountain, I will not bow to the oppression and tyranny of the Grand Duke. That is the righteous cause. Clap, clap, clap. While the audience applauded Heinrich's speech, I half listened and muttered to myself. That man keeps bringing up my father, does he have some personal grudge? I wasn't expecting an answer, but the mistress responded. They have a long history. The Count once fought alongside the Grand Duke to subdue the Blackbird of Resentment. He was severely injured and blames the Grand Duke for it, harboring resentment to this day. Now that she mentioned it, Mercul had said something similar. I didn't expect that man to be Heinrich. It seems he holds a grudge for a petty reason. But I couldn't understand why he was garnering so much support from his subordinates for such a personal vendetta. As a family head, would he really forsake potential gains just for personal feelings? This seemed excessive for mere loyalty. Feeling frustrated, I asked the lady amidst the ongoing commotion. What do they want from me? What do you mean? This isn't a matter that can be negotiated. I don't have the authority to offer anything more, and even if I did, they're not listening. I pointed to Heinrich, who was alternating between making speeches and conversing with his delegates, reminiscent of a filibuster. Well, I never said to reach an agreement. Surely, you didn't just bring me here to mess around. The mistress smiled as I glared at her. Think carefully. There must be something you can do, Hercel. Something I can do? This sudden puzzle had me thinking hard. What does Schwick want? Grendel is just an ordinary farmland. Accepting money and stepping back would be more profitable. There must be a hidden reason for coveting it. So, what if we refuse to give it? Claiming territorial rights without actual control is meaningless. Grendel is within Tenest territory, and occupying it would require invading our land. That would inevitably lead to... I suddenly voiced my thought. Does Schwick want war? The hall fell silent. Gaining confidence, I glared at Heinrich. Demanding Grendel is just a pretext for war. You aim for supremacy. That's an assumption. We respect the mediation provided by the Empire and seek a peaceful resolution between our families. Heinrich, who had been speaking dispassionately, suddenly grinned. But if Tenest remains uncooperative, war may be inevitable. The Schwick side's observer seats remained relatively quiet, suggesting this was a known matter. Finally, I understood what the lady meant. Schwick had a hidden agenda, so negotiation was impossible. The meeting was doomed from the start. If that's the case, then what she said about what I can do. Oh, I get it. Heh. I chuckled, unable to contain my amusement. The silence in the hall made my laughter echo. When the tiger is away, the fox becomes king. What? It seems you tried to act like the ruler in my father's absence, but it's unfortunate for you. I stood up and pulled out the letter I had received from the lady, waving it. If it's war, you'd better hurry. You have only 7 days. The observer's eyes fixated on the letter, curiosity etched on their faces. Oh, this? It's a letter from my father, saying he's returning after the subjugation. If you want to act, do it quickly. Let's see, if you march your entire army on horseback for 7 days and nights, you might make it. It would take them at least 10 days to mobilize their forces, and that's assuming they commandeered all the horses in the country for their soldiers. I grinned and closely observed those who had slandered me. The mustached one. The one with narrow eyes. The one with 4 chins. You all had a lot to say earlier, didn't you? And there's the big-headed one. Each time I pinpointed someone, they lowered their heads or hid behind the person in front of them. The front person kept shifting their position, exposing the one hiding. Eventually, ripples of trembling voices spread through the hall. How can he be back so soon from the demon realm? I didn't hear anything about the Grand Duke returning so quickly. The war was only feasible because he was absent. I'm withdrawing? Let's call off this matter as well. At the news of the tiger's return, the rabbits started to leave one by one. Counting the marked individuals, I sighed heavily. Too many to remember. Better to hold everyone accountable. Can I get the attendance list? I looked at the mediator. Those trying to flee stopped in their tracks and turned to look at me with wide eyes. What's with those faces? Should I erase your names from the list I give to my father? Many nodded eagerly, like men seeing a lifeline from heaven. They glanced between Heinrich and me. Relax. I was just joking. As I spoke casually, the observers wiped their foreheads in relief. The mistress, having watched, complimented me. More than I expected, Hercel. Her initial goal was to dissolve the chains binding Heinrich's subordinates. Even if they showed hostility, acting rashly wasn't an option. So I struck the right balance, leaving room for reconsideration. If they truly believed our side to be tyrants, Tenest would be isolated. However, if they still rebel after being given a chance, it would justify our actions against them. I scoffed at the mistress. Humph, were you testing me? Are you satisfied now? Why does Hercel think so? I only brought you in because I needed help. Don't make excuses. You had means to handle this even without me. Her eyes widened slightly, perhaps surprised that I realized she had another plan. But her lower lips curled up in satisfaction. It seems entering Adele Clay's wasn't just luck. You have a keen eye. It wasn't anything special. Ordinarily, Hercel wouldn't be here, having died, and I knew a war hadn't broken out. With this knowledge, it was natural to assume the lady could handle things without me. Still, it was annoying. She must have heard about my entry into Adele Clay's and gotten curious. I'm leaving now. I won't be toyed with anymore, so handle the rest yourself. All right, you've done more than enough. The mistress relaxed her expression and looked at Heinrich. His face was stiff, clearly not expecting this outcome. She shrugged her shoulders and stood up, addressing him. It seems the negotiations have failed. We'll take our leave now, Count Heinrich. We'll meet again soon. Perhaps sooner than you think. With a courteous bow, we left the meeting hall. Rain splashed against the carriage wheels. The drizzle that started as we left the meeting hall had turned into a downpour by dawn. Heinrich peered through the foggy window, sighing heavily. Messages from promised reinforcements were pouring in, retracting their support. The reason was that wretched brat who resembled his mortal enemy. When the tiger is away, the fox becomes king. That arrogant tone and expression. Everything about him reminded Heinrich of AOL. Though a brazen and shameless brat, he had both wit and natural charisma. In that aspect, he wished his son would take after him. Ugh. Sudden pain in his lower abdomen made Heinrich clutch his stomach. The shattered energy center from long ago seemed to whip him, reminding him of who the brat's father was. AOL. Yes, that cursed man's bloodline. Soon, you'll die just like your father. Heinrich gritted his teeth. In his mind, the image of the man looking down on him was still vivid. Years ago, when the Blackbird of Resentment attacked Melbra village, a subjugation squad led by Schwick and Tennist was formed to stop the beast. Given the urgency and the proximity to Schwick's territory, Schwick's forces took the lead. But Tennist did not show up. Even as night fell and the moonlight illuminated the blood of fallen soldiers, Tennist's banner was nowhere to be seen. Heinrich showed up at dawn, on the verge of annihilation. AOL and his troops coldly passed the bodies of Schwick soldiers, swiftly beheading the exhausted Blackbird with ease. Arriving late, AOL offered no excuses, merely gazing indifferently at the pathetic sight of Heinrich on the ground. It was likely a move to check Schwick's power. Although unable to wield a sword any longer, Heinrich had been sharpening his blade of revenge ever since. Then the opportunity came. AOL left the territory to subjugate the demon realm. To create a pretext, Heinrich tricked the owner of Grendel into debt and had him killed. He quietly amassed troops and issued conscription orders to his subordinate families. 7 days. No, it's already a new day, so 6. Though preparations for war had encountered a setback, it didn't matter. A key capable of turning AOL's territory into rubble before his return would soon arrive. You'll weep over your family's corpses, AOL. The carriage reached the inner gate as Heinrich's thoughts trailed off. As usual, the gate began to open as he approached. As the gap widened, Heinrich's shoulder twitched. Inside, familiar crimson eyes gleamed. Yo. Heinrich stepped back unconsciously, his mind swirling with questions. Why was this woman here? How did she arrive before him? Why did the servants let her in? None of it made sense. I told you, didn't I? A quiet, alluring voice. Ahila von Tennist, the Lady of Tennist, smiled. We might meet sooner than you think. Swoosh. The rain showed no sign of stopping even at dawn. I watched the raindrops forming on the window as I sipped my tea. Brother, what are you doing up? Mercul approached, rubbing his sleepy eyes. I had only lit one lamp and stayed quiet to avoid waking him, but it seemed to be in vain. What could I do? It was your fault for deciding to stay here for the night instead of going home. I answered nonchalantly, just thinking. Thinking about what? Just this and that. After the meeting ended, the Empire provided us with lodging, saying that traveling in the rain would be difficult. Conveniently, the Mistress and Adele had left for other matters, and since we were in the Empire's territory, I thought nothing would go wrong. 7 days. No, now 6 days since the day had changed. Even if it only buys us a day, they say you should be cautious in your final days, even of falling leaves. I shook my head to dispel my loosening thoughts. Seeing my gesture, Mercul laughed as if he had misunderstood something. No matter how much you act like it doesn't bother you, it still does, doesn't it? What do you mean? Aren't you anxious? That count looked like he wanted to kill you on the spot. I replied casually to his concern, there's nothing to worry about regarding that. Because he will die soon. I swallowed the latter part of my sentence. The Schwick family name, though not as frequent as Tennist, often appeared in the game. In none of the timelines I played was Heinrich ever the Lord of Schwick. The background story I remember described him as a weak young lord who lost his father early and took his position at a very young age. He would not become a static enemy that would haunt me continuously. Likewise, as I mentioned before, no war would break out. I've never heard of a war between these two families. However, as I organized my thoughts, a sudden suspicion arose. Could Heinrich's death be deeply connected to the Mistress? Please come inside, Count. Ahila walked ahead through the castle's corridors as if it were her own home. Servants, attendants, and soldiers lined up on either side of the path, resembling a welcoming parade for the master's return. Heinrich, who had been standing still, followed her with complicated feelings while his eyes busily scanned the surroundings. She didn't enter with troops, so how on earth? There was not a drop of blood on the floor, and there were no signs of battle on the soldiers. Given the situation, he could only think it was all due to persuasion. Ahila stepped back behind Heinrich and spoke. Please take a seat, Count. You're not well? Her words acted as a signal, and Heinrich felt a burning pain in his solar plexus. He collapsed weakly onto the throne. What is going on here? Someone answer me. He shouted so loudly that the audience chamber seemed to shake, but no one answered. They all just bowed their heads in shame. The response came from Ahila. Are you surprised? Everyone ignores your words. Ha! Heinrich let out a hollow laugh and roared once more at the courtiers lined up below the throne. Who among you decided to hand over Schwick to this fox? Who led this rebellion? Was it you, Chancellor? Or you, Knight Commander? When no one answered again, Ahila spoke with a seemingly pitiful expression. It's not like that, Count. Everyone here is helping me as individuals. Ridiculous? What did you promise them in return? Ahila put her finger to her lips. They agreed to keep their mouths shut. Each had a secret to hide. Heinrich's eyes widened in confusion, and Ahila continued. A shame they'd like to erase. A crime they'd be judged for. An unrequited love. A confidential matter. Everyone has something they want to keep hidden. Heinrich's face twisted in disbelief. That's nonsense. Are you saying everyone here is corrupt? There may be clean individuals, but rarely are their surroundings spotless. People are sad creatures tied by relationships. For example, spouses, parents, children, and siblings. Everyone has a painful secret. Yet, Heinrich, who had many under his command, couldn't accept it. Just by blackmail? You think they'd betray me without any promises of wealth or honor? Ahila shook her head at Heinrich's reaction. It's not just blackmail. Everyone has at least one secret they'd do anything to keep hidden. Isn't it the same for you, Count? What? During the Blackbird of Resentment expedition, you claimed the Duke arrived late, but that wasn't the case, was it? Heinrich's eyes quaked, but Ahila continued calmly. It was true the Duke and his forces were supposed to arrive before sunset. But as a newly appointed lord, you wanted to claim all the credit for defeating the demon. So you sent a message to Tenest before the expedition, saying the battle was over and you needed help with the aftermath by noon the next day. Stop. The Duke arrived earlier than planned, sensing something was wrong, and led his forces before dawn. Your reckless decision led your kin to their deaths. It's also your fault your dantian was shattered, preventing you from wielding a sword. Shut your mouth. Why do you aim a sword at your savior? To hide your shame? Afraid of being judged if the truth comes out. Ahila's eyes seemed to see through him, and Heinrich struggled to suppress his anger. He wanted to scream out the truth he had held back. It's that important to you, huh? Fine, I have nothing to hide now. In front of the courtiers who were already controlled, Heinrich decided there was no point in keeping secrets. Why do I resent him? Because he never said a word. He didn't rebuke my foolish decision or hold me accountable. He just looked at me with those indifferent eyes like I was a worm. Heinrich shouted as if pouring out everything inside him, then caught his breath and continued. So, I thought I had to kill him before he could ever speak. Exactly. That's how deeply people want to hide their secrets. Ahila's expression showed no emotion toward her own secret. Seeing her calmly reveal people's secrets, Heinrich retorted sarcastically. Where did you hear that story? From the Duke? He must be another man swayed by a woman's charm. The Duke is not that kind of person, and you know it. I heard it from one of your loyal subordinates who knew the secret. When Heinrich glared, one of the courtiers lowered his head even further. Ahila spoke as if advising Heinrich. People who swear loyalty to protect their secrets wouldn't hesitate to betray a lord. Confiding a secret or two isn't a big deal for them. He finally realized. The secrets revealed were not only his own. Indeed, you wove this web well. A true witch, a man-eating witch. Heinrich, adept at various schemes and plots as the head of a renowned count family, had never heard or experienced such comprehensive manipulation. I underestimated her, thinking she was just a woman. I can't even begin to guess when or where she started preparing. He could only sense that there was no way to escape her grasp. Heinrich lowered his shoulders in defeat and asked. So, what do you plan to do now? It was supposed to be a warning. Ahila's smile vanished. I intended to end it with a warning. At her nod, a servant approached with a box. As he opened it in front of the throne, a sharp blade glinted and a sickening smell of blood filled the air. This is... Heinrich's face turned pale. Inside the box were the severed head of an old man and a sharp dagger. Doesn't it look familiar? I believe you ordered this. Ahila pulled out a shiny metal object from her bosom and continued. I was curious about why you were so confident. So I investigated and found out about this audacious plan. The item in her hand was a counterfeit key to the seal of the Blackbird of Resentment, hidden beneath Tenest Manor, the core weapon to win the war. Heinrich nearly gasped in shock. How does she know this secret known only to me and my son? It was a plan to release the monster and create chaos, a secret kept from even his loyal subordinates. Ahila, aware of everything, spoke as she toyed with the key. It's a bit different from the original, but the patterns engraved are the same. It seems the maker left blueprints before being eliminated. She knew everything. The plot to unleash the monster at Tenest Manor, the plan to use the chaos to win the war, and the hidden whereabouts of his son. If she has the key, AOL's revenge no longer mattered. Heinrich grabbed the dagger from the box, intending to slit Ahila's throat if her answer warranted it. What about Adele? Unable to control his emotions, Heinrich asked urgently. Ahila's expression softened as if thinking of her child. Rest assured. I, too, am a mother with children. I have lines I won't cross. Heinrich looked at the dagger. Understanding immediately, he chuckled bitterly. You want me to kill myself with this dagger right here, for the sake of my son's uncertain fate. Ahila stepped closer, making it easier for him. Her composed, superior gaze angered Heinrich, and he gripped the dagger tightly. Daring to look down on me like that, you truly are an arrogant woman. He reached out his arm, the dagger aimed at her heart. Despite his shattered dantian, he thought he had more than enough strength to kill a mere woman. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the partially open inner door, illuminating the throne like a sharp spear. Thud. With a short, wet sound, blood splattered onto the floor. The dagger had found its mark in Heinrich's abdomen. Ugh. Heinrich groaned in pain as he pushed the dagger deeper into his own flesh. The courtiers, witnessing the gruesome scene, bowed their heads in dismay, but Ahila kept her eyes fixed on him, watching his final moments. It's all going to be okay, Count. Your son will inherit the lordship of Schwick, never knowing the dishonorable past of his father who made such an extreme choice. As his vision darkened, Heinrich's face twisted with agony and regret, but strangely, her words sounded like a sweet whisper. Adele welcomed her mother as she returned from her errands at the front gate. So, once we deliver this key, my son's job will be done, she said, handling the key her mother had given her. Even though it was a counterfeit, it was made from a special material that was not easy to destroy, being a key used to seal the Blackbird of Resentment. However, there was someone capable of handling it. That person was AOL, who possessed the original key. I received a letter saying he would pass through the Athera fortress. We have agreed to meet there, so you should go first. Athera was not far from here. I have some matters to attend to here, so I entrust the rest to you. Yes, mother. I will take care of it. It's been a while since you've seen your father, hasn't it, Dassel? Ahila moved to handle the aftermath of Heinrich's death. Dassel, feeling she had more to say, called after her mother. There isn't much time left to kill him, but if father returns, will it still be possible? He was indirectly expressing that it would be best to act now. Ahila looked at her son and spoke. Hercel will not become the lord. Even if he is around, there are still plenty of opportunities. Her voice was flat and emotionless. Dassel felt unsure and lowered his gaze. His mother was hesitating. Though she could have killed Hercel at any time, she hadn't done so yet, which was proof enough. Why? The same went for his father. He didn't think Hercel was suitable for the lordship. His mother merely outlined the plan, but it was his father who first proposed the wager. Of course, it was to dilute his mother's intent to kill Hercel preemptively. There was no doubt about that. He openly stated it was to spare Hercel's life. That boy had no one to guide him. As a father, it's my fault. So I want to give him one last chance. If he comes to his senses through this, watch over him a little longer. That's what family is supposed to do. Even if he was a blood relative, Hercel was a worthless son. Handing over power that could turn the territory into hell just for the sake of sentimentality. Dassel. Dassel lifted his head at his mother's call. From your expression, it seems my answer wasn't satisfying. I'd like to explain more clearly, but there isn't enough time. Ahila sighed and then smiled as if remembering something. Do you remember when you were 4? On your birthday, when you said you wanted to take your father's place? Yes, mother. You were such a clever child, even at that young age. Dassel smiled faintly at the memory, his voice softening. You promised to let me sit in that seat. Yes, so don't worry. I only make promises I can keep. Ahila gave him a meaningful look before walking away. Dassel watched her retreating figure, letting the fake smile fade from his face. I wonder if she still means it. Recently, Dassel had noticed his mother's growing interest in Hercel. If his mother, who he trusted, hesitated, there was no telling what could happen. The thought of Hercel taking the lordship made Dassel's insides churn. I can't accept it. The fact that someone like Hercel, who was no more than dust to him, had become a member of Adele clays before him, the arrogance he displayed during the meeting, it was all unacceptable. But most of all, the feeling of inferiority Hercel evoked in him was intolerable. The barrier that blocked my path was a rotten fence, easy to break with a kick. Everything felt unstable. The source of his anxiety wasn't just Hercel. Mercul, who was rising from below, was also a threat. Maybe my mother sees me as a rusty nail to be pulled out. He doubted it whenever he saw her eagerly waiting for Mercul to grow. Each time, Dassel thought that sitting on the throne was a temporary position, something he held for Mercul. Given his lifelong focus on this goal, the current situation was unbearable. I'm the one who's tried the hardest. Not those two damned brats. As he muttered in anger, blood dripped onto the floor. He had squeezed the key so hard that its jagged edge had cut into his hand. Staring blankly at the key, Dassel felt a soothing sensation spread through his dry thoughts. The anxiety that had plagued him could be resolved directly. There would be no need to watch out for Mercul, nor feel the humiliation caused by Hercel. In his hand, he held the key to making that possible. Chirp, chirp. A bird called out in the night. Aol stood on the Athera fortress wall, waiting for his son. But as dawn approached, there was still no sign of anyone. As the first light of dawn began to rise, Kaolo spoke. Young Master Dassel has not arrived. Originally, they had planned to rest for 2 or 3 days, but now they needed to move sooner. Tell the knights to prepare to leave in an hour. As we traveled back to the estate by carriage, a flock of crows cawed. Mercul, yawning next to me, asked out of boredom. Brother, what now? That crow we have at home, can you beat it? What a ridiculous question. But since the monstrous bird wouldn't be resurrected, I could bluff a little. Might as well strike a pose. If I fought it, one of us would die. Pfft. Donaton clicked its tongue. You're just a snack for that thing, Hercel. Annoyed by its mockery, I replied confidently. It was an overly dismissive statement. No, more like a 2-bite snack. I had 1 second invincibility after all, so 2 hits would do it. Dash, that's quite the boast. The mistress had not yet returned. Only Hercel had arrived. It was a night with little time left until the festival. The dilapidated warehouse had long become desolate. Left alone after the 2 assassins had disappeared, Perrin repeatedly opened and closed the box. It wasn't easy to take action. If she acted hastily, she would likely vanish without a trace like the 2 men before her. However, only 3 days remained. If she didn't achieve results, she would be erased from the world, or spend her life as a servant. The thought sent chills down Perrin's spine. Ugh, this damned fate. The urgency finally pushed her to gather the staff and tools from the box and move towards her target, Hercel's annex. Entering wasn't too difficult. Though the night guards and servants of the annex saw her, they only whispered in surprise that someone was still attempting assassination. Huh? Isn't she the maid who used to do the laundry at the dormitory? What's she doing at the annex? Maybe she's making a last-ditch attempt? There's not much time left. Tisk tisk, she must have never faced real danger before. Ha, she's just another one of those small fries who's never even killed anyone properly. Perrin scoffed at the servants' whispers as she walked by. However, the servants seemed curious and started following her from a distance. The crowd grew, with even some yawning servants in pajamas joining in, having just woken up. Yawn, what's all the fuss about? What's going on that so many people are gathering? Look over there. That lady's going to make an attempt. This might be the last one. Paren was astounded by the stares from the crowd. It's like something out of a novel, with a hero going to slay an evil dragon. In a way, it was enjoyable. How often does an assassin get treated like this? Feeling confident, Paren took out the magical key hidden in the pocket under her skirt. The crowd gasped in awe, like primitive people seeing fire for the first time. Whoa, that blue-tinged key looks quite peculiar. Indeed. Normally, you'd struggle to pick a lock with a wire. It seems she's prepared thoroughly. She must be determined. Click. The door opened. As soon as Paren stepped into the dragon's lair, she pulled out her staff and cast a silence spell, then closed the door with all her might. Not even the sound of an ant's breath could be heard. My skills are still sharp. All right, let's finish this quickly. Her cell was sleeping soundly, unaware of anything. Paren carefully placed a vial from the strap on her thigh on the floor and used her staff to cast telekinesis. The cap popped off, and the green liquid began to move like a living snake. The contents were a corrosive poison extracted from the viper Celis. Just pour this down his throat, and even an Imperial Knight will die instantly. As she prepared, Paren noticed something odd. The bed was empty. At that moment, she realized that the shadow on the floor was larger than her own. Gasp! Paren quickly tried to turn and swing her staff, but before she could, her cell grabbed her wrist and twisted it. Thunk! The staff fell, breaking the silence spell. A hand pressed on the back of her head, forcing her face into the floor. Ow! Dull pain shot through her wrist and cheekbone. Realizing the plan had gone awry, she looked up at her cell. He said nothing, only increasing the pressure on her wrist. Despite the pain, Paren's attention was elsewhere. A burning smell filled the air. The corrosive poison floating in midair had soaked into her sleeve. The fabric soaked up the poison like cotton. It would soon reach her skin. Paren's eyes widened with panic, sweat breaking out as she pleaded. Wait, please. Don't let it touch my skin. Her cell answered by tearing off her poison sleeve. Relieved, Paren sighed, thinking this was her chance. She smiled slyly, as her cell was defenseless while throwing away the poisoned fabric. She already had a dagger from her pocket in hand. Die. Paren twisted her body, aiming the dagger at her cell's neck. But the sensation in her wrist was heavy, like striking a solid rock with a steel rod. Crack. Huh. The sharp pain of a fracture accompanied by the cracking sound of the dagger. Paren dropped the broken dagger, clutching her wrist and screaming. Ow, it hurts. It hurts. She rolled on the floor in pain but had to endure it. Her cell was looking down at her with cold eyes. Physical attack detected. Skill activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown. 57 seconds. I opened my eyes to the system notification. A familiar-looking maid was rolling on the floor, clutching her wrist and crying. What's your deal? When the maid only moved her lips silently, Donaton answered in her place. She tried to kill you. Ah, that was enough to understand the situation. Donaton had once mentioned he was known as the sleeping sword among his former master's demon swords. His previous master, surrounded by enemies, entrusted Donaton with his protection while he slept. Donaton learned techniques to ensure his master's restful sleep. This was the greatest merit that led me to contract with him. So, while I was asleep, Donaton protected me from the assassin. The sleeping sword did its job well. That's an insult to this body. You miserable fool. What should I do with her then? Judging by her appearance, she was different from the servants I had spared. The floor was littered with a magic staff and vials emitting a strange smell. She was clearly an assassin. Well then, what punishment should I give you? I've killed every assassin so far, so execution seems fair. The assassin shivered at my narrowed eyes. Donaton, sounding excited, spoke up. This is a good opportunity, her cell. There are many people outside. If you show your might by holding her head high, it would be a good example. That makes sense, but... Looking at her tear-streaked face and smudged makeup, my intention wavered. She seemed rather foolish. She looked weak and might be useful later. Moreover, instilling too much fear could be problematic. If I became too infamous, righteous playable characters might come after me. With the festival ending soon, I needed to moderate my actions. It was time to shed the monstrous image and return to my true self. The diligent and well-regarded person I used to be. After weighing the pros and cons, I relaxed my expression. You don't have to tremble. I won't kill you. Is that true? I helped the assassin to her feet. Her eyes, previously filled with fear, softened slightly. But that wasn't enough. Of course. But you need to fulfill one condition. In this world, if you try to take a life, you must pay a price. I grinned as I spoke. Hand over everything you have. What would she give me? The last assassin had only a staff. And Donaton had sliced it along with his neck, making it useless. So, my expectations were high. The assassin looked uneasy at my demand. Excuse me? Everything I have. I don't have anything you would want. Why not? You have something under your skirt, don't you? Pointing to the pocket on her thigh, I made my demand. The assassin blushed and pulled her skirt down, thinking something else. Look at her. Does she think I'm a pervert? Annoyed by the misunderstanding, I grabbed my head. You idiot, take out what's strapped to your thigh. Realizing her mistake, The assassin sighed in relief and handed over the pocket and vials. If I give you this, will you really spare my life? Just this? Scoffing, I shook my head. Are you naive? You tried to kill me, so you must give everything you have. I pointed to the staff lying on the floor. Even a low-grade magic staff was valuable. The assassin paled and stammered. That's my only valuable tool. If you take it, I'll be left with nothing. That's a good thing. It's an opportunity to get a more honest job. I wasn't so heartless as to ignore someone's chance for rehabilitation. This wasn't extortion, it was doing the right thing. Tough luck. Snatch? Huh. I roughly took the staff, making the assassin cry. Ignoring her, I gathered all the seemingly useless tools. Oh, there's a timer seal with the viper sealess poison? I might need this. The assassin, thinking it was over, wiped her tears and bowed. Excuse me, I'll be going now. Where do you think you're going? I stopped her, as I wasn't finished. Wait. Shake yourself right there. Shake? How? Up and down. I gestured with my hand. Keep repeating it. Understanding my order, the assassin reluctantly jumped up and down like she was skipping rope. It was pathetic, like someone about to lose their last coin. Clink. Coins mean little to a wealthy noble like me, but I had to take them all to prevent her from buying weapons during the remaining festival time. It was a profound reason, not just extortion. I knew it. I heard coins. Take them out. Excuse me, but these are silver coins. They mean nothing to you. So, please, let me keep them. They're my living expenses. The assassin begged, smiling foolishly. Softened, I looked at the coins and took them. She gaped like a fish out of water. I told you to hand over everything. If you don't want to die, keep shaking. The assassin, looking like she'd rather die, continued jumping. I sat with one leg crossed, listening carefully. Huff. How much longer? I'm all ready. Shut up. You're distracting me. I made her continue until the sound of coins completely disappeared. Whenever she tried to hide something by jumping lightly, I scolded her, eventually taking everything she had. I felt satisfied, having guided someone's life onto the right path. If there were another person like me, the world would be peaceful. Perrin cried bitterly as soon as she left the room. All her valuable tools, saved for this day, were taken. Even the last coin was gone. When she checked her pockets, she found only lint. Having never been robbed before, she felt humiliated and empty. Sniff. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed, and people sympathetically draped blankets over her. In a daze from the shock, Perrin didn't hear the murmuring around her. Oh my, her clothes. Quiet, show some respect. Someone handed her a handkerchief. Wiping her tears, her smudged makeup made her look even more pitiful. Oh dear, she must be in shock. I heard he told her to jump up and down. Disgraceful. He took her money too. What a villain. As Perrin moved away, the murmuring grew louder. The noise in the corridor caused a door to open. The servants froze, staring in fear at her cell. There are a lot of people here today. His low voice spread in the silence. Good. I was thinking of having a chat with you all. The servants, faces pale, whispered among themselves. Then they quickly covered their faces and fled, some even running to avoid being targeted. Unaware of their escape, Hercel closed his eyes and spoke in a soulless voice. I will not hold you accountable when I become the Lord. Sparing the woman was a show of mercy. Noticing the unnatural silence, Hercel opened his eyes. The corridor was empty. Damn it. Morning came. Perrin, who hadn't slept a wink, couldn't close her eyes. An unexpected visitor had arrived at the shabby warehouse. Is this really the document that will erase all my sins? At her question, Dassel, who had just arrived, nodded. It's signed and sealed. It's yours now. He placed a sheet of paper on the desk. The pardon she had longed for was within reach, and her eyes trembled. But she couldn't touch it. No noble would guarantee freedom without completing a mission. As expected, the situation she often encountered during her active years followed. But I can't give it to you without a favor. Thunk. He placed a small box on the desk. Perrin checked its contents with a puzzled look. The geometrical patterns etched on the blade glowed softly. It was a complex, top-tier key. This isn't for ordinary use. What do you want me to do with it? Dassel spoke with a heavy expression. Release the monster sleeping underground. That's all I ask. Monster. Sweat trickled down Perrin's forehead at the unimaginable request. There were many monsters sealed underground. But only one required such a key. The Black Swan of Resentment, the grand beast that wiped Melbra village off the map. This man was asking her to release a horrific disaster in the middle of a crowded mansion. Even if it was to kill Hercel, could she do it? He was truly mad. Yet Perrin grabbed the pardon with a determined face. I will do it. Today. Raised in a harsh environment, she knew that feeding off others was the most satisfying way to fill her own hunger. Then I'll leave it to you. Yes, farewell. The deal done, Dassel left the warehouse. Under the sunlight, the servants moved busily. A passing maid bowed her head in greeting. Dassel, masking his intentions, nodded back with a calm expression. As she left, his face turned grim. To achieve what I want, I must pay the price. Even if it's the blood of the innocent. But that was momentary. Seeing Mercul heading to Hercel's annex in the morning, his eyes gleamed with a sharp killing intent. The underground reeked of the musty smell of beasts. A single flame flickered to life in the darkness. Perrin flinched as the monster's fangs glinted in the light. Damn it, that scared me. Seeing that it posed no threat, she brought the lamp closer to check the state of the creatures. Their necks were properly secured. As long as she didn't get too close, it would be fine. Perrin walked down the corridor, stopping before the face of a woman with moth eyes, the size of a bust. Why you Urina? Muttering the name of the monster from the childhood horror stories, she once again realized what kind of person the master of this place was. Crazy. I thought adults made up stories to scare kids, but it was real? And he caught this thing by himself. Swallowing nervously at the sight of a monster she had dismissed as fantasy, Perrin was once again reminded of the power of the man who captured it. From the very beginning, she felt uneasy. At the end of the corridor was the most dangerous monster among those the man had captured. The Black Swan of Resentment, a grand beast that inscribed its disastrous presence in modern history as a true calamity. Click, click. As she neared the end, 3 red crescent moons formed a circle. With each step, the dark energy in the air pricked her skin like needles. Disgusting, ugh. For a wizard sensitive to mana, the presence of this dark energy was nauseating. Suppressing her gag reflex, Perrin took out a key and a piece of paper with a long arrow drawn on it. It was the item d'A called a timer seal. Rotating seal talisman. The attached object rotates. It can be torn for use and the timing can be adjusted based on the paper's area. For light objects only. That damn guy, I barely got this one, but it should be enough. Let's see, 6 hours should do. That's enough time to escape. Perrin tore off enough paper for 6 hours and attached it to the key. She then carefully inserted it into the lock hanging from the black swan's neck. But the key began to turn on its own. What? The paper attached to the key started decaying as if the dark energy was alive. Realizing something was wrong, Perrin abandoned even the lamp on the floor and ran for her life. Damn it, legs. Move faster. If I don't get out now, I'm dead. 3 minutes later, the sound of the lock opening echoed through the basement. Click. The sky was a thick purple. Servants, with faces filled with fear, were running toward the main gate. Watching from the window, I couldn't help but feel like I had just woken up from a coma and was seeing the future unfold before my eyes. Is this real? I pinched my cheek, hoping it was a dream, but it hurt. Once again, I asked myself. The familiar sight of livestock trapped within the purple barrier. The scene I had seen countless times in the game over and retry sequences of the Black Swan of Resentment scenario. Is this really happening? Ha, ha. Laughing like a madman, I sank into my chair and told Donaton to stop this childish hidden camera prank. Enough with the jokes. Jokes. You can tell me now. How long was I unconscious? What nonsense are you talking about? If you want to keep lying, go ahead. I'm not falling for it. Sometimes I sound like a lunatic. Common sense dictates that events that should occur years later couldn't possibly be happening now, before the scenario even started. So, I should be safe. The playable characters who had grown stronger while I was out would take care of it. I just had to watch like I was at a movie. What a great opportunity. If only I had popcorn and cola, it would be perfect. As I was thinking of enjoying some tea and snacks instead, a sound came from behind me. Mercul approached, his face pale with fear. It seemed he had appeared while I was laughing to myself. Wait a minute. Why is he still the same height? I wanted to believe it was because his growth plates had closed, but that was clearly a denial of reality. Wasn't I in a coma? So, this is real. I don't know why the Black Swan woke up, but it's probably because of me. But that doesn't matter. What's important is finding a way to survive this life-threatening situation. While I racked my brain, Mercul seemed relieved. Even in this situation, you're smiling, brother. I'm excited. I wonder how you'll defeat it. Defeat it? Me? I thought of the standard Black Swan of Resentment scenario. This region has the best of both worlds, cool breezes from the north in summer and mild winters from the east, making it an ideal place for people. The land is vast and the population sparse, with a high density of playable characters. Given their dramatic lives, incidents and accidents were common. Heroes, I should say. They would handle the problems that arose, and eventually, the time would come for them to be rewarded. Naturally, the land's owner would be the one to acknowledge their achievements. But it was never a simple matter. A busy AOL couldn't individually reward each hero, so he organized a grand banquet to honor them all at once. That's when the incident occurred. Where there is light, there is also shadow. As they shone brightly, there were those who suffered in the darkness. These people, known as the Guardians of the Shadows, wanted to eliminate the playable characters before they became even more of a nuisance. Conveniently, the banquet presented a perfect opportunity. They unleashed the Black Swan of Resentment to create chaos. In short, it was a boss battle that required a group of protagonists to overcome. To defeat the Black Swan, you needed the special weapon called the Holy Sword. Thus, the child's innocent expectations were met with my awkward reluctance. How could I possibly handle that monster? I, who had less power than an extra, without even the Holy Sword. It's impossible to defeat it. What? Even our father couldn't kill it, he could only seal it. So we're all going to die. I placed my hand on the trembling Mercul's head. No, we can survive. If you help me. There was a 99% chance I was lying, but 1% was true. The Black Swan scenario wasn't always about defeating the boss. If you couldn't obtain the Holy Sword, there was another method. Breaking the barrier around the mansion would also be recognized as clearing the scenario. There are 5 barriers in total. To break them, you need to find and remove 5 feathers of restraint hidden around the mansion. If we do that, a cutscene would play showing AOL arriving to slash the Black Swan's neck and seal it, ending the scenario. Of course, given the different circumstances, he wouldn't appear out of nowhere, but we could at least escape outside. So, we could survive. If this talented kid and I played our parts well enough. Mercul, get a sword and search the mansion. You'll find a feather as tall as you somewhere. Huh? Should I cut it? No, don't cut it immediately. Feathers appear in random locations, so finding them can take some time. But I had a tip thanks to a playable character's monologue about the keen sense needed to detect them. There will be a strange aura flowing from the feather. Learn to sense that first. It'll make finding the next feather easier. Only cut it after you've done that. In this desperate situation, if Mercul could sense it even once, it would save time. And my job. I'll buy you some time, so focus on the feathers and ignore the monster. Got it. Sadly, I was to be the bait for the black swan. Somehow, it'll work out. I have 1 second invincibility. Got it. You be careful too, brother. Mercul handed over a warning before leaving. I approached the drawer and rummaged through it for anything useful. I can't use the cursed giant's skull or staff because I can't use magic. But this should be quite handy. Viper Celis's poison. A corrosive toxin with particles finer than mercury, with deep penetration. Talisman with alarm function. Used to automatically turn doorknobs. The timer can be adjusted based on the length of the string. As I stuffed the items into my pocket, the door suddenly opened, and Jack, Rodel, and Selly burst in. Hurry up, Rodel. Ahem, are you okay, young master? Huh, I was bringing the sword. Anyway, I rushed here to protect you, young master. Hihi, I did well, right. Jack and Rodel wiped the sweat from their foreheads and grinned stupidly. Selly, as usual, grumbled and put down the baggage she was carrying. You dragged me along, but what difference does it make being here? Looking at the three who had become dear to me, I felt a strong emotion. I didn't want to leave them to be killed by the black swan. Stop lying. You were running for the main gate without even looking back. Because I had to kill them myself. Young master, we were just trying to assess the situation. I saw it all. You had bags hanging all over you and were sprinting away. You didn't even glance at my window. You're here because you had nowhere else to go, yet you're shameless. The fountain in the center roared louder. Swoosh. The ground trembled. Cracks appeared in the fountain, and black liquid seeped out. It gathered into a form. Black feathers covered its skin. Its body was like a pot-bellied drunkard, and its head was that of a crow with 3 eyes. Inhaling deeply, the black swan savored the fresh air, then looked up at the sky. Half obscured by the purple barrier, the sun still shone above. The black swan closed its eyes, enjoying the brilliant sunlight. After a few minutes, soldiers armed with swords and spears approached. The soldier who seemed to be their leader shouted, "Don't retreat. Our duty is to protect this place." No one dared to advance. They kept their distance, forming a net around the creature. The black swan remained still, eyes closed. A young soldier behind it smirked. Doesn't it look weak? Is this really the monster from the rumors? It just looks like a bundle of feathers. Despite its fearsome reputation, its size seemed no larger than a person, making it look easy to handle. Thinking that the rumors were exaggerated, the young soldier, dreaming of glory, stabbed his sword into the back of the black swan's head. Thunk! It struck solidly. The soldiers' faces brightened. They continued to stab the unmoving creature. Wow, it's so weak. It must have rusted being underground for so long. Step aside, let me cut off its head. The captain, exuding aura, prepared his stance. At that moment, the black swan extended its arm and lightly tapped the captain's helmet with its index finger. What the? 1 second later, his head exploded. Boom! As the headless captain's body collapsed, the black swan opened its eyes. The soldiers, splattered with blood and brains, froze. What happened? While one soldier shouted in a trembling voice, the young soldier who had first stabbed the creature began to back away. Once he thought he was out of reach, he threw his sword aside and ran. Shit, shit, shit. I should have just stayed hidden. Even though he heard the short cries behind him, he didn't look back and ran at full speed. As he neared a barn where he could hide, his view shifted upward. Huh. He couldn't feel his legs. No, his legs were gone. Where did they go? As he pondered, his upper body fell to the ground. Chomp, chomp. Hearing the chewing sound beside him, the young soldier turned his head. He met the eyes of the black swan, which was munching on a long piece of flesh. Isn't that my leg? The black swan grabbed the soldier by the hair, dragging him along. Seeing his own thick blood streak on the ground, the soldier struggled. Let go of me, Arg. Clawing, pinching, and hitting the black swan's hand was useless. By the time his nails started coming off, the creature stopped. They had reached the broken fountain. The young soldier saw other soldiers who had lost their legs, groaning in pain, and muttered, "Why?" The question didn't last long. As the black swan held a living soldier, opened its beak wide, and took a big bite, the young soldier realized. The creature was just gathering its prey in one place, to eat fresh, living humans. Meanwhile, a maid watched from afar, holding her breath. She glanced at the mansion. The old butler inside signaled her. He gestured for her to crouch lower and approach slowly. The maid, holding her breath, moved carefully, but she stepped on a twig. The crackling sound caught the black swan's attention, and it assumed a posture ready to leap. The maid, thinking she would be hunted like the soldiers, froze and shut her eyes. You could easily dodge from this distance. What are you doing? Startled, the maid opened her eyes. Her cell, who had appeared without her noticing, pulled her by the shoulder. At that moment, the massive black body flew past where she had been standing. Whoosh! The heavy wind from the black swan blew the sweat off her forehead. If she had stayed, she would have been crushed. While the maid calmed her racing heart, Arisil chuckled. Why, not so fun when your life's on the line, huh? Whatever. I'll give a signal. If you want to live, run to the mansion or do whatever you want. Arisil looked away from the maid, focusing on the black swan embedded in the wall. He took a few steps back, then started walking toward the broken fountain. The black swan charged at him instantly. As the black swan moved before my eyes, it reminded me of an illustration that appeared when the boss battle began. Phase, glutton. It depicted the black swan, drawn in a cute style, sticking out its tongue and using a fork and knife to devour a person. Personally, I found the image quite disgusting, but such things were nothing compared to reality. Ugh. I don't want to die. Please save me. Save me. Instead of thinking about whether I could save the dying soldiers, all I could think about was not ending up like them. Arisil, it's preparing to attack. Get ready. All right. I'll say it again, your body is slow. Don't think you can dodge its attack at close range. I know. There was a reason I came to the broken fountain. The area around it was wide open, providing about 200 meters of clear space. I needed the black swan to fly far off into the distance when I dodged its charge. I reminded myself to avoid its charge. Stay relaxed, keep your feet light. Good, just like that. D.A and I focused solely on our legs and feet. It was most efficient to move in sync by imagining the same actions in our minds, enabling us to move our bodies as quickly as possible. Here it comes. At D.A's signal, I gestured to the maid watching from a distance to start running. Bang! The sound of the wall crumbling reached my ears just as the black swan's beak appeared before me. I had already started moving, barely managing to step aside and avoid its beak aimed at my legs. Whoosh! My feet landed on the ground, carried by the gust of wind. I had been uncertain, but now I was confident I could handle this. I clenched my fists. If only I could react a bit faster. You gain a sense through experience. You'll dodge the next attack even quicker. The black swan charged again, and then a third time. Dodging became a little easier with each attempt. Annoyed by my agility, the black swan narrowed its 3 eyes. Watching it, I knew this would be its final charge. From experience, I knew that when its eyes changed, its attack pattern would shift. This meant my time at the fountain was up. Time to take a hit. Did I hear that right? What did you say? This time, I'm not dodging. You've seen it once, right? How I was fine after taking a golem's punch. D.A asked in an exasperated voice. Yes, you were. But do you think a mere stone punch compares to this monster? Just watch. I reached into my pocket and taunted the black swan. Are you worthy of being called a grand beast? To me, you just look like a fat pigeon. Though the bird-brained creature couldn't understand human language, or could it? The black swan's feathers bristled with rage. I boasted to D.A, but honestly, I was terrified. Even with 1 second invincibility, facing a charging monster like a racing car took immense courage. Huff, come at me. Bang! Before I could finish, the black swan's body turned to liquid and splattered everywhere. It had rammed into me and burst. D.A, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened, spoke in a dazed voice. This can't be. See, it's fine. Though it lasted only 1 second, invincibility was an immutable law. It had proven time and again that I couldn't die for 1 second, no matter what. Did you kill it? This monster. If only it were that easy. The black swan's only weakness was the holy sword. This monster wouldn't die so easily. So, I pulled out a vial from my pocket. Vipercelus's poison. A highly corrosive toxin with particles finer than mercury, capable of deep penetration. I poured the deadly poison, which could penetrate even rock, onto the splattered remains of the black swan. Drip. The poison wouldn't kill it, but it would cause pain and buy me some time. Well then, time to run. The next place to buy time was the mansion. However, I realized something was wrong. I had ordered the trio to evacuate everyone in the mansion while I bought time, but I hadn't seen a single person come out. D.A, did you see anyone leave the mansion? I was focused on the monster, but given the noise inside, it seems your guess was right. As expected. I wasn't surprised. This was predictable, and I could only sigh in resignation. Why should we follow his orders? Well, because, headmaid, the situation is dire. We need to follow the young master's orders to survive. In the first floor hall of the mansion, Jack was sweating and practically begging. But the headmaid's expression remained cold and unyielding. Jack, I've heard rumors that you've been getting close to him. It seems they were true. Enough nonsense. If you're not going to hide here, just leave. Convincing the headmaid was incredibly difficult, especially since she had a valid reason. Jack glared at the old butler who was standing behind with an apologetic look. Damn, this is all because of that old man. The old butler was one of the few survivors from the massacre in Melbra village by the Black Swan. The headmaid had sought his advice, and he had said he survived by hiding and waiting for external help. The result was this: they intended to hide here until someone came to save them. While Jack was pondering how to fulfill Arisil's orders, Sally stepped forward. Given the situation, can we stop this foolish political squabble? What? At the headmaid's incredulous response, Sally looked at the old butler and the barricaded door and spoke. Headmaid, you know well that Harthan survived purely by luck. How many residents were in Melbra village? Did someone survive by dancing in front of the black swan? That's nonsense. The people who died probably also barricaded themselves and prayed for the disaster to pass. Right, Hardhan? I cannot deny that. See, everyone knows it's foolish to stay here. Only an idiot would think otherwise. The others glared at Selly, but she didn't flinch and looked straight at the headmaid. The headmaid's expression turned grim. Sally's words had crossed a line, and she moved to slap Sally. Slap? But Sally caught her wrist. Do you think we don't know? I know everything. You're risking everyone's lives just to look good in front of the mistress? Is that really what a sane person would do? Ignoring Sally's outburst, the headmaid ordered the nearby soldiers. What are you standing there for? Escort them out by force. The three were surrounded by soldiers. Bang! The loud noise made everyone flinch. It's coming? The disaster. We're doomed. Doomed. Bang! After the second loud noise, the front door opened. A tall man with blue eyes looked at the table blocking the entrance and muttered. What's this? How cumbersome. Jack's eyes widened. Young master, we were trying to follow your orders, but no need for explanations. I can see what's going on. That old hag is being stubborn, right? Click, click. Her cell stopped in front of the headmaid. She held her head high, showing no intention of backing down. You heard my orders from Jack, right? Are you refusing them? The headmaid swallowed nervously under her cell's cold and arrogant gaze. Are you higher in rank than me? No, but managing the servants is my duty. Is that so? Then you're responsible for their lives. Good. Go out alone and hold back the monster's legs. Or better yet, kill it. The headmaid hesitated, unable to speak. What's wrong? Can't do it? But guess what? I can. I can at least buy some time, which is more than you can do hiding here. Isn't that right? Her cell looked around with a chilling smile. You all know I don't die easily, even when you wish I would. The people nodded weakly. Good, then follow Jack and Rodel to the designated place. Selly, take care of Nissil. Her cell clapped his hands loudly, making the hall echo. Move quickly, don't dawdle. At his signal, the old butler hesitated but then started moving, followed by the others who gathered around Jack and Rodel. The headmaid, realizing she had no choice, followed reluctantly. Just then, a soldier peeking through the curtains shouted urgently. The monster is looking this way. Realizing the delay, her cell sighed. Hold on. We need to revise the plan. Things never go as planned. I ran up the mansion's stairs at full speed. My poor physical condition made breathing difficult, but the urgency of the situation pushed me beyond my limits. Somehow, I managed to reach the top floor. Huff, huff. I felt like my lungs would burst. Tisk tisk, your stamina is worse than a common soldier. Shut up. So, what are you planning now? What else? What I do best. To execute my plan, I needed supplies. I rushed into AOL's room and searched the wardrobe. What do you need those clothes for? There's a reason. The black swan's sense of smell was extremely keen. Its moniker resentment came from a story where it chased its target to the ends of the continent to kill them, all based on scent. And currently, the one it hated the most was AOL, who had cut its neck and sealed it here. Carrying AOL's clothes would naturally draw its attention. This was a tactic often used with a tank among playable characters, utilizing its aggro effect. With the bag full of clothes, I prepared to move. I opened the window and waved AOL's coat. The black swan's eyes widened. It sniffed the air and furrowed its brow. What are you going to do? Can you even fly with that body? Bang! It soared at an angle. It was actually jumping. I stepped back, causing it to crash into the ceiling. I then threw myself out the window. Thunk. Physical attack detected. Special trait activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 60 seconds. As soon as I landed, I shouted to everyone in the first floor hall. Now, run. Jack and Rodel led the people out. Selly followed closely behind a soldier carrying Nissil, and people began pouring out of the main gate. We'll move in 2 lines. Follow Rodel and me. Young master, good luck. Jack, Rodel, we'll talk about you trying to abandon me later. Jack and Rodel pretended not to hear and ran off. How annoying. I navigated through the split crowd toward the main hall. By now, the black swan would have trashed AOL's room and would soon be coming down. Watching your fights is quite entertaining. What's next? Well, I planned to run around the mansion, but that's impossible with my stamina. I need to rest a bit. I rummaged through my pocket. 5 vials of poison left. I should use them all. I needed to buy a lot of time. The next place to buy time was far. Time for a big stomachache. Bang! The black swan crashed through the ceiling and landed in the main hall. I hid in the rising dust and threw AOL's clothes on the ground. Realizing that a direct attack wouldn't work, the black swan pounded the ground with its fists, where AOL's clothes lay. Crack! Unaware that 5 vials of poison were hidden in the pockets. Screech! Now, I could walk leisurely to the next place while regaining my strength. I took a deep breath and left the mansion. The purple sky had lightened. It dimmed even more. The speed was astonishing. Even on a speed run, it would usually take a while to remove 1 barrier. That's if you were lucky. But already, 2 barriers were down. SSS-. The iridescent feather was sliced in 2. Mercul bristled at the sight of the second feather disintegrating into powder. Honestly, he had doubts initially, but as her cell said, the feathers were indeed there. On top of that, there was a faint shimmering sensation, like a mirage. I only felt a faint energy at first, but now I'm getting a clearer sense. Mercul closed his eyes and focused the aura into his right hand. He recalled the conversation he had with AOL. In the demon realm, monsters attack unpredictably. Hasn't father ever been in danger? Not particularly. That's because I go through a series of processes before entering. Like this. Following what AOL had shown, Mercul pressed his aura-infused palm against the ground. He said that magic, though faint, reacts to aura and permeates the ground. He heightened his senses to the point where he could feel even a single speck of dust settling on the back of his hand. Then, he felt the touch of 3 thin threads emanating from his palm. It was the same sensation he felt from the feathers. Let's see, he said there were 5 feathers in total. Since I've already cut 2, 3 remain. It matches perfectly. Mercul looked around the area where the threads extended. 1 led to an annex, 2 to the training ground. The last and thinnest thread pointed in the farthest direction. That's the farthest one. Let's deal with it last and head there. The place it led to was the servants' dormitory located in a corner. Since there were many people, it seemed to take some time for the servants to evacuate. Still, they seemed to have some leeway, and if they reached the servants' dormitory, there would be no danger. In my experience from the game, it was the location furthest from the battle with the monstrous bird. Yet, Mercul, this remarkable child, performed exceedingly well. The thought that had once seemed unlikely now felt differently. Hercel, he's on the move. Already. I urgently turned my head to watch the mansion. Seeing the increasingly cracking building, I realized just how futile my recent sense of relief was. I couldn't see him due to the wall, but the sound of the building collapsing suggested that he had somehow recovered. Bam! I had used all my venom, yet how could he still be this strong? From behind the fluttering curtain, the monstrous bird's red eyes glinted fiercely. It was glaring at me with a murderous look, advancing towards me. The distance is close, and your stamina hasn't fully recovered yet. Do something now. I want to. But with no strength to dodge, what could I possibly do? Gore. The monstrous bird growled like a beast and charged. Its speed surpassed human capabilities, and all I could do was watch its full swing punch. Boom! Physical attack detected. Special ability activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. I was doomed. Even though its right arm exploded into liquid, it didn't matter. Because its left fist, ready for a follow-up attack, was still intact. Grunt? What is this sound? It sounded pained, but why is my head still attached? Opening my tightly shut eyes, I witnessed a surprising scene. The monstrous bird's left fist, which had aimed to crush me, was clutching its own bloated belly, growling. The creature's eyes twisted in pain as it dropped to its knees. Then, it spewed out the toxic liquid inside its body like a waterfall. Fortunately, it seemed the poison finally took effect, albeit late. I took a step back, wary of the splattering poison, and looked down at the creature. Anyway, I survived. Hey, look over there. Among the group following Jack and Rodel, the butler at the very end pointed a trembling finger towards the monstrous bird and Hercel. The people stopped and began murmuring. Jack and Rodel, leading the group, walked back to assess the situation. Why did you suddenly stop? Come on, hurry up. No, look over there. What's happening? Jack's squinted eyes widened in shock. Gasp. The monster that had terrified the world was on its knees, writhing in pain, spewing blood from its mouth. And Hercel, calmly stepping back, watched the creature. Despite the monster being defenseless, Jack's mouth fell open at Hercel's composed actions. Did the young master do that? No way. Listening to the two men's conversation, Jack felt a sensation as if his head was spinning. Thinking back, they were unaware of Hercel's strength. If his reputation increased in this situation, wouldn't it benefit those who bet on Hercel? Having finished calculating, Jack brushed his hand over his face, adopting a serious expression. So that's how it was. It wouldn't be visible to ordinary eyes. What do you mean? What wasn't visible? If it were me, I would have seen it. The young master's lightning-fast punch. Jack's confident voice made people exchange incredulous glances. Are you kidding? What skills would the young master have? Many nodded in agreement with a butler's words. Jack's shoulders slumped at their dismissive reactions. Then, Selly, who had been silently watching, sighed reluctantly and spoke. We've seen his skills often enough. Even when trying to kill him, he remained unscathed. Well, that's true. He was fine after being kicked by a warhorse, and stabbed with a sword. The momentum shifted. Seizing the opportunity, Jack delivered the final blow. That's right. That's proof of his strength. It means the young master has reached an indestructible state. Pointing at the still bleeding monstrous bird, Jack passionately argued. Can't you see? Do you think that monster has some kind of illness? Even a drunkard in a bar wouldn't say something so foolish. Anyone with common sense would think it was struck by a powerful blow. One by one, people started nodding. A monster called a disaster wouldn't suffer from an upset stomach. That's true. If it wasn't hit by something heavy, this situation is unexplainable. Jack smiled in satisfaction. However, the atmosphere he desired didn't last long. The elderly butler, trembling, broke the mood. Now is not the time to be leisurely. We must hurry. You haven't yet fully experienced the terror of that creature. Mr. Harden, what do you mean? That's not its true form. It hasn't yet shown its ferocious fangs. Hurry before the disaster strikes. His terrified words turned everyone pale. The atmosphere that had elevated her cell's reputation plummeted in an instant. Jack, feeling it was hopeless, turned his back sharply and spoke harshly. All right, let's go. Yes, let's go, listen to the experienced. Jack was annoyed with the old butler. After a brief rest, I had just finished preparing at the third location for stalling time. This place was an arboretum filled with blooming trees. The rare flowers meant to be shown to guests were crushed under the weight of AOL's clothes I had hung. Considering how valuable those flowers were, I hoped the timer seals attached to the fabric would work well. Rotating spell seal. The attached object rotates. It can be torn and used, and the timing can be adjusted based on the paper's size. For lightweight objects only. Normally, it suppressed the force, but when the set time was reached, it would activate. Here it comes. Perfect timing. Hiding behind a rock, I smiled confidently. I might be able to end it here. With the third barrier just erased, the sky's purple hue had faded, and I fixed my gaze on the monstrous bird. The third feather had vanished. Achieving the condition for the next phase, changes would soon follow. Blub. The scattered liquid coalesced, forming a slender body. The arms turned into wings, and the creature took on the complete form of a bird. Phase 2, bird guarding the nest. The key point here was that if the aggro, game term for attracting the enemy's attention, was lost even once, Mercul would die. With over half of the barriers gone, a pattern to protect the feathers had been added. The creature would no longer overlook any intruders trying to unlock the gate. Whenever I had assigned the aggro to a tank character and searched for the feathers, the sudden appearance of the creature led to a game over. But this time was different. This place was saturated with AOL's scent, which the creature was desperate to kill, and I was hiding behind a rock, making it impossible to be found unless seen with the naked eye. Moreover, the timer seals were about to activate. With these conditions, Phase 2 was practically a free pass. While I waited leisurely, one of the timer seals activated. Whir! As AOL's garment spun in the air, the monstrous bird flapped its wings, tearing through the fabric with its sharp beak. Next, another piece of clothing hidden in the bushes started spinning and rustling. The bird launched sharp feathers in a single wing beat. SHH. The force was enough to pierce through trees, but not the thick rock I was hiding behind. AOL's clothes, scattered everywhere, continued to move like a flying squirrel, shaking branches and bushes, continuously attracting the bird's attention. Everything was going smoothly. The clothes were shredded by the bird's feathers, but with the fourth barrier just erased, only one remained. And then, it would be the monstrous bird's final form. Phase 3, the fighting crow. The creature's body started bubbling and swelling. Muscles bulged and veins pulsed as it transformed into an even larger and more muscular form. After the transformation, the bird's eyes bulged as it let out a deafening roar. Schwick! The bone-chilling scream made me gulp. Its final form boasted power on a completely different level. Even wielding the holy sword with precision wouldn't guarantee a victory. In front of this monster, designed to make you flee, my only choice was to hold my breath and run. But that was easier said than done. Filled with rage and a heightened intelligence, it sliced through the trees around me with the mere force of its kicks. Even the rock I was hiding behind. SSSHHH. The once dense shelter turned into an open field, and Donaton shouted in shock. With that level of power, it must have been the master of the demon realm. The monstrous bird cracked its neck and rolled its shoulders. Crack! With my hiding place gone, I sprinted towards the bird. It responded by charging at me with thundering steps that shook the ground. Whether it was a punch or a kick, I intended to use my whole body to deflect the blow and move to the next stalling location. By then, the final barrier should be gone. Using my recovered strength, I would escape outside and clear the challenge. I could finally see the end. However, something was off about the bird's gaze. The previously furious eyes now seemed calm. Was it just my imagination? No, it wasn't. Grab! Instead of attacking, it grabbed my ankle and hurled me into the air with all its might. Whoosh! It must have learned. It realized it couldn't kill me with its usual methods. That's why it used its brains. As I reached the peak of my ascent, the monstrous bird passed me. It used the barrier's ceiling as a platform, launching itself to kick me in the stomach with both feet. Bam! Before I knew it, I was slammed into the ground. Crash! Physical attack detected. Special ability activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. I quickly got up to flee, but the realization of my location stunned me. I had landed in the front yard of the servants' dormitory, where the last feather hovered in midair. The bird had gathered everything it needed to protect, kill, and consume in one place. This was an unprecedented situation, even for someone like me who had retried countless times. It sent shivers down my spine. The monstrous bird descended from the sky, its red eyes narrowing as it growled. The old butler clutched his head with both hands, recalling the most horrifying moment of his life. The night that had turned white as the day, the pure white blaze descended, and even the sturdy cathedral crumbled like lava. People nearby were melted from flesh to bone. Watching the bird gnawing on the heads of people of all ages in the middle of the square, he thought, "There's no hope for mercy. This is a calamity devoid of good and evil. There's no hope for help. No human exists who could deal with this. It's here, the demon of destruction has come to take the life it couldn't claim that day. Oh, that old man is at it again." Jack was about to move the old butler when, thud, the monstrous bird grabbed Hersel's ankle with its cauldron-sized hand and flung him away. His body rolled on the ground like a pencil. Thud. He came to a stop, lying still as if dead, even blood trickling from his forehead. Jack's eyes widened as he shouted, "Young master." Meanwhile, the monstrous bird lifted its head and inhaled deeply. Seeing this, the old butler spoke in a resigned voice. "It's all over. The fire demon will arrive. Hellfire that will melt everything." Whoosh! Dark magic flared around the bird. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a quick lunch at the company cafeteria, I started typing on my laptop. I had connected the gaming mouse and keyboard I brought from home because this was a crucial moment. "Deputy manager, you even brought those things now. I'm about to face a boss battle." "What? If I die, the save file gets erased, and I have to start all over again. I need to play seriously." The scenario was at the midpoint, and the characters' abilities were at their peak for this point in the game. Though I'm not a beginner, and progressing through chapters wasn't too difficult, I was so tense and using familiar equipment for one specific challenge. Phase 3, the Fighting Crow. This monster was designed by the creators to be unkillable. Could I, with pure skill, defeat it? I wanted to prove it. Dead.A. Click, click. Wow, your hands are really fast. The bird's punches, kicks, and grappling attacks were hard to deal with even if you memorized its patterns, requiring quick reflexes. What I was doing went beyond blocking, it was complete evasion. Arg? Ah, dead again. Oh my. Despite showing off my divine control, it was game over. Myra looked puzzled as she asked. "You were at full health, but died from just one laser beam. That was an instant death move. But you didn't get hit. I saw you dodge it perfectly. What kind of game is this?" As Myra said, I hadn't even been touched by a pixel. Many users had complained to the developers about this, but the response was outrageous. The breath attack is an ultra-high temperature attack that melts everything around it. Even if you avoid the direct hit, it's intended to be fatal. This is not a bug. In simpler terms, this is meant to kill you. It's designed to kill you. But seriously, setting a death judgment at 180 degrees around it? Those lunatics. Poorly made games are always like this. I closed my laptop roughly. Failed again. While packing up with weakened hands, I heard a strange sound from the laptop speakers. "Hercel, what are you doing? Get a grip? Get up quickly." Blinking in surprise, I saw the system window upon opening my eyes. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 39 seconds. That's right, I had become Hercel. Just moments ago, I had been flung by the monstrous bird while in cooldown state. So that was a memory? No, more precisely, a life flashing before my eyes experience. Ugh, I thought I was dead from the headache, but I survived. You survived because you were thrown to the ground. But the impact was severe. My right eye saw only red. I wiped the blood from the corner of my eye and stood up, though my body ached. Thanks to the trait Noble Blood's Ember that made me want to maintain composure even in times like this, my posture was straight, which made it more painful. Ugh, even my ankle is messed up. Now is not the time to be whining, Hercel. Look over there. At Donaton's warning, I looked at the monstrous bird. The shimmering air and its puffed-up chest were familiar sights. Damn, it's preparing its breath attack? This is crazy. Given how swollen its chest was, the breath attack would soon be launched. With my heart shrinking, I alternated my gaze between the bird and the system window. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 29 seconds. In this state, from my experience, it would fire in about 20 seconds. There wasn't enough time for the invincibility to reactivate. But where is Mercul? I thought he'd be here by now. Look to the 7 o'clock direction. I looked beyond the bird at the servants' dormitory. Mercul was perched on the top floor windowsill, ready to jump down at any moment. The last feather floated about 15 meters high, so he must have needed to get to a high spot. Swoosh! I pointed at the bird. Then I pointed at myself. Next, I pointed at Mercul. Finally, at the feather. My signals were telling him to cut the feather and run after the breath attack was fired. Mercul seemed to understand, nodding with a complex expression. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 15 seconds. Whew! I sighed as I looked at the monstrous bird, holding dark magic at its beak. What could I do to buy time right now? There must be something. As I racked my brain, a metallic object flew through the air, gleaming as it cut through the space. Clang! It was a helmet. The helmet struck the bird's head and bounced off. Hey, old man, I don't plan to die doing nothing like you, got it? I want to enjoy myself before I go. It was Jack's voice. He threw the steel gauntlets he was wearing at the bird and shouted towards the dormitory. Are you all just going to stand there like this useless old man? Don't you want to use the money you worked so hard to earn? You hate the thought of dying without spending it, right? Then throw something? You never know, you might blind it. Do you have a grudge against me or something? Shut up. Maybe Jack's words had an effect. That's right, I've saved a lot of money. Led by an angry-faced Selly, knives, shields, glass bottles, and even dolls were hurled at the bird from the dormitory windows. Ow. Someone threw a shoe at my head. It felt intentional, but I let it slide. It bought us an extra turn. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 1 second. 1 second invincibility cooldown, available. The bird, eyeing the dormitory, opened its beak wide. Inside, a completed white sphere radiated heat. This was the breath attack about to be launched. Where are you aiming that beak? I smirked at the bird, taunting it while sticking the coat I had taken off earlier onto its back. Wasn't that prepared for me? The bird glared at me, then unleashed a beam of light with a roar. Kee-eighth? They say white light is the hottest when it burns. Just as the scenery turned white, Mercul cut the last feather. That was all I saw. The intense light that could melt steel completely burned my vision. Physical attack detected. Special ability activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. Whoosh! After the fire demon passed, I stood in the thick smoke, covering my now naked body with the coat I had stuck to my back. As I leisurely buttoned it, my hand slipped due to the blood from wiping my forehead. Strange. I thought I got hurt just from being thrown, but I wasn't fazed by the truly dangerous attack. This isn't all-purpose. Anyway, I had used up the extra life I received as a bonus. With the barriers down, the only thing left to do was to run outside, but I wondered if that was possible. According to the original plan, I would take the bird to the next stalling location and look for an escape opportunity. The only positive thing was that I had imprinted on the bird that physical attacks and even its strongest breath attack were useless against me. What would it do next? Wild beasts generally avoid creatures like armadillos that they can't hunt. I wished it would react that way. Unfortunately, it was a vain hope. Whoosh! The bird approached me without hesitation, drooling. Its predatory gaze made my insides churn. Feigning composure, I hid my inner turmoil and fueled the noble blood's ember trait. Why? Do I look that tasty? Try taking a bite if you want your beak broken. My bluff didn't work at all. The bird found me amusing and let out a bizarre laugh. Kiki kiki, feeling an ominous chill, sweat trickled down my back. Its crescent-shaped eyes seemed to say, "You're definitely edible." At that moment, a stream of red rain fell, reflected in my right eye. Drip. Hearing the sound of water hitting the ground, I cautiously rolled my eyes. Countless red dots appeared on the ground. It was my blood from the wounds I got while rolling on the ground earlier. I'm bleeding in front of it. I had appeared invincible to the bird until now, but I had shown it my bleeding form. This was highly significant. Though the bird wouldn't know about the 1 second invincibility, its wild instincts would make it highly perceptive of an enemy's weakness. Now, it would think of me as edible meat. It might have also found my running away suspicious. My heart pounded, and my breath became short. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 23 seconds. As I watched the system window, the bird opened its beak wide. Despite knowing I couldn't dodge, I moved my trembling feet. The bird followed me leisurely, beak open, mocking me. Ki-ik-ki. As I staggered back, dizziness hit, and I nearly blacked out. Maybe it was anemia. Yet the pain in my ankle was starkly clear. Honestly, I just wanted to rest now. Surviving this long with such a weak body was a miracle. However, my pride wouldn't let me leave like this, so I clenched my fist. Seeing myself cowering before a monster I had killed countless times, I decided not to go out pathetically. Huff. Just as I was about to punch the bird's beak, the surroundings were engulfed in white light. The light lasted only for a blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the clear sky. My eyes, which had been half closed, slowly opened wide in surprise. Before me stood a man, holding the bird by its neck. Keek, you've wrecked my house quite thoroughly. Hearing the familiar voice, I realized that the thunder earlier was no natural phenomenon. Though it was hard to believe, the man before me made it possible. He was a man who had reached a level of power that combined extreme speed, strength, and skill, rivaling the forces of nature. He turned his head slightly, showing his neat upper teeth, and looked at me. Hercel, it's good to see you again. The complex charisma in his voice made me feel a sense of reverence, and I closed my tired eyes. The man standing before me was Aol Bentenist, one of the strongest in the Asar's world. With him back at the mansion, there was nothing more for me to do. D-Duke. Jack uttered his master's title in a low, shocked voice, while the servants stood there, stunned and not even blinking. At that moment, a frail old man grabbed Jack by the ear. Ouch! What's going on? You little rascal. Look at the state of the mansion? Half of it is gone. Gah, Sir Kulat. Kulat, the knight commander of the Tenist family. When he shot a disapproving look, Jack shuddered as if he had seen a ghost, tears welling up as he rubbed his hands together. Sorry, Sir Kulat. My ear is going to rip off. Please, just this once, let me go. Yes. Should I just tear it off? The soldiers have gotten too lazy lately. Maybe taking an ear as an example would set them straight. Eek. Kulat chuckled as if satisfied and let go of Jack's ear. Just kidding. Honestly, I didn't expect much. How could you guys handle that kind of monster? It's a miracle you're even alive, and that half the mansion is still standing. It was indeed close to a miracle. As soon as they set foot on the estate, they saw the circular purple barrier surrounding the mansion, and by the time they hurriedly arrived, it had just crumbled. If we had been even a bit late, it would have been a dire situation. But still, who on earth broke the barrier? As he was recalling the events, something fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up dust. Thud. Kulat raised an eyebrow, looking at the monstrous bird that Aol had thrown to the ground. That monster revealing its true form means the seal had been broken for quite some time. A hungry monster wouldn't have just stood idly by with prey around. That means someone must have fought it. Perhaps a formidable guest was staying at the mansion. Considering the barrier was broken, it wouldn't have been an ordinary person. Kulat glanced around, searching for anyone who might have fought the monster. The only person nearby was Hercel, who had collapsed midway. Did that useless brat faint at the sight of the monster? No way that wimp could have done it. There was one possibility, but the young master was too young. Then who on earth could it have been? Grandpa, you're here. Mercul greeted with a wave, limping slightly. Oh, young master. What happened to your leg? Just jumped from a high place, that's all. Colot sighed, thinking of the mistress. As the Knight Commander, soldier management was his responsibility. Though he had been away to the demon realm, the lady wouldn't let it go easily since Mercul was hurt. Sigh, I'll have to discipline the soldiers again. Anyway, come sit here. You'll want a good spot for the show that's about to start. The monstrous bird bristled its feathers, its eyes filled with bitter tears of resentment towards AOL. The grudge from being sealed was palpable, the dark magic it emitted made the air feel chilling. Meanwhile, Mercul looked curiously at Colot sitting beside him. But, Grandpa, shouldn't you help? Huh? Help? You didn't seal it alone, right? Grandpa and the knights helped too. Colot chuckled at the unnecessary worry. If AOL was an unrefined Ryam during the first subjugation, now he was a nearly perfected masterpiece. In contrast, the monstrous bird's time had remained stagnant. Back then, the Duke was around 22 years old, wasn't he? If you think he's the same as he was back then, that's a big mistake. AOL lightly stroked the hilt of the sword hanging from his waist. Colot squinted, focusing on AOL's hand. Watch closely now, that's the sword you've wanted to hold so badly. But I can do that too, you know, don't get overconfident. Real combat is incomparable to what you've seen in training. Just as Mercul was watching AOL's hand with a disgruntled face. Clang. By the time the metal sound rang out clearly, the monstrous bird's head was already sliding off at an angle. The bird's body kept running towards AOL, oblivious that its neck had been cut. Thud. The lifeless body of the monstrous bird collapsed and slid across the ground. Seeing this, Colot had a satisfied expression. Although Mercul looked bewildered, his pupils were dilated. How about it? Did you see it with your eyes? I only saw him draw and sheath the sword. It was as if there was no middle process at all. Colot's lips curved upwards at the honest answer. Good. At least you saw that much. But the sword wasn't even close to the bird. How did he cut its neck from there? Well, that's for you to figure out. You'll improve by pondering and struggling on your own. That's so unfair. Colot, leaving Mercul pouting, got up from his seat. AOL was carrying the bird's head and heading towards the basement. He had the key, so he would handle the ceiling himself. This wraps things up neatly. Just then, an unresolved question resurfaced in Colot's mind. Oh, right. Young master, did we have any notable guests staying here? Someone well known with a sword, perhaps. A guest? A swordsman. There must have been someone who fought the monster. Breaking the barrier too, it couldn't have been an ordinary person. Mercul pointed to himself with his finger. I broke the barrier. Colot's eyes widened. What? I just cut the feathers like my big brother said, and the barrier disappeared. It was my brother who fought the monster. Nonsense. You can't fool an old man like me. Geez, whatever. Mercul ended the conversation in annoyance and turned his back. Colot looked at Jack, who was standing at attention, and raised an eyebrow. You answer me. Jack flinched and stammered. What young master Mercul said is all true. Colot's expression grew serious. No soldier would dare lie to the Knight Commander unless they had a death wish. Jack, driven by dreams of wealth and fame, would never do that. Sir Colot, shouldn't we check on young master Hercel instead of standing around? Jack cautiously added. Colot was stunned by his next words. He took the breath attack directly and must be in critical condition. Took the breath attack? And survived? Colot looked farther than the half-destroyed mansion grounds. Originally, there was a huge mountain behind Tenest, but now it was a flattened mess, lava bubbling and smoldering, no longer recognizable as a mountain. Even the Duke would be in trouble if he took that head-on, and yet, the brat survived? Colot was so flabbergasted his mouth hung open. The smell of disinfectant hit my nose. I was covered in a white cloth that allowed for good ventilation. These were my first sensations as I woke up in bed. You're awake. Selly, who had been sitting in a chair, greeted me and closed her book. How long was I asleep? A day and a half straight. Really? Well, at least I survived. I should have been happy with the unexpected luck, but I felt dazed. I never expected AOL to arrive so early, 2 days ahead of schedule. The reality was so far removed from my expectations that it left me in a stupor. Who would have guessed this would happen? Seeing a scene from the game's cutscenes play out in real life. Putting my thoughts aside, I checked the clock. 9 o'clock. A late morning. I should get up. Wait, your ankle. Ugh. The pain in my ankle felt like it had been hit with a hammer, forcing me to sit back down. This was bad. I needed to be on the move. Today was the last day of the festival, the most dangerous time, and I was stuck like this. Don't worry, just rest. Jack and Rodel are keeping watch outside, and the Duke is here too. No one would dare try anything foolish. Oh, right. That's true. The festival ends with AOL's return, not on a set date. So, is the festival really over now? For the past 2.5 months, it doesn't feel real. Honestly, I feel the same. I never thought you would hold out, young master. Selly. Yes. You've done well too. Selly turned around, maybe to hide her expression. Surely, this little one had been through a lot in ways I didn't know. It's nothing. At that moment, the curtains fluttered. The smell of burning wafted in, and Selly closed the window. There's one more surprising thing I need to tell you. What could be more surprising than what had happened? I relaxed and nodded. Well then. What Selly recounted was quite a gossip-worthy event among the servants. Last evening, the mistress returned. Dassel and Arisil came later. But while Dassel was greeting the lady at the front gate, something happened. The lady slapped young Master Dassel. The sound was so loud even the maids far away turned to look. Compared to the monstrous bird, it seemed trivial, but it was still unusual. Dassel was vying persistently for the heir position. The lady had been supporting him, and she had slapped Dassel, in front of everyone. So, where is he now? I don't know. He walked off with a red face. Ran away, did he? A late rebellious phase, perhaps. Oh, and wait a moment. Selly remembered something and quickly left the room. She returned with her arms full of baskets, making several trips. What is that? People asked me to give these to you. As thanks. The baskets contained everything from food to books with a new smell. They didn't poison the food, or curse the books, did they? Of course not. As I said, the Duke is here too. So, it was genuine. But those people? The same people who wanted to kill me are now buttering me up because they think Dassel is out of the picture? Ridiculous. Selly squinted at me, seeming exasperated. Do you think I got into that mess because of my bad attitude? No, not at all. Not in the slightest. Her flippant denial irritated me. I covered myself with the blanket and waved her off. Enough. Leave me alone. I'm going back to sleep. Get well soon. After Selly left, I closed my eyes and started to think. Now was the time to address the problems I had pushed back. Surviving was my priority until now, but I had to ask myself, what do I do now? Learn swordsmanship from this body. I had planned to go to the academy. Not a bad starting point. The academy was like an incubator for playable characters with narratives of becoming stronger. There were those like Delurger, high-spec from the start, but also those who weren't. You know, the protagonists who take their first steps towards becoming knights or mages. Indeed, there's no better place to turn this weak body into something better. At least you're aware of it. Shut up. I'm going to sleep, don't bother me. The best part was that the academy's narrative difficulty was relatively easy and safe. As long as it wasn't that one academy among the 5. Of, OFLI. Ahem, greetings. Madam, what brings you here at this late hour? I woke up to the commotion outside the door. It was still midnight. I spoke nonchalantly to Jack and Rodel. Let her in. It was perfect timing. I had questions for the mistress, and it was time to settle this damned feud. The first thing I saw when the door opened was a bouquet of flowers. Is this a hospital visit? How inappropriate. The mistress smiled gently and placed the bouquet in an empty vase. Unfortunately, these aren't flowers for a get-well visit. If she intended to give them, she should have done so silently. Her thorny words made me narrow my brows. The phrase unfortunately sounded as if she regretted not bringing a wreath for condolences. As I glared sharply, the lady spoke. Congratulations, Hercel, you've won. So, the flowers were indeed a wreath. Regardless, her taunting didn't make me relax my frown. I didn't let you in to receive congratulations from you. Have a seat. Once she sat down, I began to recall the things I had pondered alone. These were topics I had put off while surviving the disaster. I wanted clear answers about who released the monstrous bird and where the key came from. While I had made reasonable guesses, it was necessary to confirm them. Who released the blackbird of resentment? The lady remained silent, just staring into my eyes. That alone was enough of an answer, so I voiced the name of the culprit behind this mess. It was Dassel. Why do you think that? There are only 2 people who would do something like this, you or Dassel. The twins were here, and it's unlikely you did it. Another silence. This woman had nothing to gain by answering since it wouldn't benefit her son. She probably disposed of all the evidence while I was unconscious. Well, that's settled. What I'm more curious about is how the bird was released. Where did the key come from? I have a feeling you'd know. Am I wrong? If it's that. The source of the key, as revealed by the lady, was a bit unexpected. It's from the Schwick family. Their excessive confidence seemed suspicious, so after some investigation, we got our hands on it. I had assumed the key came from the Guardians of the Shadows, the enemies of the player characters. Though the key used by the Guardians of the Shadows was also a replica, it wasn't surprising another fake existed. It makes sense. Originally, they probably intended to dispose of it. Then, due to various events, the key ended up in Dassel's hands. As I spoke, I recalled that Heinrich had acquired the key, making my skin crawl. A person preparing for war wouldn't have just handed it over. I didn't know what method she used, but it must have been unconventional. To end this troublesome relationship as quickly as possible, I spoke calmly, presenting the proposal I had prepared. I've asked enough. Now, let's make a mutually beneficial agreement. What do you think? An agreement? The lady chuckled. This is why you're interesting, Hercel. Your reactions are always unexpected and intriguing. If you're going to mock me, forget it. Mock you? Not at all. All right, let's hear what you have to say. As she leaned in, I took a deep breath and spoke. I have no intention of becoming the head of the household. Your precious son can take that position. The lady's eyes twitched for a moment. This declaration was unexpected. Before I took over this body, Hercel would have been desperate for the head position. Suddenly giving up the position? Anyone would experience a moment of brain freeze. Why do you say that so easily? Well, Hercel had survived under this woman's care since childhood. This lends credibility to the theory that the assassination attempt wasn't driven by personal feelings. It was merely an attempt to eliminate an obstacle for her son's future. Thus, if I remove her motive to target me, that's enough. To be honest, you could have killed me anytime. But you didn't. Your relaxed demeanor suggests you won't cause trouble in the future either. Am I wrong? I don't want to deal with such nuisances one by one. Besides, I knew that taking the head position wouldn't help my survival. There are many reasons. Initially, I aimed for the head position to have the power to punish you. But as I grew older, I realized it was impossible. I had vaguely suspected it before, but now I was certain. The idea of executing a woman who could manipulate the Schwick family was unrealistic. Even if it were possible, I don't want to see the twins whining because their mother is gone. It would be noisy. Handling the complaints of the little ones was too much. Overall, it's just a hassle. I didn't want the position to take on tedious tasks. A SARS isn't a game about managing an estate. For someone like me who needs to ensure the narrative flows well, the head position would be a shackle. In short, there's no point anymore, so I'm stepping down. While my words might have seemed a bit embellished, they were sincere. However, given the suddenness, this woman would find it hard to believe. My task now was to make my claim credible. It sounds plausible, but it's hard to believe. I thought so. But you know what? Words are fascinating. Their weight changes with timing. Understanding my words, the lady blinked. If I had said this earlier, it would have sounded like nonsense. But now, after the festival, it carried more weight. Think of it simply. I'm stepping down as a racehorse right before the finish line. Of course, I'm not handing it over for free. To drive my point home, I grabbed the paper and pen on the table and wrote down a number conspicuously. This act wasn't for personal greed but to add persuasiveness. With pure sincerity. With my crystal clear soul at stake. Her expression suggested it was acceptable. Let's add one more zero. The inheritance share should be this much. The timing can be when your precious son takes the position. Her cell. Did I go too far with tenfold? As she called my name sharply, I hesitated to erase a digit. Instead, she looked deeply into my eyes. What happened to you? That sudden question caught me off guard. This woman, more than anyone, seemed to sense that the essence of this body wasn't Hercel himself. Still, I laughed off her question with a response I once heard. People say you can't change, but I don't believe that. Especially with men, they can change dramatically even if you don't see them for 3 days. Compared to that, starting to like tomatoes or changing tea preferences is a trivial change. You said I changed. It's as you see. Hearing that, the lady's eyes sparkled. Still, your obsession with money remains unchanged. It would have been nice if that changed too. According to the doctor, my leg would fully recover in a week. After 2 days, I was able to walk, so I limped out of the annex. I came out to get some fresh air, but the smell of burning made me cough. Cough. The area where the breath attack had swept through had become a charred plain. The mansion, the lady's cherished art gallery, and everything else had turned to ashes. At least my private residence remained undamaged, which was fortunate. Or maybe not. Since AOL and the lady, along with their children, would be staying at my annex for the time being, having nowhere else to go. Young master. You planned this, didn't you? What? The annex is intact. Selly's baseless accusation made me shake my head. The last place I stalled was my private annex, my home ground. I was prepared to offer it as a sacrifice, so how dare she see me as such a petty person? Be quiet. We're short on hands. Go help clean up the debris. I was going to, since I feel out of place. Sally rolled up her sleeves and ran towards the servants cleaning up the rubble. I wandered aimlessly around the now desolate estate and sat on a suitable rock. Then I recalled the recent events. The agreement with the lady was mostly smooth. Except for one requirement I had to accept, nothing changed significantly. The added clause stated that if I went back on my word, everything would return to how it was. This meant she would keep an eye on me. Even so, I considered it smooth because my decision would not change. Anyway, I've secured funds for my old age. The remaining task was preparing to go to the academy. Deciding whether to focus on swordsmanship or magic didn't take long. Magic is the only thing I can learn. Personal preferences didn't matter. This body's dantian was damaged. There were no other options from the start. Although it wasn't a decision but a compulsion, Donaton seemed displeased with my vision. It's hard to accept. You, who contracted with me, the avatar of lightning and former guardian of the sword saint, want to learn mere sorcery? Then fix my dantian. That's impossible. I was tired of hearing complaints without alternatives. Ignoring him as not worth responding to, Donaton persistently continued. Then how about cultivating your body? Even if being an aura knight is out of reach, you could sweep away those below. You want me to be the head of worms. At least call yourself the head of a snake. Enough. Let's drop it. I stopped the pointless conversation and looked up at the sky. Watching the sunset, I turned at the sound of footsteps. Mercul and Nissil were limping towards me. Brother, what are you doing here? Father is looking for you? He's looking for me? Why? I don't know. Let's go back together. I felt uneasy. To be precise, uncomfortable. Though I knew who AOL was, calling someone who had no memories of raising me father felt highly repulsive. That's why I wandered around even though my body hadn't fully recovered. Fine, let's go back together. Having no choice again, I led Mercul and Nissil back to the annex. Servants whispered as they watched the three of us limp along. Arisil, carry me. In front of the annex steps, I stopped Arisil, who was passing by like a legendary horse, and spoke. Brother, go up yourself. Why act so undignified? He defended himself, seemingly incredulous. I started my rebuttal with evidence. My ankle hurts. Just carry me up. No. Arisil resisted again, but it seemed he'd give in with a bit more pressure. You're freeloading in my house and can't even do that? Useless. Let the soldiers. The soldiers are out there clearing debris. You just eat here and do nothing. Arisil's face twitched, and sweat formed. I looked down at him with contempt, burning the noble blood's ember. He sighed deeply and surrendered. Fine. Just get on. We're heading to the reception room where father is. The top floor. Damn it. What did you say? Nothing. Riding the legendary horse Arisil, I headed for a new ordeal. One day, having a suddenly expanded family is not an easy matter to handle. Fortunately for me, the mistress was my stepmother, so I could keep my distance. As for my siblings, treating them with love, like nieces and nephews, wasn't too difficult. Huff. Huff. I was just resting after training, and I feel like I'm going to die. If you need support, I can help you. Please, get off. Hang in there, Arisil. We're almost at the top floor. But dealing with the presence of a father was different. I had my real father, and calling a stranger father felt sinful. If he had been as abrasive as the mistress, it might have been easier. But despite his hatred for the festival, he wasn't a stepfather. If this were reincarnation, I might have had time to adapt and accept it. But since I wasn't ready for this emotionally, every step up the stairs felt heavy. Still, I had my reasons for this uncomfortable encounter and couldn't avoid it forever. I steadied myself and made my way up to the top floor. Phew, even getting here is exhausting. Huff. Huff. It was truly exhausting. No, not you. Me. Just as Arisil collapsed in the hallway, an elderly voice sounded. Tisk, tisk. Still bullying your younger brother, I see. To accuse me of mistreating my brother like that was annoying. I narrowed my eyes in displeasure. However, upon seeing the frail old man in front of me, my anger dissipated into a neutral expression. It was the Knight Commander, Kulat. After AOL, he was the strongest in the world. Unsure of how to address such a man, I stayed silent. But since he spoke first, I couldn't remain silent forever. Watching Arisil for cues, I played it wisely. Ugh. I feel like I'm dying, Sir Kulat. Tisk, you think I'm taking your side? Good grief, the third young master is too dramatic. Now, get up. Kulat lightly kicked Arisil's rear. As a knight commander, and an incredibly strong man, even Herself would have given him some respect. Thus, I figured I should do the same. You're looking healthy, Sir Kulat. May you live long. Huh. Perhaps my polite greeting was over the top, for his eyes widened in surprise. Well, yes. It seems you've recovered quite a bit. Indeed. I have business to attend to, so I'll be going now. Afraid of making another mistake, I turned to leave. But Kulat narrowed his eyes and offered a word of caution. Mind you, the Duke is in a foul mood. Don't do anything to aggravate him. Don't make a mistake. Is something bothering father? Well, the second young master has left the house, so it's only natural he's upset. And the trophies in the basement. It seems the monstrous bird ate them all, adding to his fury. Damn, that's bad news. Feeling even more tense, I deliberately walked more slowly, pretending to be in more pain. Kulat watched Hersel's back with a bewildered expression, then turned to Arisil. Am I getting old and losing my hearing? That insolent brat actually said something polite, didn't he? You heard correctly, sir. What? Arisil didn't seem to be lying. Kulat, taken aback by the upside-down world, unconsciously stepped back. That loose tongue actually said something polite. Given that Herself used to constantly spew insults like boastful old man or bubble-blowing geezer, Kulat couldn't help but be astonished. I've never seen anything this bizarre in my life. What's been going on? I don't know the details, but it seems he's been mentally unstable lately. Arisil massaged his trembling legs from the exhaustion. But don't let your guard down, Sir Kulat. He's still rotten at his core. I swear I'll. Kulat nodded at Arisil's determined words. There was no other way to explain the earlier situation except to think that Herself had gone mad. I thought I had lost a gem, but it seems there was no point in waiting. Kulat had been waiting to assess Hersel's capabilities as a knight. After gauging him, it seemed his personality had slightly changed, but the content remained the same. Well, this is turning out interesting in its own way. Kulat chuckled as he watched Herself enter the reception room. He was curious about what would happen if Herself entered the academy in this state. As I stepped into the reception room, the first thing I noticed was a bottle of alcohol and 2 glasses on the table. AOL, seated at the head of the table, began speaking as he looked at the shelves filled with bottles. Not much has changed since my time here. I heard that this was the annex where AOL lived before becoming the head. Now, he was voicing his reflections. I greeted him. You called for me, father. Though calling him father felt awkward, it wasn't too difficult to say. Perhaps it was thanks to the noble blood's ember trait. Take a seat. AOL pointed to the seat with a glass on it. The atmosphere suggested he wanted to drink together. I didn't like the idea since I had decided to quit drinking. I've actually stopped drinking. AOL blinked at my honest reply. That's a good thing. He seemed genuinely pleased and poured himself a drink. Pour. 1 glass, 2 glasses. He drank alone continuously. Eventually, he emptied an entire bottle. Pop. When he opened the second cork, I wondered if I had made a mistake by saying nothing while he drank in silence. Finally, his heavy lips opened. Do you resent me? His deep, calm voice started with an ambiguous question, making my head spin. Was he referring to past conflicts I wasn't aware of, or the fact that he had ignored the lady's murderous rampage? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Anything, really. But I'm specifically talking about the times I tested you with your life. Not knowing how to respond, I stayed silent. AOL seemed to interpret my silence as he wished and downed another drink. To be honest, our relationship has always been one of love and hate. If you died, it would be your fate. This seemed a bit harsh. Still, you were like a sore thumb to me. Blaming you was like blaming myself. I also wandered like you and had no right to be strict with you. As my first child, I didn't know how to raise you. Despite that, I was always disappointed in you, though I had no right to be. Listening to his continued words, I felt awkward. It seemed he wanted to apologize, fueled by alcohol, but I could only see it as his circumstances rather than resentment. Her cell must have caused considerable trouble for him. Having said it out loud, it feels like an excuse. AOL laughed bitterly as he poured another drink. But it seems I was wrong. Maybe I didn't even try to understand you. At this point, I felt I should say something, so I opened my mouth. I don't dwell on past events. It was an honest sentiment. Though it was frustrating to be in her cell's body, it wasn't AOL's fault. AOL's eyes widened slightly, and he smiled. You've grown to be quite a broad-minded person. You flatter me. Yes, this is a drinking session, but we've only talked seriously. Her cell, do you have anything you want to say to me? With the alcohol setting in, the mood felt right. It was a good time to bring up my request. Giving up the position of head could come later. First, I needed to talk about magic. Actually, about the academy. Feel free to speak comfortably. All right, then. With no more hesitation, I spoke clearly. I want to enroll in the magic department this time. Could you find me a skilled magician to teach me the basics? Thud. The reception room door closed. I had just been flatly rejected and thrown out. In truth, his reaction was within my expectations. The Tennis family was built on the sword. What would they say if the eldest son wanted to learn magic? As they say, what is planted is what grows. Whether it's swordsmanship or magic, a family established with one discipline doesn't permit the other, according to this world's lore. Though I don't look down on magic, it doesn't suit our lineage. With Mercul, who would later make the Tennis name famous, there was hope that they might overlook the wayward son. But the monstrous bird incident shattered that hope. You are expected to contribute greatly. I heard you helped capture the bird. So, focus on the sword and don't waste time on nonsense. For someone with a damaged dantian, it was a painful reality. Being forbidden to study magic, which I was forced to learn, made me genuinely want to pursue it. The biggest motivation was AOL's pitiful reaction. And her cell, though it's awkward to say, you learning magic. That requires intelligence. Never mind, just leave. Comparing my intelligence to her cell's? I had never felt such an insult to my pride. To equate me with that primitive fool who wasted his time drinking and reading obscene stories was to say I had no worth. I had to prove it. I would become a magician. What do you think about him learning magic? Arya asked, rolling her pen, as Delurger scratched his head from the couch. Well, he's already as strong as he can be, so it's natural to look at other things. Arya looked skeptical. I still can't believe it. Her cell is really stronger than you. Though she had heard about the incident in the mines from Delurger, it was hard to believe. But Delurger answered without hesitation. Yes. Incomparable, really. Arya was speechless at his firm response. Delurger, sensing her unease, added an explanation. You heard about him surviving that monster's breath attack, right? I still can't believe it. Isn't that an exaggerated rumor? It's not an exaggeration. Even the townsfolk saw the mountain melt. Plus, there are eyewitness accounts. Arya rested her chin on her hand, falling silent. The evidence was clear. But I wonder if it's all right. What do you mean? His request for a magician. The Duke wouldn't allow it in a family known for swordsmanship. That was a headache. Despite the many eccentric magicians, few were crazy enough to teach the Duke's son. But with enough money, nothing is impossible. Arya smiled slyly. We could do it secretly. I have the means. Secretly? Is there really a magician willing to do such a thing? Yes, and they're top-notch in their field. Surely not a magician from the Magic Tower? That would cost a fortune. Delurger blinked in surprise as Arya took out an old book from a drawer. It was the Ancestor's Ledger she found thanks to her cell. If I receive something, I should repay generously, don't you think? If you were to ask a bird how it flies, it would answer, just like that. Of course, this assumes the bird can understand and speak human language, but anyway, the same goes for wizards. A born genius can cast spells as easily as breathing, and this is considered the origin of magic. However, the title of genius implies rarity. Just as there are few rare gems, there are many who admire them like grains of sand. Humans are curious and envious creatures. Observing this, ordinary people questioned how geniuses performed magic and, after countless attempts, established the principles. Through sheer determination, the efforts of many ordinary people bore fruit over time. While geniuses cast magic instinctively, the ordinary folks created formulas and calculations. Geniuses had a natural affinity for mana, but the ordinary ones developed training methods to acquire it. Thus, modern magic is essentially a mimicry of innate genius. Of course, this field still heavily relies on talent. I was sitting outdoors, enjoying a drink and reading when, Oh my, look at that? Reading that in broad daylight. Passing maids blushed upon seeing the cover of the book, which had a suggestive title. However, they didn't seem too surprised. It seemed Hercel often did such things. Back to his old self, it seems. I was wondering, he seemed normal lately. The reactions of passing servants were similar. I paid them no mind and confidently turned the page. In reality, I was reading a magic book hidden inside the cover of a sensational novel. The lines of an array are broadly divided into parallel and serial. I didn't want to boast about just understanding basic theory, but it wasn't too difficult. In the game, one could learn a skill with a single mouse click, but here, I had to learn the principles and the process of drawing an array in detail. Although it was a new field, understanding it indicated that my brain hadn't rusted. With this, I can self-study the basics. As I turned the page, a heavy, imposing shadow loomed over me. Ah, father. What are you reading? A literary piece about the deep love between a man and a woman. Good. Stick to reading such things. His muscular hand reached into the book and pulled out the hidden magic text. Stop reading this useless magic. He then crumpled the book with both hands and tossed it onto the table. I looked at the now candy-like book and thought, if my body were crumpled by those hands, how much would it shrink? This is a warning. Don't let me see this again. AOL shot me a fierce look before turning away. My guts were tied in knots as I watched him disappear, my eyes trembling. Hercel, if you want to live, give up now. You think I'll submit to such threats? Then die, bastard. Come to think of it, it's all his fault. The thought of risking my life just to learn magic made me grind my teeth in anger. Dassel. The scoundrel who unleashed the monstrous bird, causing unnecessary misunderstandings, and who further upset AOL by running away. Because of him, I couldn't even bring up the topic of giving up the head position. Thanks to that bastard, I have a long way to go. I had about 6 months left until the academy entrance. To survive among the player characters swarming with monsters, I needed to at least meet the average standards. I couldn't afford to waste time. I got up and looked at the clock. It was time for the magician sent by Arya to arrive. Time to go. I was curious about what kind of person they would be. The place was an ordinary house. Arya had rented it as a secret classroom to avoid AOL's eyes. My excitement quickly faded upon meeting the magician. Charles's body was about to be torn apart by 3 goblins. Elry watched and said, "Oh, Charles's body is 21 kilograms. How many grams should be divided equally among the goblins?" Elry was puzzled. Charles and Elry were like the typical names used in textbooks. But wasn't Charles in trouble? Can you solve Elry's question, young master? I stared blankly at the magician. He was a man with striking glasses and a sharp, narrow gaze named Carmelo. According to Arya's letter, he was a skilled magician. It seems this problem was too difficult for you. Let me break it down step by step. Carmelo assumed my stunned silence meant I didn't know the answer. He began writing equations with his pen. Divide 21 by 3 like this. Oh, was that too fast? Shall I go slower? You're a fraud, aren't you? At my blunt question, Carmelo looked dumbfounded. He cleared his throat and spoke slightly irritated. May I ask why you think so? You're proudly presenting such a simple problem, so it's natural to be suspicious. The problem is indeed easy. I didn't expect you to know basic math. His condescending gaze irked me. Whatever he had heard about me, he seemed to think I was an ignorant fool. As I wondered how to fix his attitude, Carmelo narrowed his eyes and spoke in a stern tone. However, that doesn't mean I'm a fraud. He swung the staff beside him. Whoosh! The room dimmed as the curtains closed. Simultaneously, the candle wick on the table lit up. Carmelo adjusted his glasses as if asking if I saw that. Does that answer your question? You are a wizard, it seems. Then, young master, prove yourself as well. He smirked, rummaging through his bag before pulling out a piece of paper. This is a basic wind magic formula. Controlling the wind's volume to ignite flames and manipulate water. Today, instead of a lesson, let's gauge your level. His tone carried an undertone of let's see what you can do. There are many eccentric wizards, and it seems calling him a fraud had severely bruised his ego. A wind manipulation formula? That sounded difficult, but starting strong showed his disdain. At least I wouldn't be stuck doing simple arithmetic. I grabbed the pen. All right, let's do this. I swallowed hard, feeling nervous as I looked over the problem. The pen slipped from my grasp. Is this real? Do you need an abacus? I alternated my gaze between Carmelo, who looked smug, and the problem. Then, I'm done. I solved it in less than a minute. Of course, this would be too, done. Carmelo, who had been nodding, snapped his head up, eyes wide. I simply nodded in response. The formula looks a bit unconventional, but the answer is correct. The problem I solved was at a level a 6th grader could handle. If he seriously posed such a problem and acted haughty, he might indeed be a fraud. Well, he did prove he was a wizard. Let's give him a chance. This is too easy. Bring something harder. My words, meant to avoid wasting time, seemed to provoke him. Carmelo frowned and started pulling more problems from his bag. All right, try this one. What followed was a series of problems. Each time he presented one, I solved it. The difficulty gradually increased, but I kept writing down the answers, even though the problems were advancing by grade level. However, the endless progression of problems eventually hit a snag. Suddenly, a much more challenging problem appeared, seemingly 10 levels higher. This seems way too advanced all of a sudden, doesn't it? The lines of the formula were not just one-dimensional but three-dimensional. Though it was a wind-related problem, it required detailed calculations of both volume and angle, including calculus and vector calculations. Does this fit within this world's standards? Indeed, this world might be more advanced than mine when it comes to mathematics due to the requirements of magic. Many more wizards would have devoted themselves to mathematical studies than mathematicians. Given this, the level of mathematics here might be on par with or even surpass modern standards. If such difficult problems are presented just to gauge a beginner's level, it speaks volumes. Can't solve it. Carmelo smirked. You seem eager for me to fail, don't you? Humph, of course not. His blatant denial annoyed me, so I grabbed the pen again. Fine, I'll solve this one too. My head ached as soon as I looked at the problem. Fortunately, there were hints provided in the formula. Still, it was tough. By the time I finished, it was already night outside. I briefly greeted Carmelo and dragged my exhausted body back to the mansion. Magic is no joke. Normally, a wizard from the magic tower wouldn't stoop to teaching a noble's child. It was a matter of pride. Let alone the idea of teaching the duke's son. If caught, it would be certain death for an average wizard. Even if safety were guaranteed, no one from the magic tower accepted the job. Carmelo, too, would have refused had he not urgently needed research funds. Carmelo pondered as he organized the answers Hercel had written. I heard he survived the breath of the monstrous bird, but is that really important? Is he really the famous dullard? Doubt not at him. Typically, these types struggled with basic arithmetic. But Hercel's calculations were at an intermediate level, as taught in the academy. Being a rich kid, it wouldn't be strange if he had a high-level tutor. Still, it's annoying. The type who pretends to be a genius in front of a new teacher, having already received high-level tutoring. In the field of magical studies, Carmelo often encountered such inflated egos. Acting like a genius when you've had extensive private lessons. Carmelo was about to tear up the answers when he noticed the strange symbols on the last page. Just showing off. These were advanced, beyond high-level, problems meant for magic tower researchers. A pathetic attempt at looking knowledgeable. Initially, he planned to teach half-heartedly and kill time. But since the educational material was already solved, he had to change tactics. The last set was meant for personal use but seemed like a good way to trap Hercel. He almost discarded the paper but decided to check the answers out of curiosity. Carmelo trembled as he verified the answers. They matched. No ordinary person could solve these problems, not even with private tutoring. Was his tutor from the magic tower? He dismissed that thought, shaking his head. If Hercel's tutor were from the magic tower, he would have known. This left only one possibility. He's got some natural talent, it seems. I thought I'd be wasting time teaching calculations, but it might be interesting after all. Carmelo smiled as he burned the papers. There are also grades in magic. Grades are divided into lower, intermediate, and advanced, while ranks are divided into elementary and high. Beyond that lies a realm only accessible to great magicians, the superlative high rank. Carmelo, who had just become a high-rank magician, organized the research journals he intended to explore here and took out a blank sheet of paper. With his level of calculation, he would pass through the academy with ease, so let's exclude that part. What he was now preparing was a lecture curriculum. It was a rapid course, faster than the general level. Just learning the formulas to the academy admission standard usually took about 3 years. Excluding that part drastically shortened the time. What remains are theory and practice. We can focus solely on these. The time it took for Hercel to become a magician was surprisingly. Goodness, to think it takes only this much time to become a magician. 4 years. I was tense, worried that he might ask me to solve another difficult problem. But for some reason, Carmelo said that the calculations were sufficient and suggested we move on to theoretical lessons. I didn't ask why, fearing he might give me another brain-busting problem like yesterday. Since it seemed I barely passed, skipping mathematics should be fine. Inserting the sum of opposite elements into a single formula is generally said to be impossible in most textbooks, but I want to tell you it depends on the situation. Carmelo explained while drawing a formula with his staff. I, intrigued by the practical nature of the theoretical class, naturally asked a question. In real battles, you can't always draw the formula perfectly, right? Yes, that's correct. Sometimes, when using fire magic and failing to control the intensity, you can add a water-type formula to adjust the power. Ideally, you would erase and redraw it, but in a situation where the enemy is right in front of you, this kind of modification is the right decision. As he swung his staff, flames rose, and then steam surged. FSSSSS. Watching the blazing fire transform into a moderate-sized candle flame, my mouth slightly gaped open. It really felt like I was learning magic. Though I don't like it, these trashy textbooks are the standard for academy entrance exams. Just write the answers as indicated here and tear them apart after you get in. It became clear why Arya wrote in her letter that Carmelo was a highly skilled magician. The content he taught was more detailed and extensive than what was described in the textbooks. Besides this, I learned tips on efficient line composition and the manifestation and combination of elements. On the 5th day, during a casual conversation, I realized that Carmelo was no ordinary magician. You're affiliated with the Magic Tower. This is surprising. I thought you considered me a mere third-rate magician. Well, Who would imagine a magician from the magic tower would come here to tutor? Even you must find it unexpected. Research requires substantial funding. To secure a lacking budget, one must earn directly by working on their feet. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have come here. After the conversation, his expression remained unpleasant for days. Although his tone was harsh, he diligently completed the intermediate theory lessons required for academy admission. Considering it took only 3 weeks, it was rather unsettling. The progress is so fast it's suspicious. Isn't there anything I've missed or need to learn more about? Are you bragging about being good at calculations? Speak up a bit louder. I can't hear your mumbling well. I said you understand all the theory I taught you immediately, so it's fine. Didn't I say it more concisely? And then came the much anticipated lesson. Practical application of magic was the last subject. While calculations and theories were listening lessons, this one was about making a body capable of using magic. Calming my pounding heart, Carmelo cleared his throat. The real lecture was about to begin. Do you remember the 5 senses of mana sensitivity well? Of course. Mana sensitivity involves feeling mana through the 5 senses: touch, sight, hearing, smell, and taste. A magician is recognized once even one of these senses awakens. Do you also remember the 5 talents of magic? No, you said you'd explain that properly today. From what I heard briefly, there are 5 branches in magic, and everyone has an affinity for one of these branches. This is called talent. That's right. I must have delayed it because there's a connection between talent and mana sensitivity. Connection? As I asked out of curiosity, Carmelo chuckled. Yes. Strangely, the first sense that awakens is determined by your talent. Thud. Carmelo placed 5 books on the table. Then let me explain the correlation between the 5 talents and mana sensitivity. Without even opening the books, Carmelo pointed to one with his finger. It was a magic book of the elemental branch. For those who deal with wind, fire, lightning, and water, the magicians who first awaken the sense of touch are naturally talented. The proportion of magicians in this category is overwhelmingly high, and hence, the developed formulas are also the most extensive. Simply put, it seems to be a versatile talent. It's common, but because of its prevalence, the number of developed magic spells is the greatest. Next, Carmelo pointed to the book of the formation branch. The formation branch is a talent for those who first awaken the sense of sight. Illusion magic is commonly developed in this category, but if mastered, it can also create tangible objects or artificial life. When Carmelo swung his staff, a butterfly appeared in the air and landed on the book. Seeing the butterfly flap its wings as if alive, I hoped my sense would awaken through sight. With this, I might even be able to create gold. The next branch is curses. This talent is for those who first awaken the sense of hearing. It is rare, about 1 in 100, but because of the hateful world we live in, some develop this branch even if they are not naturally talented. Usually criminals, for instance. With another swing of Carmelo's staff, the butterfly decayed. It seemed to have died from a curse. Next is the breaking branch. This talent is for those who first awaken the sense of smell. It is the most valuable among the 5. I'd bet all the money in my pocket that this guy awakened through the sense of smell. In terms of rarity, it occurs in 1 in 1,000. The greatest magicians recorded in history mostly fall into this category. Because it's such a useful talent, it also shines in other professions. Breaking seems to be a talent for understanding magic instinctively. Knowledge is power, as they say. According to Carmelo's detailed explanation, this talent influences not just magic but other abilities, making it an all-rounder. No wonder some magician characters in games are exceptionally versatile and skilled, they belong to this category. For example, a magic swordsman who nullifies spells by instinctively understanding magic. Carmelo's eyes sparkled as he performed telekinetic magic. Another staff flew out of his bag and autonomously drew a spell. Seeing the glowing air and the shapes of the formula, it was evident it was elemental fire magic. Whoosh! The fire surged toward Carmelo like a water cannon. But when Carmelo flicked his staff, the fire disappeared without a trace. Being able to observe magic more precisely allows one to nullify the spell without any backflow, much like safely disarming a time bomb. This was just one of the many remarkable abilities of the breaking talent. Additionally, there are revolutionary researchers from the Magic Tower or alchemists who create magical tools by imbuing objects with magic, or those who preemptively find and disable traps in dungeons. Enough bragging, move on to the next. Cutting off his boasting, Carmelo frowned displeasedly. He definitely awakened through the sense of smell. Ahem, finally, the peculiar branch. The first sense to awaken is taste. This branch gathers and classifies indeterminate types of magic. Telekinesis falls under this, as well as recovery magic or magic that lightens the weight of objects. Indeed, the telekinesis and recovery magic Carmelo mentioned didn't fit into any of the previous categories. Though rarer than the breaking branch, this talent is paradoxically the least valued currently. Carmelo pointed to the thinnest book. It was clear what he meant. Because there are so few of them, there isn't much developed magic. Yes, exactly. Although the breaking branch is also small in number, it has extensive documentation due to the efforts of geniuses in the field, but the peculiar branch is different. Its ambiguous nature makes research difficult. The practical uses verified so far are telekinesis for convenience and recovery magic. In simple terms, it's a field with untapped potential, but it's not shining due to a lack of development. While research is active, it may take at least the next century to fully realize its potential. I hope this isn't my talent. Carmelo, looking thirsty, emptied a glass of water and asked me. I've explained the overview. When do you plan to enter the academy? Didn't I mention? No, but at this pace, you might reach your goal faster than you think. Naturally, it had to be next year, not the year after. To match the narrative of playable characters, I must enter the academy next year. 6 months. 6 months. Did I do something wrong? Carmelo's face showed shock as he adjusted his glasses and glared sharply. Young master, do you think becoming a magician is like baking bread in a bakery? Wasn't. I inadvertently asked back, and Carmelo slammed the table and shouted. You've only just begun, and you speak such nonsense. Damn, that startled me. Even excluding the time for calculations and theory, it takes at least 4 years for the first awakening. The following awakenings take even longer. This is the normal speed. 6 months? You must think a bit of fast learning has made you all-knowing. I didn't realize magic took so long. Playable characters seem to enter just fine. If you really plan to enter next year, why not find a magician to take the entrance exam for you? They were naturally talented geniuses, so they were exceptions. But I am not, damn it. The situation was grim. If I missed this year's academy entrance, I couldn't match the timeline of the playable characters. Even if I learned magic and entered late, the world would already be doomed. I waited for Carmelo to calm down and cautiously spoke, grasping at straws. You're a magician from the magic tower. Try to make me an intermediate magician within 6 months, somehow. With just one more subject to achieve, it felt too regretful to give up. Carmelo, shaking his head as if there was no answer, suddenly made an intriguing remark. Well, there isn't no way at all, but it's rather, What do you mean? Tell me. There is an old hypothesis about a shock therapy to forcibly awaken senses. It's a field I'm currently researching, but all the subjects. Don't beat around the bush, just tell me. All died. Human experimentation? This guy's ethics are twisted. But thinking it might be a chance for revival, I decided to ask further. How did they die? Shock death. Forcibly drawing 70 formulas into the body like tattoos, the body couldn't handle it. The longest surviving subject managed 37 formulas but eventually became part of nature. It's a pointless story. Try it. Carmelo's eyes widened in surprise at my casual remark. Pardon. I said, try forcibly drawing the lines. If it succeeds, the senses awaken, right? You want me to do that to you, the eldest son of the Tenist family? Yes. If it fails, I will also die by the Duke's sword. When he raised an eyebrow and showed reluctance, I smirked and explained why it was okay. If I die, no one will know you were here except me. And did you know? I survived the breath of the giant bird. How about this body, different from the ones who died? Worth experimenting, right? His eyes widened momentarily before he grinned menacingly. Many magicians are eccentrics. The magic tower selects the most extreme ones among them. It was natural for a magician from the magic tower, driven by curiosity, to accept. Indeed, that makes sense. But, don't you need time to settle your affairs? Is that necessary? A mere shock death. Compared to what I've faced, it's a laughable way to die. I know I won't die. I figured it would work out somehow. I have 1 second invincibility. It was already evening. We decided to start the experiment tomorrow, and I was on my way back to the mansion. It's suspicious that Donaton isn't nagging me to practice swordsmanship. I decided not to say anything more. Your desire to learn magic is so strong, how can I stop you? Donaton's nonchalant remark made me even more uneasy. The guy who constantly disparaged magic had suddenly gone quiet. It seemed like he had some plan, but I had no way of finding out, so I kept silent. As I approached the main gate, my legs ached, and I stopped walking. I don't know why I feel so tired lately. It feels like muscle pain too. Just walking back and forth counts as exercise. Indeed, your physical strength was so poor that must be the case. I was narrowing my eyes suspiciously when AOL approached with a doubtful look. You've been going out a lot lately, Hercel. Recalling what Hercel might have said, I answered nonchalantly. I went to the red light district, father. AOL's suspicious gaze softened, and he raised an eyebrow. My answer was evidently convincing. Ahem, I'm speechless because you're so brazen. Well, fine. Once you enter the academy, you'll have to live a celibate life, so play as much as you want now. Then, I'll accept your offer. Can you give me some allowance for gambling tomorrow? Without further proof, this cheat-like alibi would prevent anyone from discovering I was learning magic. The key was how shameless I could be. It was a good idea to bring these, just in case. Carmelo spread out the research materials and calmed his expression. These were documents pertaining to the ancient study of mana sensitivity. Having awakened all 5 senses, Carmelo was a high-rank magician. However, he was not satisfied with this. Although this was a realm achievable only by those with genius talent, it was nothing but a faded shell compared to a single superior talent. If I had been born during the time magic was discovered, I would have been just an average magician. Even though he was recognized in the magic tower, he was ultimately an acquired genius following in the footsteps of the innate geniuses. Compared to those who awakened their senses on their own without learning, his talent was insignificant. There are babies who can see mana as soon as they're born. That's already a natural gift, and among them, those who awaken 5 senses before the age of 10 are truly extraordinary. especially those who self-awakened all 5 senses were on a different level. The moment they became interested in magic, it was their fate to awaken the 6th, almost transcendent sense, like a caterpillar naturally becoming a butterfly. Those who fell into this category were the noble beings recorded in history as great magicians. Carmelo, who was obsessed with magic, knew it was impossible to reach that level, but he harbored a peculiar anticipation as he scrutinized the old documents. As expected, even the average geniuses born thousands of years ago were the same. They must have also wanted to awaken the 6th sense, like me. Were there always similar people in every era? There were those in the past who engraved spells into the bodies of living humans to forcibly awaken the 6th sense. It was the dream of geniuses regardless of the era. And maybe, the hypothesis that had remained theoretical for nearly 1,000 years might finally be proven, Carmelo thought with a shiver of excitement and a sly smile. Hihi, this is exciting. If he survived the breath, he would be a much better test subject than mere prisoners. He meticulously reviewed the research journals and awaited the arrival of tomorrow. According to Carmelo, it took about a month and a few weeks to imprint 70 lines onto the body. Half of that time had already passed. 15 cooldowns. I had avoided death a total of 15 times. 37th line. This is usually the critical point, but the young master is handling it very well. Although I felt like a lab rat, I had agreed to this, so I couldn't complain. Therefore, I enjoyed it. Is it a new record? You could say that. That's good news. Let's stop this. I feel sorry for myself for pretending to be okay, but it's strange, isn't it? After reaching halfway, I should feel some noticeable change, but everything's the same. That's natural. The 69 spells are processed separately without being connected. It's only normal that you don't feel any different until the 70th spell, which links everything together, is engraved. Is that so? Just as I picked up a cup of water, my arm trembled slightly, causing a drop to splash onto the back of my hand. It happened often lately, so I didn't think much of it, but I asked Carmelo just in case. But is there any chance of side effects from the experiment? I don't know why, but I can't shake off this fatigue, and my body feels a bit heavy. Carmelo's eyes sparkled. Side effects? Please describe your symptoms in more detail. Well, it's like feeling lethargic. I fall asleep early and eat a lot more. It's strange. I fall asleep as soon as I lie down, and my usual portions aren't satisfying, so I eat twice as much. Especially craving meat. I voiced my concerns, but Carmelo chuckled dismissively. I thought it was something serious. That's probably due to changes in your lifestyle. It has nothing to do with magic, so I won't address irrelevant matters. Take it seriously. It could be something harmful to my body. Carmelo, looking annoyed, waved his staff. The curtains drew back, revealing the falling leaves outside. It's autumn. Does this answer your question? Autumn is indeed a season of laziness and increased appetite. When I lay back on the bed, I thought about it again. There's something I don't understand. Let's say my sudden increase in appetite is due to autumn, as Carmelo said. But isn't my body feeling unusually tired? Could I be ill? My brow furrowed with unease when the in-body machine spoke to me. Hercel, your body is in a state of fatigue. You should sleep. Yes, I should ask it. I was going to sleep anyway. Before that, can you check my body? Eating twice as much, sleeping early, and waking up late feels off. Am I not healthy? You are actually in better condition than before. So don't worry and get some sleep. Donaton's words reassured me a bit. However, realizing that this machine was not a doctor, I got up from bed. I stood in front of a full-length mirror, checking my body. I hadn't gained weight. However, there seemed to be some faint muscles I hadn't seen before. It might be a trick of the light since they weren't that noticeable. Maybe it is a side effect of the experiment. When I said that, Donaton shouted with joy. Yes, it could be a side effect. There are all sorts of strange things in the world of magic. Do you know about sadomagic? It's a hodgepodge of pursuits without any expertise. Even if he is from the magic tower, unproven experiments are nothing but hodgepodge. Though his reaction was odd, his words weren't wrong. I had never heard of such bizarre theories while playing a SARS. Indeed, I should visit a professional doctor tomorrow and get a proper checkup. With that thought, I lay back on the bed. I don't know. I'm too tired to think. I'm going to sleep, so don't talk to me. Yes, sleep well, Hercel. Sleep soundly. As Donaton's words murmured like a lullaby, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. It had been 3 months and a few days since Donaton made a contract with Hercel. It was enough time to understand the neural circuits tied to his body. After much effort, he learned how to move through electrical impulses when Hercel was asleep. Phew. Late at night, Donaton was doing push UPS while Hercel's eyes were closed. After about 10 minutes, he paused as sweat dripped onto the floor. That's enough arm exercise for now. He's starting to notice. This time, Donaton made Hercel's body hang upside down from the curtain rod and repeatedly performed abdominal exercises. He recalled the fight with the giant bird and murmured unpleasantly. His lung capacity is worse than a sickly person's. I'll fix that for him. Moreover, he had nearly reached a near-death state just from being thrown once. Thinking of the pathetic state of his body spurred Donaton on. This wretched fellow. And he's obsessed with magic. He couldn't accept it. Even if his dantian was damaged, the fact that his master didn't wield a sword was a denial of his very existence. Seeing Hercel absorbed only in magic made him furious. With a spark of electric current, he vented his frustration. Crackle. Just as you can't give up magic, I can't give up the sword. As the exercises continued, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. If he manipulated Hersel's vocal cords, he would surely wake up. Donaton remained silent. Then came an impatient knock and an angry voice. Knock, 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 knock. Young master, what are you doing at this hour? The vibrations are reaching the lower floors. If you don't answer, I'll come in. Donaton glanced at the lock on the door. Damn, I forgot to lock it. His heart sank. He prayed she would leave, but cruelly, the door swung open. Bang, young. What? Sally's angry face turned to one of bewilderment. She shook her head and sighed deeply. Well, it's nothing surprising now. I almost had a heart attack. Why are you hanging from the curtain rod in the middle of the night? Sally looked at me as if he were crazy. It was a look Donaton often saw directed at Herself. It seemed she considered this a usual occurrence. Indeed, this girl always treated him like a lunatic. I can get away with this. Thinking it was a fortunate stroke of luck, Donaton descended from the curtain rod. Thud. Sally approached cautiously, eyes wide. What? Why are your eyes closed? Young master. Hello, are you okay? At that moment, Donaton flipped Hersel's body onto his back and manipulated his limbs to crawl like a spider. Approaching her bizarrely with his head dangling, Sally screamed and fled. Ah! Watching her pale-faced retreat, Donaton locked the door and smiled contentedly. Click. That should do it. She'll think he's crazier than ever. Feeling reassured, he knew it would be disastrous if Hercel discovered this. Subordinate Donaton must not do anything the superior Hercel does not want. If the subordinate violates this, a compulsory clause will be added. This clause is decided according to the superior's proposal. The most severe unfair trade clause. Threatened with being thrown into the river if he didn't accept, he had no choice but to agree. Donaton shivered at the memory from that day until now. Have I ever seen anyone as ruthless as him in my life? Even in the mines, the look in his eyes when searching for money was like a wolf stalking prey. When an assassin appeared, he was no different from a local thug who extorted pocket money from children, and when the opportunity came to score big with the mistress, he squeezed out every drop of oil. Each time, Donaton could feel the twitching facial muscles of Hercel struggling to contain himself. I can't even imagine the horrors if I fall into the hands of this ruthless fellow. Since Hercel held the sword, Donaton carefully trained. Moving his body to the point of near exhaustion, morning soon broke. As he lay Hercel back in bed to return to his place, Hercel woke up. Oh, did he get caught? Yawn. No matter how much I sleep, I'm still sleepy. I need more sleep. Yes, sleep well, Hercel. You need to rest thoroughly. Though he might feel fatigue, Donaton's manipulation of his nerves meant Hercel wouldn't even feel muscle pain. The medical checkup revealed no issues. The doctor said to keep up the new body management regime. Since the only exercise I did was walking to learn magic, it was hard to shake off my doubts. However, feeling slightly better lately, I didn't think much of it. 3 weeks passed since putting my worries to rest. Carmelo, with a tense face, took a deep breath. Despite gulping down water, his voice trembled with excitement. Finally, today is the day. To think the day would come to engrave the final, 70th spell. Does this mean I'll officially be an intermediate magician if I succeed? Enjoying the moment, I asked, and Carmelo quickly looked away. Ahem, yes. You will meet the requirements of an intermediate magician. His reaction seemed suspicious. He wasn't usually this easily flustered. Perhaps something was wrong, but I brushed it off, thinking he was just nervous. After all, nothing had gone wrong so far. Let's begin then. By the way, young master, is it just my imagination, or have your clothes changed often lately? Ah, these? The old ones didn't fit well anymore, so I replaced them. I could still wear the old ones, but they were tight. They were so tight that the threads would tear if I moved too much, so my wardrobe was filled with newly fitted clothes. You seem to have a more robust build than before. Side effect of the experiment, I said with squinted eyes. Carmelo, veins popping on his forehead, shouted. How many times do I have to tell you it's not? Hey, don't get mad. It's the only suspicious thing. I have explained with dead.A that none of the test subjects exhibited such symptoms. Do you know how many times you've said this? Only 37 times. Touchy. Considering how much money I'll get from the mistress, I need to stay healthy. Carmelo placed his staff down with trembling hands and asked me, how are you feeling? His voice was thick with tension. It was understandable, given that we had just completed the final procedure. I don't feel much different from usual. Hold on a moment. I clenched and unclenched my fist, delving into the sensations throughout my body. It felt like the blood coursing through my veins reached even the fine hairs on my skin. My whole body seemed to become an antenna, and my eyes widened. This is a strange sensation. The difference between the 69th line and the 70th line was stark, like completing the last piece of a puzzle to reveal the whole picture. Was the room always this cool? My skin felt cold, as if touched by rain. It seemed that my sense of touch had awakened first. As I proudly showed off my bristling fine hairs, Carmelo approached the window. Oh, the window was open. How do you feel now? Hold on again. I closed my eyes and heightened my senses once more. Surprisingly. Do you feel the mana? No, I don't feel anything. Carmelo looked shocked and stared blankly. Then, as if in denial of reality, he asked desperately. What about your hearing? Do you hear anything? Only your voice. Is your vision blurry? Just the messy room. What about your sense of smell? It smells like a stuffy old man's room. With each honest answer, Carmelo's expectant gaze dimmed. He finally slumped his shoulders and asked one last question. How about your sense of taste? I opened my mouth and licked the air with my tongue. The taste was peculiar, like a mix of grapes and bananas, causing my eyes to widen. I can taste something. I couldn't be happy. Having the sense of taste awaken first was like winning the worst lottery. It tastes like some strange fruit. Carmelo blinked in surprise, seemingly astonished. To think I'd witness someone awakening their sense of taste first. My talent was in the peculiar category. Among curses, elements, breaking, and formation, I would learn any magic slower and with less power than anyone else. The only benefit was the use of a few unusual spells. A memory of being praised as an average talent suddenly came to mind, and I muttered quietly. You called me an average talent. An average talent should at least awaken the sense of touch first. That was the standard, the middle ground. But seeing Carmelo's actions, I couldn't help but keep my mouth shut. Damn these primitive idiots. What's the point of awakening the sixth sense? Carmelo tore the papers in his bag while screaming like a madman. These stupid chicken-brained bastards wasted my precious time with their false hopes. I'll curse their graves. I'll erase all their names engraved in the magic tower, those bastards. Why are you like this? Calm down. Seeing his bloodshot eyes gave me chills. I stepped back and spoke in a soothing tone. Still, you succeeded, right? The hypothesis wasn't a failure. So put those papers back in your bag. You might regret it later. You can still read them if you glue them back together. Carmelo stopped and approached me with hollow eyes. Success? Do you think this experiment was merely about awakening a single sense? Didn't he say it was? He must have hidden something from me. You told me it was just an experiment to awaken one sense. The purpose of this experiment was to awaken the sixth sense. But now, it's proven that this theory is pointless. I furrowed my brow in anger. This crazy magician. I asked for an appendectomy, and he gave me circumcision? You damn bastard. You should have explained that from the beginning. Oh, really? Then let me explain now. Awakening the five senses is secondary, the true goal is to transcend the boundary of mana. And that requires the sixth sense? Are you satisfied now? His outburst left me speechless. There was no point in arguing with a madman obsessed with magic. I decided to be content with meeting the admission requirements. Sighing, I sat in a chair and waited for Carmelo to calm down. Huff, huff. After turning all the papers into ashes, he caught his breath. I calmly waited and then asked the questions I had been formulating. So, it failed, right? There won't be any side effects, will there? Like blocking the path to becoming a high-level magician. Carmelo, exhausted, answered with his temper cooled. I can't give a definitive answer since there are no successful cases, but it shouldn't hinder your growth. The spells etched into your body are just drawings unless they function. Are you sure? I swear by mana. So, all the lines of spells that only awakened my sense of taste were just doodles. Okay, then that's fine. I'll hold you responsible if something goes wrong. As long as there were no side effects, I had achieved my goal. Despite the lingering unease, I was somewhat satisfied with the result. After all, I had accomplished in 3 months what normally took 4 years. Carmelo left after finishing the remaining 2 weeks of lessons. During that time, I learned how to grip a staff, control my wrist movements, and coordinate my strength. I also picked up tips on how to use my senses and draw precise spells. In short, it was practical training for magic implementation. Those days passed quickly, and on the last day, Carmelo and I had this conversation. Before I leave, let me be honest. Your understanding and calculation skills are decent, but your innate talent is at best average. Are you saying that now because you're leaving? That wasn't my intention. I was just pondering. I've never seen an average talent achieve such rapid growth in what should take 7 years, regardless of the process. Carmelo's sharp gaze seemed slightly gentler. Despite the ups and downs, it seemed he had developed some affection. By the way, since proving that the theory was wrong, I'm not leaving empty-handed. Carmelo's face looked somewhat relieved as he said this. That was the last I saw of him. 3 months later, the renovation of the mansion was nearly complete. The main mansion, prioritized for work, was perfectly restored, and AOL and the Mistress had moved back in with the twins. I thought these peaceful days would continue, but they came to an end. Adele returned. What's your plan? Are you deaf? I said you don't need to frown since I've given up the position of the family head. I felt it was necessary to inform him, so I called him to the backyard and explained my deal with the Mistress. But he didn't believe me. Do you expect me to believe that? It's already settled with the Mistress. We'll explain to father slowly, and you can just boast and laugh. Adele glared at me murderously. I calmly looked down at his hostile eyes and spoke. Why the face? Isn't this the position you wanted so badly that you were willing to trade the lives of the people here? Then you should smile. It's hard to keep up with my little brother's whims, no matter what I do. He clenched his fists tightly and ground his teeth. How dare a worm like you keep talking? You still don't get it. I want not only the position of the family head but also your neck. This confirmed that Adele's hatred was not just about jealousy over the family head position. He simply hated me and wanted to kill me. If given the chance, he might repeat the same actions. I felt the need to suppress him so he couldn't try anything like this again. I took a step forward. Is that so? Then go ahead and try. Donaton showed signs of bewilderment. Hercel, what are you doing? Even with magic, you can't win against him. Step back now. Fight? Am I crazy? Then why are you doing something so reckless? Watch carefully. I have a plan. As Dassel watched my eyes, I subtly drew a simple spell with my right index finger. It wasn't as precise as with a staff, but it was enough. Are you pretending not to know? No, it's more accurate to say you're deceiving yourself. Dassel. I called his name and approached slowly. When I got close, I ignited the embers of noble blood to its maximum and lowered my voice. You cannot kill me. At the same time, I activated the telekinesis spell I had drawn with my finger. Using all my strength, I pulled down all the leaves from the surrounding trees. Rustle. As the leaves fell and turned into a pile, sweat dripped from Dassel's forehead. I passed by his frozen figure, as if I had no more business with him. Then I stopped and spoke in a calm voice. I went a bit too far. I didn't intend to show killing intent. I lightly patted his shoulder and walked away leisurely. I knew this would work. Unlike before, my body now had a decent amount of muscle. Moreover, I had survived the breath of the giant bird. Given a little performance, it was only natural for my opponent to be scared. Did you learn magic just to show off like this? Of course not. I learned magic because I had no choice. It wasn't as if I had a choice. Magic was something I was forced to learn. However, I always thought that magic was more impressive than a sword. Though I can't say there wasn't a bit of that sentiment. Aside from 1 second invincibility, I also had the embers of noble blood. I had long known this could serve as a shield if used well. Even if I didn't have many talents, I planned to make the most of them. White frost formed on the window. Absent-mindedly, I drew the number 6 with my index finger. It was likely because I realized how quickly time had passed. I had been so immersed in magic for the past 6 months that I hadn't noticed time flying by. It felt like the festival period, where I walked on thin ice, had just happened yesterday. Of course, it was all in the past now. They were memories I could consider nostalgic. I've grown a bit, haven't I? I was reminiscing about the past when the door suddenly opened. Young master, a letter from the academy has arrived. Selly rushed in with a stack of letters. Come to think of it, today was the day the acceptance letters were due. I quickly grabbed the letters from Selly and opened them one by one. Why are there so many letters? Well, I applied to 4 places. Now be quiet, I'm going to read. I nervously searched for the word accepted, but all I saw were formal lines. The admissions committee recognizes your academic achievements and various experiences, but the competition for admission is very fierce. We regret to inform you that we cannot accept your application. It was the same for the others. It is always difficult to deliver the news of rejection. Thank you for your interest. After careful consideration, we regret to inform you. Damn, I had been rejected by all the places I applied to. I knew it would be challenging to get in. The academies I applied to were top-notch, guaranteeing prestigious positions in the empire or kingdom upon graduation. They were selective. They wouldn't accept an arrogant brat who spent his time drinking and harassing women. Despite this, I applied to all of them, hoping at least one would accept me. After all, I was the eldest son of the prestigious Tenist family. Damn, I thought at least one place would accept me based on my family name. How did it go? You must have gotten into at least one. I was rejected. What? I was rejected from all of them. Sally's face turned pale. She pointed to the one unopened letter with a hopeful look. Aren't you going to open that one? There's still one left. Oh, this. It was also a letter from an academy. But I hadn't applied there for one reason. I don't even need to look. It's an invitation. The name of this place was Frostheart. It was close to a demonic region in a snowy mountain, frequently attacked by monsters and bone-chilling cold. They built the school on a dungeon, leading to constant unrealistic events and no peaceful days. But what could I do? If this was the only place that accepted me, I had no choice but to accept it. Hiding my true feelings, I smiled at Selly. Well, it's a good thing. Getting into the best place. Really? Then the living conditions must be nice. I heard the academy treats servants well too. Cool private rooms and winter clothes provided. I'm worried about making friends there. You'll quickly make friends huddling together for warmth. Should I start buying makeup and taking care of my skin? No need. The cold will keep you fresh like mackerel in a freezer. Are you that happy? Of course. Following a master to the academy means being recognized by the family. It's great for my career. Seeing Selly happy made me happy too. Oh, but young master, aren't you going to read the other papers attached? There were 2 more papers attached behind the invitation. One was an application for the magic department, and the other for the night department. I crumpled up the night department paper and checked the magic department form. At the bottom was a large box for a guardian's signature. One person came to mind, and my expression darkened. Magic department. Yes. Young master in the magic department. But the Duke wouldn't allow it. Noble students needed their family's seal for admission. But it wasn't a big concern. Don't worry. There's another person besides father who can sign. I headed off to see the mistress. The kid's getting bulkier by the day. AOL said, watching Hercel pass by from a distance, laying down his sword. Kulat scratched his head with the handle of his wooden sword and replied, indeed. His arms seem almost twice as big now. Did you train him? No, I didn't. But his physique is something else. Upon closer inspection, AOL couldn't help but be impressed. Hersel's muscles had grown in balanced proportions, perfectly fitting his body. It was clear that this wasn't the result of mindless bulk-up training but a strategic enhancement for both agility and strength. Without a skilled mentor, such development would be impossible. Kulat, noticing this, narrowed his eyes at AOL. He's been going out a lot lately. It seems he's been training under someone else. How does that make you feel, Duke? Despite the disappointment of his son seeking training elsewhere instead of learning from a father renowned as one of the greatest swordsmen, AOL's lips curved into a faint smile. He's always been uncomfortable around me. It doesn't make me sad. You're taking it lightly. Kulat shook his head and scratched his chin. After all, it was admirable that Hercel had been secretly training his body instead of engaging in useless activities outside. The young master I knew was a man who never finished anything he started. This is quite unexpected. He must be taking his admission seriously. Although still skeptical, Kulat nodded in agreement as there was no other plausible explanation. I look forward to seeing what kind of knight he'll become after graduation. I won't have to worry about passing my position to him. I had avoided the scrutinizing gaze of the two monstrous swordsmen and arrived in front of the mistress's office. Seeing the door already open, I raised an eyebrow. The maid, noticing my arrival, tactfully withdrew, leaving me alone with the mistress. Did you know I was coming? I happened to see you entering through the main gate while looking out the window. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, knowing she expected my visit out of all the possibilities in the large mansion. I could have come to see the twins. That doesn't seem likely given the circumstances. What circumstances? I asked, caught off guard, and the mistress replied in her usual composed tone. The timing of the arrival of the admission letter, the fact that you've been secretly learning magic, and the timing of your entry while the Duke is away. My trips to meet Carmelo had been long, genuinely passing through red light districts and gambling dens to throw off any potential pursuit. Donaton had even been watching my back. How did she figure it out? How did you know I was learning magic? The mistress, avoiding answering, picked up her seal and changed the subject. Is that important right now? Your business must be about the guardian consent form. I needed her seal, so I decided not to press further. It wasn't wise to irritate her unnecessarily. That's true. Hercel learning magic. There will be much prejudice, I imagine. As she schemed through the documents, I realized I needed to explain the benefits of the situation to her, but it seemed unnecessary. Thump. Without any hesitation, she stamped the papers. That was too easy. You probably would have said that entering the magic department would keep you out of your father's sight and away from the family head position. Was there some kind of telepathy involved here? Were you planning on entering with a donation or using a proxy for the exam? Either way, you're quite an expensive son. Why do you think like that? Even though you've shown unexpected sides before, it's hard to believe you could learn magic in just 6 months. The mistress trailed off, her eyes widening in realization. When she calmed down, I used my index finger to summon a small flame from the elemental magic category, which I had no talent for. Whoosh! It was a small flame, about the size of a matchstick. The mistress chuckled. How did you manage that? You're quite a curious person. With my business concluded, I wanted to leave, so I picked up the documents. Despite the many close calls, the most nerve-wracking moments had always been facing this woman. It was no different now. Then I'll be going. As I was about to leave the office, a sudden question stopped me. Come to think of it, I never asked. Since the festival had ended, the only way to get answers was to ask her directly. All the previous assassination attempts had been carried out by servants, not the mistress herself, and the conflict with the Schwick family had erased any chance for confirmation. I was curious. How did you plan to kill me? Oh, that. Watching her lips closely, I faintly ignited the embers of noble blood within me, wanting to hide my trembling nerves. The method she had conceived was one that even 1 second invincibility couldn't counter. Drowning. It's not as imaginative as others, but for some reason, it felt like the right answer. Even though we were now neutral, my dislike for her would likely never change. Dassel handed Arisil a pen with a serious look in his eyes. You're the only one I can ask for this favor, Arisil. Arisil, sweating in his predicament, glanced at the admission form for Frostheart Academy. While knowing little about it, he was aware that it wasn't a prestigious path to success, making him hesitant. I planned to enter next year, but this isn't the place I wanted, and it's a bit early. I understand it's a lot to ask, but you're the only one I can trust. The eldest brother, that man, gave up his position as family head, didn't he? Is this really necessary? I'm sure Mother agreed. Dassel narrowed his eyes. Do you trust his words? Have you forgotten what kind of person he is? Arisil fell silent. Looking back, the eldest brother had never kept a promise since childhood. He would promise to stop bullying in exchange for something but later call Arisil an idiot for believing him. Even so, still, Arisil understood Dassel's intention. Graduating from the academy was essential for becoming the family head. Preventing admission or ensuring expulsion would solidify his success. But to enroll just to keep an eye on him. Just as he was about to refuse, Dassel whispered sweetly, Arisil, trust me. I am not like that trash. I promise to secure your position as soon as I become the family head. You don't need to stay long. Just make sure he fails the entrance exam and you can come back immediately. The tempting offer made Arisil's eyes waver. Realistically, accepting Dassel's proposal was the right choice. Unlike Mercul, he had no notable talent for swordsmanship, and his succession rank was third. If one of his brothers became the family head, he would have to leave the family. Right. It's better to secure something than nothing. After much thought, Arisil grabbed the pen. But then, a question popped into his mind. Is it the night department you want me to enter? Dassel sighed tiredly. Why are you asking such unnecessary questions? Our family is known for swordsmanship. Well, it's just that I've often heard about father tearing up magic books he found the eldest reading. Just checking. Even if he's an idiot, he wouldn't be foolish enough to defy father's orders. Arisil nodded immediately. Yes, that's true. He wouldn't commit such a suicidal act. Besides, there was no way the eldest could have learned magic in such a short time. Eventually, Arisil was convinced by Dassel's words and filled out the night department application. On the day of departure, I found it hard to move my feet. 2 tiny hands clung to my pants. I gently patted Nissil, who had buried her face in my thigh. Someone might think you're sending me off to die. Lift your head. Leave a portrait so I can see how you've grown. As I playfully ruffled her hair, Nissil forced a smile and pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. On it were the words "Have a good trip." Cute. I'll bring you a present next time. Goodbye. Nissil seemed unusually attached, making it hard to leave. With AOL back, Dassel wouldn't dare cause trouble, but I had the strange feeling I was trying to find excuses to avoid leaving. Steeling myself, I took a step forward. I'll be back. Take care. As I passed the main gate of the annex, the garden still showed traces of winter. From afar, Mercul approached, crunching through the snow. Leaving already? It's a long journey, so I have to hurry. Mercul pouted in disappointment. I'll be bored without you. I'll write you letters. There will be plenty of interesting things to tell you from there. Mercul's mood lightened, and he smiled and waved. Really? That sounds much better. Take care and keep in touch. Goodbye for now. Stay healthy. Mercul muttered as he looked at the snowy ground. Who knows? It might be a short while, depending on the season. Although his reply felt slightly off, I didn't think much of it. Perhaps he was considering the possibility of early graduation. After waving to Mercul, I stopped again at the front gate. AOL and the Mistress were there, waiting to see me off. AOL patted my shoulder lightly. Frostheart will be quite an experience. Oh, right. He was a graduate of that academy. With his numerous achievements, his name and portrait were displayed at the academy, which I knew well. That sounds promising. You'll understand once you're there. Life in the night department will be unforgettable. I felt a pang of guilt. He would find out eventually, but it didn't have to be now. As I pondered how to respond naturally, the Mistress handed me a wrapped box. What's this? An entrance gift. Open it on the carriage. The Mistress winked. Feeling suspicious but holding the gift, I bid them farewell and boarded the carriage. Selly, following behind, bowed to AOL and the Mistress before climbing aboard. Snap! As the coachman flicked the reins, the carriage started moving. Listening to the rattling sound, I wiped the foggy window with a handkerchief. The Mistress kept waving until she became a dot in the distance. Was my unease showing on my face? Selly asked. Young master, are you feeling unwell? No, it's nothing. But, yes. Aren't you curious how the Mistress planned to kill me? Selly pursed her lips, then nodded. Of course. I bet it would have been different from what the servants tried. Recalling the conversation with the Mistress, I began to speak. How did you plan to kill me? Oh, that. It was drowning. It's not as imaginative as others, but for some reason, it seemed like the right answer. Drowning. It was something even 1 second invincibility couldn't counter, unlike being stabbed, poisoned, or facing the giant bird's breath. Unaware of the gravity of my thoughts, Selly remarked casually. I expected something more elaborate and meticulous. It's rather plain. Her reaction wasn't surprising. Out of all the possible methods, she chose something seemingly simple. Even though it was based on intuition, knowing it was the right answer made it chilling. If Heinrich hadn't declared war on Tennis, well, it's in the past. The important thing is I survived. Aren't you going to open that box? Oh, I was just about to. Opening the thin, luxurious metal box, I found a pair of gloves inside. Blessed gloves of mana. Attribute, blessing. Crafted by artisan Horutu and enchanted by alchemist Haley, these gloves increase mana capacity by 10%, spell accuracy by 10%, and greatly enhance the durability of held items. They can also be engraved with spells. Oh, seeing the true value of the item, I swallowed hard. The gloves not only boosted mana capacity and spell accuracy but also significantly increased durability, making it almost impossible to break a magic staff. The most crucial feature was the ability to engrave a spell, allowing for permanent spell storage. These must have cost a fortune. Are they expensive? About the price of a mansion. Oh, really? Selly seemed skeptical, unable to comprehend the value. After all, even high-end stores didn't sell items this expensive. But, young master, there's a paper underneath. A paper. Beneath the gloves was a note. Take care of Arisil, Hercel. I pointed to the trailing carriage and asked Selly, why is he following us? Arisil? Didn't you know? He's entering the night department. I had a rough idea. I hadn't paid much attention due to my magic studies, but I had a feeling. Clearly, Dassel ordered him to sabotage my entrance exam. So why is he entering the night department? I don't know. Selly mumbled, touching her cheek as if recalling a past slap. He does seem a bit simple-minded. That explains a lot. The white citadel hidden in the eternal snow, Frost Heart. The reason why there's little information about this place is partly because there are 5 academies, but also because it's located in a remote area. Furthermore, the school itself was reluctant to reveal much about daily life, so in an era without TV or social media, obtaining credible information was nearly impossible. However, having played Asars countless times, I knew it very well. This place is an institution that specializes in training exploration teams for the demon realm, rather than academic achievements like a magic tower or official positions like Imperial Knights. It was also the academy with the highest death rate among its students and graduates. If this fact got out, no one would come, so they collaborated with the Empire to keep it quiet. In the end, someone had to do it. The winter I felt outside was just spring. As I arrived to take the exam, I firmly grasped my thick robe that covered me from head to toe at the entrance exam site prepared at the foot of the mountain. It's so cold, young master. At least you have warm clothes thanks to me. Look at those people over there. We're better off, aren't we? I pointed at the people huddled together, warming themselves by a bonfire in the severe cold. They were so close to the flames that it seemed like they might get burned. Sally frowned, covering her face with the hood of her robe. But young master, this is very different from what you initially said. What's different? You said it was a prestigious academy. Why are we taking the entrance exam in such a cold place? It's winter, so it's cold everywhere. Didn't I tell you to bring warm clothes? As I brushed off her concerns, Sally, still chattering her teeth from the cold, voiced her suspicions. Then, who are those people over there? The group Sally pointed to were unsavory-looking individuals blowing on beer bottles and smoking pipes. They looked like real troublemakers who wouldn't listen to anyone. I shook my head as I watched them make crude jokes about passing women or pick fights with some weak-looking men. Every place where people live is the same. There are good people and bad people everywhere. Sally nodded in agreement, looking up at me. That's true, isn't it? Except for me. Ahem, anyway, there are so many of them. Look over there. A third of them are similar types. The group of ruffians was numerous enough to create a grey cloud of smoke from their cigarettes. The acrid smoke, mixed with the smell of alcohol, made it hard to breathe as it blew towards us. Cough? Ugh, isn't an academy supposed to be attended by people from cultured families? Well, I guess it's okay to tell her the truth to some extent. Cough. They are all donation admissions. All of them. Damn, what a strong smell. I was about to explain more when someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around and saw Arisil, shivering in the cold and speaking in a near-pleading voice. Brother, if you have any more clothes, could you lend them to me? This little brother is freezing to death. Do you really think I'd? I was about to refuse reflexively but sighed deeply instead. No, never mind. I'll lend you a set. What? You're lending it to me? As Arisil widened his eyes, Sally frowned and handed over a thick piece of clothing from her bag, seemingly reluctant but wanting him to leave quickly. Ahem, thank you. He gave a small nod of gratitude. This poor fellow must have planned to come and quickly leave after completing his task, unaware of what was to come. Crunch. Click. Just then, figures wearing thick coats adorned with crow feathers approached, drawing everyone's attention. These were the professors from Frost Heart, who had come to oversee the entrance exam, their sheaths and staffs holstered at their waists. The elegant aura they exuded against the snowy white backdrop silenced even the ruffians. At the forefront, a black-haired man with slightly curly hair opened his mouth. Attention. His voice was harsh and deep. His name was Rockefeller, one of the influential magic professors at Frost Heart. Donation admissions, follow me. At Rockefeller's command, the ruffian group hesitantly gathered. Some professors hovered around them, repeating the same question. Is there anyone among you who wishes to take the entrance exam? Why would anyone who paid a large donation bother to take the entrance exam? Most of them scoffed, but some raised their hands. I smirked as I watched them. They either knew something or were quick-witted. Knighthood admissions, this way? Now, they called for the knighthood admission candidates. Our turn. Let's go, brother. Go ahead first. Arisil looked at me with a doubtful gaze as I waved him off. I looked at him with a deep gaze. Arisil. What? Good luck. Arisil looked puzzled, but he had no choice but to follow the professor's lead. After Arisil disappeared, I headed toward the magic department's exam room. As I handed my entrance examination documents to the reception desk, the reception professor stared at the papers for a while and then glanced at the professor next to him. Is there something wrong? Are you really Hercel Bentenist? Yes, I am. It seems you took a wrong turn. Let me guide you. He got up from his seat and told the professor next to him. I'll take him to the knighthood department, so handle things here for a while. It seemed they were mistaken because of my family background. I want to join the magic department. Is there a rule against knight families applying? I stated my intention clearly, and the reception professor blinked in confusion. Magic department. Yes, the magic department. He scratched his head and then sharpened his gaze. Show me your identification and take off your robe. Sure. Even after complying, he still looked suspicious. The features match, and the ID isn't fake, but something seems off. What seems off? Lately, there have been quite a few people taking the exam on behalf of others. Things were getting tricky from the start. Was this the prejudice the house mistress had mentioned? Herself practicing magic, the prejudice won't be easy to overcome. I was deep in thought about how to handle this situation, but my identity was unexpectedly confirmed by the surrounding applicants. Wait a minute, that person. Herself, why is he here? The applicants around me murmured. The snippets of conversation I caught were all about how they had suffered because of me and the terrible things I'd done. I'm used to this by now. I was amazed, in a way, at how notorious I had become. This should be enough proof, right? Don't you agree? Fine, you may proceed. The professor said this with a frown and quickly walked off somewhere. I was curious about his reaction but shrugged it off and headed to the written exam room. The room was like a lecture hall made of marble. I sat alone, isolated like a flower petal in the middle of a pond, away from the others. Isn't that the guy who was causing a ruckus outside? No doubt. He's the scoundrel from the Tenist family. To avoid the noise, I pulled my hood over my head. Then Donaton started chattering. The looks people are giving you are mixed with fear and loathing. It's as if they're seeing a plague. Let them stare all they want. Then, footsteps approached, and I looked up to see a man smiling broadly as he walked toward me. He looked like a noble young master with an air of importance. It's really Hercel. I'm so glad to see you here. He seemed to know Hercel. Not knowing how to respond, I felt awkward just as the professor entered the written exam room. Well, I'll greet you properly later. Please make sure to pass, haha. He laughed like a sycophant and returned to his seat. I felt like I had seen him somewhere before. He must be a playable character, but it must be my imagination. I listened attentively to the professor. The exam consists of 3 stages. The first is the written exam. The second is to demonstrate the magic presented to prove you're a mage. And the third is a joint practical exam with the knighthood department's successful candidates. After the explanation, the professor waved his staff, and the test papers floated in the air, landing in front of each seated person. The difficulty of the exam is random. Each of you will receive different test papers, so don't bother trying to cheat. The test paper in front of me seemed to be of the lowest difficulty. It would be easy to solve, I thought, smirking. Then the main gate suddenly opened, and 5 professors entered and stood on the platform. Among them was Professor Rockefeller, who scanned the candidates and spoke. I am Rockefeller Den Harmon, tasked with supervising during the exam. Recently, there have been many cheaters employing various methods. For example, Rockefeller waved his staff, and my eyelid twitched. A note flew from another student's pocket into his hand. Ah, it's a cheat sheet. The real culprit was someone else, but why had he glared at me earlier? Ahem. Everyone assumed the cheating student would be disqualified and swallowed nervously, but Rockefeller smiled and spoke lightly. Now that he's lost his means, he can't cheat anymore. Do your best. Does that mean he can still take the exam? Of course. Some candidates gave disapproving looks, but most sighed in relief. They probably thought he was gentle despite his stern appearance. They would realize after the exam that it was just a facade. I picked up my pen to start the test when a shadow fell over me. I looked up and asked, Professor, did I do something wrong? No, nothing. Just focus on your test. Rockefeller stood unmoving, watching my test paper closely. How am I supposed to focus with him staring like that? Shack. I quickly solved the problems. They were too easy. I can't understand the symbols well, but your answers are correct. If I passed, could you step aside? I need a nap. Your written exam is good. Very good, but you still have one more hurdle to clear. I didn't need him to explain. How will you handle the magic demonstration? I've heard you have no experience. I lowered my voice, reaching the limit of my patience. I'll manage. Mind your own business. Rockefeller whispered in my ear. Even now, join the knighthood department. This place isn't for you. If you do, I'll guarantee your acceptance. Hearing his true feelings made me laugh. This man wanted me in the knighthood department because I was the child of AOL and had survived a griffin's breath. Of course, it wasn't just about my aptitude for being a knight. Our professor doesn't want to recognize me as a mage, I see. Yes, exactly. Just your presence here annoys me. I wish you'd leave. Mages tend to be quirky. His continued harassment made me decide to go all out. Then, let's have the second exam right now. Rockefeller, with a blank expression, curled his lips into a smile. Want to be humiliated in front of everyone? Fine. Let's see your capabilities. He stopped whispering and addressed the candidates with a smooth smile. Attention. The written exam will pause. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time. The candidates put down their pens. One candidate wishes to take the second exam here, under my supervision. All eyes turned to me. I felt like an outsider, hearing their mocking whispers and realizing they were waiting for me to fail. Many had spent years preparing to be here, while they viewed me as an uneducated fool trying to prove his magic in a short time. But they should know, even in just 6 months, I bled every night, studied relentlessly, risked my life to learn, and trained until my hands were calloused. I would prove that I am a mage right now. What is the second exam? Light flames of different colors on each of your 5 fingers. That is the test. I took out the magic staff I had taken from an assassin. It's a difficult task to conjure 5 flames at my level, even more so if they are to be multicolored. However, I had the technique of handling a staff that Carmelo had taught me, and I was wearing the gloves blessed with mana that the house mistress had gifted me. With the accuracy of the spell being compounded successively, it was entirely possible. Whoosh! 5 colorful flames ignited at the tips of my left fingers. Rockefeller's eyes widened in surprise, and the onlookers were utterly silent. Then a stifled laugh broke out. Pfft. Haha, what is that? Well, that's understandable. The flames on my fingertips were tiny, barely the size of ants. But I didn't care. As I've said many times, one must be shameless. The conditions have been met, so I've passed. I'd appreciate it if you could supervise the other examens now. Yes, you've passed. Quite impressive. Here, I'll give you this award. Rockefeller gave a fake smile. What he handed over was a consent form listing 3 provisions that only those who passed the second exam could receive. The contents were brief. This academy does not expel students. Student withdrawals are not recognized. We are not responsible for deaths during enrollment. These ominous provisions were filled with foreboding. It's just an academy, like a university, so one might think nothing serious could happen. But I knew why such clauses existed. I hope you can all refrain from laughing. Hercel has passed the exam. I expect you to work hard and follow his example. Rockefeller moved away, hiding his true feelings. Just before he exited the gate, he shot me a meaningful look over his shoulder. I had a bad feeling that he wasn't going to give up easily. Rockefeller walked down the corridor, ruffling his hair in frustration. What on earth is going on? He had been confident that Hercel would apply for the knighthood exam and had left it at that. But then the professor handling the magic department documents came to him, expressing concern that Hercel had come to this department. He had repeatedly asked if he was lost or if he was a stand-in for someone else, but his answers were always the same. He applied to the magic department, Professor Rockefeller. His identity has also been verified. With no grounds to argue further, I had him take the written exam. Things were getting complicated. Thus, Rockefeller went to the written exam room himself to monitor for any cheating, keeping his eyes wide open. At that moment, he was certain Hercel would fail. Just in case, he had even instructed the professor to choose the most difficult calculation problems for him. Normally, that would have been enough. But he didn't get a single question wrong and even passed the second exam, which seemed impossible. But for him to. This is impossible. From the moment the headmaster showed interest in him, Rockefeller had gathered evaluations and minor rumors about him. Not only was he a notorious troublemaker and the son of AOL, but there were also credible rumors that he had survived the breath of a monstrous bird. There was not a single mention of magic in any of it. Naturally, it seemed obvious that he would apply for the knighthood department. Damn, I was careless. I should have sent only the recommendation for the knighthood department from the start. Sometimes, there were mistakes where only the magic department recommendation was sent to a knighthood student. To avoid such administrative errors, they had sent both notifications, which had led to this mess. Rockefeller calmed his tense chest and took a deep breath in front of the headmaster's office in the academy's main building. Headmaster Arkandric, I need to speak with you. Oh, Rockefeller? Come in. As soon as he entered the office, faint sounds of dying could be heard from beyond the window. Ugh. Rockefeller asked while looking at a student tied to a cross in the middle of the training ground. Is that a deserter? A muscular old man with a scar over one eye clicked his tongue. Tisk, you still can't adapt after spending so much time in the military. He's just a student trying to escape the school. Sorry, headmaster. That was a slip of the tongue. Rockefeller bowed his head, and Arkandric stroked his white beard with a satisfied smile. Indeed. This is an educational place where we teach with love. Unlike other wretched academies that expel students once they accumulate enough demerits, we end with simple punishment. The spirit of not giving up on students is the true example of an educator. Never forget that spirit. Now, what brings you here? Rockefeller cautiously spoke, gauging his reaction. Actually, Hercel Bentenist has entered the magic department. He passed the standards, so I let him through. Arkandric ground his teeth and spoke in a chilling voice. Let me ask you one thing, just in case. Was the Duke the type to allow his son to learn magic? The Duke is a pure-blooded swordsman to the core. He would never allow it. Yes, that's right. He's a real pain, as the rumors say. Regardless of whether there was malice, Arkandric would have been infuriated by the decision to admit Hercel into the magic department. He had gone to great lengths to get him into the knighthood department. But, Rockefeller, you know that once the news of his survival from the Griffin's breath spread, other academies were eager to recruit him. Yes, I know. So what did I do? It's hard to say with my own mouth. Bam! Arkandric's fist, as big as a pot lid, shattered the desk in two. I met those wretched headmasters and bowed to them. That's not all. I even used the school's operating funds to bribe them. And what's the result? Huh? Answer me. You were in charge of admissions, weren't you? Arkandric's eyes bulged, and Rockefeller wiped his face with one hand, speaking calmly. I won't make excuses. I'll keep trying to get him into the knighthood department. Yes. People can make mistakes. The important thing is the will to correct them. But it must be done cleanly. I understand. I'll apply pressure within the allowed regulations. Good, good. You know I trust you, right? Yes. Under Arkandric's pressure, Rockefeller felt like dying. He understood the frustration. With all the talented students going to better academies, this place was left with poor quality students. The headmaster was often mocked by other headmasters, so it was understandable that he was furious. Desperate to recruit talent, he had placed his hopes on promising candidates, only to have them go astray. Watching the headmaster's extreme patience, Rockefeller sighed in relief. After the second exam, I approached Sally, who was waiting in the lounge. How did it go? Well, I passed, of course. Oh, I squinted at Selly's small sigh. You wished I'd fail and go home, didn't you? No, not at all. I'm glad you passed. I wondered whom she took after to be so shameless. Don't worry too much. Depending on the final third exam, we could have a decent life here. Really. Even here, privileges exist, more clearly than in other academies. To receive good benefits, I needed to score high in the third exam. Grab our luggage. We need to move. Already? Everyone else is resting. It's crucial to get there first. Stop talking and move. Don't you want to live in a nice dorm? Of course I do. As we moved, the noble-looking young master from the exam room blocked our path. Her cell? I was so surprised. When did you learn magic? Did you pass too? Of course. I've been learning for a long time, but what you did earlier was amazing. When those fools laughed, and you lit the flames on your fingers, I got chills. Although a bit awkward, he was showing goodwill. I should respond politely. Calm down. We'll be learning together in the magic department, so let's get along. He seemed genuinely moved. Really? You mean that? Yes. I look forward to it. I'm honored. I'll do my best to. I had other places to be, so I ended the conversation there. I was about to tell Selly to move when I noticed she seemed different. Stiff, unlike usual. Selly, long time no see. Are you still taking good care of the young master? Yes, Sir Rendell. You know, our maid owed you a lot back then. Sorry about that? No. As her cell's maid, that was expected. Their conversation felt odd. One side seemed friendly, but Selly seemed scared. Wait, Rendell? Step aside. I need to talk to her alone. Sure. Take your time. As Rendell stepped back, I asked Selly, who is he? Why ask when you know? I told you. I'm not her cell. I'm someone else in his body. Explain it to me like you would to a madman. After a moment of hesitation, Selly answered. He's a member of the club you created. Club. You know, the one you formed with your friends. What's it called? The Lethe of Oblivion. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. I knew what the Lethe Club was, and realizing that her cell was the founder was shocking. Rendell, oblivious to my thoughts, approached us with a grin. Did Selly take a while to answer? So, her cell, how about it? How about playing that game you invented? Game. Yes, you know, betting on fights between maids. There's nothing more exciting than a cat fight. I've even brought a maid who's good at fighting this time. I gestured for him to come closer with my finger. Yes? What is it? Rendell, right. Yes, it's an honor to be called by name. You're cut off. After saying that, I expanded my muscles and slammed my fist into his face. Bam! Without exaggeration, Rendell's body spun in the air. With my muscles developed as a mage, my punch was too much for him. Ugh. My teeth. As Rendell picked up his teeth from the ground, I lowered my voice. Tell the others clearly. We're done with those childish games. Do you mean it? Don't make me repeat myself. Unless you want another hit. Rendell, confused and furious, showed a hint of murderous intent. Ignoring him, I spoke to Selly. What are you doing? We need to move. Yes. Selly blinked, still looking at me, even as we walked. What? Just wondering if this is okay. Friends are important at the academy, right? Forget it. It's better to cut ties with those kinds of people. Hehe. Selly chuckled and walked ahead. I don't know what she was thinking, but I meant every word I said. The Lethe Club was named after the River of Oblivion, symbolizing drinking until you forget everything. It was a group of ruffians, serving as comic relief, getting beaten by playable characters throughout the game. If I didn't want to be a joke, I needed to cut ties early. We arrived at a snow-covered field, where a long marble table and a single professor stood out. The professor pointed to a building on the side as he saw Selly. Servants go over there. Yes, sir. As Selly took the luggage and left, the professor pointed to the marble table without further explanation. On it were wooden plaques numbered from 1 to 70. Pick one. I chose the plaque with the number 7. This would give me the best position for the upcoming third exam. The next task was a joint exam with the knighthood department. The goal was to escape from the dungeon. The joint exam is conducted in teams of 3. Only the first 70 people to pass the previous exam can select a token, and those with a token become team leaders. Naturally, those who do not make it into the top 70 are out. With around 300 people passing the second exam, it means that over 90 people won't even get a chance to participate in the third exam. Having secured a token, I checked the time leisurely. There were 40 minutes left until the start of the third exam. Although few, examines began to enter, including Arisil. Arisil started complaining immediately. I couldn't find you anywhere. You could have waited at the second exam site if you were done. I was just standing there aimlessly. He still didn't know I was in the magic department. With so many examines, the knighthood department must have also divided people for the exam. Stop talking and grab a token. A token? What's that? You'll find out soon enough. When Arisil picked up a token, I faintly smiled. Now, he became the leader of another team. Since we're not on the same team, he won't be able to mess things up properly. It'll start soon. I was observing the people entering when I locked eyes with a woman who was glaring at me intensely. Feeling uneasy, I kept my mouth shut, and she quickly turned her head and disappeared. Arisil, oblivious, mumbled next to me. Oh, come to think of it, we met by chance during the exam. Shut up and focus on the exam. As time passed, the entire hall filled with examines. While everyone waited with puzzled expressions, Professor Rockefeller appeared and scanned the crowd. Is everyone here? He maintained his sharp gaze, forcing a smile. The examines, thinking he was being kind, gave him some mild compliments. Little did they know he would soon drop the act. Those who arrived early received a token numbered from 1 to 70. Congratulations. You are qualified to form a team. Each team consists of 3 members. Once the token holders recruit 2 people, you are permitted to take the 3rd exam. More than half of the examines started murmuring. Their faces clearly showed they didn't understand what he meant. A female examinee raised her hand and asked Rockefeller a question. So, what about those who don't have a token? Beg to join someone who does. For you empty-handed ones, that's the only way to take the 3rd exam. But there are 70 teams, and each team has only 3 members. Can we accommodate everyone here? Rockefeller sighed in annoyance and answered. There are 323 people who passed the 2nd exam. Only 210 will take the 3rd exam. The remaining 113 who aren't chosen by a leader will be eliminated. A male examinee raised his hand and began to protest. Wait a minute, Professor. Is it fair to give such benefits just for arriving early? Rockefeller's eyes, which had been gentle, began to sharpen. Do you have a problem with that? Of course. None of us were late, and we arrived exactly on time. This is unfair. His expression fully transformed into that of a sly fox. Answering the questions of these blockheads one by one is tiresome. His irritable tone and expression shocked the examiners who had thought he was a kind professor. Excuse me. All right, since teaching is my job, let me explain kindly. But first, let me ask you this. Do you rush to a battlefield where life and death are at stake without any preparation, just to arrive on time? Rockefeller conjured a chair with magic and leaned back into it. A soldier might. All they need is a head to take orders and a body to carry out missions. But a leader is different. He continued his explanation. A leader must prepare in advance, know the dangers of the place, and devise strategies. The ones with tokens demonstrated these qualities by arriving early. But if you had told us beforehand, I would have gotten a token too. Really? If this answer isn't satisfactory, let me ask you. Rockefeller sneered at the examinee. Do you think you would perform well if you got a token now? You likely wasted time chatting and barely made it on time because it was cold, didn't you? The examinee flinched, his shoulders trembling. Do you think subordinates would follow a leader who carelessly rushes to the battlefield without preparation? I wouldn't even want you as a subordinate. Someone like you, who only complains and disrupts the atmosphere, is just a pest. Token holders gave the questioning examinee cold stares. Watching this, I thought Rockefeller was incredibly ruthless. He had publicly declared that the examinee was unfit to be a leader or even a soldier. After this, no leader would want to team up with that examinee. Meanwhile, Arisil spoke to me. Brother, I'll drop my token. Will you take me on your team? Why would I? Well, it's right for siblings to take the exam together. I sneered at the transparent idiot. Why? So you can follow me and get me eliminated too. His face fell as if the world had collapsed. It must have been a shock. He had probably planned to sabotage me in both the 1st and 2nd exams, but now, his last chance, the 3rd exam, was slipping away too. Did you think I wouldn't know? You really are stupid. I turned away from my foolish brother, who was gasping like a goldfish, and listened to the rest of Rockefeller's speech. Now, you have 1 hour and 40 minutes to form your teams. Once your team is complete, request a professor to guide you. As soon as he finished speaking, examines began gathering around those with tokens. Even after 30 minutes, no one approached me. Some looked interested but quickly turned away with disgusted or fearful expressions. But I was confident. As time passed, the available spots would dwindle, and eventually, someone would come to me as a last resort. I only needed one useful person. The other spot could be filled with the one I had already considered. An hour passed as I waited. Why isn't anyone coming? They'd rather be eliminated than join me. Looks like it. With only 5 minutes left, I anxiously moved to scout team members myself. I had someone in mind, even though I was reluctant to involve him, fearing it might ruin the story. He was a playable character, after all. There shouldn't be any issues. If the player didn't pick or control him, he would fail on his own. Even if he died, it wouldn't impact the main scenario. No, I really don't want to meet him. Should I give up? Tick-tock. The ticking of my pocket watch felt unusually loud. The person I was looking for was a short man named Limberton. It wasn't difficult to find him. As expected, he was acting like a creep, hitting on a woman. Seems like neither of us will take the 3rd exam. How about a cup of tea together? I have a boyfriend. That's just a common excuse women use to brush off guys, isn't it? I don't believe it anymore. The woman made a face of disgust. Then, a man, presumably her boyfriend, approached and kicked Limberton in the head. I can hear that disgusting voice from a mile away. Whatever, he's gross. Ignore him. Let's go. After they left, I approached Limberton. Get up. Gah. Are you conscious? Ow, my head. I extended a hand to the guy clutching his head in pain, speaking softly. Let me help you up. But his response was so disgusting that I almost retracted my hand. So, 73 women left to hit on. Just hold on a little longer. Despite the physical revulsion, I had to endure. Even though he was repulsive, he was a playable character and better than an average person. I helped him up and made a proposal. Seems like no one is accepting you. Want to team up? I'd appreciate that. Do you have a token? As he dusted off the snow from his face and met my eyes, his expression turned to shock, and he stepped back. Hercel. Hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, my ass. Are you here to torment me again? Oh, right. I had forgotten. When I first fell from the cliff, his recollection also surfaced. I attended that jerk's funeral, and the staff at the mansion were all smirking. Of course, I laughed too. That's why I went. At a ball, he called me a hick and poured wine on my head. It's all karma. He must still resent me deeply. So, will you join me or not? What? Am I crazy to join your team? I tried to be charitable and threw a bait for this disgusting guy, as he had some decent skills for the third exam. It's a pity. I have some valuable information. The better you do in the third exam, the better the dorms. There are many pretty women, especially this year. A lot of talented female applicants. I planted the bait and turned my back. True to form, the woman-crazy Limberton took the bait. Ahem, considering the situation, I'll accept your proposal. If that's the only way to pass. He pretended to be serious but couldn't hide the twitching of his lips. Remember, I can't forgive you. I'll tolerate you only for a while, okay? Reaching the limit of my patience, I narrowed my eyes and snapped. You think you're tolerating me? This guy was hopeless. I moved to find someone else, but he scurried after me like a fly. Hey, don't be so harsh. I admit I was wrong. Just give me a chance, Hercel. This is your last chance. Annoy me again, and you're out. Got it. Limberton nodded vigorously, keeping his mouth shut. Despite being disgusting, he was easy to handle. All right, just follow me. Is it just the two of us? Don't worry. We're going to get someone I have in mind. I took Limberton and approached a tall man in a full robe standing alone in the corner. Recruiting the last person wasn't difficult. Showing him the token, he nodded in agreement. With the team formed, a professor guided us to an iron door marked with the number 70. Enter. After stepping through the door, it shut firmly behind us with a bang. Hercel? I can't see anything. Be quiet. At that moment, Professor Rockefeller's voice echoed from all directions. You took your sweet time. Team 7, you're the last ones. Did he have to point that out specifically? Well, it doesn't matter. I'll explain the third exam once, so listen carefully. Even though I knew it, I paid attention to remind myself of its seriousness. Your task is to escape from here within 3 days. Collect hidden coins along the way. Both escape time and the number of coins collected will be scored. Good luck surviving in the dungeon. Try not to die from monster attacks or traps. It was a real dungeon where one could die from monster attacks or traps. Whoosh! Torches on the walls flared to life. Simultaneously, high-pitched screams echoed through the walls. No way! This is a dungeon? It must be all stage props, right? The academy is really something. Limberton was trembling, caught in denial. To snap him out of it, I rummaged through the box on the floor. It contained weapons like swords and shields, as well as 3 days' worth of dried rations. Limberton, this sword is real. This isn't a play. If monsters appear, you'll need to protect yourself with this. After putting on my light armor, I grabbed a large shield and handed it to the robed man. He nodded in acceptance. Next, I picked up a bow and quiver and handed them to Limberton, who grimaced. What? A bow and arrow? That's not cool. I'm supposed to be a knight, give me a sword. Not a surprising reaction. In this world, knights don't favor bows and arrows, often looking down on those who use them, calling them hunters. Aura often deflects arrows, and some can even cut them down or repel them before they hit. But Limberton's only path was as an archer. Limberton Beldelsey. Blessing. Blessing of the Wind Hermit. Don't ask about me. I am no one. Accuracy is enhanced by the wind. Traits. Sharpshooter. Hawk's eye. His blessings and traits were tailored for archery, so there was no escaping it. His destiny was already set. Don't be foolish. This is a matter of life and death. Use what you're skilled with. What? How do you know I'm good with a bow? Just take it and be quiet. Fortunately, I chose the most comfortable number, 7. With these guys, who are above average compared to normal people, we could easily pass the third exam in first place. But why is that big guy only holding a shield? Shouldn't he have a weapon too? Well, when I offered him a sword, the robed man shook his head. He says he's fine. I strapped a longsword to my waist and handed Limberton 3 backpacks filled with essential supplies. Can you carry all these? These are heavy. Am I supposed to carry them all alone? If it's too much, give one to that guy. And you. I'll lead from the front and light the way. I need to stay agile, so I have to keep my load light. He'll cover the rear. You just need to assist from the center. You won't have to move much. Limberton nodded, looking a bit puzzled. I picked up a torch from the wall and stepped into the dark corridor. Seeing a thin, translucent thread reflecting ahead of my shins, I stopped. Hold up. If triggered, spears would shoot out from both walls. Limberton, you saw this too, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, I saw it. This is a trap. With your good eyes, report anything suspicious immediately. Now, carefully pass through without touching it. I felt uneasy and narrowed my eyes. Was there always a trap made of thread at the beginning? As I advanced cautiously, Limberton suddenly shouted from behind. Wait, there's a woman lying ahead. Impressive. Despite only the shoulder of her armor being visible in the light, he correctly identified her gender. It must be the hawk's eye trait. A woman, really? Limberton. I was about to tell him who she was but decided to stay silent. It would be better to teach him a lesson in vigilance. Limberton approached her cautiously, with me following close behind. The woman was unconscious, bleeding from her head. Miss, are you all right? As Limberton extended his hand, her mouth split into a long, sticky grin, revealing rows of sharp teeth. SSSSSS. I grabbed Limberton by the scruff and yanked him back. Wham! He tumbled to the ground as I pointed at the monstrous figure with a cross-shaped mouth full of fangs. It was a mirror demon, a creature that mimics human appearance to prey on the unwary. Does that still look like a lady to you? Holy. Thump 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 thump. The mirror demon lunged at us. Following Donaton's lead, I thrust my sword into its open mouth. Schlick. The blade pierced through to the back of its head, and blood and brain matter oozed down the blade. The demon's feeble struggles ended with a short scream. Limberton, be wary of anyone you encounter here. Why yeah, I will. Since they might be monsters like this. No, even if they look human, be suspicious and cautious. Limberton blinked in confusion. I went back to the demon's original position and picked up a blue coin from the floor. You know these coins are worth points, right? Of course. Then do you think the professors will count coins taken by force? Understanding dawned on Limberton's face. But wouldn't that be wrong? If that's allowed, people might fight over coins. I doubt the exam allows that. The professor only said coins count as points. He didn't care about their source. Other teams would soon realize this too. By now, they'd have dealt with the initial monsters and traps and found their first coins. As if on cue, Rockefeller's voice echoed. Oh, I forgot to mention the rewards. Those with high scores will live in the finest dorms and have a good academy life. Don't think of coins as mere points. This was why the third exam was crucial. They are the only currency accepted within the academy. For food, clothes, or anything else, no other money will be recognized. And if you don't want to start with nothing, you must gather your initial funds here. Lastly, the coins have no names engraved on them. That should be enough motivation. Good luck. Rockefeller blatantly raised the dungeon's difficulty by emphasizing that the origin of the coins didn't matter. That sly bastard. I hoped it would end there. Given that we encountered a mirror demon right away, we were actually in the hardest starting point. Number 44, not the easiest. Number 7. That bastard must have swapped the maps. As the head of the entrance exam, he had the authority to do so. That damn guy. His attitude towards me had been unsettling since the second exam. For some reason, he seemed determined to make things as difficult as possible for me, hoping I'd beg for mercy. But that wouldn't happen. I'd show him. I'd thrive in this dungeon. A dungeon is like a living organism. It can be tamed and communicated with. All it needs is regular feeding, and in return, you get rewards. Rockefeller handed an orb reflecting a dead examinee's corpse to the professor beside him. I want to check the status of the donation admissions. Why yes, sir. The professor, trembling, handed over an orb containing the gruesome scene. Rockefeller smiled as he looked at the donation admissions status. Well, it seems some of them are overindulging. Most of the delinquents were bloodied and lifeless. The survivors were fighting desperately, pulling out monsters' eyes with their bare hands or strangling them with their arms while biting off their ears. Those 5 will survive. They had been dragged into the dungeon without weapons, serving as its fodder. In return, Rockefeller had swapped the paths of the easiest, number 7, and the hardest, number 44. Humph. Rockefeller smirked as he looked at the orb closest to him, labeled 7. You picked the best token, but it's meaningless in your hands. Besides tending to the dungeon, breaking in rebellious soldiers was one of his favorite pastimes. However, the scene he expected to see from Orb 7 wasn't there. Instead, it annoyed him. While other teams were struggling and looking miserable, Hersel's group appeared clean and relaxed. They even seemed to be enjoying themselves. Do they think this dungeon is a playground? They're killing the monsters with traps. Rockefeller almost slammed his fist on the table but restrained himself. Let them enjoy it while they can. The path to hell awaits. A minotaur charged at us. I instructed Limberton. See that thread we left alone? Cut it with your arrow. Why me again? Ping. The arrow hit the thread, triggering spears to shoot out from both walls. Grrrah. The minotaur died instantly. Thanks to knowing the layout of Path 44, we rarely encountered monsters. We'd sometimes wrap poisonous traps in a backpack and throw it at monsters or push them into spiked pits hidden down slippery slopes. For fun, we'd leave Jerky to make monsters fight each other and watch from afar. Despite the relentless walking, Limberton panted and grumbled. Huff, huff, you said you'd lead and that mobility was key, but I'm doing all the work. Don't be ignorant. The fact that we're proceeding without major issues means everyone is doing their part. I pointed ahead at the slowing Limberton. Just a bit further, and we'll reach a safe zone. We'll rest there, so hang in a little longer. Even dungeons have blind spots, areas where its influence doesn't reach. How do you know the path so well? You even know where the monsters are. Call it intuition. Limberton shot me a suspicious glance and whispered. Why hasn't that big guy spoken since the beginning? Is he mute or something? Could be. I glanced at the robed man trailing us silently. He continued to follow without a word. After walking a bit further, we arrived at a place covered in moss and flowers. This is the safe zone. You know dungeons are alive, right? This is its stomach. It eats intruders like us and turns them into monsters to kill more intruders, thus nourishing itself. Limberton, eyes wide with surprise, nodded as if hearing this for the first time. But it even digests bones, so if moss is left, it means its stomach doesn't reach here. Get it? I didn't expect you to know so much. The fact that Limberton didn't know was odd. As a knight candidate, he should be aware of this. It was a topic on the knighthood department's written exam. How did he pass? All right, let's eat. I emptied the backpack of its dried food, water, and bread. Wait, aren't we supposed to ration this for 3 days? You're eating it all now. Well, partly because I wanted to show Rockefeller we were having a picnic, and partly because the difficulty would spike later, making it grueling. I swallowed my words and responded casually, squinting. For some reason, I have a feeling it's best to replenish our energy now. We'll face unavoidable enemies ahead. Are you some kind of prophet? It's the leader's decision. Just eat. Although a bit hesitant, Limberton took a big bite of the bread. The robed man, not liking the bread, chewed on jerky from afar. Everyone had a hearty appetite, and the first day's rations were gone quickly. Man, I'm so full I might not be able to move properly. An hour passed since the meal. Occasional sounds of battle and screams echoed in the dungeon, but I ignored them and focused on my reading. Unable to bear it, Limberton spoke up. Resting is fine, but aren't we too relaxed? We only have a few coins, and others probably have a bunch by now. We should do something. At this point, our situation was ideal. Skilled playable characters would be hunting monsters fiercely, their eyes burning with determination. However, we, traversing Path 44, needed to conserve energy. Don't worry about that. We'd collect plenty of coins. Limberton, do you know what? Life is all about the big score. I checked my pocket watch. It was time to make a move, so I stood up. Wait here for 15 minutes. What? Where are you going? To multiply our funds. Each team entered through their designated entrances and advanced toward the exit. Eventually, paths narrowed, and teams would inevitably cross each other's way, a prime spot for those with bad intentions to ambush. I walked down a clean corridor cleared of traps and monsters by earlier teams. Then, I encountered a group blocking the way. Are you alone? Did your teammates die? Well, hand over your coins if you want to live. There were 3 in front and 2 behind, 5 in total. I have just a few coins. You'd be better off robbing a beggar. I crossed my staff and sword, gripping both handles. I recognized one of the faces and blinked. He also recognized me and scowled. Hercel. His nose was bandaged, and several of his teeth were missing, leaving gaps. Nice to see you again, Rendell. Oh, right. In the original scenario, you encounter Lethe members here. No wonder he looked familiar, I'd seen him here before. Upon hearing my name, the Lethe thugs began to panic. Wait, if he's Hercel, isn't he our president? You idiots! I told you he quit. This was getting amusing, so I shook my head. No, I didn't quit. Rendell shouted in frustration. He broke my nose and says he didn't quit. Kill him? He's not one of us anymore. No, you hurt yourself tripping, remember. The 4 men glanced at each other, confused. Now was the time to drive in the wedge. I activated my noble blood embers to the maximum, speaking in a dignified tone. Beat him up. Who should we believe? One of them wavered, so I approached menacingly. Will you trust this guy or me, your president? Decide. One thug grabbed Rendell by the collar. Of course, we should trust the president. No, you idiot. I told you he quit. Don't be ridiculous, Rendell. I never believed that nonsense. Bite down hard. One thug's fist started it, and the rest joined in, stomping on Rendell. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Even as Rendell was beaten, he glared at me with tears of resentment, making Donaton exclaim in horror. There must be a demon in your lineage. It's all strategy. We subdued one without lifting a finger. Rendell foamed at the mouth and passed out. The 4 men approached me obsequiously, likely hoping for a reward. I grinned and drew my staff and sword. Actually, I did quit. This isn't about extorting money. What's in the wallets of third-rate thugs isn't just simple coins, but the helplessness and despair of the original owners who were robbed by these scoundrels. Therefore, it's better for their stolen goods to fall into someone else's hands rather than those despicable villains. What I am doing is a noble service, fulfilling the wishes of the victims. Empty your pockets. If I find anything after searching, it's 1 hit per coin. The piggy banks began to whisper among themselves. Still trying to figure out the situation, they exchanged glances. Realizing they'd been tricked, one of them scrunched up his face. He then pointed a knife at me. What are you idiots doing? If it's not Lethe, there's no problem killing him. Following his lead, others raised their swords, axes, and staffs and surrounded me. I wasn't afraid. In the past, I might have been terrified, but compared to the enemies I've faced, these guys looked utterly insignificant. You should know how to fight against multiple opponents, right? Against rookies who can't even handle their aura properly, a single-handed sword will suffice. Trusting Donaton's confident words, I dashed towards the gap between the man with the axe and the one with the staff. Thud. Where do you think you're going? The thug swung his axe vertically down. I easily sidestepped, dodging it. As debris scattered on the ground, I thrust the staff loaded with an electric spell at the thug's neck. Zap! The thug, momentarily paralyzed, dropped his axe. I smoothly stabbed his foot with my longsword. As he bent over, I struck the back of his head with the sword hilt. Wham! Then, with the staff in my left hand, I smacked the wizard's staff. The thug's wind arrow shot harmlessly towards the ceiling. I stabbed his hand with the longsword, causing him to drop the staff. Ayek! My hand. While he was clutching his bleeding hand, I pressed the sword to his neck. You two, drop your swords before I slit his throat. Wait, I've been caught. Let's just do what he says. True to form, they cared nothing for their comrades. The thug with the greatsword got into position to slash at me diagonally and charged. I had loaded telekinesis magic into my staff and met the thug's heavy attack intended to cut through both of us at once. Clang! Physical attack detected. Attribute activated. 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. The longsword aimed at my shoulder shattered in two. Furthermore, the thug's wrist dangled grotesquely from the exertion. Arg. With the telekinesis spell loaded, I lifted fist-sized rocks from the debris left by the previous fallen thug's axe attack. Even though it was my specialty magic, maybe because of the low mana, it seemed to drain all my energy just to shoot them. Pew! A rock shot towards the thug's face. However, it curved and slowly descended, causing a ridiculous scene. All of us, except for the unconscious thug, gasped. Smack? No way, was that on purpose? Of course not. The thug clutched his crotch with his broken wrist and collapsed. The hostage shook even more violently, and the thug with the longsword squeezed his legs together in shock. That was an accident. It wasn't intentional at all. dead.A come closer. The thug looked at me like I was some kind of monster devoid of empathy, threw down his weapon, and ran away. While pondering what to do with the now useless hostage, the wizard spoke in a trembling voice. You, are the rumors true? What rumors? The one where you survived a breath attack. What does it matter to you? With my staff-wielding hand, I smacked the thug on the back of the head repeatedly. This made it 4 unconscious. When I leisurely searched their wallets, countless coins spilled out. Clink! This was money filled with the unjust feelings of the innocent. The coins, oppressed by the wicked, found freedom and piled up comfortably in my backpack. Donaton, seemingly unable to understand my peaceful disposition, asked in a dubious tone. They tried to kill you. Are you still going to let them live? What do you take me for? Of course, I'm going to let them live. That's quite unexpected. So I can rob them again next time. I looked at the spot where the fleeing piggy bank had been. There was no need to rush since their escape route was obvious. It just meant I had some troublesome tasks ahead. Ha, Hercel, you're finished. Rendell, who had been the first to pass out, woke up, smirking with blood dripping from his mouth. You better start begging for your life now. Why? Do you know how many Lethe members are here? 37. Rendell widened his eyes, surprised at how I knew. Well, you're as good as dead. The guy who just escaped will gather the members to execute you. Of course. It was expected that they'd swarm me since the one who escaped was a leader. They had the means for it. How else could they have reunited so quickly in a dungeon they barely knew? The answer was simple. You have a means of communication. I grinned and punched Rendell's face again as he tried to act tough. Ugh. Let's go catch the one who got away. As I walked down the hallway, I saw a room without a door to the side. Inside, I heard hushed whispers. Rendell was right. You idiots. I quietly approached the thug. The thug, unaware of my presence, kept talking to a small orb. It was a magical communication tool often carried for staying in touch with team members in the dungeon. A communication orb embedded with magic stones. It resonates sound over long distances. In emergencies, it can send coordinate signals. I'll send the signal, so gather immediately. Wait, I see that fool Limberton at the safe zone. Isn't he in the same team as Hercel? I responded to the orb instead of the thug. That's right. He's on my team. Eek. The thug, startled, dropped the orb. I ignored him and stabbed his thigh. The thug rolled on the floor, screaming into the orb. Aik? Kill those bastards first? Kill them now. Sure, understood. I kicked him until he stopped squirming and then took his wallet. As expected, your pockets are the fullest. You'll regret this. They'll tear you apart and feed you to the monsters. Shut up. Smack. I hit him once more to knock him out. I chuckled, remembering his words. I couldn't imagine the guy beside Limberton losing. Tearing him apart. The robed figure was, like Mercul, a strong ally of a playable character. A hidden NPC that could only be recruited in Frostheart. A Slay Tortamakshara. Play button blessing. Blessing of the Earth Giant. Is there anyone stronger than me? No. I've crushed them all with these hands. Displays superhuman strength beyond that of a normal human. Attribute. Better than average. As long as he isn't torn apart, he'll be fine. dead.A come closer. One more step and I'll shoot. Limberton aimed his bow alternately at the Lethe members blocking his front and back. When a fully armored guy clanged closer, Limberton, with shaking hands, aimed an arrow at his neck and fired. Clang? However, the arrow bounced off the raised shield. He's still a fool. The fully armored guy smirked, and the onlookers chuckled. What, you know him? Yeah, he's Limberton, famous for being a bit slow, making him perfect for playing with. Limberton, caught off guard, dropped the arrow he was trying to load. As they said, arrows were almost useless against knights. They couldn't hold aura, and they just bounced off steel armor. Why did he make me carry this? As he slumped his shoulders, the huge man in a robe lifted his fallen bow. Hey, big guy, even if you're good at fighting, you're outnumbered. Just surrender and save yourself. The man ignored him and planted a triangular shield much taller than Limberton in the ground. But you only have a shield. Limberton tried to say more but couldn't. The enemies were charging at him. Screw it, I don't care anymore. Limberton fired arrows at the charging enemies. But they either bounced off swords or slid off smooth armor. That tickles, you idiot. The guy at the front slashed his sword down vertically, and Limberton closed his eyes tightly. Please, let me die painlessly. At that moment, a rough wind brushed his left cheek, as if burning his skin. Limberton slowly opened his eyes and gaped. Through the robe, a muscular leg emerged. At its end, the guy held the descending sword blade between his thumb and forefinger. Oh my god. Had he been walking around barefoot all this time? No, that wasn't the point. The man lifted the sword with his toes and kicked it into the ceiling. Crash. Don't be scared. Just charge in. The man caught a descending morning star's shaft with his rough hand. The thug struggled, but it didn't budge. The man then crushed the thug's helmet like a fruit with his bare hand. Aiic. As more attacks followed, the man twisted the wrist of the swordsman attempting a diagonal slash as if snapping a twig. Another thug, seeking an opportunity, approached Limberton. The man pulled the thug's ankle and slammed him to the ground. Bang! Faced with such raw, primal power, Limberton gulped. However, the number of enemies surrounding them was too many, and it was impossible for the large man to dodge every attack in such a narrow corridor. Focusing all his nerves, Limberton shot an arrow into the shoulder of a knight trying to stab the man's back with a spear. Thwack! Another arrow hit the thigh of a thug preparing to cast a spell, making the man's assault even fiercer. It was like watching an ogre slaughter a horde of goblins. He grabbed limbs, crushed bones, slammed enemies into the ground, and smashed their armor with interlocked hands. Retreat. But what about them? Does that matter? Stop dawdling and run. As the mob around them turned into half-racks in an instant, the remaining thugs fled without looking back. It wasn't until the man turned around that Limberton understood why they ran. Through the robe, his eyes glowed with a savage, wolf-like ferocity. Wow, those eyes are terrifying. Despite being on the same team, Limberton felt his legs go weak from the overwhelming presence. The man extended a hand to help him up. Limberton, feeling embarrassed, awkwardly smiled and offered praise. Thanks. But you're so strong, it's like you didn't need any weapons from the start. Just then, flames erupted from the man's back. What? As the man twisted his body, Limberton realized it was the wizard on the floor who had done it. He was about to grab an arrow when a lanky blonde guy stomped the wizard's head. Tut tut, you need to finish the job properly. Oh, Hercel, what took you so long? We were struggling while you were gone. I told you I'd be back soon. Hercel proudly displayed a hefty bag of money. But this friend. At Hercel's words, Limberton raised his head and gasped. That outfit. The man's black hair was tied back in a bridge style, and he wore nothing but a wolf pelt, leaving his upper body exposed. He was definitely a barbarian. Limberton wondered how someone like him had managed to enter the academy, reserved for nobles. But considering he had saved his life, Limberton didn't care. The bigger issue was Hercel, a staunch noble supremacist. Even if not him, it was common among nobles to regard those living in the wild as beasts. The fact that this barbarian had been wrapped in a full robe and remained silent was likely to avoid discrimination. As Hercel approached the barbarian, Limberton felt his heart race with anxiety and decided to intervene. Wait, Hercel. At least. Only one robe, and it's burned to a crisp. What now? Huh. Contrary to Limberton's expectations, Hercel extended his hand towards the visibly nervous barbarian. The barbarian muttered something in an unfamiliar language. Don't you know a handshake? Now that your identity is revealed, you should at least introduce yourself. I'm Hercel Ben Tenist. Realizing it was an introduction, the barbarian responded with his name and accepted the handshake. A slay Tortamakshara. Limberton cautiously asked. Wait, you're shaking hands with a barbarian? Why? Hercel replied, frowning as if looking at garbage. Limberton. Don't call a foreign friend a barbarian. Embrace diversity. That guy's Limberton Beldelsey. As you can see, he's a nasty noble supremacist. Don't be ridiculous. Limberton quickly approached and offered his hand to a slay. The barbarian blinked in surprise before smiling gently. We finished looting the fallen thugs' wallets. After stuffing ourselves with their provisions, Limberton pointed at a slay. But what about this bar-SHH? I mean, foreign friend. Since his identity is revealed, is it okay for him to take the test? There must be a reason. The academy probably knew and let him in. Really? How did he pass the written exam? No idea. I'm surprised he passed. Pretending ignorance, I answered nonchalantly. Better than average. Fixes hit rate at 60%. A slay's trait, better than average, means he has a 60% chance of hitting anything in any situation, whether it's a target in battle or an exam question. Of course, I passed confidently. I scored 63. The passing standard is too low. This trait is why a slay only resorts to grabbing attacks instead of weapons or punches, which guarantee a 100% success rate. If not for this cursed trait, arming his hands would have made him invincible. It's a pity. We smacked our lips and walked towards the next stage. How far did we walk? Limberton babbled on about nothing in particular. With this many coins, our future looks bright. Bright future. Yay, rich men are always popular. You too, huh? Wait, Hercel. Suddenly, Limberton stopped and stared ahead with trembling eyes. Footsteps and a faint female voice echoed from a distance. Squinting, I saw a silhouette dragging something towards us. Give up, let me out. I want to give up, let me out. To avoid startling her, I spoke quietly to the frantic woman. Let go. He's already dead. She had been dragging the lifeless body of a man whose lower half was severed. Her face was pale, and her bloodied hands covered her face. Just as she seemed about to burst into tears, I covered her mouth. Looks like we took the wrong path. So the monster beyond wouldn't hear. Everyone, stay alert. Even if we expend all our stored energy, I can't guarantee survival up ahead. If this was just the entrance, now we were about to find out why Path 44 was considered the hardest. Because midway through Path 44 lies the hunting territory of a dungeon guardian, the Watcher. The dungeon is like a sophisticated living organism. Inside, it consumes corpses and uses lost souls as materials to birth new life. The dungeon not only consumes corpses but also precious metals and equipment, transforming them into rare tools. Treasures that lure humans. The types of treasures varied beyond gold. There were unique magic tools that humanity couldn't create, or jewels crafted solely for aesthetics with no functional purpose. It's a cunning hunter. Even knowing the danger, it makes it impossible to resist. Hercel, could you tone down the scare tactics? It's dampening the mood. The dungeon was an intelligent entity that understood human psychology. Though this particular dungeon no longer produces treasures thanks to Rockefeller's intervention, it still wasn't satisfied with the donation entry students. To feast on the high-quality nutrients of the third test examines, it began using its watchers more aggressively, who were supposed to guard the treasures. Limberton, I'm not trying to scare you unnecessarily. The watcher up ahead is genuinely that dangerous. Well, can't we just take another route? I wish it were that simple. I paused mid-sentence, staring blankly. It's the second day. Some have started reaching the mid-zone. Rockefeller's annoying announcements continued. This is the final notice. Don't think all units can escape through the same exit. There are 70 exits, and you can only escape through the one matching the number on your token. If you had the number 7 token, you had to escape through exit 7. In my case, my path was changed to 44, so I wasn't sure if the exit number changed too, but keys needed for escape are hidden in the mid-zone. Find them. The key for path 44 was unfortunately hidden in the corridor where the Watcher resided. Given how Rockefeller had altered the path to mess with me, it was likely he manipulated the key so that only the corridor's key would open my designated exit. He would love to see me struggle against the Watcher. And don't give up even if a team member dies. The test ends when you open the door matching your unit's number, regardless of the leader's fate. That's all. Did you hear that? Limberton nodded, then slumped his shoulders, speaking in a dejected voice while looking at the first corpse he had seen here. Is it really okay to go this far just for a test? Limberton was clearly frightened. He clutched his arms, trying not to show it, but his hands trembled. He must be having all sorts of thoughts. These examines are mostly nobles' children, aren't they afraid of such harsh treatment? What grand purpose necessitates this? However, there was a valid reason behind it. For various tangled reasons, the Empire allowed it, and those aware of the truth had enough reason to keep silent. If I had known, I would have listened to my mother and taken over the family business. He would understand the reason in due time, so I didn't bother explaining now. I could only say this much. Even knowing this, there are those who still apply. What? How many years has Frostheart been around? Do you really think they can completely hide a test like this? No matter how much the Empire and the Academy tried to keep it secure, it was nearly impossible to silence everyone. Yet people still came every year because graduating from here grants privileges incomparable to the other 4 academies. Some families reveal the truth to their children and train them specifically for this. Most, like you, apply without knowing, but some come to test their own limits. I placed a hand on Limberton's shoulder and asked, now you know. Limberton, which side are you on? Will you continue to whine and stay undecided, or will you decide to act? Limberton looked pensive. I turned my gaze to the now somewhat calm woman. What unit are you? 31. Then head straight from here, turn left at the corner. The key is there. From there, walk until you see the exit. The woman widened her eyes. I'm not doing it. I won't go. I looked at the corpse of the man with his lower half severed and spoke somberly. Is that so? Do as you wish. But know this, if you stay here, you'll regret it. In many ways. She seemed about to say something but then closed her mouth. Whether she heeds the advice is her choice. I turned to Limberton and Aslay. We've wasted enough time. Let's go. The woman, enraged, shouted. You keep acting like you know everything, but do you even know what's up ahead? You'll die in minutes? Don't come crying to me. The thing up ahead, it's a skeletal lizard, right? I cut her off with a smirk, and her expression shifted to one of confusion. Does my credibility increase now? With that, I stepped into the Watcher's territory. Upon reaching the mid-zone, the corridor-like path disappeared, revealing an open hall. To get there, we had to cross a stone bridge suspended over a dizzying chasm. The sight made Limberton gulp. If we get attacked here, we'd be dead without a fight. There's a way. The method to cross the bridge safely without being attacked by the Watcher was simple. Hide in the darkness. Limberton, I'm turning off the lights now. Tell me when your eyes adjust. I extinguished the torch and tied the team in a line with a rope from my backpack. Naturally, Limberton was at the front. Damn it, why am I in the front? You have decent night vision, don't you? After his eyes adjusted, Limberton cautiously began to move forward. The rope transmitted his trembling fear. We crossed the bridge, and just then, Limberton whispered. There's something up ahead. Ugh, it's eating a corpse. Ugh. Quietly head to the right. There should be a series of openings like ant holes. Go to the 5th one. We walked as silently as possible. Occasionally, we heard crunching sounds, but we ignored them and entered the 5th hole. Limberton, do you see a small box? Yeah, there's one on the altar. But how did you never mind? It must be your hunch again. Glad you understand. Limberton handed me the box. Inside, I found a key marked as number 7 but covered with the number 44. We found it. Limberton, you hold on to it. Am I just a pack mule? Limberton carefully took the key, and at that moment, blue flames flickered from the torches on the walls. Whoosh! The creature must have finished its meal. I quickly untied the ropes and reached for my weapon, shouting, "Prepare for battle." Then I called Aslay's name and pointed ahead. Aslay. I didn't understand his words, but seeing him advance with his shield, I knew he got my meaning. Following him, Limberton and I exited the hole where we found the key. As soon as we stepped out, a long, bony tail slammed into Aslay's shield. Clang! Sparks flew as the shield grated against the tail. The force was enough to push the boulder like Aslay back. The skeletal lizard's blue eyes flared, and Limberton gasped. Eek! Even lying flat, it was a massive 3-meter-long skeleton. A black heart beat within its ribcage. It looked like a dragon made of bones, but it was smaller than a real one. It was merely a replica of a bone dragon, one of the highest tier monsters created by the dungeon. A D-dragon. Don't be so scared. It doesn't even have wings. It's just a crude fake. However, its power was close to that of a real bone dragon. No current playable character at the academy could defeat it. Well, there was one, but my number got switched with theirs. Hercel, what do we do now? Crack? Watching Aslay's shield get shredded like paper, I replied to Limberton's question. What else? We run. I patted Aslay's back, pointing to the escape route. He seemed to understand and nodded. Just as the watcher began to spew blue flames from its mouth, I shouted, "Now, run." Aslay and Limberton sprinted. Meanwhile, I stood still, adjusting the gloves my landlady had gifted me. Gloves blessed by Mana. A tribute series, Blessing. Master craftsman Horuto made them, and alchemist Haley imbued them with attributes. Increases mana capacity by 10%. Increases spell accuracy by 10%. Greatly enhances the durability of items held. Allows spells to be inscribed on the gloves. Hercel, why aren't you coming? I'll buy us some time, so run with all your might. I spoke confidently, though my heart was pounding with fear. The Watcher's attack wasn't a laser breath like a monster bird's but more like a flamethrower, covering a wide area. 1 second invincibility wouldn't save me from the blue flames. But that was in the past. I activated the spell inscribed on my gloves and aimed at the Watcher. Then I recalled my conversation with Carmelo. Telekinesis and healing magic have been established, so why isn't there a lightweight spell? Isn't that developed too? It was discovered by accident. More research is needed to understand its principles and effects. It just seems to make things lighter. What more is there to study? Carmelo had demonstrated by inscribing a fire magic spell with telekinesis. I'll show you one of the phenomena. If you lighten the flame elements gathered around the fire like this. When he cast the lightweight spell on the staff he had levitated with telekinesis, the room filled with flames in an instant. It ignites immediately and burns brightly. Though the flames last shorter, they burn stronger than usual. I didn't fully understand if the lightweight spell amplified volatility, but I had thought it was a good way to overcome the 1 second invincibility flaw with area attacks like flames and inscribed it on my gloves. I cast the lightweight spell on the flame elements gathering in the Watcher's mouth. Whoosh! The blue flames intensified, engulfing the Watcher's head. Without looking back, I sprinted towards Limberton and Aslay, who were crossing the stone bridge. Just as they reached 2/3 of the bridge, a streak of blue fire streaked towards them, making my heart sink. Whoosh! The Watcher, with flames in its mouth, dove from above, slamming into the bridge. Bang! The bridge collapsed with a thud, and the Watcher fell into the abyss but didn't die, merely disappeared from view. Aslay and Limberton, who had reached the other side, turned and looked at me. Hercel. This was just another unpredictable twist in my life. I always managed to overcome such situations. So I will this time too. It's fine. I survived the bird monster. So wait for me over there. I turned my gaze from Limberton to the abyss. Sure enough, blue eyes glowed. The Watcher was climbing up the wall, but I had a plan, so I chuckled. There was no need to cross that broken bridge. There were many paths to the exit. With the key in hand, all I had to do was retrace my steps and find another way. Goodbye. See you later. But misfortune struck again. The Watcher, instead of climbing, leaped into the air and hurled itself at the opposite bridge. I could only watch helplessly as my last hope crumbled. Bang! The final bridge shattered, and I reflexively let out a sigh. Damn it. Limberton gritted his teeth and ran. I don't believe those rumors. People believed he survived the bird monster's breath, but Limberton didn't. Hercel was just a weakling who relied on power to harass women and crack bad jokes. Pant. Limberton stopped before the 70 holes branching out like an ant nest. People were shouting their numbers, indicating they were indeed the exits. This is exit 27. Does anyone know where exit 3 is? Exit 3 is here. Don't lie. That was already checked. What? 27. You're the liar. No one was trying to steal coins here, but the competition continued. The faster the escape, the higher the score. Teams were playing mind games to delay each other's escape. No one here will help that guy, let alone a regular person, and definitely not Hercel. Limberton pondered and then his eyes sparkled. He grabbed the coin-filled pouch and looked at Aslay nodded. Whew. Limberton took a deep breath and shouted as loud as he could. He didn't care about the coins. Helping Herself wasn't out of affection. He just didn't want to owe anything to such a scoundrel. I have a job. If you're interested, come over. The pay is generous. People started gathering, including a man holding the number 44 token. It didn't take long for people to gather. Limberton's coin pouch was hefty enough to be hard to ignore. However, as soon as Hersel's name came up, the reaction was cold. Is your leader Hersel? That scoundrel from the Tenist family. Ugh, who would bother saving him? No fool would go after that bastard, but here we have one. Every time they mocked, Aslay glared at them, his fierce gaze silencing them, while Limberton continued explaining the situation. It's like a dragon made of bones. It destroyed the stone bridge, leaving Hersel isolated. If we don't help him soon, he'll be in danger. Hearing that the stone bridge was destroyed, the examines seemed to understand the gravity of the situation but still hesitated. A monster with that kind of power could only be a watcher. Money was one thing, but their lives came first. Just as they were about to leave, someone approached. Limberton, is what you said true? Recognizing the face, Limberton's expression brightened with relief. Arisil, thank goodness you're here. Your brother's in danger. Can you come with us? Even if they were half-brothers, there should be some familial loyalty. However, contrary to Limberton's expectations, Arisil looked incredulous and asked, Me? Why? What? Even if you begged and offered all your coins, who would help such trash? But he seems to have changed. A lot, actually. Arisil shook his head in disbelief and scolded Limberton. Get a grip? He probably just said some nice words to use you. People like him don't change. Tisk. Limberton couldn't argue and slumped his shoulders. He knew very well that he was just a filler in their team because they lacked members. Isn't this better? We can just take his share and cross the gate ourselves. As Arisil smirked wickedly, others began to agree. That's true. If it were me, I'd leave him. Honestly, who wants to go to the academy with him? Yet, don't make a stupid choice. Fill your pockets. If you feel bad, donate some coins. It was a tempting offer. Given all the troubles Hersel had caused, there was no reason to stay loyal just because he seemed slightly different now. Fine. Arisil, why are you so obstructive to your brother? Yet, despite the logical conclusion, Limberton's words came out differently, spurred by a sudden realization. Hersel had offered a handshake to a barbarian and stayed behind as bait at a critical moment. In my opinion, he's really changed. In the past, he would have thrown one of us as bait and fled. This wasn't for Hersel's sake. Limberton just didn't want to owe anything to someone like Hersel. Is that true? How do you know? This foreigner saw it too. What? Foreigners? Like savages. Limberton, confirming his decision was right, looked around at the examines busy deceiving each other and fixed his gaze on a familiar woman. Hersel helped people in distress, even if they weren't on his team. Unlike you all, he did. The woman nodded in agreement. That's true. Thanks to him, I got this far. With a witness stepping forward, Arisil turned away in frustration. I don't care. If you stay here, you'll be eliminated. It's up to you. With that, he left. Despite the troublemaker leaving, the examines still showed no interest, thinking they were wasting time. Only a man with a large sword on his back remained. Limberton felt unsure about what to do next, scratching his head, when a hoarse voice called out to him. Are you Limberton? Why are you supporting that infamous scoundrel? The gaunt man with sunken eyes was the only one who had stayed. His dull, dark eyes gave Limberton an uneasy feeling, causing him to step back instinctively. What? It's intriguing. With that many coins, you could score highly. Why don't you and your friend just take them and leave? I've already said, we're using them to hire someone to help. The man's cracked lips twitched into a faint smile. Do you know that coins are only useful at the academy? You can buy anything with them. What do you want so badly? Do you think I don't know that? If you're not going to take the job, then leave. The man, seemingly enjoying the situation, didn't move. Are you sure? Humans are selfish by nature. Even you, deep down, feel morally superior and congratulate yourself for your nobility. Irritated, Limberton snapped at him and turned to Aslay. Let's go, Aslay. This crazy guy is driving everyone away. However, the man's persistent voice stopped him. Why don't we test your claim? I'll take the job, but you'll have to give me all your coins. Every last one. Clearly without any companions, Limberton was skeptical about his offer. He considered leaving, but the man continued. See, you're just like everyone else, driven by greed. You're no different from those hypocrites. What the hell is this guy? Aslay grabbed Limberton's shoulder and shook his head seriously. Huh? You want to trust this guy? Aslay nodded. Although Limberton didn't like it, he had no better options. Reluctantly, he approached the man with the coin pouch. Here, take it. You seem insane, but better than nothing. The man looked surprised and tilted his head. What? Are you scared now that you've accepted? The man asked, confused. Does Hersel have more coins? No, I'm the pack mule, so he's broke. Then why? The man seemed genuinely puzzled, making Limberton sigh. I've said it before. We're using the coins to hire someone to save him. Now, let's go. The man seemed lost in thought, stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes. Fine. I don't need your help. I'll go alone. Just find the exit here. What? The exit. Exit 44. Leaving those words, the man turned away. Limberton watched him go, murmuring to himself. Who the hell is that guy? The coin pouch was gone from his hand. Both escape routes were cut off. Even if I failed the third test, I'd have to survive here for a whole day before being let out. But staying in the corridor with the Watcher for so long was unthinkable. Her cell? He's coming? Ugh, damn it. I ducked or jumped high every time the lizard tried to swipe at me with its tail. If I dodged too well, it would disappear and reappear unexpectedly, startling me. Each time a crisis approached, I survived using my 1-second invincibility, buying time bit by bit. But it was reaching its limit. Do something? You're out of stamina. Pant. Do something? With what? This wasn't home with all the tools I needed. All I had was the stone floor and some ant holes where the key was hidden. Surviving this long was a miracle. You, do something? Huff. Even with improved stamina, you're still useless. What? You bastard. While bickering with Donaton, I ducked into an ant hole. It wasn't a dead end, so I could escape if the Watcher followed. Catching my breath, I racked my brain for a strategy. To survive, I had to kill it. The weak point was the black heart hidden in its ribcage. Regular attacks wouldn't work. The original playable character, Ryam, should have faced this with an aura-imbued attack or meticulously chipped away with magic. Creak. The Watcher forced its head into the ant hole, kicking up dust. Its jaws snapped menacingly as I sketched a basic water spell, the least mana-consuming element. Die. The stream of water aimed at its black heart. A water gun would have been more effective. Your spell is weaker than a piss stream. Shut up. It must have done some damage. Maybe -1? Crunch. The lizard thrashed, causing cracks in the ant hole. I quickly slipped out into the corridor. It was pinned under the rubble. Now was my chance. I drew the water gun spell again, aiming at the black heart. Splat. Once more. Splat. Despite the serious fight, Donaton kept making annoying remarks. How much longer are you going to play around? Just 5,371 more hits. Don't distract me. You're serious? My god. I was about to cast another spell when someone called my name, distracting me. Are you Hercel Ben Tenist? A gaunt man with a mummy-like face. He was undoubtedly the strongest playable character among the Frost-Hard examines. Ryam Rebekshira. Blessing of the fallen reclusive swordsman. I won't be deceived by lies anymore. The 10th attack is always a critical hit. Trait. Swallows balance. Contortionist. From beyond the broken bridge, he spun a dagger with a rope and threw it toward the corridor's stone bridge. Thunk. After securing the rope, he balanced on it and ran toward me like a circus performer. I couldn't watch his approach as the Watcher body slammed my back. Crunch. Physical attack detected. Attribute activated. 1-second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. I didn't know why he was here. It didn't matter. He seemed to be here to help, and survival was paramount. Yet, something about this situation irked me. Seeing him in person makes me want to puke. I gritted my teeth, filled with anger. The Watcher should have been his problem, not mine. Ryam scratched his cheek, confused. The Tenist family was famous for swordsmanship. Yet here he was, wielding a staff and shooting water streams. Is there some meaning behind this? Though curious, he focused on the task at hand. He dragged his greatsword toward the Watcher. Hercel scowled and asked, "Why are you here?" Limberton sent me. For free. No, for coins. Figures. Hercel growled as Ryam passed by. Why are you so hostile? Did I do something wrong? Forget it. Just earn your pay. I'll watch from here. Hercel sat down while Ryam faced the now alert Watcher. As Limberton described, it felt different from ordinary monsters. Still, it didn't seem to hurt Hercel despite ramming him full force. It must be weaker than it looks if he's walking away unscathed. Thinking the task would be easier than expected, Ryam approached the Watcher without much defense. He focused all his aura into the great sword, aiming to pierce the black heart. Clang! The great sword shattered from a single tail swipe. Shock spread across Ryam's face. What? Ryam watched his trembling wrist, cold sweat dripping down his face. A greatsword imbued with aura just got snapped in half. If he hadn't loosened his grip on the greatsword, his wrist would have broken too. With that kind of power, even a glancing blow would sever limbs. Realizing he might die, Ryam heightened his focus and leaped back to create distance. Thud. The Watcher filled its maw with blue flames. Damn, a breath attack. If it's an area attack, there's no way to avoid it. The greatsword was now reduced to the size of a face, utterly inadequate for blocking flames. As Ryam frantically searched for a new strategy, the Watcher's head was engulfed in blue flames. Whoosh! The Watcher thrashed about, trying to extinguish the flames, and Ryam's eyes widened in confusion. What in the world? The mystery was soon resolved. Hercel, who had been sitting at a distance, aimed his hand at the Watcher. I can handle the flames. You deal with the rest. Ryam swallowed nervously and glared at Hercel. Who is this guy? First, he had seemed to play around with water streams. Then, despite taking a blow that shattered a great sword, he walked away unscathed. There was much that Ryam didn't understand, but one thing was clear. He's strong. I can't even gauge the level of his aura. Why hasn't he finished it off already? He should have been more than capable. At that moment, Hercel threw a long sword, and Ryam caught it with a start. Take this. Gah! Ryam's eyes widened in shock. Hercel chewed on jerky, watching leisurely as if this were a mere pastime. So that's it. I'm starting to understand what kind of person he is. To Hercel, this was just entertainment. The way he had seemed to be playing earlier was like a well-fed cat toying with a mouse until it was hungry enough to eat it. The abundance of coins with Team 7 also made sense now. Who's helping who here? Ryam thought Limberton was a fool for giving all his coins to such a man. I felt a bit disoriented. Ryam had approached the Watcher without considering his best attribute, his unique trait, and ended up in this situation. He had broken his greatsword for nothing and was now glaring at me, perhaps wanting me to lend him a weapon. Take this. Despite some reservations, I threw him the longsword. Given that he could imbue a sword with aura, he should be able to handle it this time. Gah! As Ryam grabbed the sword, I decided to watch the show, chewing jerky like popcorn. Suddenly, he started nodding to himself, eyes wide open. I wasn't sure what he was thinking, but I had no time to ponder. The Watcher had extinguished the flames on its head and now glared with its glowing blue eyes. Even though the great sword, meant to block the breath attack, was unusable, with a bit of help from me, dealing with the Watcher should be easy, right? Thud, thud. The Watcher crawled toward Ryam. This time, he raised the longsword, ready. Whoosh. The tail whipped through the air. Ryam dodged with a jump, lightly tapping the tail with the longsword as it passed. The Watcher swiped its sharp claws. Ryam leaped again, horizontal in the air like a pole vaulter. Thud. He flipped through the gaps in the Watcher's ribcage like a dolphin through a hoop. The combination of his traits, Swallow's balance and contortionist, allowed him perfect control in midair and the flexibility of an invertebrate. With these traits, Ryam had near-max evasion, capable of dodging attacks from all directions except area attacks. Thud. Again, he lightly tapped the Watcher's bones with the longsword. When the Watcher began to gather breath, I used my lightweight spell to set its head ablaze again. Whoosh! This was the perfect moment for Ryam to achieve the required conditions. Ryam rapidly tapped the Watcher's bones with the longsword, finally reaching the 9th strike. Now, his sword carried the blessing fallen reclusive swordsman's grace, which ensured a critical hit on the 10th strike. As an aura swirled around his sword, I dusted myself off and stood up. This was it. The Watcher raised a forelimb to crush Ryam. He deftly weaved left and right, avoiding the attack, and thrust his sword between the Watcher's ribs. Thud. The sword pierced the black heart, which exploded with a dark, muddy liquid splattering everywhere. Thud. The Watcher collapsed lifelessly, and Ryam emerged from between the bones, shaking off the blood. I waited at the broken bridge connected by ropes and commanded the approaching Ryam. Carry me? What? Do you expect me to cross this myself? You were paid. Consider this part of the job. He glanced between the ropes and my face, then chuckled as if he'd understood something, crouching to let me climb on his back. You seem to want to blend in with ordinary people. Ordinary? Did you come here to experience life at their level for fun? He wasn't wrong. If I could rise to a normal level, I could at least be a decent member of society. That would indeed be fun and satisfying. But was this the right context for such a discussion? With an inscrutable mindset, I nodded. Well, that's true. Ryam, with me on his back, stepped onto the rope. Halfway across, he asked another odd question. What's it like to see from such a height? Just a dark abyss. It was another strange question, given we were crossing together. Still, being on his back, I decided to answer. It's dizzying. Unless you go down, you see nothing. He paused, turning his head slightly toward me. Living alone at such heights must have been dull. I understand wanting to see what's below. What nonsense. Who would want to go down there? Was he planning to drop me? I ignited the noble blood's ember and warned him coldly. Don't even think about it. If you want to live long, if I were to fall, I'd take him with me. He flinched and answered, sounding slightly flustered. Ahem, understood. You'll have your life at the academy as you wish. Yes, you better. After that, he fell silent, and we crossed the bridge without further incident. We reached the exit safely. I narrowed my eyes, looking at Limberton waving from afar. Hercel. When I reached him, I relaxed my frown. Despite him using the coins I'd told him to guard with his life, he had saved my life, which was something. Well, did you find exit 7? Of course, I did. Limberton said, pointing Ryam to another ant hole. Exit 44 is over there. You can go that way. Limberton, you fool. Why are you picking a fight now? Ryam muttered something and crawled towards exit 44. I also went to exit 7, inserted the key, and opened the door. Beyond was a snowy landscape. At the end stood the magnificent white citadel of Frostheart. Black-clad professors stood on the wide stairs, looking down at the third test's passers. There were about 150 of us. There wouldn't be any more passers. The clock on the citadel would soon strike 12, and the bell would ring. Clang. As the time arrived, Rockefeller spoke. The third test is over. The number of coins each of you has is recorded, so no need to confirm it. He unfurled a long list and began reading the ranks. Team 44. Only survivor is Ryam Rebekshira. Your first place. Suddenly, anxiety washed over me. If he escaped around the same time as us, it meant he scored a ton of points with coins. I felt a chill and looked at Limberton. You didn't give him all those coins, did you? Well, I did. Limberton, you fool. Coins aren't more important than our lives. Don't hold a grudge. That's true, but giving all of them away. Imagining a future of hardship, my blood pressure surged. Most infuriating was that he did it to save my life, leaving me no grounds to be angry. While I was inwardly lamenting, Rockefeller spoke again. The top 10 teams are assigned to the top dorm, Adele Hall, Team 39. The next 30 units go to Burger Hall. Our team, 7, wasn't mentioned. The rest, you know your dorm is over there. Rockefeller pointed to a pitch-black, eerie building outside the citadel. The worst dorm, Schlaff Hall. Known for harsh conditions and strange occurrences, many students ended up hanging themselves there. Rockefeller looked at me with a crooked smile, announcing the lowest rank, Team 7. You're last. Come to think of it, my anger should be directed at him. I clenched my fists, glaring at Rockefeller. Rockefeller snorted and turned away. Professors started leading the students into the citadel. The entrance ceremony will start soon. Gather in the hall. As students moved, Limberton asked, pale-faced. Aren't we screwed? Last place means the worst treatment. I composed myself and voiced a new goal for the academy. It's fine, Limberton. No matter the obstacles, we will enter Adele Hall. I vowed to make it happen and stepped into the citadel. As we moved, the passing students' eyes widened in surprise. The second test passers, presumed failed, were waiting, including 5 survivors among the donation entrants, covered in frozen blood. Follow me? The professor's voice led us to a large auditorium, capable of holding 300 people. A muscular old man with a scar over one eye stood on the platform, lips curling in amusement. This year, there are many talented newcomers. From now, the significance of Frost Heart and its purpose would unfold from the mouth of the renowned Frost Sword Master. The floor of the auditorium was covered with a red carpet. While the third test passers glanced at the groups across from them, I kept my eyes on the floor. Limberton scratched his head and asked, weren't they supposed to fail? I took my eyes off the floor and answered, they're going to the same dormitory as us. In truth, from the moment one passed the second test, admission was inevitable. The consent form we received upon passing the second test had a small clause, we are not responsible for death during enrollment. They didn't care if there were casualties during the third test. Signing that consent form was a tacit agreement to this reality. So, what about them? Where did all those people go, and why are there only 5 left? And why do they look like that? Limberton pointed to the donation admissions but couldn't get an answer. The elderly man on the podium clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The sound was so heavy it echoed through the eardrums. The murmurs quickly subsided. The intimidating presence of the burly, muscular old man with a scar etched near one eye made even the distant onlookers feel like herbivores. My name is Arkandrick Al-Odman, the headmaster of this institution. This year, there are a total of 250 successful candidates. I am very pleased to see so many capable individuals gathered here. His name elicited gasps from various corners. They must have been from the north, astonished by the legend of the man who earned the title of Frost Sword for his efforts in repelling monster invasions from the northern border near the demonic lands. Many of you must be confused, not knowing much about Frost Heart or finding the entrance exam far removed from what you expected, Arkandrick continued as many nodded. The first part of his explanation was about Frost Heart's purpose and founding principles. Unlike other academies focused on producing civil servants, our Frost Heart aims to train the Demon Realm Suppression Squad. The test you underwent was to gauge your basic survival skills in the demonic lands. But didn't you find it odd? Why is there a dungeon below and the academy built on top of it? It's symbolic. The founder wanted to impart the noble pioneering spirit to future generations. Excuse me, someone interrupted, raising their hand high, cutting off Arkandrick's speech. Are graduates from here really going to the demonic lands? If that's the case, there's no need to graduate from an academy, is there? Right. Any adventurer can go if they want to. Arkandrick glared at the 3 who spoke out. Do you really think where those adventurers go is the true demonic land? Land already trampled by others? Ha, that's just a paved path. In a little while, the demonic lands you know will become a homeland. They're practically conquered. But what does this academy produce? Not those trifling things but. Arkandrick squinted and raised his voice. Pioneers who will tread unknown lands, pathfinders. A hush fell over the crowd as he introduced the imperial institution, Pathfinder, a term familiar to some but unknown to most due to the Empire's secrecy. Let me show you, Arkandrick gestured, and professors used projection magic to display a giant map in the air. The sea covered the largest area, followed by a continent painted in black, and the smallest was the combined territories of all the world's nations, barely a tenth of the total area. Human territory is significantly smaller compared to the demonic lands. As we enter an era of unprecedented prosperity, conflicts over land will only intensify. The mission of the Pathfinders is to conquer the demonic lands for humanity's prosperity. The Empire and a few aware of this had kept it quiet to avoid international conflicts. The demonic lands hold immense value, ancient relics, secret magic tomes, elixirs of longevity, herbs that cure all diseases, and countless treasures. Revealing this would lead to internal competition. Thus, secrecy was maintained, driven by human greed. Fewer people know, the more they get, he concluded. Excuse me. A woman, raised in luxury, asked boldly, where do I file for withdrawal? Given the ongoing deaths in the demonic lands, asking to go deeper was akin to suicide, so rejection was expected. Arkandrick clenched his fist in anger. This is the second time someone dared interrupt me. His voice was icy. Hands quickly lowered, and he continued, remember, I let it slide the first time thinking you were unaccustomed. Now, let me explain the benefits upon graduation. Frostheart graduates will receive the Empire's unwavering support and access to the maps recorded by previous Pathfinders. Some eyes lit up with interest. Arkandric smirked. Those keen enough realize the value of these benefits is immeasurable. Those benefits included information on hidden treasures. I pondered the value of such benefits, almost memorizing the maps myself. One of the donation admissions stepped forward, glaring. Oh, here we go. Limberton, were you wondering why the donation admissions looked like that? Yeah, I was. Watch closely. The man approached Arkandric and shouted, hey, you senile old man. You threw us into the dungeon without weapons? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much money my family donated? Arkandric listened quietly before responding with a stern look, you still don't get it. You're nothing but trash your family discarded for some money. This was the answer I wanted Limberton to hear. Most donation admissions were family rejects, misbehaved individuals, illegitimate children, or unwanted heirs. I scour the Empire for such troublemakers and send them a notice, offering to resolve their issues here, Arkandric continued. The Academy made money, and I tell them they're not trash. I'll reward those who prove otherwise. Arkandric approached the man, who retreated but was grabbed by the shoulder. Eventually, the man's well-groomed head was forcibly patted. What are you doing? Stop it, old man. Haha, such a shy child. The man was so embarrassed that he kicked and punched Arkandric, who didn't flinch. Despite my warnings, you interrupted me. You need the rod of love. Arkandric lifted the man and threw him against the wall. Bang! The man's upper body was embedded in the wall. He might have survived, but to others, he appeared dead. Students were terrified. What use were rewards if you could die? That crazy old man. I'm going home, some murmured. Arkandric turned to the professors. Begin. The professors aimed their staffs at the red carpet, and a large magic circle glowed, swallowing the students. A system window appeared in my vision. Threat detected. Type, Curse of Control. Attribute activated 1 second invincibility cooldown, 59 seconds. The curse was the Curse of Control. A demonstration would soon show its effects. I waited for the first victim to try escaping the auditorium. To my surprise, it was Arisil. Rockefeller blocked his path. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I didn't intend to pass. Return to your place. I'll follow the withdrawal procedure. Can you tell me where to do that? I said, return. Arisil scratched his head and frowned. I thought he was an idiot. Are you ordering a tennis? Aren't you afraid of my father? Second warning, Rockefeller snapped his fingers. Arisil screamed and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The curse was the control covenant. Students were horrified, and Arkandric advised, follow the professor's instructions. The curse left by the Academy's founder can only be lifted by becoming a mage on par with the faculty, graduating, or dying. I wasn't cursed, but I planned to graduate, so it didn't matter. Rockefeller approached me with a sneer. Are you displeased with your brother's treatment? Hercel Bentenist. Not at all. Your eyes show defiance. Fix it. These are my natural eyes, always looking fierce. No matter how kindly I smile, it looks like a villain's grin. What does he expect? Show respect to your teacher. Respect. Second warning. Smile. Rockefeller smirked. I decided to fake being cursed as a sign of respect. Ouch, it tickles. Standing straight, without flinching, I pretended to be in pain. I couldn't act as pathetically as that idiot on the floor. Rockefeller seemed frustrated by my lack of reaction. That concludes our introduction. Go to your assigned dormitory and rest. Classes begin tomorrow. As soon as Arkandric finished, Hercel left the auditorium. Rockefeller, watching him, felt a vein throb on his forehead. How does this guy endure pain from within? He wondered. He knew Hercel survived a guardian's strike. But that was external. Internal nerve pain was different. He was eager to see Hercel collapse but got only a weak reaction. He remembered Arkandric's similar case, frowning. He said it tickled. Rockefeller watched Hercel's disappearing figure. Is it the bloodline? Arkandric's glare made Rockefeller's heart pound. Ashamed, he looked down. He had boasted about transferring Hercel to the Night Division but had no results yet. Damn, I'll get scolded again because of that guy. I'll make him regret this. His method would be harsh. Rockefeller plotted Hercel's suffering as he left the auditorium. I felt a prick cling on my neck. I had sensed a strange gaze for a while now. Who's glaring at me? A woman in armor. I motioned Limberton and a sleigh to go ahead. Go shower first. Okay, see you later. Limberton glanced back and left. A sleigh followed, puzzled. The woman spoke, why are you here? I turned to see a familiar woman with red hair and brown eyes, staring blankly. But I sensed her underlying anger. I sighed deeply. She came. The unavoidable moment. You're late. You could have asked before the third test. I thought you'd fail. Her eyes twisted slightly. I wanted to leave quickly. She was the character who hated Hercel the most. And she was awkward for me, too. Hercel? I know him. We were forced into an unwanted engagement for our families. I hated it. He told me to wear dresses instead of armor. There was a time when it was allowed to wield a sword. As she improved day by day, her parents watched her progress with joy. She herself found joy in discovering the fun of swordsmanship. Naturally, the girl's path became that of a knight. Lena thought that if it weren't for this man on that day she turned 15, her parents would have gladly supported her. Don't go around brandishing a sword just because you're a girl. Recalling that voice that remained vividly in her memory, Lena asked coldly, with a detached expression. So, what brings you here? If you don't answer, I'll assume whatever I want. Thinking it was not worth speaking to, Lena turned away. But then, a lingering question she had been holding back resurfaced, and she spoke again. By the way, what did I do wrong? She had always been curious. She had never made any mistake towards Herself, who had visited her family as a guest that day. She hadn't even tried to meet him, instead swinging her sword where no one could see her. Even when he suddenly approached her and picked a fight. If it makes you uncomfortable to watch, I can do it somewhere else. No, that's not what I want. I'm telling you not to touch a sword at all. It's no use saying you'll give up here and now. You'll just pick up the sword and mess around where I can't see, won't you? Thinking they would never see each other again, she didn't bother to respond. You seem to want to become a knight. How about we make a bet? Let's see if you can continue holding that sword. Until she found out what method he had in mind. Why did you arrange an engagement without my consent? Why? Compared to the Tenist family, the Dervian family was merely a common noble house. There was nothing to gain from it. However, for her family, an arranged marriage with a grand noble like Tenist was an opportunity they couldn't refuse. Because of you, my family kept opposing me. I was forced to take bride lessons that didn't suit me, and now I've been disowned. Her career path was blocked, and even the only person who had secretly approved her academy admission, her mother, had been sent away to her maternal family. While much of it was due to her stubbornness, the one who had caused this was the man in front of her. It's not just because of some petty bet, is it? Surely, he wouldn't have done all this for such a trivial reason. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand. Stop keeping your mouth shut and say something. A bit of emotion slipped into her voice. Then, Herself, who seemed like he would never open his mouth, spoke. Shall I answer honestly? I don't remember anything. Strength surged into Lena's hand, but soon dissipated. Whether this man interfered or not, she just needed to keep doing what she always did. It seems you have no intention of letting me go until the end. Do as you please. Things won't go the way you want them to. Lena turned her back. Then Herself called out. Lena. What? Of all things, I can't let your last statement pass. You definitely have princess syndrome. Get treatment. As if to preempt her, Herself started to leave. Princess syndrome. As she chewed over his words, Lena felt dazed. At that moment, Selly approached from a distance and greeted. Master's test? Oh, Lady Lena, hello, I am Selly Daleden. Selly lifted her hand, pinching her skirt lightly. Herself, indifferent, continued on his way. By any chance, did our master make any mistake? Lena responded with her eyes. Understanding instantly, Selly wore an apologetic expression and whispered quietly. Please forgive him. Actually, master sometimes loses his mind due to a mania. Mania? Yes, it's been about 8 months now. Lena blinked as she watched Herself disappear into the distance. I don't remember anything. Maybe what Selly said was true. At first, I had no choice but to listen quietly. In the original story I knew, her mother wouldn't have been chased away. That was probably because this guy died, losing his value in the arranged marriage, leading her father to allow it. My own survival must have had some influence as well. While sorting things out in my head, a slightly excessive statement slipped out. Being treated like a stalker had irked me. The more I heard about his misdeeds, the more fresh and shocking they seemed, but none of it was my fault. Maybe it was a good thing. Her feelings for me would only worsen, and she would avoid me on her own. If so, the forced connection would naturally dissolve. Reassured, I entered the Schlaf Hall. The first floor resembled a hotel lobby. The walls and floor were all dark-colored marble. Though it had an antique feel, the cracks and uneven spots made it seem like an old building. People were lined up waiting. At the front, dormitory supervisors checked the identities of new students and handed out rules and keys. Seeing it would take a while for my turn, I observed the first floor lobby. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling flickered. Half-melted candle wax repeatedly lit and extinguished. On the desk, there were pots with bizarre plants, and the furniture was all wooden with eerie patterns as if ghosts were screaming. The most eye-catching thing was a long grandfather clock, as tall as myself. A black cat trapped inside the clock poked the swinging pendulum. As soon as our eyes met, the cat turned into smoke and disappeared. Herself ben Tenist. Herself ben Tenist. Oh, it was my turn already. A middle-aged man in a suit and monocle, with a stern expression, handed over the rules and key, made of a mirror. Building 3, room 303, your luggage has been delivered to your room. If you want to shower, refer to the map in the hallway. When I saw my face in the mirror, the rules were listed. They changed daily, and today they were like this. Do not pay any attention to the woman crouching in the corner of the landing. Building 3 is a male-only dormitory with strict female entry prohibition. Lock your door at exactly 11:37 p.m. and do not come out. If you hear the lock being undone, lock it again. This only needs to be done once. The dorm supervisor has a colored band on their right arm. Supervisors never wear red bands. If you see even a small red stain, do not approach. If witnessed, report it by morning. The biggest downside of Schlaf Hall was this. Situated above a dungeon, the dormitory experienced daily paranormal phenomena. With warning signs changing daily, the stress was overwhelming. Despite the stifling environment, there was no choice but to cope. If it was too much, I could move to the safer fortress of Adele Hall or the less paranormal Burger Hall. After showering, I looked around my assigned room. It was only as big as the dressing room in my mansion. The only furniture was an old desk, chair, bed, and wardrobe. I found an old piece of paper while rummaging through the drawers. It was a roughly drawn pamphlet map. At the bottom, it listed purchasable living supplies, with a key point on basic expenses. Monthly heating costs, 10 coins. Monthly dormitory maintenance fee, 5 coins. Monthly living expenses given to Schlaff Hall students, 30 coins. It implied students here had to work like slaves to make ends meet. Suddenly, reality hit me hard. From living well as a rich man's son, I was back to the struggling days of a young adult starting out, worried about living expenses. No, this wasn't the time for self-pity. I recalled the plan I had set upon entering the academy. The goal was to clear the scenario and survive. The key players were, of course, the playable characters. But there was a major headache here. Random elements could result in some dying or living ordinary lives due to twisted narratives. I needed to increase the survival rate of playable characters as much as possible for a higher chance of clearing. I opened the curtain and gazed blankly at the fortress beyond the window. Leaning against the windowsill, I thought of Adele Hall where many playable characters gathered. And I ground my teeth. If only it weren't for that guy. Originally, I planned to enter Adele Hall from the start. Living in the same building was the best way to monitor if their narratives flowed well. However, my plans were set back a step by Rockefeller's interference. Using my seething anger as fuel, I clenched my fist. No matter what obstacles that guy placed, I would enter Adele Hall. Definitely. Adele Hall's facilities were overall luxurious. Clean carpets, shiny porcelain, and paintings on the walls. Plus, all sorts of conveniences. Ryam wandered aimlessly until reaching a spacious area. Sofas and bookshelves were scattered around. At the counter, a middle-aged woman brewed tea, and the freshmen he had seen before were receiving trays and taking seats. As he turned to leave, a maid sent by his family approached. "Oh, young Master Ryam. I've been looking for you." Ryam frowned. "So you followed me all the way here. Why don't you just live in the same room? How could a woman enter there? More importantly, you should come over and socialize with the others." He had no good memories of mingling with people. Ignoring her, he tried to walk away, but the maid called softly. "Young master, the head of the family wishes for you to graduate with top honors. To do that, it's fundamental to form ties with capable people." Ryam stopped and sighed deeply. Just then, a short-haired woman who had been watching approached. "Hi, are you Ryam who ranked first in the entrance exam?" Not answering, he stood still, prompting the maid to glare at him. Reluctantly, Ryam nodded and replied, "Well, let's just say I was lucky." "Oh, don't stand here. Come over. We were just introducing ourselves." When she pointed to a table, Ryam's usual dark thoughts took over. Hypocrites. They're gathering because it's beneficial. If I hadn't ranked first, they wouldn't even glance at me. The maid gently pushed him, and he awkwardly joined the dozen people at the table. "Nice to meet you. I am Ryam of the Renovation family. Thanks for inviting me." Forced into formal gestures, he pretended to be polite, and conversations flowed. Simple questions, mostly about how the exam was. Ryam found it all uninteresting and answered briefly, losing their interest quickly. Gradually excluded, they began whispering among themselves. Then, a name pricked his ears from the bespectacled man. "By the way, why did Hercel enroll here?" Ryam glanced at the red-haired woman who flinched at the name. Others' gazes also fixed on her. Her name was Lena, if he remembered correctly. "Lena, do you know why?" "You should know." "I don't know either. We weren't exchanging letters or anything." Her emotionless voice dampened the mood. But the bespectacled man felt compelled to speak seriously. "You've all heard it. The rumor that 6 months ago, he survived a griffin's breath." Ryam tilted his head. "So that rumor was about that man. Makes sense." While he was understanding, the short-haired woman asked doubtfully, "I heard that too, but wasn't it a lie?" "I can't believe it either." But he passed the third test. Knowing his usual stamina, it's hard to think the rumor is completely false. "Really? But he's still last." "I think he passed thanks to that big barbarian. He must have held him back, right?" Ryam blinked at her confident statement. "That human held him back?" He couldn't help but speak. Yeah." Then he swallowed his words. He recalled their conversation while crossing the cliff with that guy on his back. "What does the view look like from up there?" Curious about his real skill, he had asked, and the guy answered. "It's dizzying. You can't see anything unless you go down there yourself." Trying to probe further, he had said. "Being alone up high must be lonely. I can somewhat understand wanting to go down." Then he had threatened to shut up. "Don't have strange thoughts. Unless you want a short life, I've heard the strong often find life boring." He came to the academy to find rivals because there were none to match him. Realizing this, the guy seemed to hide his true worth, seeking new fun by blending in with ordinary people. "Hey, Ryam, do you have something to say to me?" If he interfered with that act, he would die. Ryam swallowed nervously and stammered. No, just wanted to say you might be right." Then Lena spoke. "Still, he's much more built than before. His walk was well balanced, and I almost mistook him for someone else." The bespectacled man asked Ryam. "Come to think of it, Ryam, you escaped around the same time as Hercel. Do you have any insights? As he tried to fabricate an answer, he was interrupted. Can't ignore hearing that guy's name so much. A silver-haired man who often bothered Limberton approached. He remembered the guy's name was Arisil. The bespectacled man pointed to an empty seat. Perfect timing, Arisil. Sit down. You lived with him, so you must know. Is it true he survived the griffin? Arisil snorted. Still believing that nonsense? Knowing him well, he must have forced the servants to spread that lie. He loves showing off. No matter what anyone said, they were family under the same roof. Seeing others nod, Ryam eyed Arisil. As family, he must know his brother well. Maybe he was downplaying everything to protect his brother's secret. Realizing this, his perception of their seemingly bad relationship changed. His acting seemed real though. Meeting Limberton and Asleigh wasn't particularly difficult. Same building 3, same floor. Walking through the dormitory hallway, Limberton's stomach growled loudly. I'm hungry. Surviving on bread and jerky in the dungeon, I want warm food. When do they serve meals here? I gestured for Asleigh and Limberton to follow me. It was perfect timing since I had something to show them. Follow me? We arrived at the dining hall. Seeing the seniors enjoying their greasy food, Limberton and Asleigh started to drool. Of course, a proper meal was out of reach for us. Do you have any coins? Where would we get coins? I figured. Even the cheapest meal cost 1 coin. We had given all our collected coins to Ryam, leaving us penniless. Limberton's eyes widened in shock at the prices on the menu and then drooped. What's this? Do they really expect us to buy food? Does the academy not provide meals? Asleigh seemed to catch on too, reacting similarly. Yeah, it's not free. But don't worry about it now. I had 7 coins in my pocket. I had taken them from a member of the Lethe group I had encountered while walking with Ryam towards the escape route. Hand over your coins. I will. Indeed, it's foolish to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. I decided to invest the coins I took into these guys. Choose something under 2 coins. As I held up 2 fingers, Asleigh and Limberton gulped and picked from the menu. They devoured their meals as soon as they were served. As Limberton swallowed his last bite of meat, I asked him, wouldn't you like to eat like this 3 times a day? What a silly question. Of course, everyone would. But in Schlaff Hall, people are grateful to get even 1 meal a day. Do you know why? Limberton shook his head. Because they only get 30 coins a month. The guys in Burger Hall get 150 coins a month, and those in the best dorm, Adele Hall, receive 300 coins. Only 30. That's right. After deducting dormitory heating costs and other expenses, half of it is gone. The seniors in Schlaff Hall barely get by with cheap and plentiful dried food from the store. Limberton picked up his plate and licked the remaining sauce. So, I have a good proposal for you guys. To get into Adele Hall, solving the immediate living expenses was crucial. I had thought of a trick for this. A method that could be used only once, on the first day of admission. Now that we're full, let's go. I'll explain on the way. It might seem a bit harsh depending on the perspective, but that's not my concern. We arrived at a bulletin board plastered with papers. Limberton looked at a request pinned to it with a puzzled face. What's this? A foot massage for 5 coins. The request sheets ranged from errands to collecting research materials and organizing documents. Wait, this one just has a name on it. The requesters aren't just professors. Even the arrogant bourgeoisie post here. Wow, this one pays 50 coins for just having dinner together. But it's for women only. Humph, looks like we have a senior with similar tastes. Limberton stopped salivating and frowned. So, your plan is to take on these requests and make money? Not at all. I started tearing off various requests, from foot massages to miscellaneous tasks. Are you really going to do this as a noble? Stop talking and start tearing. I handed the stack of requests to Limberton. Then I took all the requests with relatively high difficulty and high pay, except one, and gave them to Asleigh. What are you planning to do with all these? Follow me if you want to earn money. I headed to a nearby reception desk with the stack of requests. Dumping them in front of the professor in charge, he widened his eyes and then frowned. If this is a joke, put them back immediately. I'm accepting all these requests. What? Seeing my serious expression, the professor looked at me like I was a lunatic. However, there was nothing against the rules, so he stamped each request. I checked my pocket watch. Soon. Until the end of class. Return to the bulletin board now. People began to swarm the once empty spot. They ran desperately, like hungry beasts seeking prey. Seeing Limberton's dumbfounded face, I explained what they were witnessing. Limberton, take a good look. Those insects are our proud seniors of Schlaff Hall. What? Soon, the freshmen will look like that too. The people of Schlaff Hall are all untouchables. Nobles who were born into wealth, massaging stinky feet for a coin, sometimes even playing the clown for lesser noble families' children. The environment here shapes people that way. I don't get what you're thinking at all. Wait. You're not thinking what I think you are you? Limberton's eyes twitched, and he broke into a cold sweat. I smirked and replied. Probably. Get ready. The second-year seniors' faces turned pale when they saw the empty bulletin board. Approaching them with the stack of requests, their eyes lit up. I let my voice drip with arrogance, fueled by my noble blood. 1 coin requests go to this small guy, 5 coin ones go to me, 10 coin requests go to the big foreign friend. Line up if you need something. As expected, the seniors' reaction was explosive. A new face, are you a freshman? We'll overlook your impudent tone this once. Hand over those requests. Crazy bastard, seen it all now. As they approached with threatening expressions, Limberton whimpered. You insane bastard? Why provoke the seniors like this? Limberton, don't sympathize. If they knew this trick from day one, they'd have done it too. No, that's not what I mean. I glanced at Aslay and pointed to the bulletin board. Start, Aslay. Aslay's massive hand effortlessly pulled out the bulletin board and swung it around like a club. The approaching seniors fell on their backsides, eyes wide in fear. Gasp. Put that down, Junior. No, why is a barbarian? I narrowed my eyes. Extras without playable characters, still stuck at the bottom of Schlaff Hall, dare to challenge me? This is your only warning. Defy us again, and we'll double the fee. The threat worked. They changed tactics. Like true scum, they ditched their pride and appealed to emotions. But taking such fees. I'll starve for 3 days if I don't work today. Right, I'll be in real trouble if I don't get a request. I have debts to pay today. Still, we're seniors. Can't you cooperate a bit? Their pitiful pleas annoyed me. Shut up, you worms. I couldn't hold back my contempt. You're losers. After a year here, you're still trash. Now you sell your pride to me, a freshman. Their mentality was already slave-like. Do you call yourselves nobles? The Empire's future looks bleak if people like you are its future. You come here to serve, and that's the future. And they failed to escape being slaves despite having the means. I can't understand you. Why didn't you save your money? If you had saved and invested in your future, you wouldn't be in this mess. Frosthard is a free market. Students are allowed to make and sell their own goods. These are often led by clubs, essentially running as businesses. Making money through requests is outdated. First years should stop this nonsense. There are many stable ways to earn money. With money and proper use, even without high academic scores, they could buy their way into Burger Hall. But they didn't do this simple thing. They deceived themselves, claiming it was impossible, making excuses, and avoiding reality. If they endured a bit more hardship, their future would have been easier. How long will you crawl out when you run out of money? Repeating this life. Do you think we live like this by choice? Why? Am I wrong? Look at you. Even today, you were stripped of requests by a freshman. You're exploited every day, and it won't change. You'll soon forget because you'll be exploited tomorrow and the day after. The guy stood speechless, his expression vacant. Around him, the others whispered angrily but quietly, venting their frustration. Bored with the argument, I lit a flame on my finger and brought it close to the requests. Hercel, are you a mage? Surprised you didn't know. Come to think of it, I hadn't shown them magic before. Don't freeze out here. If you don't want the requests, get lost. I'll use them as kindling. Bringing the flame closer, some murmured nervously. Eventually, a few started to line up, and soon, all the requests were sold out. Easy to handle. I took the coins from the pouch and distributed them to the two. I got 120. You each get 90. Good job, Limberton, Aslay. You can keep the remaining 2 coins. Aslay silently accepted the pouch. Limberton, however, hesitated, feeling a twinge of conscience. This doesn't feel right. Limberton, with that mindset, you'll remain a slave forever. No, but shouldn't seniors give advice to juniors? We live in the same dormitory, we should get along. I felt the need to crush his naive mindset and impart a life lesson. Don't mingle with them. Unless you're a tough guy, you'll end up like them. They are a swamp, pulling each other down. Whenever someone tries to do something worthwhile, they say, that can wait, and waste time, dragging others down and finding solace in not being alone. Eventually, they forget that they shouldn't live like this. They think life is like this because everyone around them lives the same way. They're only there to be used. Draw a line, or you'll be used too. Seeing his still hesitant face, I decided to hammer the point home with a sweet lie. By the way, did you know women prefer moderately bad guys with money? Really? Of course. Even in Burger Hall, Schlaff women would want to have tea with you. In reality, they just exploit him. Now imagine if you get into Adele Hall. Burger Hall women would be the same. Limberton's grin stretched to his ears. Haha, simple-minded. With living expenses covered, we had spare coins left. Now, we just needed to grow this. Before that, I pulled out a request for 100 coins I had set aside. Required item, Merrily Root. Reward, 100 coins. Requester, Rockefeller Denharmon. Tomorrow's first class was herbology. With that subject, I should be able to gather the herbs listed here. Rockefeller enjoyed a steaming cup of tea, watching the morning through the window. Though he got scolded by the headmaster yesterday, he talked his way out. He won't adapt to life in Schlaff Hall. Hungry beasts are easy to tame. I'll offer irresistible terms then. The more luxurious the past, the harder it is to live a bottom-tier life. The 30 coins given today would likely be spent in a day. No, he might even end up in debt. If I lure him into joining the night department then. Adele Hall. I don't want to offer such conditions to that detestable guy, but I have no choice. Rockefeller stretched. In about 3 days, he'll be begging for mercy like the Schlaff slaves. When that day comes, I'll make him lick my shoes with a smile. The first class was herbology. The location was an outdoor area covered in white snow. The female professor showed us an herb. Familiarize yourselves with this. It's a task to collect 1 root. Don't worry. I've chosen an easy-to-find Merrily Root for you beginners. That swindler. Merrily Root is an expensive herb. It's hard to find. But don't let your guard down. Monsters appear near the snowy areas, so be cautious. I knew where it was located. I planned to give the thinnest roots to the new students trying to cheat, and sell the rest myself. Now, let's go find the herbs with your assigned partners. A girl approached me with a tearful face. She wasn't being sacrificed, so why was she so scared? I forced a smile and greeted her. I'm Hercel Bentenist. Nice to meet you. Gasp. I forgot, my smiling face looks more terrifying. For some of the theory subjects, joint classes were held. Most classes, however, were conducted separately by dormitory. In the case of herb gathering, only the Schlaf Hall's magic department participated. And among the Schlaf people, you took all our coins and now you're here. There were plenty of Lethe members who had generously gifted me their coins. I stared at the ground, feeling a bit guilty for not meeting their expectations. Damn, I have no face to show, even after you all helped me so much. When I expressed my regrets, Rendell, still with some swelling, gritted his teeth. Fortunately, it seemed he had managed to reattach his lost teeth. Don't be ridiculous. Arg. He probably still had toothache. You'd better brace yourself, Hercel. I'll show you hell throughout your academy life. This place is already hell, Rendell. You must have gotten an idea of what it's like after staying here for a day, right? Unable to find the right words, Rendell glanced at the Lethe members behind him. When I glared at them too, those who still had bruises on their faces avoided eye contact nervously. Having experienced it themselves, they were cautious. In a way, Rendell was admirable for being the only one to put on a brave front. TCH. I clicked my tongue as I watched him lead his group away. This wasn't an exam, it was a class, so I couldn't take their harvests like I did their coins. Excuse me. If you're done talking, shouldn't we start to? I looked at the girl who was my partner. She kept her distance, looking scared. Her name was... I clearly heard it but I'm confused. What was your name again? Clabe Don Gravel. Clabe. I recognized her face, but names often slipped my mind. Understandably so, given her timid nature and lack of presence. Yet, she was an acquaintance of a playable character from Schlaf Hall's magic department. Everyone else is moving now, you know. I glanced at the man with the ponytail. He looked at Clabe and me with wary eyes. Right, let's get moving too. First-year Schlaf students were not entirely without hope, unlike the second and third-year losers. The condition for passing the third exam was being among the top 70 teams, so they hadn't yet proven their abilities. About a fifth of them would move to Burger Hall next semester, and that guy was expected to rise directly to Adele Hall. Since this girl was his friend, I needed to make a good impression. You're quite pretty, aren't you? Her indistinct features suggested otherwise, though. Clabe flinched and stepped back. Maybe that compliment was something a more flirtatious guy would say. Ahem, no, nothing. Follow me. I have a rough idea where the Merrily route is. When I pulled out the prepared rope, Clabe turned pale. Rendell frowned as he watched the three of them. Are you that scared of that guy? These guys were truly pathetic. After suffering that much, they should be thinking about revenge. Rendell, you were unconscious back then, right? You didn't see how cruel he was. One of them crossed his legs. The other two hadn't even been hit by him. Ugh, I still tremble at the thought of that barbarian. Rendell, if you saw your helmet get crushed like we did, you wouldn't want to get involved with them again either. Rendell spat in disbelief. These idiots. If we handle that bastard, we could become officers immediately. There were ranks within the Lethe members. Explaining Hercel's actions to the first-rank officers had earned Rendell permission to handle him and a promise of promotion if he succeeded. These guys knew that too. Did you forget the benefits of becoming an officer? You could build connections with the imperial family. Don't you realize how great that is? Every noble child had a longing for the imperial family. Even if they were cast out by their families, having those connections guaranteed success. And Lethe made that possible. If you don't want to, leave. I'll handle him alone. Rendell angrily followed Hercel's tracks in the snow. The others, unable to resist the temptation, slowly followed. The cold wind bit at their noses. As they walked, breathing out clouds of vapor, they reached a place filled with Merrily roots. Hercel, the girl behind you has been aiming her staff at your back for a while. I noticed too. As expected of a snowy mountain, the cliffs were scattered everywhere. I stopped at the edge of a drop-off. We're here. I pulled out the rope and checked Clabe's expression. She looked terrified and started drawing a spell formula in the air. I frowned. So, you really brought me here too. There aren't any roots, right? Stop talking nonsense and just keep watch. Ignoring the misunderstanding Clabe had, I drove a large stake with a loop into the ground. After securing it tightly, I tied the rope to it and threw it over the cliff. Below was a fairly wide area, the entrance to a cave. With a thud, I grabbed the rope and descended the cliff. I had overcome my fear of heights long ago after falling off cliffs twice. Sliding down almost effortlessly, I looked at the cave filled with Merrily roots. At that moment, Clabe's scream erupted from above. Wait, what are you doing? Clabe, tears streaming, fell towards the ground. Just before she was about to hit, I quickly activated the lightweight magic in my gloves. Her body, feather-light, landed gently in my arms. I warned you to brace yourself, Hercel. Looking up, I saw Rendell arrogantly raising his chin. His group was murmuring behind him. Rendell, even if it's Hercel, what about the girl? What if something happens to her? Don't worry, it'll be treated as an accident. Rendell lit the end of his staff with a flame and brought it close to the rope. Watching his infuriating face, I pulled out my staff. Magic. Grant me the power to drag that bastard to hell. With my mana nearly depleted from the lightweight spell, I could still cast my specialty magic. I weakly pulled Rendell's ankle with it. He slipped on the snow. Rendell began sliding down the cliff, grabbing the rope. The flame at the end of his staff. Whoosh! Ah! Halfway down, Rendell screamed, clinging to the burning rope. It snapped under his weight. Thud! I approached the snow-covered Rendell. Though injured, he raised his head, looking grim. As a captive, I have one request. Captive. Though his actions were foolish, he understood his situation well. Let's hear it. Don't hit my face. That's easy. I stepped on him repeatedly and gave him a solid knock on the head. With each strike, he curled up and whimpered. Feeling much better, I shouted to the people above. If you want to save Rendell, bring another rope immediately. Isn't he already dead? And no, he's alive. Okay, we'll bring one. Wait there. While they fetched the rope, I decided to gather the roots. Clabe, over here. Help me out. Oh, okay. Clabe, more terrified than ever, followed slowly. As we entered the cave, a sound like a beast snoring echoed. Snort. A giant white fox was hibernating. I stopped Clabe, who was aiming her staff at the fox. Clabe, don't provoke it unnecessarily. But what if? It won't wake up even if we make noise. Just don't touch it. Walking confidently, Clabe seemed relieved and followed me. The cave grew darker as we went deeper. I was about to pull out a torch when Clabe swung her staff, and flames erupted. Whoosh. The size of the flames was no joke. Oh, it really is here. Just like the professor showed us. Clabe's eyes sparkled at the sight of a single sky blue flower. She was thrilled over such a small thing. Bring the fire closer. Maybe she was starting to trust me. She hesitated less. After a few more steps, Clabe's jaw dropped. Wow, is this all? Yes, it's merely flowers. Flowers hidden all around. There must be about 15 in total. At 100 coins each, they were worth 1,500 coins. I'd give the worst one to the professor for grading, and another to Clabe as a reward for her help. You stay here and light the area. Okay. Carefully, I packed the roots into my collection bag. As I was about to leave, I heard the sound of static electricity. Crackle. Looking towards the entrance, my jaw dropped. Rendell was crawling on the ground, holding the staff in his mouth, a rope wrapped around his waist. Determined bastard. Rendell is as tenacious as you are. His poorly drawn spell shot off target, but the static seemed to flow through the ground, waking the giant fox. It's awake? What do we do? As Clabe panicked, Rendell smirked. Haha, I'll explain to the professor that you were killed by a monster. Goodbye. As his group pulled him up, Rendell began ascending. I quickly grabbed a rock and threw it. Thwack. Pull. Oof. It hit him right in the crotch. He went limp and was dragged out of sight. Damn you. It was an accident. But what about this yawning fox? As it sniffed the air, it growled, baring its teeth. Standing on its hind legs, the 3-meter-tall creature wasn't a sandbag like the Lethe members, but a real monster. I was genuinely scared, having never faced a monster alone. Glancing at Clabe, who was now crying and sitting on the ground. Don't count on her. I had to rely on my magic. While the servants swept the garden path, watching the changing seasons filled my lonely hours. The mistress set down her teacup on the terrace. Without them, it feels somewhat empty. AOL bared his teeth in a faint smile. Now that they're gone, their absence is keenly felt. I wonder if they're doing well. Arisil is a child taught by Sir Calro. Her cell, even if isolated, will manage on his own. The mistress smiled. That's true. There can't be anything more dangerous than the giant bird there. Seeing her relieved expression, AOL blinked slowly. Speaking of which, as Mercul wishes I told you he's still too young. The mistress's response was cold. Showing no signs of compromise, AOL left the terrace. Mercul, who had been waiting eagerly, brightened. When AOL shook his head, Mercul's hopeful expression turned sullen. The mistress's voice startled them. Mercul, how many times do I have to tell you that it's too early to go to the academy? AOL patted the despondent Mercul on the back.